Chapter 1. No boyfriend? What a shame. Dear audience, according to observations from meteorological satellites, several colossal cold air masses have emerged over Tianlong Star. Within the next hour, heavy rain or torrential downpours are expected throughout the entire region of Daxia. Residents of Nanjing City are advised to take necessary precautions against disasters and flooding. At 3 in the morning, the Chicken Feast restaurant was ablaze with light, the television broadcasting urgent news updates. Smack! Smack! Jiang Zhe, with unwavering focus, was savoring a flavorful Orleans fried chicken leg. Only when the bone was rendered cleaner than a dog could lick did a look of satisfaction finally grace his face. After relishing the taste, he lifted his gaze to the woman seated across from him. Beautiful lady, I consulted lawyer Zhang San online. He mentioned that someone in my situation could be facing a life sentence. Is there any way to lighten the burden? I am Xiaoyu, a negotiation specialist from the Nanjing City Police. If you agree to cooperate and guarantee not to harm the hostage, the police can provide you with evidence that may be advantageous to you. Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She had encountered numerous criminals, yet Jiang Zhe, in terms of demeanor and appearance, seemed markedly different. He exhibited an extraordinary level of calm and nonchalance. As a criminal specialist in the police force, she could discern that his composure was not a fad he genuinely possessed the ability to endure. Moreover, why did his gaze carry a hint of regret as it lingered on her? Heh! Jiang Zhe chuckled softly. Through the glass, he observed over 20 police vehicles of various sizes congregated outside the restaurant, accompanied by hundreds of heavily armed SWAT officers. Chatting with a beauty like you while fully clothed is quite an unusual experience, Jiang Zhe remarked before turning his attention to the center of the restaurant where a dozen hostages huddled together, trembling in fear. He pointed at a girl within the crowd. Yes, that chubby girl. I have a peculiar fondness for her. She can leave now. After a moment of shock, the girl joyfully unfastened her backpack and dashed towards the exit. 2 SWAT officers swiftly approached from outside to escort her away. Jiang Zhe shrugged towards Xiaoyu. I've released 1 hostage, showing my sincerity, so there's no need for you to rush. He leisurely took a sip of his ice-cold cola. Jiang Zhe, on behalf of the girl, I thank you. It's evident that you're a kind-hearted individual. Would you mind sharing your story? I can be a good listener, Xiaoyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. The records indicated he was a delivery driver, possessing a strikingly handsome face comparable to that of aspiring stars, yet maintaining a casual demeanor even in the face of numerous police firearms, coupled with a brash tongue. Could he be suffering from a split personality? Kind-hearted? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zhe momentarily fell into a daze. Then, shaking his head in self-mockery, he replied, Miss Xia, how much do you truly know about me? Jiang Zhe, your parents divorced when you were young, and it was your grandmother who raised you. After graduating from high school, you've been making a living delivering food. A year ago, your grandmother passed away. Kind, gentle, and helpful, these are the traits everyone who knows you would use to describe you. Moreover, you have borrowed over 3 million from various platforms. Can you tell me what happened? Xiaoyu concluded, her gaze intense as it bore into Jiang Zhe. Despite his youthful countenance, a sense of world weariness emanated from his eyes. It was a contradictory feeling. Xiaoyu was certain he was a man with a story, and her interest only deepened. Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow in response to her inquiry. What do you think? Terminal illness, Xiaoyu declared firmly. Hey. Ha ha. Jiang Zhe's soft chuckle erupted into hearty laughter, his right hand gently patting the table. The things I've stolen could last 10 lifetimes. If I were terminally ill, what significance would that hold for me? Just a full stomach? All right, I apologize for my rather morbid guess. Let's change the subject. How did you manage to pull that off? At that moment, Xiaoyu produced an iPad. On the screen, a man clad in a duck-billed cap and a mask strolled through a deserted Walmart supermarket in the dead of night. Every item he touched vanished in an instant from the shelves. A series of videos played, all showing surveillance footage of him effortlessly making off with countless goods. No, to be precise, he had completely emptied the stores. Several major supermarket chains had jointly offered a bounty of 30 million for information leading to his capture. Walmart, Metro, Sam's Club, Hualien, Park and Shop, Isetan. Meat processing plants, canned food factories, instant noodle manufacturers, machinery plants, pharmacies, flour mills, distilleries, vegetable warehouses, engineering machinery, precision instruments, clothing factories, fuel depots, seed companies. He stole everything in sight, from socks to excavators. This led the police to suspect that this mysterious individual aimed to purchase an island abroad and establish his own nation. Until today, after countless police efforts day and night, they finally cornered the enigmatic figure at a Walmart in Nanjing. Xiaoyu was not interested in the bounty. She was eager to understand how Jiang Zhe had managed to clear out a supermarket in a single sweep. Jiang Zhe, looking at the video, smacked his forehead in frustration. This is merely a simple sleight of hand. One could liken it to magic. By the way, how did you discover my identity? The police placed a locator in the goods at Walmart. Just yesterday, the device emitted a brief signal. The signal originated from the Longting International Hotel in Nanjing. We found a used t-shirt there, and its product batch number matched that of the stolen goods from Walmart. Magic? Xiaoyu was skeptical. When had magic become so advanced? Furthermore, if someone possessed such remarkable skills, would they still be delivering food? It seemed absurd. Alas, Jiang Zhe sighed. I was careless. That girl from yesterday was quite something. It may be a long time before I encounter someone like her again. Please, don't make things difficult for her. Also, could you file a complaint for me? A 5-star hotel that doesn't provide complimentary condoms deserves a bad review. At this point, Jiang Zhe took a large gulp of cola and continued, Never mind, I'm about to face my demise, so what's the point of complaining? His soliloquy caused Xiaoyu's brows to twitch slightly. She understood every word he uttered, but failed to grasp the underlying meaning. Thoughts raced through her mind. Demise? She had only heard that term in the context of novel writing. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe stood up and approached the glass window, gazing vacantly at the sky, oblivious to the hundreds of red dots swaying before his chest. Is it finally here? A low murmur escaped his lips. Xiaoyu rose, her eyes discreetly scanning the bomb control device in his hand as she slowly approached. What is here? She inquired, subtly edging closer. Jiang Zhe turned his head, his gaze laden with complexity as it roamed over Xiaoyu's lightly made-up face. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Are you a virgin? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before nodding casually, yes. Sigh. Jiang Zhe sighed, what a pity. Chapter 2, Day of Reckoning. Rumble. The thunder overhead seemed to gather in numbers, booming one after another. Much of life's distress stems from marriage and love, thus, whether or not one is a virgin holds no relation to happiness. Xiaoyu and Jiang Zhe stood shoulder to shoulder before the glass window, conversing as if they were old friends. A bag of instant noodles, Jiang Zhe suddenly declared, his voice drowned out by the thunder. What? Xiaoyu strained to hear. Jiang Zhe glanced at his watch. Nothing, just amusing. Do you believe a virgin is worth only a bag of instant noodles? Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't believe that. If such a day were to come, I would preserve it until my last breath. Do you truly believe the world could become so absurd? She then turned to face Jiang Zhe directly. Looking into Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes, Jiang Zhe chuckled. Why not believe? I've done it. And I've done it more than half a bag's worth. That's quite benevolent, don't you think? Huh. Xiaoyu was speechless. Secretly, she mused that this fellow was undoubtedly suffering from a split personality, exhibiting severe symptoms of a delusional disorder. Smack! A large raindrop struck the glass, producing a soft sound that interrupted their conversation. Jiang Zhe slowly lit a cigarette, gazing out the window. Suddenly, he extended his left hand, attempting to touch the water stains on the other side of the glass, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaoyu's expression tightened. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Zhe's fingers had loosened their grip on the remote control. In the next second, she found herself wielding a lipstick-disguised stun baton, thrusting it forcefully into Jiang Zhe's side. The police's specially designed high-voltage stun baton, capable of incapacitating a bull in an instant, surged with over 100,000 volts. Xiaoyu was confident she could take him down in half a second. She had used this tactic to apprehend at least 10 criminals, and she had never failed. Smack! A large hand shot out like lightning, gripping Xiaoyu's wrist. In an instant, a joint lock maneuver ensued. With a low groan, Xiaoyu found her arm bent backward, forcefully pinned against the glass window. The dynamic shifted dramatically. Outside in the square, hundreds of SWAT officers aimed their weapons at the window. Jiangzhe denied the outside snipers any opportunity, pressing himself tightly against Xia Ye's back, his right arm constricting around her neck. His cold gaze bore down upon her. The previously courteous young man now emanated a chilling aura of malevolence. Xia Ye's complexion paled. The information had been inaccurate. He had killed before, and certainly not just once. This was the reason for his unnerving calmness. He was a madman, the madman who was killed. Jiangzhe, do not act impulsively. We merely wish to uncover the secret behind your ability to deplete resources. As the words flowed, the breath exhaled condensed into a mist upon the glass. Xiaoyu dared not let her thoughts wander further. In a gasp, Jiangzhe's teeth grazed her earlobe gently. Because I have no desire to kill right now. Let us enjoy the rain together. How delightful it is. The deep voice whispered near her ear. Xiaoye's complexion turned pale. Her mind a blank slate. The negotiation tactics she had meticulously prepared vanished from her memory. The raindrops intensified suddenly, blurring her vision. Bang, bang, bang. The rain transformed into hailstones the size of thumbs, pelting the windows with a chaotic clamor. Suddenly, Jiangzhe seized the electric baton, releasing Xiaoyu, and turned his gaze toward the hostages in the dining area. Everyone, leave the bomb is a ruse. A dozen hostages exchanged glances, rising to flee into the hail. Xiaoyu stood frozen, unable to comprehend Jiangzhe's abrupt surrender of resistance. The hail ceased. 2 teams of 6 special police officers slowly entered through the door, subtly encircling the pair. Let us depart. I wish to avoid anyone getting hurt. Xiaoyu could not help but urge him. No rush. As Jiangzhe spoke, he abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky. Woo! A low, haunting wail drew near at an alarming speed. Following Jiangzhe's line of sight, Xiaoyu found herself rooted to the spot. In the night sky, a colossal passenger plane, trailing thick smoke and a long fiery tail, plummeted toward the square like a meteor. Boom! 100 meters away, a blinding explosion soared into the heavens. The shockwave, laden with debris, rapidly expanded into a wall of chaos. Xiaoyu stared blankly as police cars outside were tossed like toys. Swish! In the blink of an eye, dazed, Xiaoyu was enveloped in Jiangzhe's embrace. Clang! Clang! The dining area was instantly plunged into darkness. I shall trade 2 packets of instant noodles for your first night. Consider it a friendly price. Jiangzhe's voice echoed beside her. Simultaneously, the large rabbit was squeezed, and before Xiaoyu could react, the deafening shockwave rendered her momentarily deaf. The chicken restaurant was engulfed by the immense shockwave, plunging into an abyss of darkness. After a long while, as the dust settled, Xiaoyu regained her senses from the temporary deafness, only to find Jiangzhe had vanished. Rustle. She shook off the dust from her hair, staggering across the shattered glass as she exited the restaurant. The square lay in disarray. 100 meters away, the dismembered aircraft continued to burn, its flames illuminating half the sky. Just as Xiaoyu contemplated rushing forward to save others, a chill washed over her face. In a daze, she slowly lifted her head, a flurry of snowflakes landing upon her lashes. August snow? A wave of icy dread seeped from her core, colder than the snow itself. The world appeared hazy. Snowflakes fell incessantly, draping the entire Nanjing city in a white blanket. The temperature gradually dropped. Good evening. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent announcement. According to satellite observations, due to the impact of an extraordinarily large cold air mass, the world will experience extreme cold wave weather over the next 2 days, followed by a gradual warming. We advise all viewers to take necessary precautions against the cold. Experts recommend refraining from unnecessary outings to avoid potential harm from unpredictable weather. Do not propagate rumors. Be a good citizen of the new era. In an old residential community in Nanjing City, Jiangzhe sat on the sofa, sketching, while the urgent news played on the living room television. Cackle, cackle. Quick, let's go build a snowman. Gather around, we're having a snowball fight. Outside the community, young people, dressed in winter attire, frolicked in the snow. The entire city, the entire nation, reveled in the astonishment of snow in August. Listening to the laughter from outside, a flicker of melancholy crossed Jiang's eyes. This laughter would soon be replaced by endless despair and suffering. In this world, perhaps only he knew that this snow would persist for a full half-month, and not the 2 days claimed by those experts. Half a month later, the heavy snow blanketed the entire blue star, a cap of ice formed, and sunlight refracted, energy unable to remain on the surface. The global average temperature would plummet to over -40 degrees. All life would fall silent. The ice age would dawn. Most flora and fauna would perish in this abrupt cold wave. The true apocalypse would commence. Traffic jams, power outages, frozen water supplies, viruses, energy crises, food shortages, and the emergence of monsters from unknown realms, mutated wildlife, and altered humans. All these factors would contribute to the collapse of human society. Once, the exalted humans of Blue Star would ultimately be driven underground, competing with rats for survival, until the emergence of the extraordinary beings, which would grant humanity a glimmer of hope for survival. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, every WeChat group on Jiang's phone erupted with frenzied reposts of a single post. The apocalypse is upon us. Are you prepared? Those who dismissed it 10 days ago. How do you explain the post claiming it will snow on August 20th? Pure coincidence apocalypse posts are old tricks. When has it ever turned out to be true? Sooner or later, one will hit the mark. Drinking snow melt will turn you into a monster? Is it more terrifying than being single? Will there be reproductive isolation? I wish to go out and find a partner surely. No dowry is needed. Well, this time I believe in stockpiling food. Remember, experts are among the people. How terrifying this post claims there will be strange beasts in the sea emerging to kill, but are there really bulletproof monsters? Whatever monsters appear, they will be vanquished, fear not. As long as they dare to come to Daxia, they will face the wrath of garlic and ginger. I maintain my initial viewpoint. This person is talking nonsense. Are there really carbon-based life forms that are immune to bullets? Just coincidence. Do not worry, as long as Lao Wang's noodle shop is open. Even in the apocalypse, you can still enjoy a steaming bowl of fried noodles. Follow me to avoid getting lost. Within half an hour, the post was officially blocked. This post was anonymously published by Jiang 10 days prior. As for how many lives could be saved, that depended on fate. By the way, what does the post say about August 20th, 2032? Day of Punishment. Chapter 3. I will predict your fate at 8 in the morning. The pitch-black sky began to lighten ever so slightly as the snow fell heavier and heavier. The relentless snowfall had abruptly transformed the climate of August into the frigid depths of winter. Drip, drip, drip. On the road leading to Xinghai Square in Nanjing City, the blaring of horns echoed throughout the streets, while vehicles frequently collided on the slippery roads, resulting in traffic accidents scattered all around. Towering trees lining both sides of the street bore thick blankets of snow atop their branches, occasionally shedding a cascade of snow that would land atop the heads of hurried pedestrians. Amidst this wintry scene, the traffic police, resembling snowmen, continued their diligent efforts to manage the flow of vehicles. Military trucks could be seen speeding through the urban area, adding a layer of tension to the atmosphere. Just yesterday, the young women who had donned spaghetti straps and short skirts were now clad in bulky winter attire. Alas, the apocalypse had rendered their once exposed legs a distant memory. With a sigh, Jiangzhe drove slowly along with the flow of traffic. What should have been a journey of merely 10 minutes extended into over an hour before he finally arrived at the underground parking garage of the Xinghai Hotel adjacent to Xinghai Square. Inside the hotel lobby, numerous individuals crowded at the entrance, their faces etched with anxiety and helplessness as they gazed out at the swirling snow. These were guests stranded at the hotel, as since the early hours. The highways had been closed, halting all buses, trains, flights, and ships entering or leaving Nanjing City. Those fortunate enough to have their own vehicles could take advantage of these 2 days to escape Nanjing, while those left behind could only mutter a wish for good fortune. News of the plane crash had been kept under wraps by the authorities, yet Jiangzhe was aware that more than one aircraft had met with disaster. As the cold wave descended, a frigid layer of air formed in the atmosphere at altitudes between 3,000 to 10,000 meters, with temperatures plummeting to a staggering -80 or 90 degrees Celsius, far exceeding the limits that aircraft could withstand. "Hey, beautiful. Could you please book me a top-floor suite?" Jiang approached the front desk with a smile, addressing a receptionist engrossed at her phone. "Certainly, handsome. It's $2,500 per night with breakfast included. May I please see your ID?" The receptionist, upon noticing Jiang, immediately set her phone aside, her eyes sparkling as she returned his smile with a sweet expression. His striking appearance had successfully garnered her favor, and her pleasant smile was a rare sight in these dire times. "Ah, but dear lady, your face bears a hint of misfortune. Have you encountered some recent troubles? Come, let me read your palm." Jiang winked and began to jest. "You can read faces too?" the receptionist exclaimed, playfully covering her face as she eagerly extended her fair right hand towards him. With a swift motion, Jiang grasped her hand, discreetly placing a stack of red bills into her palm as he whispered, "Miss, could you do me a favor? I forgot my ID. Please help me book a room. This money has been blessed at Lutai Mountain to ward off evil and seek refuge." The receptionist glanced at the cash in her hand, momentarily stunned, while Jiang had already stepped back 2 meters, beaming at her. Soon, her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, pondering for a moment before retrieving an ID from a drawer. "Use this, it belongs to one of our security guards." With this whimsical exchange settled, Jiang added, "Beautiful, I'll be staying at the hotel for the next few days. If you need a fortune reading, come find me in my room after your shift." Before departing, he winked at her, shouldered his backpack, and stepped into the elevator. The authorities might have discovered his identity, and he could very well be on a wanted list by now. His ID was temporarily unusable. He simply needed to endure a few more days until it became a mere scrap of paper in a suite within the Shanghai Hotel. Jiang gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the vast, white expanse outside. Not far away, the open expanse of Shanghai Square was visible, where a number of children frolicked amidst the snow. Dozens of snowmen stood proudly on the submerged lawn. Suddenly, a brand-new military-grade monocular appeared beside him without warning. Jiang, having been reborn 2 months ago from the Ice Age apocalypse, had also brought back spatial abilities that by merely touching an object, he could store it within a dimensional space, which was as vast as Lake Baikal and filled with various supplies pilfered from supermarkets and other locations. Everything from a needle, a nail, and a lighter to machinery, generators, and various vehicles, a mountain of food, rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, fruits, vegetables, was stacked high. The only regret was that the dimensional space could not contain living beings. Jiang had never counted the exact number of supplies within his dimensional space, but had heard the police estimate their worth to exceed hundreds of billions. Unlike the protagonists in other novels, he had no stocks to sell, nor was he a wealthy heir. Thus, he had to rely on his hard-working hands to procure goods at zero cost. Although he couldn't fathom why his dimensional space had become so disproportionately large after his rebirth. The greater space provided him with increased confidence that, in the 2 months since his rebirth, Jiang had scarcely slept, dedicating all 24 hours of each day to securing various supplies. Having endured 5 years of famine during the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to hunger in gathering areas. Even the most unpalatable beast meat was often insufficient to satiate one's hunger. Those extraordinary beings who had awakened their powers were no better off. And one could only imagine the plight of ordinary people that a hearty meal had become an unattainable luxury. Through the monocular, Jiang quietly surveyed the distant coastline. The land and sky had melded into one, and he could only vaguely discern the boundary between land and sea on the surface of the still unfrozen waters. For the next few days, he intended to remain in this room, waiting. There were few events from the apocalypse that Jiang could clearly recall. One was the time of the plane crash in the early hours, as he had been nearby delivering takeout. The other was the appearance of the first invasive beast in Nanjing City, the white skin. The invasive beasts were bloodthirsty and brutal, resembling a cross between a lion and a tiger. Their movements ghost-like as they sprinted. Their grayish-white skin allowed them to launch attacks stealthily in the snow. Officially referred to as invasive beasts, those in the gathering area simply called them whiteskins. Jiang vividly remembered one such beast landing at Shanghai Square, mercilessly slaughtering unsuspecting humans in the span of just 3 hours. Over 1,000 lives were claimed by the claws and tentacles of the white skin. The military was mobilized, deploying tanks and heavy weaponry, and after sacrificing over 100 soldiers, they finally managed to slay the beast. On that day, hundreds of white skins landed simultaneously along the lengthy coastline of Dacia. Fortunately, the military responded promptly, deploying heavy forces to prevent these killing machines from penetrating into inland provinces. Other nations on Blue Star suffered similarly devastating losses. The surviving populace was confronted with the horrifying truth that such dreadful beasts lurked within their world. The white skins had never been seen on Blue Star before, nor were they recorded in any mythologies or historical texts. Many religious adherents refer to these beings as messengers from hell, claiming that humanity's greed and selfishness had unleashed these beasts from the depths of hell. The beasts and the Ice Age apocalypse were divine retributions against humankind. Chapter 4. Waiting at 6 in the morning, Jiangzhu awoke naturally, in tune with his biological clock. He pushed aside an arm draped over him and rose, striding into the bathroom clad only in a towel. The warm water cascaded over his face as he tilted his head back, indulging in the comforting sensation. Since his rebirth, he had made it a routine to take 2 hot showers each day. The feeling of warm water on his skin was so delightful that he often felt compelled to let out a contented sigh. In the apocalypse, taking a hot shower was considered a luxurious and shameful thought. Precious resources were never to be squandered on such trivialities. Everything was for survival. "Hey, handsome, time to head out. I have to get to work soon," a soft voice called from outside the bathroom, laced with a hint of reluctance. Jiangzhu emerged, towel wrapped around him, and found a receptionist from the previous day already dressed, her face still bearing remnants of a wild excitement. "What is the matter? Can't bear to part with me?" Jiangzhu teased, stepping closer and pinching her cheek. "Stop it. I just finished my makeup," she protested, pushing his hand away playfully. "Can't tell, but you seem quite imposing." She stood up, playfully poking his chest with her finger. "Not bad, but this body could use some exercise. If you lean in a bit more, you might just be even more imposing." Jiangzhu chuckled. "Da-ha-ha. I'm off. I'll have time tomorrow." She giggled, tossing him a knowing glance. "Wait." Jiangzhu swiftly emptied his backpack, revealing a pile of cash totaling around 100,000, which he stuffed in her bag. "What are you doing?" she asked, a mix of surprise and delight on her face. Jiangzhu's generous offer elevated his appeal at her eyes. "Now, whatever it takes, get to Beijing as fast as you can and help me with a task." But he gently pinched her cheek. "What task?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Take a photo of the snowy scenery there, and then you can return after 3 days." She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Handsome, you really know how to have fun." "All right, I'll go ask for leave right now. Wait for me." With a sense of delight, he turned away with the money in hand, funds procured from various online loan schemes, in his pursuit of wealth. He sacrificed much, including countless compromising photographs. Now, money held no value for him. Soon it would merely become a pile of worthless paper. Engaging in pleasant conversation with a young woman, Jiangzhu impulsively decided to send her to the capital, where the official power was most formidable. Whether she could survive was entirely a matter of fate. Nanjiang would soon transform into a desolate city. Dressed appropriately, Jiangzhu savored the breakfast provided by the hotel while his gaze wandered outside. The heavy snow showed no signs of relenting. The square was devoid of lively crowds. Snow had blanketed half the vehicles, and the snowmen had become indistinct forms. A bulldozer, belching smoke, struggled to clear a path through the thick snow. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the latest information from the meteorological department, this unprecedented cold wave and snowfall will not dissipate in the short term. Residents are advised to take necessary precautions against the cold and stockpile food and water. If you encounter difficulties, please proceed to the designated shelters established by the government and stay updated with the latest announcements from the relevant authorities. The television in the living room scrolled through official updates. Just yesterday, they had claimed that the situation would resolve within a few days. Yet today, they were contradicting themselves. This indicated that circumstances had escalated to a point where appearances no longer mattered. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications rang out incessantly on WeChat. The online discourse had erupted into chaos. This record-breaking snowfall had persisted for nearly 2 days, and even the most oblivious individuals could sense something amiss. The internet was abuzz with discussions about the snow, and the top trending topic featured images and videos of the Sahara Desert, the hottest place on Blue Star. now blanketed in snow. Such an extraordinary event had even prompted experts to speak. Though their confidence was clearly lacking. Is the end of the world upon us? Are you prepared? This anonymous post was resurfaced, and the authorities had surprisingly refrained from censoring it, indicating that the upper echelons were aware of the abnormality. Many sought to uncover the identity of the poster, inquiring about further details regarding the impending apocalypse. The recommendations within the post were simple. 1. Do not drink melted snow. 2. Gather as much food, energy, and weaponry as possible. 3. Women should avoid pregnancy. If already pregnant, terminate as soon as possible. 4. Rush to the official shelter as swiftly as possible. After perusing the information briefly, Jiang Zhe closed his phone. A cigar, procured for free, wafted a subtle aroma of walnuts. He relished the richness of the smoke. Subsequently, he reclined lazily on the sofa and closed his eyes. He had done all that he could. He was merely a reincarnated soul striving for survival. Not an indestructible insect, he had witnessed the snowy landscape outside for 5 years. It had become tiresome. Hello, is this Yao Yaoling? I'm at the Shanghai Hotel. There's a commotion outside. Please send someone to handle it. After hanging up, he began to keep track of time. An hour later, there was still no sign of police vehicles downstairs, indicating the authorities had become overwhelmed with trivial matters. Suddenly, a soft click echoed, and the television in the room flickered before rebooting, startling Jiang Zhe from his reverie. The lights remained on. The hotel had activated its backup power system, as the city's electrical grid had collapsed. Soon, the water supply would also cease. Hospitals, factories, banks, and gas stations would all come to a standstill. Ding, ding, ding. 10 minutes later, the hotel room phone rang. We apologize, sir, but due to the power and water outages along with food shortages, the hotel can no longer provide services. Please proceed to the shelter at your earliest convenience. If you wish to remain, you will have to procure your own food. We will waive your room charges. It's fine. I wish to stay, and please do not disturb me. This was an anticipated development. In a few days, even if the Shanghai Hotel were to offer free accommodation, no one would accept it. In the room, only the lights remained functional. Without central heating, the temperature plummeted swiftly. Whoosh! A half-human-high gas heater appeared at the center of the living room, and flames flickered, dispelling the cold. Within 5 minutes, the room became warm again. In the corridor outside, the remaining guests, once lingering, had grown frantic, their footsteps and conversations echoing as they prepared to brave the heavy snowfall. Soon, the hallway fell silent once more. Sizzle! A steaming hot pot materialized atop the gas stove. The fragrant aroma wafted from the bubbling red oil broth. He filled his mouth with slices of beef and took a sip of beer, the malt and the savory essence of the beef mingling in his mouth, bringing a sense of comfort that made him want to roll. Jiang Zhe wished time could freeze at that moment. He had wished countless times for that plane not to crash, for this snow not to fall, and for the timeline to change. Even if it meant receiving a life sentence for theft, it would have been preferable. But all these were mere fantasies. Everything had come to pass as foretold. Boom! The sound of helicopters roared outside. Jiang Zhe, holding his bowl, watched as 2 dark green military transport helicopters descended onto the cleared area made by the bulldozer. Several soldiers swiftly disembarked, taking positions around the helicopters in vigilance. Once he finished his beef, a convoy of off-road vehicles arrived beside the helicopters, and over 20 men and women were escorted aboard the aircraft. Boom! Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, they vanished into the sky. In the apocalypse, who could enjoy such privileges? It was the scientists whisked away by the plane moments before. Chapter 5. Airdrop Supplies 285. In the early morning, Jiang Zhe mumbled as he entered the bathroom. Just as he was about to shower, he realized the water supply had been cut off. Throughout the night, the skies over Nanjiang City echoed with the sounds of helicopters. He counted. At least 285 had flown over the direction of Shanghai Square. Nanjiang was home to 10 million people. The Great Xia had 20 billion, and Blue Star boasted over 200 billion inhabitants. Most would endure a harrowing journey of death. Reflecting on it now, Jiang Zhe felt a heavy sadness. Countless corpses stood frozen in time, unyielding even 5 years later. The Jiang Zhe that time had nearly perished on the way to the shelter, memories too painful to revisit. Huff! Ice had formed on the hotel room's glass, With the outside temperature nearing -20 degrees, Jiang stoked the flames of the gas heater. After a simple meal of steak and broccoli, he began jotting down notes on paper. His goal was the elusive white-skinned creature that had emerged in Nanjiang City. And one knew where this creature dwelled in the in the apocalypse. There have been official attempts to send extraordinary individuals into the ocean to locate its lair, all ending in failure. These monsters seem to have appeared overnight, unleashing relentless slaughter upon humanity. Thus, the crystal core must be acquired from the brain of the white skin. It was the key to awakening and evolving extraordinary abilities. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to thrive, aiming to become one of the elite among the extraordinary. He would not rest until he secured that white skin. If he could not, he would prefer death to a life of mere survival in the apocalypse. As the morning passed, Jiang rose and stretched lazily, wiping the condensation from the window to see figures trudging through knee-deep snow in the surrounding buildings. Lunch consisted of simple potato stew with beef, the warm room filled with the delightful aroma of food. Starkly contrasting with the outside world. Bang, bang, bang. A knock interrupted Jiang's meal. To the door stood two elderly women, both in their 60s. "What is it?" Jiang asked, frowning. "Dear young man, we haven't had lunch yet. Could you spare us some instant noodles from your room?" One of the grandmothers, adorned with a large gold chain, was straightforward in her request. The other attempted to push her way into the room, but Jiang blocked her path. The two women, wrapped in the hotel's blankets, shivered. "Why not go to the shelter?" "Oh dear, our old bones cannot manage such a long journey that we plan to stay here in the hotel. If the police don't come to help us, I'll expose them online. Just give us your noodles. You're young and can make it to the shelter." The grandmother grew agitated. Jiang, bewildered, replied, "The nearest shelter is visible from Shanghai. Is it really that far? Is food more important than your lives? If you're looking for food, go to the government shelter." He responded coldly, but just as he prepared to close the door, two arms blocked the frame. "Young man, you must be honest and show respect for the elderly and the young." The grandmother with the gold chain sniffed. "I can already smell the meat. How about this? We each pay $30 for a meal." "Don't worry. I don't eat much. Jiang scoffed. Then his expression turned icy. "Step back. Oh, you want to fight?" The gold chain grandmother shouted. "Hey, take out your phone. Let us show everyone what he's like." Behind him, another elderly woman suddenly raised her phone, and with a swift motion, Jiang snatched it away, slamming it against the door frame, shattering it into countless pieces in the bewildered gaze of the woman adorned with a grand golden chain. He then flung a large bag right at her face, causing her to topple over in the hall. He closed the door. A shriek echoed. "Ah, a murder! Everyone come quick! A murder!" The corridor reverberated with the anguished wails of the golden chain-clad lady. Reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, Jiang, unfazed, donned a pair of headphones and resumed his meal, letting out a satisfied burp before reclining on the sofa for a nap. How delightful! Uncertain of how long he had been asleep. A thunderous explosion jolted him awake. Across from the Shanghai Hotel, flames consumed the exterior walls of a building, billowing thick plumes of smoke into the sky. Through binoculars, he discerned a downed helicopter, its relatively intact tail section emblazoned with a striking red insignia and a sequence of numbers below it. It was a military chopper. Soon, the roaring flames were extinguished by the relentless snowfall. For 3 consecutive days, the heavy snow threatened to plunge the entire city into chaos. The South River authorities announced, "The military has commenced rescue operations. At precisely 3 p.m., we will airdrop relief supplies. Every 5 hours, a batch will be dropped containing compressed biscuits, bottled water, and canned goods. Residents stranded are urged to ignite bonfires in open areas to provide accurate coordinates for the drops. No one is permitted to hoard the supplies. Violators will face severe penalties. Residents fortunate enough to receive supplies are to head directly to designated shelters that, in the face of adversity, we must unite in solidarity to triumph over this natural disaster." Jiang glanced at his watch. It was now 1:30 p.m. Hundreds had already surged towards Shanghai Square, brandishing various materials to ignite bonfires. Before long, numerous bonfires flickered to life, their flames stark against the snowy backdrop. The throng of people grew increasingly dense, encircling the fires, all eager to seize the first batch of airdrop supplies. Observing the scene, Jiang pondered deeply, and suddenly a realization struck him. He understood why the creature known as Bai Pai had chosen to appear at Shanghai Square first. It relied on auditory cues and magnetic fields to locate its prey. With so many congregated in the square, in Bai Pai's eyes, they were mere morsels delivered to its doorstep. The thunderous sound of a helicopter's rotors filled the air. Arriving 10 minutes later than anticipated, the crowd erupted in excitement, shouting and waving at the hovering craft. 1, 2, 3. 20 from the aircraft. 20 emergency packages descended. Too few, such meager provisions, divided among the throngs, would scarcely suffice. Within a minute, 10 packages had vanished, and amidst 3,000 to 4,000 people, it was likely that fewer than 100 managed to secure any food. The bonfires continued to burn, and the crowd lingered in the square, awaiting the next drop 5 hours later, each individual clinging to the hope of securing a morsel to eat. Yet, some would inevitably not live to see it. Occasionally, one could witness an individual who had stood just moments before collapse into the snow. Motionless in the frigid climate, many with inferior physical resilience struggled to adapt to the sudden drop in temperature. The cold air elevated blood pressure, leading to cardiac arrests. Jiang chose not to dwell on the happenings in the square. The hotel's top floor seemed deserted save for him. The corridor lay in silence. The elevator had ceased operation, and even if there were other guests, none would expend the energy to ascend 20 flights of stairs. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang knocked on all the doors on the top floor, familiarizing himself with the layout of the upper levels to eliminate Bai Pai. Open fields were not an option. Only by utilizing confined spaces to restrict its speed could he hope to find a decisive opportunity for a lethal strike. 5 years into the apocalypse had taught countless individuals this grim lesson. Chapter 6. Chaos in South River. The second batch of airdrop supplies was delayed by half an hour due to food scuffles, resulting in several groups clashing in the square. Dozens of men wielding steel pipes and fire axes seized 4 emergency packages and, led by one of their number, made their way back to the Shanghai Hotel. In this apocalyptic setting, those who understood the importance of camaraderie and possessed a ruthless streak tended to survive longer. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang emerged at the back entrance of the Shanghai Hotel. Clad in a white polar expedition outfit with protective goggles shielding him, but a visible breath of warm air escaped his lips, transforming into a plume of mist. The outdoor temperature had plummeted below -20 degrees. Snowflakes landed upon his face, melting into droplets that stung slightly. With a decisive step, he entered the snow, the accumulation burying his shins. Lacking specialized equipment, fleeing in such an environment would deplete one's strength to a perilous degree. Suddenly, a bombardier snowmobile appeared beside him. With a low rumble, it kicked up a spray of snow over 3 meters high as it transformed into a swift arrow, propelling Jiang toward the distant dark shoreline. In less than 10 minutes, he halted at the water's edge, where the sea, 200 meters offshore, had frozen over with approximately 3 centimeters of ice. For the months to come, the waters of Blue Star would be entirely encased beneath a thick layer of ice. In his hand, he held a balloon, one end tethered to a weighty iron block. With the hiss of a small hydrogen canister, the balloon gradually inflated. Soon, a 2-meter diameter red balloon floated 3 meters above the ground, beneath which hung a palm-sized device flashing a red light. It was a life detection device. Within 100 meters, any moving life forms would trigger the camera mechanism automatically. After expending 2 exhausting hours setting up over 30 detection devices, Jiang finally paused, panting heavily. His current physical state was far from what it had been in the apocalypse. Once back at the hotel, covered in snowflakes and gasping for breath, he discovered a throng of over 100 people gathered in the lobby. Men and women alike appeared disheveled and desperate. "Hey, brother, have you managed to secure any food?" A tall, slender man clad in a security jacket approached Jiang, recognition dawning upon him as the one who had led the charge for emergency supplies. "No. Who are you?" Jiang replied, shaking his head. The man gestured towards those slumped on the ground. "These are workers from the vicinity of the hotel. We just returned from the nearest shelter. It's impossible to get in there now. The food is hardly sufficient, barely enough to fill our teeth." Just as Jiang was about to inquire further, a voice from the entrance called out, Damn it, Ligo, it's cleaner than what a cow would lick. Many supermarkets have been forcibly requisitioned by the military. There's no chance. 5 young men, resembling snowmen, appeared at the door, brandishing fire axes and steel pipes. The man called Ligo frowned. Have you scoured the more distant restaurants and supermarkets? We didn't dare venture far. We were afraid the brothers wouldn't be able to endure. One of the younger men, dressed in a lightweight down jacket, trembled slightly, his lips turning blue as he glanced at Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang's polar expedition gear, envy flickered in his eyes. Brother, do you have any spare clothing like that? We could use a bit of mutual support out here. I'm Li Dan. What about you? Li Ge scrutinized Jiang, his eyes narrowing. Though it was a negotiation, there was an undeniable tone of command. Jiang, I'm a guest here. I'm sorry, I only have this one piece. With that, Jiang turned and headed for the stairs. Behind him, Li Dan's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Bah! Just as Jiang vanished into the stairwell, a soft spitting sound echoed behind him. Returning to his hotel room on the top floor, Jiang retrieved a palm-sized metal device and placed it on the windowsill. It was an alarm device for the detection apparatus in the square. Thousands braved the cold, waiting for food beside the flickering bonfires. Among the crowd, someone staggered and then collapsed heavily into the snow, remaining motionless. The surrounding individuals merely shifted slightly, indifferent, before resuming their foot stomping and gazing at the darkened sky. Jiang pulled out his phone only to find the signal had completely vanished. The WeChat group contained but a few final messages. I'm in XXX community. Haven tea eaten in 2 days. Can anyone help me? Just a pack of instant noodles will do. I'm stuck on the highway. Can anyone lend me a down jacket? I'll offer 10,000 yuan. Phone XXXXX. Height 170. Stunning figure. A beauty. Brothers, who can save me? It's freezing at home. As long as you come to rescue me. You can make any request you desire, if you know what I mean. Attached was an image. An alluring figure, though the face was obscured. Who is food? A piece of bread for 1,000. Payment in advance. Help. My door is blocked by snow. I can't open it. I've run out of power. This is my last plea for help. Unit 3201. XX community, please save me. The message has not been updated. With such a heavy snowfall, all outdoor lines will inevitably be severed, which signifies that the quickest route for people to seek help has been utterly cut off. On the sofa, Jiang squinted his eyes and dozed off, occasionally opening them to check the alarm. After 5 years of apocalyptic existence, he had developed the patience to endure any situation. Let go of me. What are you doing? This is my only down jacket. Please don't. I will freeze to death. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the corridor outside. The ensuing dialogue was somewhat inaudible, punctuated by cries of desperation. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, there was the chaotic sound of pounding on doors. Jiang frowned and stepped out of his room, encountering 2 groups of people. Not far away, in the middle of the corridor, a young woman lay trembling on the ground, her face smeared with snot and tears, surrounded by 3 young girls on the other side. A young man was cursing, repeatedly kicking and beating another man who was curled up on the floor. Run, you worthless scum! Would it kill you to behave for your aunt? A young woman adorned with large circular earrings cursed as she viciously kicked the young woman on the ground before putting on her down jacket. Upon seeing the tall Jiang, the 3 girls approached the young man, forming a group. The young man tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand, spitting, "If you meddle again, I'll kill you." Those who find themselves in the crosshairs meet a grim fate, often reduced to unrecognizable remains in less than a minute. The square became littered with countless shattered corpses, blood pooling into grotesque patterns upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the window of a guest room shattered, revealing a weapon resembling an ancient siege crossbow, with arms as thick as a child's limbs and crafted from tempered steel. It aimed at one. 5-meter-long bolts at the square below. Unlike conventional arrows, the triangular-headed bolts were elongated and designed to penetrate the defenses of the white-skinned adversaries with greater efficacy. The crossbow had been custom-built at a small hardware shop. With designs provided by Jiang, each unit priced at 3 crates of mana in this apocalyptic world, the crossbow stood as the most effective cold weapon for ordinary individuals to combat the white-skinned foes. Its shortcomings lay in its cumbersome nature and slow rate of fire. Should one fail to strike a white-skinned enemy at close range, it would leave them contemplating their next life that a heavy machine gun would have been preferable. Yet in Daxia, acquiring such weaponry proved exceedingly difficult, and with resources dwindling in the future, ammunition posed a significant dilemma. Jiang just steadied his breath, deftly maneuvering the crossbow to take aim at the white-skinned figure in the square. At this distance, hitting the target would be challenging. His intent was merely to divert their attention. The carnage in the square raged on. Come quickly, Jiangzhe whispered under his breath. Suddenly, a woman stumbled toward the Shanghai hotel. Her panicked movements indicating that the white-skinned creature had set its sights on her, but a flurry of snowflakes erupted as the creature lunged forward. "Help! Someone save me!" she cried, her voice filled with desperation. No one responded. No one dared to intervene. Closer, closer! Jiangzhe held his breath, aligning the white-skinned creature within a mechanical sight. The distance between the creature and the woman diminished rapidly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp sounds echoed as the bolts launched forth, striking the ground between the woman and the white-skinned foe. Damn it, Jiangzhe cursed. He had missed by too narrow a margin, nearly endangering the woman as well. However, the bolts had successfully captured the creature's attention, forcing it to halt abruptly. Zzz. 3 more bolts whizzed through the air. The creature dodged nimbly, its dinosaur-like head adorned with frog-like ears quivering in agitation. A piercing shriek erupted from its throat as it charged toward the hotel. Chapter 8. Hell on Earth with a cacophony. The white-skinned creature's razor-sharp claws effortlessly tore through the exterior wall of the Shanghai hotel, sending chunks of debris flying as it ascended toward the top floor, intent on eliminating the human who dared to provoke it. Jiangzhe peered out, inhaling deeply as he retrieved a windproof lighter. With a roar, flames engulfed the sofa and bed within the room, thick smoke billowing forth. Jiangzhe retreated cautiously to the corridor, his gaze fixed on the window, through the flames, a Molotov cocktail of fire in his right hand. Jiangzhe, that monster is climbing up? Suddenly, Zhou Qi and Zhang Lan burst from the adjacent room, their faces pale, clearly having witnessed the massacre in the square. "But if you don't want to die, get out of here," Jiangzhe barked. Zhou Qi hesitated briefly, but was swiftly pulled away by Zhang Lan as they disappeared into the stairwell. Amidst the crackling flames, a series of thuds resonated. Two tentacles surged through the window, their tips resembling flat pyramids. Then, a grotesque head emerged, its gaping maw lined with serrated teeth glistening with flesh. Short, thick forearms clung to the window ledge, and blood-red, elongated eyes fixated on the interior of the guest room. This creature possessed poor vision. "Hey, you foolish beast, look over here! Come on!" Jiangzhe shouted. With a thunderous crash, the 2-meter-tall, grayish-white form smashed through the window, agilely landing on the floor, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. The full form of the white-skinned creature was revealed, its muscular hind legs thicker than a man's waist, 2 tentacles swaying in the air behind it, its lion-like body drenched in blood. The creature landed. Jiangzhe hurled the Molotov cocktail at it, flames erupting as gasoline engulfed the monster. Instantly, the creature let out a high-pitched wail and charged toward Jiangzhe, who had already sprinted toward the end of the corridor. The sound of destruction followed as the creature's massive frame crashed through the doorframe, scattering debris in its wake. Weighing over 2,000 kilograms, the creature bore an overwhelming force. Thud! 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 The corridor floor trembled under the weight of the white-skinned beast as it barreled forward. Jiangzhe pressed his lips together and ran, not daring to glance back. The sound of the creature's pursuit echoed behind him, and he could already smell the foul stench emanating from its body. It felt as though he was dancing on the edge of a razor. At the end of the corridor hung a large oil painting. 10 meters, 5 meters. The wind from the creature's approach grew ever closer. In a flash, Jiangzhe executed a sliding maneuver, narrowly evading the sweeping tentacle that nearly grazed his scalp. Thud! Jiangzhe's feet landed heavily against the wall, and with a crisp mechanical sound, a metallic ball penetrated the painting, unfurling into a net. This was a trap Jiangzhe had previously set, specifically designed to ensnare the white-skinned creature. The creature, unable to evade, became ensnared mid-air, crashing heavily against the wall. Jiangzhe rolled away, rising to reveal a crossbow poised to strike at the creature, which struggled against the wall. Bang! 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 The massive bolts, powered by elastic steel plates, shot forth with lightning speed, with a sickening thud. The bolt pierced through the creature's skin, embedding itself deeply. Though to the creature, it was merely a minor wound that black-purple blood sprayed forth as the injured creature opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening shriek and thrashing violently. Its tentacles flailed wildly. Bang! 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 One after another, crossbows appeared before Jiangzhe, their specially crafted bolts raining down upon the white-skinned creature against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the final blow sent the creature crashing through the wall into a spacious conference room. Observing the creature, now resembling a porcupine, Jiangzhe wiped the sweat from his brow. Exhaling a breath he had been holding, it took a total of 15 crossbows and 45 bolts to bring this monster to its knees. With a decisive movement, Jiangzhe drew a military knife, cautiously approaching the creature as still formed through the hole in the wall. As he gazed at the quiet white-skinned creature, he halted, his mind whirring. With a thought, a canister of liquid nitrogen appeared. Donning gloves, he poured it over the creature's body. With a sudden jolt, the seemingly lifeless creature thrashed violently, revealing its ruse, an act that had likely doomed countless individuals in this apocalyptic world. In less than 10 seconds, the liquid nitrogen froze the creature into a solid mass. Only then did Jiangzhe feel secure enough to advance, placing his right foot upon the creature's head. Exposing its jaw, there lay a circular membrane the size of an apple, resembling snake skin. This was the creature's sole vulnerability. With a swift thrust, the military knife plunged into the weak spot. Jiangzhe retrieved a pearl-like crystal, the size of soybean. Gazing at it with a smile that illuminated his face, he had acquired the key to transcendence, a full 4 years earlier than in his previous life. In Jinshan City, situated across a bay from Nanjing City, the night deepened. Within the urban area, a basketball arena had been repurposed as a temporary refuge. Originally designed to accommodate 20,000 individuals, it now overflowed with nearly 100,000 displaced souls. Most were elderly, women, and children. Numerous volunteers busily navigated the crowd, distributing limited food and medicine to the ailing. Outside the gymnasium, throngs of individuals clamored to enter, only to be met by soldiers at the entrance. Please do not push. The inside is already full. Hold on a little longer. The next batch of winter clothing and food will arrive soon. At the entrance, a middle-aged officer wielded a megaphone, his hoarse voice attempting to soothe the restless crowd. Please give me a blanket, officer. I beg you. A boy with frostbitten lips struggled forward, pleading earnestly. The officer regarded the boy and, without hesitation, tore off his own blanket, tossing it to him. Thank you. The boy wrapped the blanket around himself. Nodding gratefully, the officer waved wearily, turning to re-enter the gymnasium. In the dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by a single emergency light, a cry rang out. Help! Suddenly, the gymnasium erupted like a boiling cauldron, filled with piercing screams that reverberated throughout the space. Chaotic footsteps echoed as an officer's expression shifted alarmingly, prompting him to rush towards the entrance. Just as his hands grasped the thick door curtain, a tremendous force flung open the double iron doors with a resounding crash. The officer was caught off guard, his forehead colliding with the doorframe, sending him staggering backward for 2 meters, momentarily incapacitated. Help! There's a monster! A throng of people surged forth from the entrance, akin to a faucet turned wide open. Countless individuals pouring out of the gym, their faces etched with sheer terror on the ground. The officer could barely discern the cacophony of gunfire, screams, and wails merging into a deafening chorus before a foot struck his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. The officer awoke, unsteadily rising to his feet. The entire gymnasium was unsettlingly quiet. Cautiously, he pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he froze, his body paralyzed by shock. Then, with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees at the threshold, letting out a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the desolate arena. Inside the venue, countless corpses lay scattered, dismembered limbs and torrents of blood staining the walls, aisles, and seats. A True Hell on Earth. Chapter 9. Erroneous Intelligence at the Top of the Starsea Hotel. With a sharp snap, Jiangja suppressed the urge to swallow the crystal core. Placing it into a box and storing it in a dimensional space. The crystal core required energy purification to eliminate the genetic toxins within. Consuming it directly would mutate one's organs into monstrous forms. In this apocalyptic era, every extraordinary individual could awaken two extraordinary abilities. One as their primary focus, and the other as a supplementary skill. Human abilities were categorized into three major systems. 1. The physical system, aimed at enhancing physical potential, significantly boosting strength, speed, and reflexes. 2. The psychic system, encompassing various psychic manipulations such as fire, water control, plant growth, earth manipulation, metal control, and the rare spatial abilities. 3. The mental system, which developed human mental faculties, granting formidable cognitive and telepathic capabilities. Extraordinary individuals in this apocalyptic world typically prioritize their first awakened ability as their main focus, later supplementing it with another power. Before his rebirth, Jiangja had awakened the exceedingly rare spatial ability from the psychic system, a rarity, yet not overwhelmingly powerful. His spatial ability was merely a slight enhancement over ordinary humans. The psychic system was rather awkward in this new world. For instance, a first-tier fire user could only conjure a small flame for cooking a bowl of noodles, while a first-tier water user could produce pure water that could quench thirst. The first-tier metal user could only marginally strengthen their punches and enhance the purity of metals. In contrast, Jiangja's spatial ability allowed for the storage of supplies, earning him the affectionate nickname Jiang Mom among his teammates. Such abilities were clearly ill-suited for combat. The psychic system was not inherently weak. To truly harness its potential, one needed to reach at least the second tier. Therefore, primary psychic system users, much like seasoned practitioners of traditional medicine, became increasingly valuable with time. For example, a second-tier fire user could raise the temperature of flames, enabling them to envelop their body and weapons in fire, while possessing more psychic energy for prolonged combat. Having awakened the spatial ability within the psychic system, Jiangja planned to establish a resource-gathering zone, investigating the properties of the crystal core in his possession before opting for the physical system as his primary extraordinary ability. The reasoning was simple. The physical system would grant newly awakened individuals a terrifying enhancement in strength, reflexes, and speed. A first-tier physical system user would experience a 3- to 4-fold increase in physical capabilities, while a second-tier user could achieve 6 to 8 times the enhancement, and a third-tier user 14 to 16 times, with variations depending on individual physique. And no longer would they be akin to helpless chicks at the mercy of slaughter. Thus, primary physical system users became the backbone of resistance against the pale-skinned beings during the early days of the apocalypse. Jiangja had meticulously charted his path for future extraordinary evolution, focusing on the physical system while supplementing it with spatial abilities. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Jiangja swiftly stowed away the pale-skinned corpse. "Jiangja, are you all right?" came the trembling voice of Zhou Qi from a short distance away, who stood at a wall breach, gripping a table leg tightly as he stared in shock. "Go back. This is not your concern." Jiangja narrowed his eyes, responding coolly, "I didn't hear anything, and I thought you might have encountered trouble. So I wanted to help." Zhou Qi replied, somewhat dazed. "Did you not see that monster? You think a table leg will do anything? If you want to live, get lost." With an air of impatience, Jiangja sheathed his knife. Okay, I'll be careful." Zhou Qi nodded frantically before retreating down the corridor. Jiangja remained silent. He wished to keep the secret of his spatial abilities hidden, at least for a month or two. The apocalypse was on the brink of its most challenging phase, and should others discover the resources he possessed, it would lead to endless trouble. Once Zhou Qi's footsteps faded, the pale-skinned corpse, reminiscent of a hedgehog, reappeared. With a determined effort, Jiangja began to withdraw the crossbow arrows lodged within it. Huffing heavily, he realized that after a dozen attempts, fatigue began to weigh down his arms. Just as he stretched his back, a low, ominous whistle sliced through the in the blink of an eye. Jiangja bent forward to dodge. Yet he was still a fraction too late. A white tendril, like a steel whip, lashed against his arm. causing a spurt of blood to spray forth. "How many are there?" Jiang shouted in fury while airborne in the meeting room. A smaller pale-skinned creature nudged the corpse of its fallen counterpart with its head. "Damn it! How can there be two?" Jiang's face paled. The intelligence had been utterly wrong. The pale-skinned creature in Nanjiang was not solitary. There was a female as well. The female pale-skinned creature ceased its movements, crunching down on the back of the deceased male with its tendrils, devouring it. Jiang's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The tendrils on the pale-skinned creature's back were not only agile weapons, but also reproductive organs highly valued in the apocalypse. It was said they could transform certain unsavory gentlemen into James-like figures, a favorite among the elite. With a hiss, the female, pale-skinned creature, its maw dripping with dark purple blood, slowly turned its head towards Jiang. Its ears, resembling skeletal fans, perked up in an instant. Jiang sprang up from the ground, darting towards the opening, while a steel plate slammed shut behind him. The next moment, a piercing, scratching sound reverberated as the pale-skinned creature's claws struck the steel. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, escaping the confines of the meeting room. Silence fell within the meeting room. Jiang drew a crossbow, taking aim at the corridor's end. The wound on his arm caused involuntary twitches at the corners of his mouth. Yet he dared not relax. The pale-skinned creature's relentless assaults were unforgiving. It would never retreat voluntarily. Drip! A drop of blood fell onto the corridor carpet. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted from the adjacent guest room as the pale-skinned creature's claws pierced through the door. Lunging towards Jiang, he executed a backward roll to evade the strike. The pale-skinned creature burst through the door, pursuing him relentlessly. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 arrows released from the crossbow echoed as they sped towards the creature with blinding speed. The arrows were deflected, embedding themselves into the wall. Jiang had no time to retract the crossbow. With a metallic clang, it was reduced to a pile of scrap by the creature's claws. Jiang felt a pang of regret. These crossbows had been hastily prepared, with only over 500 units made. Each loss was significant, especially before humanity's industrial capabilities were restored. Steel plates and crossbows, Jiang continued to attack and retreat, pushing the combat capabilities of a first-tier spatial user to its limits. Yet he was still unable to inflict severe damage upon the creature. Without the cooperation of other extraordinary individuals, it was exceedingly difficult for a first-tier user to single-handedly defeat a pale-skinned creature. Chapter 10. Exploiting the bug at the Starsea Hotel. Jiang gripped the crossbow tightly, fixated on the door. The battle between man and beast had descended to the lower floor, and a fresh wound on his thigh oozed blood steadily. During the fray, the creature's claws had sliced him open, exposing muscle beneath. The pain made cold sweat bead on Jiang's forehead. But he could not afford to let his guard down. He feared a sneaky attack from the pale-skinned creature at any moment. The agony in his arms and thigh intensified, darkness creeping into his vision. He was losing too much blood. Was he truly reaching his limit this time? Jiang, filled with determination, swiftly retrieved a hemostatic gel. Applying it to the wounds on his thigh and arm. Gritting his teeth, he produced a crystal nucleus from his spatial storage. After much hesitation, he unceremoniously tossed the nucleus into his mouth, washing it down with generous swigs of white liquor. The taste was distinctly pungent, yet the liquor served to mask the flavor effectively, making it the ideal companion for such a consumption. All his hopes rested on this singular crystal nucleus. Swallowing it whole would inevitably lead to unpredictable mutations within his body. But at this juncture, he found himself devoid of choices. If the white-skinned beast could not be slain, all would be in vain. Becoming slightly disfigured seemed a small price to pay for survival. Should he awaken a physique-type ability during the second transformation, his chances of enduring would increase significantly. This was a gamble. As the burning sensation of the liquor subsided, an even fiercer heat surged within his stomach, igniting like a flame. Jiang gritted his teeth against the discomfort, only to be overtaken by a wave of tearing pain that coursed through his entire being. The agony was akin to having a chunk of flesh wrenched from his body by iron pincers. A groan escaped his lips involuntarily. Suddenly, the wall beside him bulged outward, bricks flying like projectiles. The excruciating pain momentarily dulled his reflexes, and by the time he comprehended the danger, A gaping maw loomed before him. In that critical moment, a thick steel pipe was thrust into his path. Sparks flew as the white-skinned creature's jagged teeth clashed against the pipe, the tremendous force sending Jiang hurtling backward. He nearly lost his breath from the impact. The creature, having bitten through the steel pipe, found itself stuck and was thrashing its head wildly. The searing pain began to dissipate, and Jiang struggled to rise. His mind racing. Damn it, despite his countless thoughts, he had never anticipated that he would awaken the power of spatial energy, the rarest of all psychic abilities, twice in succession. The odds seemed impossible, akin to never winning a lottery. Jiang concentrated, feeling an inexplicable energy coalesce in his hands. Soon, a half-meter-long, semi-transparent, slightly curved spatial blade materialized, the hilt formed by his palm. The most formidable aspect of spatial energy lay in its unparalleled cutting power. It exploited the instability at the boundary of the prime and dimensional spaces, producing destruction far beyond ordinary physical cutting. The situation left no room for further deliberation. Jiang's eyes hardened with resolve. "Come on, let's see who's tougher," he roared, charging at the white-skinned beast. After a couple of strides, a steel plate manifested before him. With a thunderous crash, the steel plate collided with the creature. Jiang bellowed as he braced against the plate, pushing back relentlessly. Fortunately, in the confined space, the creature's massive form struggled to navigate around the plate, its claws scraping against it with a screeching sound. Jiang was drenched in cold sweat, watching as deep claw marks began to mar the steel. If this continued, it would soon penetrate the plate, which was merely an inch thick. That moment, two of the creature's tentacles reached over the top of the steel plate. Jiang grinned, having awaited this opportunity. With a swift motion, he swung the spatial blade, severing the tentacles in a spray of blood, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. It was akin to inflicting a wound on a man's most sensitive area, causing even the white-skinned beast to instinctively recoil. Seizing the moment, Jiang leaped onto the creature's back, using the bed's edge as a springboard. The steel plate was instantly thrust aside by the struggling creature, and Jiang seized its neck. Deprived of its tentacles, he had become its vulnerable spot. With his right hand wielding the spatial blade, he plunged it into the creature's sole weakness, with a sickening squelch. Dark purple blood erupted forth as the creature swayed violently before collapsing heavily, overturning the bed. Panting, Jiang sat upon the ground, glancing at the fallen beast. Suddenly, he began to feel over his body. Perplexed. After a moment, his expression turned strange. Where were the anticipated mutations? With rising suspicion, he unbuckled his belt to inspect his manhood, finding it intact, robust, and pleasing to the eye. Upon further reflection, he realized that in the 5 years of the apocalypse, he had never heard of anyone who could swallow a crystal nucleus without facing the consequences of bodily mutation. Either their arms transformed into claws, their legs into hooves, or their bodies became hairless. Could this be related to his rebirth? After much contemplation, Jiang could only attribute his peculiarities to this second chance at life. With a sigh of relief, he retrieved the crystal nucleus from the white-skinned beast. Since there were no immediate side effects from swallowing the first, why not try again? Gazing at the nucleus in his hand, an impulsive thought took root. Moments later, with a fierce determination, Jiang tossed the nucleus into his mouth and washed it down with more white liquor. In the apocalypse, crystal nuclei were an exceptionally valuable strategic resource. Each nucleus could create a superhuman. If anyone were to discover that he had consumed a third crystal nucleus, they would undoubtedly berate him as a prodigal fool. For no one had ever awakened a third extraordinary ability. This was a restriction rooted in biological genetics, not mere luck that a wave of sour, ripping pain surged through him once more. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the ground as he pounded his fists against the floor. The agony was so intense that he could only distract himself through this physical release with a powerful punch. He shattered the sturdy floor tiles, momentarily stunned as he stared at his fist. He felt his abdominal muscles, which had transformed from a single block into 8 distinct segments. The once feeble physique had become robust. It was no wonder that physique-type crystal nuclei were colloquially referred to as the ultimate muscle-enhancing elixir in the apocalypse. With a fierce strike, Jiang created a deep pit in the wall. the cracked bricks resembling the aftermath of a massive hammer blow. Damn it, he exclaimed, exhilaration surging within him that IT was truly different now. Following his rebirth, not only had he escaped the side effects, but he had also shattered the ironclad rule that superhumans could awaken only twice. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiangzhe began to wreak havoc upon the furniture within the room. He had awakened the physique-type ability, and the enhancement had quadrupled. What he had failed to achieve in 5 years of the apocalypse was accomplished in a single night. The tearing sensation throughout his body faded, replaced by an unmistakable surge of power residing within his muscles. With each punch, he commanded the room, sending door panels flying like mere scraps of paper. The exhaustion from his prior battle with the white-skinned beast dissipated entirely. Jiangzhe laughed heartily as he admired his fists. I end this apocalypse. He would no longer live in a state of insignificance. Akin to mere dust, outside the urban area of Nanjian, alongside the G58 highway, a cohort of fully armed police and soldiers stood vigil, scanning the surroundings. Among them, Xiaoyu licked her parched lips, occasionally glancing toward the direction of Nanjian. Not far off, 3 military bulldozers lined up in formation, clearing the accumulated snow from the road. Behind the bulldozers trailed a convoy of armored vehicles, and further back, an endless sea of people trudged along. Heads bowed and expressions blanked. In the opposite direction, the main battle tanks and self-propelled artillery of the Great Xia army stirred up snowflakes as they advanced toward Nanjian. The rumble of machinery echoed above, where a formation of armed helicopters flew swiftly overhead. Xiaoyu, why are we relocating at such a late hour? A female officer beside her inquired softly. I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem like a rescue operation with so much heavy weaponry. Xiaoyu replied, furrowing her brow as she observed the thundering tanks. Just yesterday morning, the police and military had received orders to expedite the evacuation of civilians from the designated shelter to the outskirts of the city. Yet, this scene appeared less like a relocation and more like a desperate escape. A shadow of unease and foreboding settled over Xiaoyu as she suddenly recalled the mention of invulnerable monsters in an anonymous post. Chapter 11. No one wants to die. Snow fell heavily to the top floor of the Star Sea Hotel. Within a guest room, a pot of rib soup simmered on the gas stove. Bubbling away, steam billowed into the air as Jiangzhe retrieved a piece of rib, gnashing his teeth and devouring it with fervor. It had been a day since he had slain 2 white-skinned creatures. According to the original plan, Jiangzhe intended to depart immediately. However, the wounds on his body prompted him to linger an additional day. At most, just one more day, because the next wave of white-skinned beings would soon arrive. In even greater numbers, the surface would inevitably become a battleground for the white-skinned entities and the mutated wild creatures. Should he encounter them again, 1 could be managed, but 2 would necessitate a hasty retreat. With a satisfying pat on his stomach, Jiangzhe stood up after finishing the last of the rib, his injuries on his arms and thighs already scabbed over. The physical prowess of a transcendent being far exceeded that of ordinary humans, allowing for swift healing. Just 2 minutes later, fully armed, Jiangzhe stepped out of his room and was met with the acrid scent of smoke. In another room, Zhang and Zhou Qi sat huddled around a bonfire. The wooden bed that once furnished the room reduced to firewood. Zhang appeared lost in thought, while Zhou Qi silently perused a book. It was no wonder he was attending Hucking University. He was undoubtedly a scholar, still studying even in the apocalypse. In the next moment, Zhou Qi ripped a page from the book and cast it into the flames. Why burn it? Jiangzhe inquired, prompting the 2 to rise awkwardly. Faced with Jiangzhe, a ruthless killer, they struggled to maintain their composure. It's useless, Zhou Qi replied with a bitter smile, raising the book in his hand. A textbook on electrical engineering that Jiangzhe could not comprehend. Generators, fans, water purification equipment, water supply and lighting, as well as electric control systems for access. Can you get any of this operational? Jiangzhe suddenly asked Zhou Qi, envisioning a self-sufficient survival system. It's simple. But without power, nothing can be done, Zhou Qi responded, shaking his head. Hang in there, it might prove useful. Heaven always leaves a way out, Jiangzhe encouraged, giving Zhou Qi a reassuring pat on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. Both looked increasingly haggard, their faces smeared with soot. Zhang Lan, once plump, now exhibited a distinct loss of luster and elasticity in her skin. Jiangzhe, do you think the military will come to rescue us? Zhang Lan asked, inching closer, her gaze fixed on him that if all goes as expected, they one-teeth the entire world, including Xia, is blanketed in snow. There are too many people to save. I don't want to die. I still have so much money, Zhang Lan lamented, tears spilling forth. Nobody wishes for death, Jiangzhe replied, producing a piece of bread from his backpack, frozen solid like stone, and handed it to Zhou Qi. Tend to the fire. Don't fall ill. Being sick now is tantamount to losing half your life. After issuing his command, he turned to leave. Zhang Lan's eyes widened as she reached out to snatch the bread. No, Jiangzhe seized her hair and shoved her to the ground, startling Zhou Qi. Did I say I was giving it to you? Jiangzhe glared down at Zhang Lan, who quivered, unable to voice a response under his icy gaze. Just as Jiangzhe was about to depart, Zhang Lan spread her arms to block his path. Big brother, I know you are capable. I still have my body. You can have whatever you want. Please, save me. With that, she grasped Jiangzhe's hand, attempting to place it against her chest. Unnecessary. Jiangzhe forcefully pushed her away and strode out. From behind, Zhang Lan's sobs echoed in the quiet corridor. When Jiangzhe reached the first floor of the building, he found 4 bonfires still burning. The once opulent hotel lobby had devolved into a pitch-black void, the air thick with a pungent, smoky aroma. Scattered around the bonfires were over 100 individuals, some sitting, others lying down. Upon seeing Jiangzhe, a woman stumbled forward, cradling a child of about 2 years old. Little brother, please share something to eat. The child hasn't eaten in 2 days. I beg you. The child, parched, opened his mouth to cry, but emitted only a hoarse sound. Jiangzhe scrutinized the child's lips, now turning purple, and felt his forehead, which burned with fever. He shook his head. He won't survive. Did you give him melted snow water? The woman nodded. He is incredibly thirsty. I had no choice but to melt the snow in my mouth and feed it to him. Jiangzhe stared at her. Did you drink it too? Yes. With that, Jiangzhe shoved the woman aside and continued towards the exit. He had no desire to save her, nor could he. The snow water contained a genetic virus that could induce mutations in humans, bloodthirsty, frenzied, and highly aggressive. While the crystal nucleus of the white-skinned beings facilitated humanity's evolution to a higher form, this virus reduced humans to savage beasts. Children under 10 who consumed the snow water would have their bodily functions destroyed, leaving little chance of survival. Stop right there. At that moment, 3 middle-aged men wielding baseball bats blocked Jiangzhe's path. Sensing the tension, the crowd near the bonfire quickly retreated. We won't make it difficult for you. You can leave, but leave the bag. The bearded man in front pointed to the backpack on Jiangzhe's back. Jiangzhe regarded the 3 coldly, knowing that relinquishing his bag would only complicate matters. In a time like this, stealing food equated to endangering lives. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe drew the military knife from his thigh. The men, intimidated by his presence, stepped back in fear, exchanging glances before they reluctantly advanced. Half. We only want half of the food. The lead man hesitated before speaking. Jiangzhe ignored him and turned to leave. Get him. He doesn't look hungry. He must have supplies, if we're going to die. Let us not go down as starving ghosts, the man behind shouted, and with a whoosh, the baseball bat descended toward Jiangzhe's head with lethal intent. Awakening his physical abilities, Jiangzhe's strength, speed, and reflexes surged to 4 times that of an average person. The seemingly formidable swing revealed numerous flaws to him. In an instant, he bent low, not bothering to look back, and braced against the descending arm. The bat swung harmlessly through the air. The crowd gasped as Jiangzhe's military knife pierced the man's throat, blood spurting forth. The man dropped the bat, clutching his throat desperately as blood gushed between his fingers. The other 2, who had just raised their bats, froze in terror at the lightning-quick brutality. As they turned to flee, Jiangzhe's blade had already slashed through their throats. The only sound in the hall was the gurgling of blood. The woman, who had been preparing to approach, paled and slowly retreated. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it. Jiangzhe's gaze swept across the surrounding individuals, none daring to meet his eyes, all hastily averting their gaze. After a brief moment of silence, he exited the lobby. The heavy snowfall continued to fall, shrouding the bodies of the recently deceased, The bonfires in the square had extinguished, and no one dared to relight them. Jiang Zhe trudged through the snow, which reached his thighs, heading toward Shanghai Square. His nearly fourfold strength allowed him to navigate the snow with relative ease. In a room on the second floor of the Shanghai Hotel, Li Dan remained fixated on Jiang Zhe's retreating figure. This guy doesn't seem to be lacking food. Indeed, just days ago he was feasting on stewed meat. I wanted some, and he slapped me. Another voice chimed in, he must be hiding something good. If you find it, make sure to share. An elderly woman nodded in agreement. No problem. Chapter 12. You know nothing of the apocalypse. Jiang Zhe inhaled deeply, resting his sunglasses atop his forehead. The first-tier physical realm proved far more practical for survival in the apocalypse. The round trip of half an hour had hardly taxed him, but he had stored the life detector at the riverbank in the dimensional space. The matter in Nanjiang had been resolved. It was time to depart. Creak. As Jiang Zhe pushed open the door to the top-floor stairwell, his foot paused mid-step. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. At least 15 individuals, desperately trying to suppress their noise. Kid, everyone is starving, and yet you're living so well. And no wonder you don't go for the airdrop supplies. A voice called from the corridor. Li Dan and a group of over 10 people surged from the guest rooms, including the girls who had previously stolen Zhang Lan's down jacket, each armed with short knives. That a box of instant noodles and ham was discarded on the floor. Zhou Qi and Zhang Lan, both bruised and battered, were being held against the wall by force. Jiang Zhe, run! Zhou Qi shouted, but the sound was abruptly cut off as someone slapped him across the face. Run, Jiang Zhe, he said in ambush. Zhou Qi's mouth trickled blood, yet he continued to shout hoarsely. The man holding him became enraged, pressing a dagger against Zhou Qi's throat. Speak again, and I'll let you bleed out. Zhou Qi feigned indifference, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I would rather perish than become like you. Did a glint of menace flickered in the man's eyes as he commanded. Zhou Qi, do not speak. Heed my words. Jiang Zhe interjected, halting the MNAT that moment. Hurried footsteps echoed from behind as the door to the stairwell swung open, revealing 15 men brandishing axes, kitchen knives, and daggers. Jiang Zhe found himself cornered in the corridor. With a swift motion, a military knife appeared in Jiang Zhe's hand. Li Dan, are you truly certain you wish to proceed this way? It may not be I who meets my demise. Think wisely. Li Dan stepped forward 2 paces, his demeanor relaxed. Believing Jiang Zhe to be ensnared like a fish in a barrel, I vowed to ensure the survival of my brothers. Jiang Zhe. If you merely produce the hidden provisions, everything can be amicably resolved today. I am aware of your prowess. Otherwise, Suanzi and the others would not have fallen at your hands. The world has transformed, and the authorities have abandoned us. Why not collaborate? Henceforth, you shall be my comrade, sharing in sustenance and companionship, rather than living like a dog. Moreover, your good brother Zhou Qi can continue to survive. Li Dan was quite the orator. It was no wonder so many chose to follow him. Jiang Zhe's gaze subtly drifted to Zhang Lan, who averted his eyes, clearly betraying Jiang Zhe and informing Li Dan of the incident involving the demise of 3 of Li Dan's young subordinates. Big brother, did you not assert that if you seized his possessions, you would expel him from the building? What caused you to change your mind? Before Jiang Zhe could respond, a panicked voice emerged from behind Li Dan, belonging to an elderly woman adorned with a large gold chain. Having lost considerable weight in just a few days, the chain around her neck had also vanished. Slap. The elderly woman barely approached before Li Dan struck her, sending her crashing into a corner. Have I not warned you? Jiang Zhe is a capable individual. Should you continue to chatter, I shall make you regret it. The woman, now cowering in the corner, feigned unconsciousness at the sight of Li Dan's ruthless glare. Enough of this charade, Jiang Zhe interjected, pointing at Zhou Qi. You and I are not allies. I shall take him and leave. You may continue to reign as the leader here. Let us act as if we have never crossed paths. At this, a murderous intent flashed in Li Dan's eyes. No negotiation, Jiang Zhe retorted. Besides, what is there to negotiate with you? Li Dan, I've slain more than 10 men of your ilk. Jiang Zhe scoffed, the conversation reaching an impasse, offering Li Dan no semblance of respect. Indeed, as Jiang Zhe's words fell, 30 burly men flanking the corridor raised their weapons, eager for confrontation. Li Dan, eyes lowered and fixed on Jiang, fell silent for a moment before suddenly gesturing. Brothers, sever his hands and feet. This man surely harbors secrets. Kill! A cacophony of battle cries erupted in the corridor as the men brandished axes and steel pipes. Their eyes bloodshot and faces twisted with madness. Rushing toward Jiang's in this apocalyptic world, every individual harbored the potential to become a demon. With a swift flick of his wrist, Jiangja unleashed a flurry of knife strikes. Advancing rather than retreating, charging toward Li Dan, his physical prowess surpassed that of 4 ordinary men, propelling him swiftly into the throng of adversaries. The corridor could accommodate only 4 combatants side by side. With a thud, the first man, caught off guard by Jiangja's speed, found his axe raised above him as Jiangja's shoulder crashed into his chest. A resounding crack echoed as the man spewed blood. Hurtling 2 meters through the in the blink of an eye, Jiangja's military knife pierced the man's throat, simultaneously hooking his left arm to catch the descending steel pipe, pushing 2 others against the wall. With 2 swift strikes, blood gushed from the necks of the 2 men. Clang! Jiangja parried the descending steel pipe with his military knife, delivering an uppercut that sent the last man sprawling. Blood mixed with teeth, spraying forth. In under 3 seconds, the 4 adversaries lay lifeless on the ground. Hiss! The remaining assailants halted in their tracks, collectively gasping in disbelief. Li Dan, his expression one of incredulity. Swallowed hard, retreating to the back of the crowd, he had endeavored to overestimate Jiangja's strength, only to realize he had woefully underestimated him. The recent display had been utterly absurd, akin to a scene from a film. The blade's movements were almost imperceptible. Over 20 of Li Dan's subordinates stared at him, calling out, "Boss," hoping he would offer a decisive course of action. The situation had grown awkward. Jiangja's combat prowess was overwhelming. Even if these 20 men were willing to sacrifice themselves, how many would remain unscathed? The atmosphere in the corridor shifted subtly. The previously boisterous group fell silent. Li Dan's expression shifted as he took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Jiangja, for the sake of my brothers' lives, let us forget the past. Leave the provisions behind, and you may go." Jiangja flicked the blood from his knife, glancing at the stains on his down jacket. Furrowing his brow in the dimensional space, there existed hundreds of thousands of winter coats. Yet after surviving in the apocalypse for so long, he was unaccustomed to soiling such fine clothing. Did I keep my word? If I say no provisions, then no provisions. Li Dan's face turned crimson with rage. Are you truly willing to risk it all? No, it is you who are courting death. Jiangja shook his head, perceiving Li Dan and his men as already deceased in his eyes. With a swift motion, a 9mm service pistol appeared in Li Dan's hand. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Jiangja. "Come on, let us see if your knife is swifter than my gun," Li Dan shouted vehemently. Jiangja frowned. A first-tier extraordinary individual could not withstand a bullet from a handgun. Even the strongest first-tier physical extraordinary would sustain injuries from a single shot. Only those who reached the second tier could endure a bullet. Jiangja sought to vacate the premises swiftly, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications at this critical juncture. "You stole a police gun?" "Indeed, and why not? I am bold enough to rob the police. Do you truly believe I would fear you? For the last time, lower your knife." Jiangja's right hand slackened, allowing the knife to droop. He finally understood why Li Dan had initially refrained from drawing his weapon. The latter was unwilling to waste ammunition. As the surrounding men relaxed, Jiangja, however, raised his left hand slowly. "You know nothing of the apocalypse. This is not your fault." Chapter 13. The undead are not normal in the corridor. You know nothing of the apocalypse. This is not your fault. The bewildering statement from Jiangja drew puzzled expressions from all present. In the next instant, a colossal steel plate descended, severing the corridor in two. Before anyone could react, a half-height crossbow materialized before Jiangja. Crafted from steel, its bolts as thick as a child's arm, glimmering ominously as they aimed at the 15 men behind. No. The plea for mercy had barely begun when the sound of steel bolts being released rang out. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bolts shot forth, spraying blood throughout the corridor. This weapon was designed specifically for dealing with the undead. When used against humans, it was akin to being struck by a 30mm cannon. The victims had no time to scream. In the blink of an eye, the 15 men were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies torn asunder by the immense kinetic force. The corridor's walls became drenched in crimson, resembling a pathway to hell. Bang, bang, bang. Only then did sounds emerge from the other side of the steel plate. Swish, the steel plate inexplicably vanished. The sight that lay beyond the plate caused Zhang Lan and the elderly woman to scream involuntarily, followed by a fit of dry heaving. Dan's hand trembled as he clutched the gun, slowly retreating in a mere 3 seconds. 15 men had been transformed into a grotesque scene of carnage. The pungent scent of blood assaulted everyone's senses. Clattering, someone, perhaps the first, dropped their weapon and fled. A dozen men dashed toward the stairs in a frenzy. Jiangzhe surged forward with even greater speed. The stairwell echoed with anguished cries before falling silent. Tap, tap, tap. Jiangzhe strolled back from the stairwell, as if on a leisurely walk, leaving no trace of the slaughter he had just committed. Dan did not flee. He had witnessed Jiangzhe's speed and knew there was no chance of escape. Those 10 men were proof. The opponent's capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Fleeing may only hasten his end. Especially at this moment. While others could run, he could not. In the past 2 days, Li Dan had lived quite well, amassing dozens of followers thanks to the gun he had stolen. He had finally tasted the sensation of being above others. His affluent female superior, valued at millions before the snowstorm, had crawled into his bed for a mere morsel of food. He did not despise the apocalypse. In fact, he secretly yearned for the world to remain in this state indefinitely. Li Dan believed he could become a king of Nanjing City. Now, everything was collapsing. Jiangzhe shattered all his fantasies. Jiangzhe, I concede I was blind earlier. I beg you to spare me. As he watched Jiangzhe approach slowly. Li Dan's face turned pale, retreating while stuttering his pleas, the gun raised above his head. He did not even dare to fire. Hand it over. Jiangzhe halted before him, and almost immediately, a handgun was extended towards him. Observing the firearm in his hands, Jiangzhe inspected it meticulously, noting that the magazine still contained 5 bullets. In this apocalyptic world, such a weapon was only useful within the confines of fortified zones. In the wilderness, it could scarcely kill a mutated snow hare. Those endowed with physical prowess wielded firearms with calibers exceeding 13 millimeters. Jiangzhe had even witnessed extraordinary individuals employing modified handguns with a caliber of 30 millimeters. A single shot from such a weapon was akin to that of a cannon. Jiangzhe, spare me. I possess supplies located in the warehouse on the 2nd floor. I will give you the key. Li Dan, standing nearby, pleaded once more. You wish to live? Yes. I want to live. Li Dan nodded fervently, his face contorted into an unappealing grimace. You shall not live. I am not a good person, and I despise the wicked. Bang! Amidst the faint scent of gunpowder, a gaping hole appeared in Li Dan's forehead, his eyes wide open as he fell straight down. Jiangzhe glanced at the 3 individuals frozen in the hallway before turning back to his room and retrieving a backpack. Zhou Qi approached, though he kept his eyes closed, unable to bear the sight of the corpses strewn across the corridor. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe thrust a handgun into Zhou Qi's hands. Do you know how to use this? Zhou Qi inspected the weapon, but I don't know how to shoot a handgun. Shooting a handgun is quite simple. Here, let me teach you. Safety, sight alignment, the triangle method. Just shoot blindly. There's no secret to it. The more you practice, the more accurate you will become. Subsequently, Jiangzhe knelt before Zhang Lan and the old woman, his gaze steady as he regarded them. Brother, I was wrong that it was foolish of me to inform Li Dan about your affairs. By the way, this vile woman was the one who accused you of killing those 3. The old woman clasped her hands in prayer, not forgetting to trample on Zhang Lan's foot. I had no choice. If I did not speak, they would have killed me. Jiangzhe, spare me. Zhang Lan wept openly. Brother Jiang, why not let them go? They had no other options. Zhou Qi, feeling pity, spoke up, attempting to defend them. With a single utterance of Brother Jiang, Zhou Qi seemed to be ready to cling to Jiangzhe's favor. Zhou Qi, if you had food just now, did you consider the consequences? Jiangzhe inquired calmly. I suppose the food would have been taken by that Li Dan, and then I would starve. Zhou Qi reluctantly articulated the grim outcome. Jiangzhe drew out a military knife. Thus, conversely speaking, it would be entirely justified for me to eliminate the two of them. No, no. Jiangzhe, I was mistaken. I only wish to survive. Zhang and the old woman clung to Jiangzhe's legs, pleading desperately. Huh? Jiangzhe laughed, his tone chillingly rational. You wish to survive, so others must perish. I truly understand. His understanding was eerie, his smile devoid of warmth that I will never dare again. Please spare me. The old woman, desperate, sought another excuse to beg for her life. Jiangzhe remained silent, rising to firmly clasp Zhou Qi's hand and the gun together, indifferent to his struggles. Zhou Qi, have you come to a realization? You witnessed what just transpired. For them to live, you must die. When one errs, one must face the consequences. Admitting guilt necessitates punishment. He slowly raised the gun. Please, no. Zhou Qi gazed at the two women clutching their legs in agony. His complexion drained as he averted his eyes. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of gunfire mingled with their screams. Zhou Qi opened his eyes to see Zhang Lan and the old woman's thighs drenched in crimson, both wailing in torment. With a thud, a backpack and a snowboard were thrust into Zhou Qi's arms. The entire Daxia is no longer safe. Flee from Nanjing at once. Inside, you will find a map and provisions. If you can escape Nanjing alive, proceed to the location indicated on the map. There lies your chance for survival. Do not inquire. You will understand upon arrival. Should you perish along the way, it is simply not your fate. Remember this crucial point. Do not drink the snow water. If you do, take a knife to your own throat. Upon finishing, Jiangzhe tossed aside a utility knife and turned to descend the stairs. Whether to kill them or not, that decision rests with you. His voice faded. Jiangzhe's figure vanished from sight. Click! He opened the anti-theft door on the second floor. Within a warehouse the size of standard guest room, a considerable stockpile of supplies was stacked. Clothing, instant noodles, rice, emergency food packages. These were all items scavenged and pilfered by Li Dan, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Jiangzhe cleared out everything and exited the Xinghai Hotel building. He set down the snowboard, strapped to his back. Brother Jiang. Suddenly, Zhou Qi's voice rang out at the hotel entrance. He had descended while Jiangzhe was gathering supplies. Observing the glinting utility knife in Zhou Qi's possession, Jiangzhe surmised that he had likely failed to execute the two women. Remember, travel with utmost haste. The faster you move, the greater your chance of survival. Jiangzhe uttered this line before strapping on the snowboard. Boom! A heavy sound erupted behind him at the hotel entrance as the contorted bodies of Zhang Lan and the old woman lay in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid seeping out beneath them, soon to freeze into ice. Zhou Qi, unable to bear it, turned away. I end this world. It is the living who are deemed abnormal. Very well, if one need not kill with a knife. There are still ways. Swish! Jiangzhe lowered his snow goggles, the snowboard kicking up a flurry of snowflakes as he surged forth towards the outskirts of Nanjing. Brother Jiang, where are you going? Zhou Qi called from behind. To find a base, to survive there. Life passes swiftly as Zhou Qi watched. Jiangzhe's figure disappeared into the swirling snow. Chapter 14. Feared or insecurity. Beijing, the capital of Daxia, serves as the epicenter of the nation's economy. Politics and culture. It is also the most populous city, housing over 100 million residents. Within a clandestine underground conference room, a group of the highest-ranking officials in Daxia sat with grave expressions, listening intently to a general's report. On the projector screen, a post previously shared by Jiangzhe was displayed. Sir, the events described in this apocalyptic post have been corroborated at 3 distinct locations. The onset of the apocalypse, the emergence of monsters, and the heavy snowfall. Thus, we can now definitively ascertain its authenticity. In the center of the room, an elderly man contemplated the post projected before him for an extended period. Is it possible to locate this individual? Apologies, but the author posted anonymously, utilizing another person's account. Given the current circumstances, it is unlikely we can track them down, and their survival remains uncertain. However, I personally believe the chances of survival are relatively high, as they possess a significant informational advantage. That general beside the projector shared his perspective. What progress has been made in researching the monsters? The elderly man inquired. Has there been any word from the Academy of Sciences? At that moment, an image of the pale-skinned creature appeared on the projector. Sir, the United Nations expert team has essentially determined that the cold wave is a result of an unknown shift in the magnetic field. With humanity's current technology, it seems impossible to alter the existing climate conditions. According to statistics, yesterday, over 15,000 monsters emerged in coastal cities worldwide. The Academy of Sciences is currently unable to ascertain the origins of these creatures. But they have made two astonishing discoveries. Firstly, these monsters exhibit characteristics of silicon-based life forms. The environmental prerequisites for the evolution of such life forms are exceedingly stringent. With Blue Star's technology, we cannot surmise how such beings came into existence. Thus, their point of origin remains unknown. Secondly, through the dissection of a female monster, scientists discovered evidence of multi-fetal reproduction within its uterus. Consequently, based on the current population of monsters, it is estimated that there are still approximately 100,000 to 150,000 creatures that have not yet participated in the initial attack. Continue. Research indicates that these beasts possess an average weight exceeding 2,500 kilograms, with an average length of over 5 meters. Their biting force can exceed 5 tons, and they can reach speeds of over 3 seconds per 100 meters. Their muscle and skin tissue density is astonishing. Among our military's standard weaponry, only the 14.5 millimeter caliber heavy machine gun can barely penetrate their skin, and even then, it fails to inflict fatal damage. Moreover, the experts at the Academy of Sciences have identified a unique energy core within the brain of the pale-skinned creature, entirely different from any known energy forms on Blue Star. Hiss! Several elderly generals in the conference room inhaled sharply. The military matters will be handled by your team. What issues arise concerning the evacuation points and military deployment? Coastal cities have already begun urgent personnel evacuations, and various military districts will soon reach the defense zones. The evacuation points are being expanded at a rapid pace. The logistical support may prove challenging. Thus, we are racing against time. At this moment, the elderly man at the center gradually rose, surveying everyone present. Colleagues, this natural disaster has escalated to the level of national, ethnic, and species extinction. We bear the lives of 2 billion people upon our shoulders. Let's fight with all our might. There is nothing more to say. All actions must proceed according to plan. Daxia shall prevail. Daxia shall prevail. The sound of rustling leaves echoed along the ring road leading to Nanjing City, where an endless procession of vehicles was jammed together, rendering the entire circular route impassable. Countless towering trees succumbed to the weight of the snow, their branches snapping under the strain on either side of the highway. The silhouettes of high-rise buildings revealed glimpses of bed linens and large cardboard signs protruding from windows, emblazoned with black or red SOS messages. Columns of black smoke rose ominously within the city, transforming what was once a bustling thoroughfare into a scene frozen in time, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The once vibrant urban landscape lay ensconced in a blanket of white, enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the soft sound of falling snowflakes breaking the stillness. With a resigned sigh, Jiangzhe halted, gazing at the impassable road ahead, shaking his head in futility. Retracing his steps, he turned around on the ring road. The city was littered with vehicles haphazardly strewn about, nearly obscured by the accumulating snow. Luxury cars, Mercedes, BMWs, Ferraris, and Porsches, once symbols of status, now appeared as mere refuse, discarded carelessly. Many fuel caps had been violently pried open, indicating that those stranded had siphoned off the remaining gasoline. Jiangzhe cautiously navigated his snowboard, wary of slipping on the concealed cars and abandoned electric bikes and motorcycles. A moment's inattention could send him tumbling. Suddenly, as he turned off the ring road, his snowboard collided with the roof of a car buried beneath the snow. The impact sent him crashing against the door, the force so great that it flung it open. Cursing under his breath, he lamented his luck, acknowledging that his penchant for gambling had led him to this fate. Upon standing, he discovered a red BMW Z8 partially exposed beneath the snow, his snowboard's tip having penetrated the rear window. With a sense of resignation, he stowed his snowboard, realizing he would have to walk for a while, as the streets were nearly choked with abandoned vehicles. Neither the snowboard nor the snowmobile proved useful here. Just as he turned to leave, Jiangzhe's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of a girl. Her skin a ghastly shade of blue, sprawled in the driver's seat of the BMW. Her legs were grotesquely twisted, a clear indication that she had sustained injuries in a collision, ultimately succumbing to the cold before help could arrive. The Duke beheld Jiang's fierce gaze, a whimper escaping his throat. Let go of the Duke, the dog nudged against Jiang's pant leg. Jiang retrieved a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down until the 2-liter container was emptied. What an audacious venture, he exclaimed, donning his ski goggles. Let's go. With a puff, the Duke vanished from sight behind him. Jiang, with a sense of resignation, halted once more. The snow had accumulated beyond his thighs, rendering the Duke nearly invisible as he leapt into the snowdrift, only his head eventually surfacing. Damn it, I've rescued a true ancestor. While others have dogs pulling them, I'm the one pulling a dog. He produced a snowboarding plank, humorously binding the Duke to it, then secured it to his waist with a rope. After a sharp whistle, he charged into the vast whiteness. The Duke in tow point 100 kilometers outside of Nanjing City. Makeshift military camps stood resolutely amidst the endless snow. The G58 highway, the sole artery connecting Nanjing to the outside world, lay a mere 100 meters away. A dozen officers of the Great Xia Army observed the throngs of people along the highway, each brow furrowed in deep concern. Is this the last batch of residents being evacuated? A general inquired, tilting his head towards his aide. Yes, General. The final group from the resettlement points is right here. The aide responded, stepping forward to speak in hushed tones. What is the status of our weaponry? General, the situation is dire. We have only managed to bring over 100 heavy artillery pieces, and many wheeled heavy equipment is stranded due to the snow. Our heavy weaponry is unable to achieve precision strikes without satellite support. Additionally, adverse weather conditions have grounded many aircraft. Enough, go and urge them. The general waved a hand, halting his aide's report. After a moment of silence, he commanded, the orders have been dispatched, correct? We cannot afford to drink snowmelt. Add that to the wartime regulations. Yes, the aide quickly noted. General, could there be an error? We've examined those who consumed snowmelt, and they exhibited no abnormalities. On the contrary, those who drank it appear to be in better health. Food supplies are already critically low. If we cannot even secure water, I fear, a major step forward, voicing his concern, execute the orders. The higher-ups have their reasons that we must hold the line until this batch of residents is evacuated. Everyone, this time our adversary, is not human. Even if it costs us our lives, we must prevent those monsters from breaching Nanjing. We cannot let them enter Shangjing. Understood. Chapter 16. I never intended to be a hero after a day of arduous travel. Jiang and the Duke finally emerged from the bustling heart of Nanjing. The towering skyscrapers had given way to the modest structures of urban villages. Abandoned vehicles lined the roadside, including a police transport that had crashed into a wall, its front half embedded within the brick. Jiang untied the Duke's restraints. With a quick shake, the Duke bounded into the snow, marking his territory beside a car. Turning back, he sniffed as if pondering, what is this? Are you planning to return and claim your kingdom? Jiang chuckled, stowing away his snowboard. From this point, the buildings thinned significantly, and the open spaces along the highway expanded, providing ample room for snowmobiles to frolic. Finally relieved from the burden of dragging the Duke along, they sought a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey. Let us go. Jiang patted the Duke's head and stepped into a nearby 2-story building. The newly renovated structure stood empty, offering a greater chance of survival compared to the urban center. The primitive heating methods and ample supplies were sufficient for the former occupants to reach the official resettlement points alive. The room facing the street on the second floor was a spacious living area, adorned with a nearly 100-inch television, leather sofas, and carpet, indicative of a prosperous household. Yet, the wealth amassed over countless years had vanished overnight. The television and sofas were still encased in plastic, a testament to the owner's lingering hope of returning home after the snowstorm. Without needing to exert much effort, Jiang swung his axe, cleaving the wooden door and sofa. Soon, a roaring fire crackled to life, warming the once frigid room. On a rack, Jiang hung his damp undergarments and socks to dry, the pungent odor soon filling the air. However, he paid it no mind, as he and the Duke settled beside the fire to rest. Jiangzhe retrieved a 10-kilogram lamb chop, placing it over the flames to roast. The sizzling fat dripped onto the fire, intensifying the blaze. After sprinkling salt and cumin evenly over the lamb, he clapped his hands and said, "Duke, tonight's feast includes roasted lamb chops with carrots." This delicacy was once a luxury before the apocalypse. But now we can indulge. Tell me, am I living the good life, or what? Woof. The Duke raised his head, letting out a low grunt, seemingly in agreement. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of a helicopter echoed through the sky. Jiangzhe scraped the ice off the window, and amidst the snowfall, a flurry of paper descended from above. Opening the window, he grasped a palm-sized red notice. Urgent announcement. Residents stranded in Nanjing City are advised to leave immediately. Caution! Unknown creatures are hunting humans. The military has set up blocking positions and resettlement points 100 kilometers along the G58 highway. If you see this message, please evacuate Nanjing City promptly. The notice bore the insignia of the Great Xia Army's 3rd Military District. With a crack, Jiangzhe tore into the lamb, offering a piece to the Duke before devouring it alongside onions. The Duke, having finished his morsel, approached Jiangzhe with drool dripping down his chin, nudging his pant leg, eager for more. A carrot was tossed before the Duke, who sniffed it and pushed it back. "Damn it, the choice is yours. I can either butcher you or you can feast on the carrot." There was no specialized dog food prepared in this space, and even if there were, Jiangzhe had no intention of serving it in such a refined manner. A St. Bernard surviving on dog food in this apocalypse? One could argue it would be better suited for the mice. The Duke cast a pitiful glance at Jiangzhe, and upon seeing his stern expression, reluctantly licked the carrot before swallowing it with reluctance. In this post-apocalyptic world, fresh vegetables were more precious than gold. Many survivors, unable to obtain sufficient nutrition, fell victim to night blindness. Yet, such a condition was hardly a concern. Few ordinary individuals would dare venture out at night from the safety of their shelters. It was tantamount to courting death. Not only were there mutated animals, but all manner of dangers lurked. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the night. Jiangzhe swiftly pressed a hand over the Duke's mouth. "Shoo!" He motioned for silence and stealthily approached the window. Across the street, a young woman, wrapped in a bedsheet, her hair disheveled, was screaming as she dashed onto the road. Her movements unsteady in the waist-deep snow, but a glimpse of her bare legs was visible as she ran. Her feet unprotected, but on the opposite side of the street. A group of men stood atop amidst the echoes of conversation. Jiangzhe led the Duke before a group of 10 individuals. 3 among them brandished torches, their flickering flames casting a glow that dispelled the darkness of the open space before the building. The forefront stood a burly man, his face etched with rugged features, adorned in a camouflage cap typical of military attire, and clad in a camouflage cold-weather outfit. Beside him, 9 others displayed a variety of garb. 5 wielded firearms, while the remaining 4 brandished axes and daggers. The stout man hoisted a standard-issue QEZ 1919 assault rifle, aimed directly at Jiangzhe. "Just you two? Who else?" the burly man inquired, his gaze sharp and challenging. "It's just me and him, isn't it?" Jiangzhe gestured toward the Duke beside him. "Where did you come from?" The man shot a menacing glance, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Upon seeing the Duke, a flicker of greed ignited in his gaze. The Duke, sensing the lurking danger, let out a low growl, only to be silenced by Jiangzhe's swift kick. "We escaped from Star C Square, brother. Let us stick together." The note clearly states that there are monsters in Nanjing City. Staying behind is perilous. The group erupted into derisive laughter, their scorn palpable. Jiangzhe's fair complexion seemed to ease their wariness, causing their weapons to drop slightly as they lowered their guard. "Monsters? Have you seen what is out there? No monster can stand against us," the stout man scoffed, patting the barrel of his rifle with disdain. "Look at these two. They appear well-fed. They surely want to go hungry." One of the stout man's subordinates interjected, his observation keen. Jiangzhe, garbed in top-tier winter gear, radiated vitality, starkly contrasting the famished. "Open your backpack. Let us take a look," the stout man commanded, shaking the rifle menacingly. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe unzipped his backpack, revealing an array of instant chicken legs, chocolates, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, energy drinks, and bottled water. Quite a treasure trove you have there. the stout man remarked, his expression brightening. One of his subordinates lunged forward, snatching the backpack. Brother, leave us some. We've got over 100 kilometers to cover, and without food, we'll be done for. Jiang Zhe, with a resigned gesture, replied, Humph, leave? You're mistaken. You're coming with me. The stout man smirked coldly, gesturing for his men to follow him. Jiang Zhe, gently stroking the Duke's head to calm it, complied and walked alongside them toward the opposite side of the street. With a creak, they lifted the heavy curtain of a doorway and entered a second-floor shop at the corner. The doors and windows had been sealed with a rolling shutter, leaving only a small entrance for passage. Inside, the warmth enveloped them like spring. Against one wall lay heaps of rice, flour, vegetables, instant noodles, mineral water, beer, and numerous glass tanks brimming with various fish. Jiang Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile at the sight of the seafood market. The central space was cleared, dominated by a coal-burning stove as tall as a man, atop which simmered a large pot, releasing fragrant steam. Brother, that woman must be dead, but look, there's a raw recruit. What a shame. No women left, one of the men remarked, eyeing a balding middle-aged cook stirring the pot with a spoon. Upon seeing the newcomers, the cook donned a servile grin and greeted the stout man. Yes, the ball is over. From now on, we must keep a close watch on that group. Confine him, the stout man commanded. Two men with handguns approached, pressing them against Jiang Zhe's chest, while the cook brandished a knife. Directing his gaze at the Duke, I say, my good sir, you've taken the food. I'm merely passing through. There's no need for such hostility. If you keep us, you'll have to feed us. And this dog consumes a lot. It's simply not worth it. Jiang Zhe addressed the stout man, lounging on the sofa. Ha! If you had mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Kill the dog. You think you can leave after witnessing a murder? Zhang, tell them who I am. The stout man disdainfully lit a cigarette. The cook bowed slightly and declared, This is Brother Long, recently escaped from Nanjing's third prison. A notorious figure in the Shurha district. You're out of luck, kid. Just endure a little longer. Once we leave here, you'll be free. The third prison? Jiang Zhe's gaze shifted to the stout man and his companions. Realizing they were a band of escaped convicts, likely armed with weapons stolen from the police. The third prison housed dangerous felons, and Brother Long intended to hold them hostage. You beasts, you will meet a terrible end. Li Long, the state will not spare you. Suddenly, a hoarse roar erupted from the staircase, accompanied by the rattling of iron bars. Jiang Zhe glanced over to see hands grasping the railing, shaking it violently. Ha! Zhao, do you know what is happening outside? Nanjing is nearly deserted. The state? Is there even a state anymore? Who cares about this place? Go, bring him to me. The commanding voice implied that the beating had not been sufficient. Following Brother Long's orders, two burly men approached, unlocking the bars and dragging a police officer in uniform by the hair, tossing him at Brother Long's feet. With a thud, Brother Long stamped his foot on the officer's head. Zhao, this is the apocalypse. It's no longer a prison. Here I hold the power. The officer, Zhao, bore the brunt of his fate. His right leg was broken, exposing the white bone, and his right hand hung limply. Also fractured, his face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. Yet despite being pinned down, he cursed, You're talking nonsense. The great Xia will never perish, Li Long. For all the lives you've taken, someone will come for you. Brother Long pressed a lit cigarette against Zhao's face, the acrid smoke rising. Zhao grimaced in pain yet remained defiant. Why bother, Zhao? Join us. You could have a better life here with food and drink. Why cling to your stubbornness? Zhang, the cook, attempted to persuade him. Bah! Zhang Hongliang, you're embarrassing the police, Zhao spat defiantly. Zhang's expression darkened as he seized a wooden stick, thrusting it into Zhao's broken leg. Embarrassing? Isn't it better than living like a dog? Zhang's face contorted with rage as he twisted the stick. Zhao let out a pained howl, while one of Jiang Zhe's companions reached out, attempting to seize him by the neck. Jiang Zhe deftly dodged, grinning. When it comes to killing, I am far more experienced than you. Chapter 18. You insult me, as the words left his lips. A hazy light flickered in the eyes of the man across from him. Startled, the man prepared to pull the trigger, only to lose all sensation, as if his hand no longer belonged to him. Moments later, He felt the room spinning around him, thought a gory eruption erupted as a fountain of blood shot skyward, the neck severed cleanly, devoid of any rough edges or bone fragments. Another man, splattered with blood, stared in disbelief as he processed the scene in the fleeting half-second. Bang. The sharp crack of a gun rang out, a neat hole appearing in his forehead, and he fell backward, unable to comprehend the glowing weapon Jiangzhe held. At that moment, a severed head rolled across the floor. The room fell into shocked silence, and before they could react, bang, 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 men armed with handguns were sent sprawling backward. Blood blossoming from their chests, in less than 2 seconds, 5 of the stout man's subordinates were dispatched. Brother Long's face paled as he reached for the assault rifle on the sofa, only for a dog-leg knife to hurtle toward him. A scream erupted as Brother Long's arm was pinned to the sofa, the blade nearly severing it entirely. Amidst his agonized wails, the remaining 4 men raised their axes, but Jiangzhe's pistol was already trained on them. Let us see how many bullets I have left. Who is first to take a gamble? The remaining 4 men froze in fear. Arg! A cry pierced the air. Zhang attempted to escape amidst the chaos, only to be tackled by the Duke, who sank its teeth into his backside. With a snap, the Duke then lunged forward, biting down between his legs, unleashing a horrific scream, in less than 5 seconds. The tides had turned dramatically in the seafood shop. Jiangzhe leisurely pulled out rope, binding the remaining men securely, before finally retrieving the assault rifle to survey the store. Zhao, the officer, had been wide-eyed since the first shot rang out. Having witnessed the execution and gunfire unfold, he exclaimed, "Brother, brother, please spare me. I was wrong. From now on, I, Li Long, will follow you." As Jiangzhe approached, Brother Long's face turned ashen, his pleas for mercy spilling from his lips. "Brother, you insult me." Jiangzhe's hand rested on the hilt of the dog-leg knife, and with a swift motion he struck. Longo slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, you are a person of great capability. How could I possibly be worthy of being your brother? You are a master, a true master." He forced a smile that only rendered his expression more grotesque. Jiangzhe chose to disregard Longo and shouted towards the basement. "Is anyone alive down there? Come out." Yes, little brother, there are still people," Zhao Guanzhao quickly replied, struggling to rise and limping towards the basement. With a clatter, shortly thereafter, 16 individuals staggered out, supporting one another. Among them were 12 women and 4 men. The women appeared to be in relatively decent condition, but the 4 men were in a dire state, weak and dizzy from hunger, barely able to walk steadily, upon seeing the bodies and severed heads on the ground. The 16 let out a collective gasp, screaming in terror and huddling together in a corner. "If you want to eat, step forward and tell me what happened with the woman who just ran out." Jiangzhe addressed the group. After such a commotion, Jiangzhe found himself wide awake and decided to pull up a chair to sit. "Little brother, let me speak," Zhao Guanzhao interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. He swayed unsteadily, and had it not been for the support of a few nearby girls, he likely would have collapsed. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe kicked a chair next to Zhao and sat down. "Thank you, I am Zhao Kongyang, a guard from the 3rd prison of Nanjing City, that a few days ago we were ordered to transfer inmates, but we encountered an accident here. This Li Long took advantage of the chaos to seize a firearm, killing the soldiers and the driver escorting us. These individuals are refugees imprisoned by Li Long. The girl you just saw was raped by them. She attempted to escape, only to meet a tragic fate." "Beasts! They're all beasts! Guard, I just want to live." A sharp smack echoed through the air as Jiangzhe turned and struck Long Gu across the face, cutting him off. "That if I don't ask, you shall not speak." Blood trickled from the corner of Long Ji's mouth, and he nodded repeatedly in response to Jiangzhe's threat. "Is what Zhao Guanzhao said true?" Jiangzhe inquired, scanning the crowd. "It is true. That girl was my classmate, Wu, and our teacher, who tried to protect us, was also killed." Wu Point, one of the girls, sobbed, pointing a trembling finger at Longo. "This man pretends to save young girls, only to deceive them into this place. The women are raped, and any man who resists is killed. The rest, as you can see." Zhao Guanzhao's voice resonated. "Brother, I am not." Bang! The gunshot rang out, silencing Longo. His eyes wide with shock as a bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he crumpled onto the sofa. The girls screamed, trembling as they huddled together, too frightened to look up. "Jiangzhe, visibly displeased. Drew his knife and wiped it clean on Long Ji's lifeless body. I told you not to interrupt. Did you think I wield this weapon merely for show? Alas, little brother, what you are doing is illegal. You, Zhao Guanjiao, stood momentarily stunned before he sighed. Be quiet. Jiangzhe cast a glance at him. Shall I heal his wounds and give him another chance to grab a gun and kill? Zhao Kongyang trembled, his lips quivering, ultimately choosing silence. In the ensuing moments, Jiangzhe lifted each body, discarding them with a series of thuds outside the seafood shop. Soon, the passing wild dogs would follow the scent of blood. In death, Long Gu and his accomplices would at least perform one good deed. Little brother, spare us. We were all forced into this. The remaining few bound men, pale-faced and weeping profusely, pleaded for mercy. Fear not. I shall not take your lives. Jiangzhe reassured them with a smile before approaching the group of girls. Observing their frozen demeanor, he shook his head. These girls were quite attractive, fair-skinned and long-legged. Yet unfortunate to have encountered such a band of villains. With a sudden motion, Jiangzhe seized a bottle of beer, took a swig, and dipped a spoon into the pot simmering with pork soup. Savoring a taste, he found it to be perfectly seasoned. He then gestured to Zhao Guanjiao, and the group huddled in the corner, indicating the pot. This meat is just right. Consider it my treat. Chapter 19. Departure. The room filled with the sound of bones being gnawed on. It was a terrifying sight. Even the meekest of the girls gnawed on the bones with audible crunches. Before long, the remnants of bones formed a small mountain on the floor. Bang. Jiangzhe kicked a man sitting nearby. Are you trying to kill yourself? You've devoured nearly 4 pounds of meat. Are you not afraid of bursting? The man, reluctant to part with the large bone in his hand, reluctantly placed it back into the pot. Jiangzhe is right. After days of starvation, I cannot eat like this. It could truly be fatal. Drink some water and take it slow. Zhao Guanjiao offered the man a bottle of water, prompting others to slow their consumption of meat. Minutes passed, and the group gathered around the fire, happily gnawing on bones. They occasionally glanced at Zhang Tubo on the ground. The mere twitch of his limbs elicited low growls from the anxious group, causing Zhang Tubo to lie still on the cold ground. Feigning death. Jianggu, are you also for Nanjing? What is the situation outside now? Why haven't we seen any officials come to rescue us? A daringly beautiful girl asked, her courage bolstered by the warmth of food and the fire. Yes, I am from Nanjing. The situation outside is grim, and it is likely the military cannot come to your aid. Jiangzhe cast aside the pork bone and handed her a leaflet from his pocket. Monsters? Zhao Guanjiao and the others paled at the mention, exclaiming in unison. Indeed, very formidable creatures, resembling aliens. Bullets barely penetrate their skin. Just over by Nanjing's Xinghai Square, many lives were lost. Several girls gasped, clutching one another tightly. Have you seen them? Zhao Guanjiao asked, skepticism evident in his tone. I have. Jiangzhe nodded, lighting a cigarette. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been in grave danger. Could you describe what they look like? The beautiful girl asked, suppressing her fear. 3 meters tall, 5 meters long. Let us put it this way. If you encounter one, it will be your last moment. Jiangzhe's voice took on a peculiar tone, sending shivers through the group of girls, who once again huddled together. It was true. Everything mentioned in the Doomsday Post was reeled like a tea that moment. A girl in the crowd murmured softly. Zhao Guanjiao glanced at Jiangzhe, choosing not to press further, but instead turned to the girls beside him. You must leave at dawn. Prepare quickly and gather as much food as you can. Realizing the urgency, the girls hastily sprang into action. Collecting supplies. Jiangge, could you take us to the safe zone? The beautiful girl looked at Jiangzhe with wide, hopeful eyes. Jiangzhe chuckled softly. This girl was astute. Having recognized his unique abilities, he remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the apocalypse. Having just taken down Long Gu. With skills, composure, and charm, it was only natural that the girls would see him as a beacon of hope in their desperate situation. That will not be possible. Having been cruelly rejected, the girl turned away, picking up a backpack from the table and beginning to scavenge for food within the seafood shop. Are you not leaving? Jiangzhe inquired of Zhao Guanjiao, who seemed inclined to state, I cannot move. If you take me, it would only endanger more lives. Zhao Guanjiao calmly pointed to his injured leg. I understand, Jiangzhe replied. lighting a cigar and tossing one to Zhao Guan. Oh, not worry. There will surely be more survivors passing by. In a few days, once I am healed, I can depart with them. Zhao Guanjiao appeared to find solace in this thought. Even managing a smile, Jiangzhe nodded, gesturing toward Zhao's leg. Get a girl to help you. Otherwise, your leg will be permanently damaged. All right, thank you. I owe you one for today, Zhao Guanjiao acknowledged, having gauged Jiangzhe's temperament. He realized that as long as Jiangzhe did not act recklessly, he was not entirely devoid of compassion. Guard, allow me to assist you. The same beautiful girl reappeared, holding a bottle of liquor she had taken from a shelf. 62 degrees, strong enough to knock you out. Guard, bear with it. I learned some basic first aid and wound treatment during military camp. There is no anesthetic, but this will numb the pain. She offered the alcohol to Zhao Guanjiao. Unnecessary. It would be a waste. Jiangzhe snatched the bottle away and swiftly pressed his right hand against Zhao Guanjiao's carotid artery. Zhao Guanjiao's mouth gaped open. Within moments, his head tilted, and he fainted. Stop dawdling. He'll wake up shortly. Jiangzhe gazed at the stunned girl, and with a sharp reprimand, he shook his head and darted towards the second floor of the seafood shop. The second floor housed several bedrooms, one of which was crammed with bags of white rice and cigarettes. There were at least 10 boxes of huazi, each adorned with large double happiness characters, likely intended for joyous feasts by local families, which inadvertently benefited Jiangzi H. In this apocalyptic world, cigarettes had become a form of hard currency. A single pack of huazi could be exchanged for a firearm. In certain gathering zones. On the table lay several large leather suitcases. Upon opening one, he discovered stacks of pristine banknotes. He lifted a bundle. The sound of the bills sliding through his fingers filled him with a poignant nostalgia. Before the apocalypse, he toiled tirelessly as a delivery driver, hoping to earn enough to provide a better life for himself and his grandmother. Yet now, in this bleak reality, money had become a useless commodity, barely adequate even for the most basic needs. As Jiangzhe sauntered down the stairs, he found a group of over a dozen individuals, each burdened with a bulging backpack, gathered around Zhao Guanjiao. The girl had finished tending to Zhao's wounds and had even thoughtfully fashioned a makeshift crutch for him using a mop handle. Follow the G58 route. It's just under 100 kilometers. Grit your teeth, and you should arrive in about 2 days. Don't worry about me. Zhao instructed the group of girls. Guanjiao sob. A few of the girls began to weep softly, clearly aware that Zhao would be staying behind. Jiangzhe glanced at his watch. It was already 4 a.m. Time to set off. Duke, stop gnawing on that bone, and let's go, Jiangzhe called out to the dog, still chewing on a bone, shouldering his backpack. What about them? Zhao pointed at 5 men and Zhang Tizu, indicating that it was unsafe to leave them behind. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe drew his knife and approached. Jiangzhe, are you really going to let them go? Zhao asked while the girls glared at the men but refrained from venting their anger towards Jiangzhe. Indeed, I said I would, Jiangzhe replied, lifting Zhang Tizu by the collar and delivering a kick to his backside. Get out, I keep my word. I will let you go. The men's faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly exclaimed, Thank you, esteemed one. We promise to turn over a new leaf beneath the shroud of darkness. A group stood at the seafood shop's entrance, with the bodies of Long Gu and his companions still blanketed in snow. The girls raised their torches, casting discontented glances at Jiangzhe. Had he not saved them, they might have erupted in anger. Ignoring their stares, Jiangzhe walked over to Zhang Tizu. Chapter 20. An unexpected turn of events. Take off your clothes, including your shoes, Jiangzhe commanded, twirling his knife. Zhang Tizu quickly reacted, shaking his head. No. Please, it will kill us. Brother, spare me. They did it. I had nothing to do with it. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe's knife flashed, severing 2 of Zhang Tizu's fingers, which fell to the ground. Not undressing. Then you shall lose a leg. Okay. The 5 men hurriedly began strip, soon left only in their underwear, trembling in the heavy snow. Jiangzhe raised his assault rifle to you see that building 200 meters away? If you run there, you will survive. I keep my word. Bang! Jiangzhe fired the first shot. They wailed, sprinting towards the distant 10-story building. Go. Keep an eye on them, Jiangzhe commanded, and Duke swiftly pursued the fleeing men. Cries echoed through the wind and snow, as the onlookers silently observed. Meanwhile, Jiangzhe returned to the seafood shop, frantically scavenging for food, ultimately leaving enough supplies for Zhao to last 4 to 5 months. "They're all dead, just like that girl," Zhao murmured when Jiangzhe reappeared. "Their demise was due to their lack of resilience, but we must depart," Jiangzhe replied, strapping on his snowboards that a group of a dozen approached, bowing in unison. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Ate tea that moment. Jiangzhe stepped forward and gently lifted the chin of the most delicate girl, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The girl's face flushed. Yet she summoned the courage to meet his gaze. The surrounding individuals watched in silence. Jiangzhe glanced at the array of attractive girls, shaking his head. In this apocalypse, beauty is a sin that it's better to appear less appealing if you wish to survive. Heed my words, or not. Brother Jiang, we understand. Take care, one girl earnestly nodded, their misunderstanding resolved. Just then, Zhao limped over and whispered, "Young brother, it seems we may not meet again, that I am curious. Your skills of marksmanship are impressive, yet you do not resemble a soldier. Might you reveal who you truly are?" Jiangzhe donned his snow cap, grinning at Zhao's inquisitive expression, "that I'm just a delivery driver from Nanjing, code M0023, easily verifiable." With a swift motion, he placed a handgun into Zhao's hands. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one man and one dog vanished into the snowstorm along the roadside. Yes, they watched Jiangzhe and Zhou Qi disappear into the distance. The remaining individuals embraced Zhao before the girls smeared soot on their faces, darkening their features, and trudged through the thick snow towards the horizon. The delivery driver, Zhao pondered, glancing at the gun in his hand. Shaking his head, "Damn it, I can't believe it." Before long, a startled exclamation erupted from within the seafood shop. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Alongside the G58 expressway, a snowmobile sped by, its rear kicking up clouds of snow that quickly settled once more. "We must thank the government. They are so considerate," Jiangzhe called back to Duke, who had been blown around by the wind on the expansive highway. Abandoned vehicles had been pushed aside by military bulldozers. Clearing the path of obstacles, the snowmobile glided smoothly, exhilaratingly fast. Duke squeezed at the rear of the snowmobile, clung tightly to Jiangzhe's clothing, too afraid to move. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The snowmobile roared forward, piercing the silence like an arrow. Suddenly, a tire rolled out from the side of a slanted RV. Jiangzhe swerved sharply, and the snowmobile tipped over, crashing into a snowbank. Puff! Moments later, two hands emerged from the snow mound. "Damn it! Even if the King of Heaven were here, I'd make you pay for this." After digging himself and Duke out from the snow, Jiangzhe, with a cold expression, retrieved his knife and approached the RV. "Woof, woof, woof." Duke shook off the snow covering him, equally displeased, barking at the RV. Upon reaching the back of the RV, Jiangzhe halted in his tracks. There stood a man and a woman, each supporting the other. Upon seeing Jiangzhe, they suddenly knelt before him, bowing deeply 3 times, leaving him bewildered. It was then that Jiangzhe noticed a little girl around 10 years old in a red down jacket behind them, clutching a Peppa Pig plush toy, her wide eyes filled with curiosity and fear. "Little brother, we're sorry. Our RV had an accident. Could you please take us with you?" "Thank you." The man, appearing to be in his 40s with a scruffy beard, spoke while bowing his head to Jiangzhe 3 times. "We mean no harm." The woman beside him echoed the sentiment, continuously apologizing. Creak, creak. Jiangzhe, gripping his knife, stepped forward and with a swift kick, knocked the man over. "Sorry, do you even realize you almost killed me? Please, I truly apologize. We meant no harm. I feared you would not stop, so I threw a tire." The man pleaded as he struggled to turn over and continued bowing. Jiangzhe noticed the man's leg was grotesquely twisted. "Clearly injured from the accident. Don't hurt my dad. He's a good person. Please don't hurt him." But the woman let out a low, anguished cry, lifting the little girl into her arms to block Jiangzhe's path. "Child, just take the girl and go. We will remain behind, and I beg you. Are you forcing me to act?" Jiangzhe, irritated, pushed the woman aside and spat, "As if I owe you anything by nature. Bah." Chapter 21. Little Me Thud. The woman knelt again, positioning herself in front of Jiangzhe, who was about to turn away. "Little brother, tell me, what would it take for you to save my daughter?" Jiangzhe glanced down at the woman, responding, "I lack that capability." The woman was momentarily stunned, then noticed the Duke beside his feet. "Little brother, if you could take a dog with you, then treat my daughter as you would a dog." Just keep her from starving. She is very well behaved. With that, the woman kissed the little girl on the forehead and spoke calmly. Xiao Xiao, be good. Mommy cannot protect you. It is Mommy's fault. The woman cupped the girl's face, gazing deeply with tears in her eyes, as if trying to imprint her image into her very soul. Mommy, Mommy, I do not blame you. The little girl clung to the woman's neck. The woman kissed the girl's neck once more. Little brother, we were wrong earlier. I understand your resentment. I will sacrifice this life in exchange for hers. Damn. Puffed. Just as Jiangxia turned away, the woman plunged a screwdriver, over half a foot long, into her own neck. The crosshead of the screwdriver protruded from the other side, dripping blood onto her shoulder, melting the snow that had accumulated there. Blood froth spilled from her mouth as she gasped, eyes wide in desperation, pleading silently with Jiangxia. Help, save the child. Thud. The woman collapsed. Mommy, Xiao Xiao does not blame you. Mommy, the little girl wept, embracing her mother's lifeless body. Honey, you have left me. What am I to do? Why, oh why? Heavens, must it be this way? The man, holding both the woman and the girl, wept bitterly to the sky. Duke, come back. The Duke approached, sniffing at the trio entangled together. Puffed. A soft sound came from behind. Daddy, Daddy, do not leave Xiao Xiao behind. Whoa. The man took the screwdriver and drove it into his own neck. Xiao Xiao, Daddy is going to join Mommy now. Be good and live well. He gently caressed the girl's cheek, then turned his gaze to Jiang. Little brother, Xiao Xiao is very well behaved. If you truly do not wish to take her in, please, just bring her to the nearby refuge. I will repay you in my next life. Before he could finish, blood gushed from the corners of his mouth as he bowed his head and succumbed. Ooh. In the midst of the wind and snow, only the little girl's sobs remained, gazing at the solitary figures. After a moment of silence, Jiangxia turned and propped up the snowmobile buried in the snow. Rumble. The engine roared to life, having narrowly avoided damage, save for a shattered rearview mirror. Duke, get in. Jiangxia glanced back at the little girl kneeling in the snow, lowered his goggles, and the Duke leapt into the rear seat. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The snowmobile surged forward. Everything fell silent, save for the soft sound of falling snow and the girl's cries. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, vroom, vroom, vroom. The snowmobile returned through the blizzard, observing the little figure kneeling by the roadside, her head and shoulders blanketed in snow. Jiangxia took a deep breath and dismounted from the vehicle. Creaking, he approached and lifted the girl. Ooh, let me go, let me go. As the girl struggled, Jiangxia pulled out a rope and bound her and the Duke together. Woof, woof. The Duke shot Jiangxia an indignant glance, then licked the girl's face. The little girl shrank into a ball, afraid to speak, yet still softly sobbing. Oh, be quiet. Did you not hear? Your mother said to treat you like a dog, as if that were easy. I will take you to the refuge up ahead. If you continue to cry, I will drop you off. The little girl finally ceased her tears. As he spoke, the snowmobile churned through the snow, continuing on its path, disappearing into the vast white point. 2 hours later, at a roadside auto repair shop, a bonfire blazed brightly on the original repair lift. A pot hung, simmering a fragrant fish soup beside the pot. White flatbreads soaked in the broth, releasing the enticing aroma of fish and wheat. Xiao Xiao sat quietly by the fire, hugging her knees, burying her head between her legs, occasionally stealing glances at Jiangxia and the Duke. Ultimately, her gaze would land on the iron pot simmering with fish. Gurgled, a soft sound emanated from her stomach, startling her like a frightened rabbit, her head retreating. Jiangxia pressed a flatbread, took a bowl, ladled out fish soup and pieces of fish, placed a flatbread on top, and handed it to her. Here, we still have a long journey ahead. I want to eat. The girl stubbornly shook her head. Crunch, crunch. Jiangxia set down the bowl and helped himself to the fish soup, devouring it alongside the flatbread. The pot contained nearly 3 large fish, each weighing over 6 pounds. Even the Duke received a portion and was happily munching away. After being threatened by Jiangxia last time, the Duke dared not be picky and relished the flatbread. Since awakening his physical abilities, Jiangxia's appetite had considerably increased. In just a short while, he had consumed 3 flatbreads and 2 fish. Ugh! Jiangxia contentedly burped. Duke, finish your bowl. Seeing the untouched fish in front of the little girl, Jiangxia called out. The Duke sprang to action, eagerly leaning forward. Bad dog, that's mine. The little girl cried, hugging her bowl tightly. With a swish, she clutched the bowl to her chest and began to eat the flatbread voraciously. Jiangzhe grinned, amused by her defiance. Did she think she could act spoiled in front of him? In the apocalypse, hunger made any temper seem trivial. Even excrement was fought over by wild dogs. Before long, ugh, the little girl gently burped. The three of them, 2 people and a dog, sat around the bonfire, lost in thought. Inside the room, only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. What is your name? Jiangzhe broke the silence. Su Xiaomi, the little girl, peeked out, timidly responding in a soft voice. Indeed, food is the best remedy for the soul, whether in the pre-apocalypse or the aftermath. Having eaten, the little girl was no longer reluctant to communicate. Xiaomi, Jiangzhe inquired curiously, that name sounds unappetizing. No wonder you're starving. Why not name yourself to me or Zhou? Humph, it's the me from Miyu, not the me from rice. The little girl retorted, lifting her head defiantly. The firelight illuminated her cheeks, revealing the traces of dried tears, her large eyes and cherry lips, and her anger evoked a sense of pity. Jiangzhe chuckled. Stirring the fire. Humph, bad person, I want to talk to you. The little girl stood up and headed toward the courtyard. What are you doing? I need to pee. Su Xiaomi turned her body, a hint of shyness in her tone. You can't peek. This statement left Jiangzhe momentarily stunned. How hurtful. By the time he regained his senses, Xiaomi had already stepped outside. Duke, go. Someone is encroaching on your territory. Do you mind? Jiangzhe signaled toward the courtyard. The Duke tilted his head in confusion, but obediently ran into the backyard. A sudden scream echoed from the back. Swish! Jiangzhe sprang up, swiftly drawing his dogleg knife and darting through the curtain. Chapter 22, What Can Be Eaten? In a room in the courtyard of the repair shop, Su Xiaomi stood at the door, hands covering her face, trembling slightly. Swoosh! Jiangzhe slowly sheathed his dogleg knife. Ignoring Xiaomi let her recognize the harsh realities of this apocalypse sooner. Perhaps it is cruel, but it isn't necessarily a bad thing that on one of the beams of the room, 2 elderly figures clad in dark blue funeral garments hung stiffly, their bodies suspended in the air. Due to the low temperature, their skin appeared darkened and bluish, a tragic and eerie sight that on one wall of the room hung a family portrait featuring 2 kind-faced elderly individuals, those who had perished in the room. Jiangzhe glanced at the elders before turning and exiting. Xiaomi hastily followed him back to the front room, clearly shaken, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as she pressed against the Duke. Creak! Jiangzhe pulled out 3 vibrant green cucumbers and began to munch on one. He tossed the others to Xiaomi and the Duke. Checking the time, it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and survivors were migrating toward the underground base. The surface had become uninhabitable for humans. Xiaomi gasped as the Duke finished his cucumber and leaned in to snatch the one in her hand. Xiaomi quickly hid the remaining cucumber in her bosom, eyeing the Duke warily. Eat the cucumber and don't waste it. Outside it will freeze like iron. Can you gnaw on that? Jiangzhe cast a sidelong glance at Xiaomi. I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat. Xiaomi lowered her head, speaking softly. Oh, you are quite the worrywart. Rest assured, hunger won't kill you. Jiangzhe was amused by Xiaomi's stubbornness as she shook her head resolutely. Food will become increasingly scarce. Crops cannot grow in winter. Jiangzhe laughed heartily. Not to worry, there are always cockroaches, mice, and wild beasts. These can serve as sustenance. Nonsense! Cockroaches are pests. No one eats them, Xiaomi interjected. Their conversation momentarily alleviated her fears. Eliciting a chuckle from Jiangzhe, stretching lazily, he crushed a cockroach, sprinkled it with salt, and compressed it, remarking, chewing it feels somewhat akin to eating a pot pie. The taste leaves something to be desired. Yet it suffices to stave off starvation. Ugh. Xiaomi grimaced, her face contorted with distaste. Have you ever eaten one? Her curiosity piqued. She widened her eyes and asked, igniting her interest in the topic. I have. And you might just have the chance to as well. Jiangzhe replied with a mischievous grin. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, entertainment was scarce, and conversing or applauding love had become the best means to pass the time. Amusing this little Xiaomi served as a form of diversion for him. I absolutely refuse to eat that. It's utterly disgusting, Xiaomi declared with determination. Disgusting? Jiangzhe chuckled, shaking his head. You haven't seen anything truly repulsive yet. This statement only intensified Xiao Mi's curiosity. What do you mean? Jiangzhe gazed at her with an enigmatic expression. Corpses? Ah. Xiao Mi gasped, her complexion paling as she clutched Duke's ear tightly. Have you eaten one? Her voice trembled slightly. Guess. Jiangzhe replied with a devilish smile before suddenly standing up. Let us go. It's time to depart. The two of them, along with the dog, exited the repair shop. Snow continued to fall, blanketing the sky in a dull gray hue, with only the size of goose feathers visible when one looked up. This time, Jiangzhe did not need to secure Xiao Mi. She obediently climbed onto the snowmobile. The child had emotions, but she was no fool. As noon approached, Jiangzhe halted the snowmobile, observing the provincial road choked with abandoned vehicles, and could only express his exasperation. Two military green bulldozers lay discarded by the roadside, indicating that even the military was overwhelmed. Jiangzhe veered off the path, plowing through a field toward the G58 expressway, several kilometers ahead. The snow-laden corn and wheat were crushed beneath the snowmobile, leaving a green trail behind that was quickly concealed by fresh snow. Suddenly, Xiao Mi shouted from behind, pointing out a dozen figures in the field, digging through the snow and pulling at ears of corn. The sound of the snowmobile caught the attention of a few, who stumbled through the thigh-deep snow and approached. I won't stop, Jiangzhe barked, accelerating the snowmobile. The group, initially intent on halting him, quickly scattered as he sped toward them. Stop and take me with you. I'll pay 500,000, shouted a man clad in a fur coat. Stop. Those left behind hurled corn at the snowmobile, but could only watch helplessly as it vanished into the thick snow. 500,000 is a fortune. My parents don't earn that much. Xiao Mi murmured softly. It doesn't matter how much one earns now. It's all worthless scrap paper. From this point onward, they occasionally encountered fleeing crowds along the G58 expressway, where those desperate for food were digging up unripe crops. In the span of just a few kilometers, Jiangzhe had evaded at least 10 groups attempting to stop him, all left in his wake. Amidst the falling snow, the G58 expressway was becoming increasingly visible, revealing scattered figures on the road. Hold on tight, he shouted as the snowmobile launched onto the expressway, gliding through the air for several meters before landing with a thud. Few vehicles remained. The expressway had been closed during the early snowfall and was now cleared by military bulldozers, leaving a slightly lower snow accumulation in the center, with a clear path ahead. The snowmobile raced along the highway on either side of the road. Travelers burdened with backpacks hurried along, some attempting to block the path but were deterred by Jiangzhe's assault rifle. They were now close to a military resettlement point, and the throngs were increasing, most traveling on foot, some with skis, all intent on reaching their destination. Suddenly, a man stood in the center of the road, aiming a bow and arrow at Jiangzhe, shouting fiercely. Behind him stood a dozen men and women, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiangzhe lowered his head slightly, revving the throttle, propelling the snowmobile forward with alarming speed. The man's expression shifted as the arrow flew toward him. But with a swift motion, Jiangzhe drew his knife, slicing the arrow in two with a flash of steel. With 4 times the average human reflexes and strength, dodging the arrow was easy. However, others were behind him, forcing him to react. With a thud, the man was struck by the weighty snowmobile, sent flying several meters before crashing into the highway guardrail, blood splattering across his face as he lay lifelessly in the snow. Oh no, he has killed someone, the onlookers exclaimed. Snapping out of their stupor. 3 rushed to assess the man's injuries while others surrounded Jiangzhe's snowmobile. Seeing a death, the fleeing crowd hastened their steps to escape. The sudden collision had caused Duke Jiangzhe, undeterred, stepped forward, locking eyes with the 10 or so individuals before him. The individual who just attempted to assassinate me with a bow and arrow and seize my snowmobile was acting against the directive of Urgent Mission Protocol. Anyone who dares to obstruct the police in the execution of their duties and threatens the lives of law enforcement personnel grants me the right to eliminate the threat. The squad leader turned to the group, questioning the validity of the officer's statement. Brother June merely intended to intimidate him. One of them retorted evasively. Intimidate? Jiangzhe swiftly seized the collar of the speaker, yanking him down to retrieve the severed half of the bow on the ground. Do you see this arrowhead? It was aimed at my neck. Do you honestly believe it wouldn't be lethal? Jiangzhe's grip was so powerful that the man trembled under the strain. The squad leader, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances with two soldiers, and the three discreetly lowered their weapons. It was evident they were indeed police officers. Otherwise, how could they wield such authority over soldiers? Moreover, the man had clearly brought this upon himself by wielding a bow and arrow against a police officer, an assault on law enforcement. At that moment, the squad leader was reluctant to intervene in this troublesome affair. This is a traffic incident. If you have an issue, consult the traffic police that we cannot assist you with this. If you have grievances, escalate them to a higher authority. However, Officer Zhang, may I discuss something with you? The squad leader pulled the two aside and quietly inquired, his gaze frequently darting towards a snowmobile. Certainly, squad leader, but this place is not suitable. Let us find a more appropriate location. We haven't taken a break yet. We can discuss this over a meal, Jiangzhe replied. The squad leader's eyes lit up. All right, let's go. The forward base is not far from here. With that, the squad leader led the group into the terrain vehicle. Sir, he has committed murder. Are you just going to ignore it? Someone shouted urgently. I already told you this isn't our jurisdiction. You need to contact the traffic police. Or aren't you aware that he goes by Zhang Hongliang? Take him to court, the squad leader retorted before the terrain vehicle surged forward. The crowd exchanged glances, understanding that Brother Jun was most likely doomed. Go to court. We can find a courthouse, but the person has fled. What good is that? Jiangzhe scoffed, mounting the snowmobile with Xiaomi and following the military all-terrain vehicle as it vanished into the snowy expanse. With the squad leader's vehicle leading the way, the bystanders dared not obstruct them any further. The two vehicles sped onward. Several kilometers away, beside the highway, a square checkpoint made of sandbags towering over 3 meters appeared before Zhang. In the center stood a massive military tent, surrounded by a 20-meter clearing secured by a perimeter of barbed wire. Two all-terrain cargo trucks were parked within the clearing. A large wooden sign by the roadside bore bold red letters. Proceed ahead. There's a resettlement point. The squad leader escorted Jiangzhe into the forward base. Come, let us speak inside, he warmly invited. All right, Jiangzhe replied, quickly surveying the entire base as they walked on the fortified walls. Several soldiers were stationed, vigilantly guarding under white open-air tents. 4 QJZ. 170 12.7 mm heavy machine guns were positioned towards the direction of Nanjing City, while Jiangzhe also spotted 4 QJ 02 14.5 mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns. And beside two soldiers lay a QBU 201 heavy sniper grenade launcher. Such a firepower configuration was utterly extravagant for a small forward base. Chapter 24 Squad Leader, stand at attention, a commanding voice boomed as Jiangzhe entered the military tent. 10 soldiers rose to their feet. In the center, a portable gas stove crackled with flames, and the soldiers were gathered around, chatting and keeping warm. Sit down. Make some room, the squad leader gestured. Under his arrangement, the group circled around the stove, their curious gazes fixed on Jiang. The tent was exceedingly cold, lacking large heating equipment, and the breath of the soldiers crystallized in the frigid air. The squad leader produced a bottle of white liquor from his pocket, poured it into a sturdy cup, and handed it to Jiangzhe. Here, have a drink to warm yourself. The conditions here are rather poor as for the little girl. Let her have some biscuits instead. The squad leader made no inquiries about Xiaomi's identity. The harmonious relationship between the military and civilians in Daxia prompted him to offer a sympathetic smile to the young girl while extending a packet of compressed biscuits. Thank you, uncle. Drinking will cloud your mind. You should have less, Xiaomi replied, tucking the biscuits in her pocket. Her words elicited laughter from the soldiers. Is the military really struggling this much nowadays? Jiangzhe mused, sipping the liquor while surveying the tense surroundings, initiating a conversation. Indeed, the primary issue is the lack of supplies. Many resources have been redirected to assist disaster victims. Alas, this wretched weather. Fortunately, most of the population in Nanjing has evacuated. The squad leader sighed, slapping his palm. What arrangements does the military have in Nanjing? Jiangzhe inquired, lowering his gaze. Xiaomi remained a quiet listener. The squad leader glanced at Jiangzhe, and after a lengthy silence, he whispered, a division from the 3rd Military District has half of its forces defending this area. 2 combined brigades, an aviation brigade, and a special operations brigade that we belong to the combined 121 Support Battalion. 113 company that I cannot disclose more. That is classified information that I trust you understand. Understood, Jiangzhe nodded in acknowledgement. The defense line likely comprised around 50,000 personnel, while other segments of the Third Corps were presumably stationed in coastal cities of Daxia. You must have endured quite a bit on your journey here, the squad leader toasted with Jiangzhe. Indeed, braving the elements, enduring hunger. It was almost unbearable, Jiangzhe lamented. Xiaomi bowed her head, hesitant to speak. How excessive, enduring hunger. I can't help but scoff internally. If this continues, I might gain a few pounds. The squad leader scrutinized Jiangzhe's face, suspicious. He appeared anything but starved. His lips were rosy, skin radiant, and eyes spirited. Zhang Guanji, you came from Nanjing. Can you tell us about that monster? All we were told was to hold our positions, that if we spot the creature, we must report it immediately. Have you heard anything in Nanjing? Squad leaderly voiced the unspoken concerns of the group. Jiangzhe was well aware that, at this juncture, the higher-ups had a firm grasp on the combat capabilities of the White-Skins. They simply feared releasing the footage, anxious about inciting widespread panic. Behind this apprehension lay a sliver of hope, an expectation that only the initial few of the White-Skins had emerged. Regrettably, the extent of this calamity had far surpassed anyone's expectations. Li squad leader, in fact, not only have I heard of it, I have seen it, Jiangzhe stated, taking a sip of liquor. What? The squad leader gasped, abruptly seizing Jiangzhe's arm. Quickly, tell me, what did the monster look like? Was it formidable? The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in anticipation. Jiangzhe stroked his chin thoughtfully. Its appearance? The head resembled that of an alien, while its body was akin to a hairless lion. With two appendages sprouting from its back. It was approximately 5 meters long at the time. We were at Shanghai Square, and that creature effortlessly downed a helicopter, killing over 100 people in less than a minute. Hiss! The squad leader and the surrounding soldiers collectively inhaled sharply. Please elaborate further, the squad leader urged. Eager for more details, it is quite rare to encounter someone who has witnessed a white skin firsthand. Can we discuss this while we eat? It is rather chilly in here, as Jiangzhe spoke. He retrieved a backpack nearly as tall as himself, extracting dozens of pounds of marinated beef, ham, and a large portion of pre-cooked noodles, presenting them before squad leader Li, along with several bottles of liquor that made the soldiers' eyes gleam with anticipation. All right, hurry and bring over a pot, the squad leader stammered, momentarily taken aback before quickly instructing someone to fetch a large pot. I must say, little brother, enduring hunger on the way here must have been quite the ordeal. No wonder you look so well. My brothers have subsisted on compressed biscuits for days. Their mouths have grown weary of them. He couldn't help but add a teasing remark. Did you forget that I just came from a seafood market? No need for formality. We're all part of the Daxia military and police. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiangzhe replied nonchalantly, tossing the ingredients into the pot. The squad leader exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiangzhe, then softly replied, All right, let us eat first. We can discuss matters once we've filled our stomachs. Before long, a pot of sour soup beef emitted a tantalizing aroma. The soldiers, eyes glued to the pot, found their mouths watering. After days of consuming only canned goods and compressed biscuits, this pot of meat felt like a feast. Come, let us eat and chat. In an instant, the military's emphasis on efficiency was apparent. In the blink of an eye, half the pot of beef had vanished. The tent was filled with the sounds of slurping and chewing. Noticing that only a small amount of meat remained in the pot, Jiangzhe tossed in another 10 pounds of noodles. Enough with the meat. The brothers outside haven't eaten yet. Li Lianzhong bellowed, prompting the soldiers to slurp up their noodles. Each consumed over a kilogram, finally satiating their hunger. When Jiangzhe clinked his glass with Li Lianzhong, he remarked, Little brother, that monster, I've heard it's swift and tough-skinned. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Jiangzhe lit a cigarette offered to him and suggested, Let us step outside to discuss. Very well, replied Li Lianzhong. The two stood atop the base's defensive wall, observing the sparse crowd meandering along the adjacent road. The alert soldiers had already changed shifts. The two beasts had fled after taking lives, but their whereabouts remained unknown to Jiangzhe. He touched the nearby 14.5 mm heavy machine gun, suppressing an urge to stow it away. You think we can hold them off with this? Li Lianzhong inquired, patting the machine gun beside him. Jiangzhe gestured towards the 3-meter-high defense wall, stating, Let us put it this way. At this height, that creature could easily scale it. Weighing over 2,500 kilograms, its teeth could pierce steel plates. Any firearm with a caliber below 14.5 millimeters would be utterly ineffective. Most critically, it can sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds. Lianzhang's face paled at Jiang Zhe's raised 3 fingers. The sense of security the array of heavy machine guns provided evaporated. 3 seconds for 100 meters? As a seasoned soldier, he understood the implications. Merely sighting the creature didn't guarantee a successful hit. Not everyone was a sharpshooter. Each word felt like a hammer striking the captain's heart. Jiang Zhe pointed to the open expanse around them. Consider this vast area. If just one beast breaches the base, you know all too well the consequences. After a moment of silence, Li Lianzhang extinguished his cigarette with force. Is there a solution? Tell me, and my brothers will consider it a debt of gratitude. There is, Jiang Zhe replied. Run. Chapter 25. A glimmer of hope this time. Li Lianzhang unceremoniously took Jiang Zhe's cigarette, stuffing the remainder into his own pocket. Anyone can run, but not U.S.D. Oh, you see those people? He exhaled a cloud of smoke, gesturing toward the figures on the highway. Yes, Jiang Zhe nodded. There's still hundreds of thousands fleeing on the G58 highway ahead. If we flee, who will stand in their way? Jiang Zhe fell silent. What if more of those pale-skinned monsters arrive? After a lengthy pause, he continued, Hey, Li Lianzhang sighed, if we die, we die. Look at those people. Even if they survive, what is the point? Will they just dig up corn stalks to eat? Jiang Zhe glanced at him in surprise. This fellow was quite perceptive he spoke the truth. In a world like this, living could often be more burdensome. Little brother, could you do me a favor? Suddenly, the captain fidgeted with his hands, feeling somewhat bashful. I can give you a snowmobile, but you must provide me with a 14.7 mm machine gun. Jiang Zhe had anticipated his intentions, having been eyeing the snowmobile throughout their journey, his eyes gleaming. Moreover, he offered a meal of sour soup beef to secure a favor, hoping to negotiate for a heavy machine gun. That is not possible. Li Lianzhang shook his head in refusal. Why brothers rely on it? We have 2 spare 12.7 millimeters guns on the vehicle. You could take one along with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Under normal circumstances, my actions would warrant a military tribunal. Perhaps realizing the slim hope of survival, Li Lianzhang grew bolder. Add 50 kilograms of beef, and I'll take the 14.7 mm. Jiang Zhe flicked away the ash from his cigarette. Li Lianzhang hesitated for a moment, then with a firm resolution nodded, and a pack of cigarettes on top. Deal! Jiang Zhe tossed the snowmobile keys to Li Lianzhang. Huh. Li Lianzhang chuckled, this thing is quick. I can send someone further afield to gather supplies. Even if we die, I won't let my brothers starve while fighting. Half an hour later, the sky began to darken, signaling the end of another day. Boom, boom, boom. Li Lianzhang drove a Mountain Cat all-terrain vehicle to the highway several hundred meters from the base. With a swift motion, he tore open the military canvas on the back seat, revealing a 14.5 mm heavy machine gun lying quietly, alongside a dozen boxes of ammunition. Without further ado, he placed the gun and bullets on the ground, intending to carry them away himself. If anyone asked, he would claim he found them. If you dare expose me, you'll be in trouble too. Fake cop. Jiang Zhe chuckled as he placed the gun on a snowboard, covering it with military canvas. How did you figure it out? Li Lianzhang lit a cigarette. A real cop wouldn't let me escape. You're too obvious. Fine. I was just trying to help. Jiang Zhe extended his hand in farewell. Take care, and the gun is yours. No backing out. After saying this, Li Lianzhang hopped onto the all-terrain vehicle. Just as he turned to leave, he paused. Hey, what is your name? Jiang Zhe, what do you do? I deliver takeout at Li Lianzhang rose and saluted Jiang Zhe. He pressed the accelerator, and the all-terrain vehicle sped away towards the forward base. Jiang Zhe and Xiaomi approached, the two of them and the dog gazing at the shadowy outline of the forward base through the swirling snow. A red military flag stood tall amidst the white. Half an hour later, the sky had turned completely dark. Gaga, puff, puff, Duke panted, pulling Xiaomi, who was clinging to the sled, through the snow. What a waste of a daunting physique. Look at how exhausted you've become, and you call yourself a mountain rescue dog. Being able to save yourself would be commendable. Jiang Zhe led the way, frequently hurling taunts at Duke. Xiaomi hugged her Peppa Pig plush, gripping the sled tightly. They were still several kilometers from the refuge point. Jiangzhe dared not bring out the snowmobile again. Should they encounter military personnel, it would likely be requisitioned, in this wartime context. The military would not engage in negotiations, and not every captain was as accommodating as Li Haochong. Duke was in dire need of exercise. He didn't need to match Duke's prowess. Just run faster than the others to enhance their chances of survival. Finally, around midnight, they caught a glimpse of lights ahead on the road. We've arrived, Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly. Throughout the journey, she had fallen off Duke's back twice due to drowsiness, necessitating that she be tied to him. Just as Jiangzhe was about to untie her, Xiaomi gripped his hand tightly, her big eyes blinking. Brother, I don't want to go to the gathering area. I want to stay with you. Chapter 26. To stay or not to stay? Jiangzhe furrowed his brow, staring at Xiaomi, their contrasting heights silhouetted against the snow. I've said I would take you to the refuge point, but I never promised to keep you with me. After a brief silence, Jiangzhe spoke in a low tone. Xiaomi remained silent, shaking her head. Whatever Duke eats, I will eat. Brother, I want to stay. After a moment, she looked up at Jiangzhe's impassive face before lowering her gaze. Your life was purchased at the cost of your parents' lives. They didn't have that much influence to keep you here. You're not yet worthy of staying like Duke, Jiangzhe said coldly. His initial plan had been to take her to the gathering point. Moreover, he had no intention of raising a little girl. No matter how charming, she was merely a burden. Xiaomi could wash clothes and cook. Duke could do neither. Xiaomi dared not meet his gaze, meekly responding. Jiangzhe squinted at her, the atmosphere heavy, with only the sound of snow falling around them. After a long pause, he suddenly picked up Xiaomi. You're a bit too clever for your own good. With that, he strode towards the gathering area. Wu, Xiao Xiao is very obedient. Brother, take me with you. I have no parents anymore. You are my brother now, Wu Wu. The little girl gently swayed her body, yet dared not exert too much force. Jiangzhe paused momentarily, his gaze still resolute as he advanced toward the refuge point. This Su Xiaomi was quite clever, yet the journey ahead was still long and fraught with peril, and he too was merely fleeing for his life. Creak, creak, Jiangzhe moved swiftly, and before long, on the left side of the highway, he beheld a vast military camp. The towering defensive wall, standing over 6 meters high, was bristling with an array of weaponry, all aimed toward their path. The center of the camp. Dozens of helicopters were seen continuously taking off and landing, while numerous floodlights illuminated the snowy night, casting broad beams that lit up an expanse of over 1,000 meters. For the first time in days, Jiangzhe witnessed such a bustling scene, evoking a sense of returning to a civilized world. Ahead on the highway, a barricade of sandbags formed a defensive structure, leaving only a passage wide enough for trucks to pass through. .414.7 millimeters caliber anti-aircraft machine guns were trained on them, and behind them stood 4 military 99B heavy tanks, their robust 120 millimeters cannon barrels unmistakably visible. Behind the tanks, 2 massive floodlights loomed, and within a large tent, the sounds of commotion could be heard. Form an orderly queue. Make haste. Inside, there's hot water and food. After you eat, someone will take you away. The crowd lined up to pass through the fortifications, as 2 soldiers wielding loudspeakers shouted back and forth. In front of them was a lengthy line of several hundred refugees, rapidly making their way through the tent. Occasionally, someone fainted in the line, only to be swiftly carried away by nearby soldiers. Brother, please let me follow you, the little girl pleaded, her voice a whisper, as Su Xiaomi continued to beseech him softly, but Jiangzhe remained indifferent, refusing to negotiate. The two soon arrived at the massive military tent that spanned across the highway, but a row of tables stood at the front, behind which were 10 busy female soldiers diligently registering the information of each refugee. Name, one robust female soldier asked without looking up as Jiangzhe approached with Su Xiaomi in his arms. Little one, she wants to follow you, she continued, as Su Xiaomi reiterated her desire to stay with him. The soldier suddenly lifted her head, revealing a delicate yet weary face. What is the matter? It's nothing. This little girl is someone we rescued on the way. Please register her, Jiangzhe responded calmly. Little girl, is what he said true? The soldier inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Xiaomi. Under Jiangzhe's steady gaze, the little girl lowered her head and replied softly, Yes, I want to stay with him. The soldier glanced at Jiangzhe, but did not press further. She could not compel him to do anything. Name: Su Xiaomi, Jiangzhe Refuge Point, Longtan Bay number 12, take your tags, and after you have eaten, soldiers will escort you away. Next, the soldier handed over a tag inscribed with Jiangzhe and Xiaomi's names. As they walked past the tent, Jiangzhe's expression grew increasingly somber. Do not shove. Everyone will get their share. Please leave immediately after eating. After passing the registration tent, 2 military field kitchens were stationed by the roadside, where 2 soldiers were distributing food, a bowl of meat porridge and a piece of flatbread for each person, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Further along, the spacious 4-lane highway was lined with rows of neatly arranged tents. In front of each tent stood an oil drum, from which flames leapt high into the air. Many who had already eaten gathered around the drums for warmth. All refugees were to remain here for the night, with the military providing protection for their departure the following morning. After consuming the army's provided dinner, the 2 were assigned to a tent situated toward the back. Gazing at their tags, Jiangzhe fell into silence, mirroring the quietude of Su Xiaomi beside him. Longtan Bay number 12 was etched in his memory. Years ago, he had been assigned to Longtan Bay No. 20, located over 30 kilometers away. Most of these refuge points were military supply depots or repurposed air defense bunkers, constructed primarily in mountainous regions, varying in size. His recollection of number 12 was vivid due to the brutal assault it suffered, where the white-skinned invaders breached its defenses, and out of the 30,000 inhabitants, only a scant few managed to escape. Upon hearing of this calamity, Jiangzhe had accompanied a hunting team to No. 12 to transport supplies, and the sight of countless bodies strewn across the ground became one of the most indelible memories of his life. Inside the tent, Jiangzhe discreetly glanced at the silent Su Xiaomi. A flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. To send her away was tantamount to a death sentence. To keep her with him was equally burdensome. The dilemma of whether to keep her or not weighed heavily on him. Irritated, Jiangzhe stepped out of the tent, thinking it best to take things as they come. You stay here. I'll go ahead, he instructed. Noticing Su Xiaomi attempting to follow, he barked at her to remain inside the tent. In the open space outside the tent, large wooden boards were erected at intervals, each plastered with palm-sized notes left by refugees. Mom, I've been assigned to Yinshan No. 28. Not worry. Son, Li Feng. Dingxing Trading Company. I am Zhang Guoli, a neurologist at Nanjing City 4th Hospital. If anyone encounters my wife, please tell her I've been assigned to Yinshan No. 32. My wife's name is Zhengwan. Beneath this message, a photo of a woman in a long dress, serene and beautiful, was affixed. Communication had ceased, and people could only resort to these primitive means to convey messages. Jiangzhe observed for a while before wandering around the settlement area. By this time, the influx of refugees from Nanjing City had dwindled significantly. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. Chapter 27. Have you washed your socks for later? Why are you following me? A female soldier, adorned with the emblem of the Red Cross, scrutinized Jiangzhe with a puzzled expression as she stood before a field medical vehicle. She was the same robust soldier who had registered Jiangzhe earlier, her petite stature blending a sense of fierceness with a touch of southern femininity. Jiangzhe glanced at the truck, realizing she must be a medic within the military, ensuring no one was around. He produced a palm-sized piece of Dove chocolate and extended it toward her. Sister, could you do me a favor? The soldier eyed the chocolate, accepted it, and then gestured for him to hop on the vehicle. Inside, a row of medical instruments lay in wait, with a single military cot occupying a corner. The soldier unwrapped the chocolate and popped a piece in her mouth, her eyebrows arching with delight. Sister, do you know Sun Changfu? He is a company commander in your artillery brigade, and he has a face full of acne. Jiangzhe waited for her to finish the chocolate before posing his question. Sun Changfu? No, I don't know him. Each unit has its own personnel. The soldier tucked the remaining chocolate into her winter uniform. Sister, could you help me inquire? He is a distant relative, and I need to find him. I'll come back tomorrow. Sure, I'll ask around. Just as Jiangzhe turned to leave, the soldier grasped his arm firmly. Sister still has something to say. There is no need to rush. Sit down. The soldier smiled. I'm not in a hurry. Only a eunuch would be anxious, Jiangzhe replied, taking a seat. Puffed. The woman chuckled, rubbing her hands together. Remember, you must stick with the group. Do not fall behind. Tonight is the last batch of people that I heard from higher-ups that monsters have emerged across the entire Blue Star and Dacia, leading to many casualties. Stay sharp. Thanks, sister. You're really kind. Jiangja nodded in appreciation. The kindness from stranger was a rare treasure. Kind. The soldier shot him a meaningful glance. Jiangja grinned, finding her words both easy to respond to yet difficult to navigate. Moreover, this was a military camp, and her sudden flirtation seemed rather careless. Sister, you're wonderful in every way. Jiangja offered a meticulously crafted response. Giggling, this little mouth of yours must have deceived many girls, she teased. All right, I was just joking. Everyone has been on edge these past few days. We need some levity. Remember what I said. Tomorrow, suddenly, an urgent alarm blared throughout the camp, causing the soldier's expression to shift. She snatched a medical kit from the table. Quickly, we need to go. Jiangja leapt from the vehicle as the ground trembled beneath him. Booming sounds echoed as 3 armed helicopters rose swiftly into the sky, cutting through the heavy snowfall toward the forward base. The tanks behind the tents roared to life, belching thick clouds of smoke. With a cacophony of movement, hundreds of soldiers surged forward, their assault rifles raised, aimed at the snow-covered ground illuminated by the searchlights. The medical team was preparing to a thunderous shout reverberated through the air as the female soldier nodded towards Jiang before swiftly boarding the armored vehicle parked nearby. Along the highway, dozens of tanks rumbled through the fields, crushing the accumulated snow beneath their weight. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the unknown enemy. Jiangja concealed himself behind the medical vehicle, occasionally glancing toward the 14.7mm machine gun positioned in the defensive fortifications ahead. Undoubtedly, the White Skins had arrived, and he knew he needed to prepare himself. Boom! Faint echoes of concentrated explosions resonated from the front, yet the cacophony lasted no longer than 10 seconds before the world fell silent once more. The armored vehicle carrying the female soldier suddenly surged forward. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then half an hour. Suddenly, the distant rumble of an armored vehicle could be heard approaching from the highway. The vehicle turned back, prompting everyone to heighten their vigilance. Recognizing the anomaly and immediately opening fire, an officer stationed at the forefront bellowed commands as the armored vehicle came to a halt. The female soldier, clutching a medical kit, emerged from the vehicle, slowly making her way towards the truck. Her hands were stained with blood, her expression vacant, and tear streaks marred her cheeks, clearly indicating she had been weeping. Upon spotting Jiang just standing by the truck, the female soldier paused, staring blankly at him. Only 2 individuals had survived, with no casualties among the injured. After uttering these words, she entered the medical vehicle. Jiangja pondered for a moment before following her inside. Observing the dazed female soldier, he produced a tissue and offered it to her. Sister, what happened at the forward base? That monster was terrifying. Not a single corpse was intact, she sobbed. Suddenly, she embraced Jiangja tightly around the waist. Is the monster dead? He inquired, gently stroking her hair. Yes, she replied with a muffled sound, explaining that she had been injured by the soldiers at the forward base before being pursued and killed by a helicopter. Is there a company commander named Li Haochong there? He sacrificed himself. Jiangja fell into silence. Recalling the words of Commander Li, he wondered if the soldiers stationed at the forward base had their fill before meeting their end. That monster was merely a scout, and soon, a large number of White Skins would launch an assault. The death toll would be staggering. After a long pause, the female soldier suddenly rose, cupping Jiangja's face with both hands. Brother, I was supposed to be discharged in 2 months, but I fear I won't make it to that time. Sister, no one knows what tomorrow holds for any of us, Jiangja replied, gazing down at her. They locked eyes in silence until, unexpectedly, she pressed her lips against his. Brother, I've never been in a relationship. Just for today, be my boyfriend. Okay, he acquiesced, locking the door behind him. Moments later, their youthful bodies entwined like beasts, igniting a fervent flame within the confined space that in the frigid night. The faint sound of the nightingale echoed, sometimes melodious, sometimes urgent. At 5:30 in the morning, it was time to rise and depart. A soldier stood at the entrance of the tent, urging everyone to hurry. The crowd emerged from their tents, and Jiangzhe led Xiao Mi towards the convoy, where each person received a flatbread and a bottle of water. Xiao Mi clung tightly to his shirt, refusing to let go. The retreating convoy was about to set off, and he reassured her, "Come on, you can ride in the vehicle down on the military truck." A soldier noticed Xiao Mi and reached out a large hand. Under the green military canvas, a dozen children were already seated. "Brother, all the kids on this truck headed to the Longtan Bay number 12 refuge point?" Jiangzhe inquired. "Yes, they're all part of the same batch." "You're quite fortunate. The journey isn't far," the soldier replied reassuringly. Jiangzhe nodded in silence. While the distance was indeed short, it led straight to hell, yet he couldn't voice this truth. Brother, I'll be very good. Let me follow you. I won't fight with the Duke for food anymore," Xiao Mi pleaded, her voice hoarse from crying as she stood helplessly in the snow, arms slightly outstretched. "Hurry up, get in," the soldier urged impatiently. Brother, Xiao Mi gazed at Jiangzhe, shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Damn it." Looking at her lonely figure in the snow, he raised his voice, "Xiao Mi, starting today, no, from now on, you will wash my socks." Xiao Mi lifted her snow-dusted head in disbelief. "Huh." After a moment, she reacted, squealing with joy as she rushed to embrace the Duke, feeling envious. "Nudge closer. Get lost. Why are you butting in?" Jiangzhe, he thought sourly. His mood dampened as the Duke bore the brunt of his frustration. Chapter 28. Sawtooth Mouse. And so, they set off. A booming command rang out as the first few armored vehicles roared to life, and the entire convoy began to move forward slowly. Thousands followed the convoy, trudging through the snow. This would be the last group of refugees to retreat. Beyond this point, the military would no longer provide protection. They would have to rely on themselves to escape from Nanjing. T5 in the morning. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, and people had grown numb to the heavy snowfall. Silence enveloped the snow-laden night. Save for the crunching of footsteps, Xiao Mi happily walked alongside the Duke. In the front of the line, Jiangzhe unexpectedly spotted the group of girls from the seafood shop. They had not noticed him. This fortunate group had evaded the white skins and managed to catch the last convoy to the refuge point to the left of the highway. The military camp loomed like a beast. Crouched upon the earth, the convoy quickly distanced itself from the camp, and Jiangzhe found himself slowing down, gradually falling to the rear. "Move," a low voice commanded as he scooped Xiao Mi into his arms. Darting beneath the roadbed, disappearing into the snowy night on the western side of G58 highway, there was a series of low, rolling hills at that moment. Jiangzhe was peering through binoculars, observing the dim lights scattered across the hilltop, winding their way further back, likely the artillery brigade's position. After a while, he and Xiao Mi searched along the hill, navigating through abandoned vehicles until they reached a small town with only a single street. The tallest buildings were no more than 3 stories, and the street lay in complete darkness, as if silenced for centuries. "Brother, what are we searching for?" Xiao Mi inquired obediently, standing beside him, scanning the surroundings with the binoculars. "A distillery. I don't know the specific name, that it's too late today. We need to find a place to rest first." The group slowly searched along one side of the street, just as Jiangzhe was about to enter an open restaurant. Whoa! Suddenly, the Duke halted beside him, growling towards the front. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife. "Be cautious. Watch your back." No sooner had he spoken than chaotic noises erupted from a vacant house just meters away, ringing clear against the night. Woof, squeak, the sounds of barking dogs and other animals filled the air. Jiangzhe listened intently, realizing 2 groups of animals were engaged in a fierce scuffle. "Let's go take a look." The sounds grew more distinct. Inside a butcher shop, the frantic sounds of various animals tearing at each other echoed through the shattered windows. With a crash, Jiangzhe rounded a corner, only to see a dark figure burst forth from the meat shop, followed closely by another shadow, both tearing into one another amidst flying blood and FURD in the dim snowlight. Jiangzhe discerned a wild dog and a rat. Xiao Mi gasped. The 2 animals, entangled in a fierce struggle, abruptly turned to face them. "Brother, is that a rat?" Xiao Mi whispered, swallowing hard. "Yes, it is." The rat, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl, resembled a blue short-haired cat from the pre-apocalyptic era, with two jagged incisors stained with blood and glaring red eyes fixed on Jiangzhe and Xiaomi, seemingly unafraid to attack. The wild dog, too, had undergone a transformation. It appeared to be a Pomeranian, no longer slender but stout, with patches of fur missing, revealing bulging muscles beneath its skin, resembling a bully breed. Suddenly, a blinding flash caught the attention of the dog and the rat. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, bullets piercing their skulls, causing them to collapse into the snow. The gunfire silenced the cacophony of the butcher shop. Fall back! Jiangzhe stood at the entrance of the meat shop, gently tapping his foot. Inside the room, a cacophony of sounds echoed as something rushed towards him at great speed. In the next moment, a series of silver gleams flickered in the snowy night as the dog-leg knife sliced through the air. Several shadows burst forth from the doorway, only to be severed and left in disarray at his feet. The snowy night fell silent once more. Jiangzhe crouched down, the knife impaling half a mouse at its tip. After glancing around, he made his way into a nearby convenience store that a pile of firewood blazed to life, the roaring flames dispelling the chill in the air. The three of them, a pair of humans and a dog, gathered around the warmth. Jiangzhe picked up a piece of cloth from the ground to wipe his dog-leg knife. "Brother, is this what you meant by mutated animals?" Little Me asked curiously, poking at the mouse's corpse with a stick. Indeed, regardless of whether they are human or animal, anyone who survives after drinking the melted snow will undergo mutation. This mouse is known as the serrated mouse, a product of ordinary mice's mutation, Jiangzhe replied, sheathing the knife. Little Me focused on the mouse's front teeth, thick as a thumb and long as a fingertip. Resembling serrated edges, she tapped them with her stick, producing a metallic clink. How did this mouse manage to survive? Little Me pondered aloud, continuing to inquire. Stop overthinking it. How would I know? Even the monsters have emerged, and even experts cannot explain it. Jiangzhe responded while tending to the fire. Little Me stared at the mouse's lifeless body, her complexion paling, and then buried her head deep between her legs. Brother, what if a human drinks it? What will they become? Little Me couldn't help but ask. Throughout the journey, Jiangzhe had advised her against drinking the snow water, but had never explained why. Until now. He understood. Their joints swell, muscles tighten, strength increases immensely, and they become highly resistant to cold. Their teeth turn into pointed spikes, and upon encountering flesh, they become frenzied, especially drawn to human meat. Their intelligence deteriorates, rendering them no different from beasts. As he spoke, Jiangzhe placed a skewer of meat over the fire and brewed a pot of coffee. Little Me, with a dazed expression, eventually asked, "Is there any chance they could revert back?" Jiangzhe shook his head, turning the meat over tea, at least not for 5 years. Brother, how do you know this? Little Me asked timidly without raising her head. Someone told me, he replied. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Little Me seemed intrigued. Eat up. You'll encounter more mutated creatures as time goes on. This is merely the beginning. Jiangzhe took a skewer of roasted meat and devoured it heartily. That I'm not hungry. You eat, Little Me remarked, casting aside her conversation. After satisfying his hunger, Jiangzhe leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee with squinted eyes. Suddenly, Little Me stood up, rummaging through the store for a metal basin and half a bar of soap. Squatting before Jiangzhe, her small hands began to untie his shoelaces. What are you doing? Jiangzhe opened his eyes. Washing socks. I will wash your socks, Little Me murmured, her head bowed. Watching the small head in front of him, Jiangzhe downed the last of his coffee and deftly removed his socks, tossing them into the basin. With a clatter, Little Me struggled to lift an axe, smashing a chunk of ice in the kitchen that had solidified into a porcelain-like block, then placed it over the fire to melt. Half an hour later, the sound of Little Me rubbing the socks echoed in the air, followed by a basin of clear water placed at Jiangzhe's feet. Her small hands meticulously washed his large feet, and Jiangzhe closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from her touch. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Damn this apocalypse. Chapter 29. You shouldn't have come back in a wilderness. Amidst the thicket, countless human corpses lay scattered. Jiangma, we're done for. Let us go out with a bang together. Cough, cough. Canon Lord, I truly feel reluctant. Being led to death by those bastards is infuriating. Jiangzhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Pulling the pin from the glory grenade, what's there to be reluctant about? 5 extra years of life. One should be content. The rustling of leaves surrounded them as numerous white-skinned creatures emerged, encircling Jiangzhe and Cannon Lord. 2 of the white-skinned beasts charged forward, eager for the first bite. Die. All of you die. Jiangzhe roared in a savage howl as he released the glory grenade. Boom! A blinding light engulfed him and the white-skinned creatures. Jiangzhe awoke with a start. Emerging from the depths of a nightmare, he dreamt of Cannon Lord and the moment he faced death. Cannon Lord was the person he sought, Sun Changfu, a former company commander of the 3rd Military District's Artillery Brigade. During the ambush in Nanjing City, Sun Changfu's unit had been scattered, and he had taken refuge in a distillery to escape disaster. Later, Jiangzhe and Sun Changfu became teammates in the Refuge's hunting team. With his artillery skills, Sun Changfu was quick and precise, earning him the nickname Cannon Lord. He had saved Jiangzhe's life several times during their time in the hunting team. In this apocalypse. Friends were a rare and precious commodity. This time, Jiangzhe was determined to survive alongside him. At 8 in the morning, the sky outside began to brighten by the campfire. Little Me remained in slumber. After adding more firewood, Jiangzhe stirred the flames into a vibrant blaze. Sizzle! A frying pan crackled as steak and eggs danced in oil, wafting a tantalizing aroma. Little Me woke up immediately, drawn by the scent. After tidying up, the two quickly ate breakfast and exited the convenience store. This time, Jiangzhe chose a direction and moved forward swiftly. Yesterday, while Little Me slept, he had utilized the charger in his space to activate his phone, enabling the offline feature of the map to locate the distillery. In truth, the convenience store where they had spent the night was not far from the distillery, merely over 1,000 meters away in a straight line. Jiangzhe held his knife in one hand and a gun in the other, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Variants had already begun to appear. He felt confident in dodging their attacks as Chun Yun approached from afar. She spotted Jiangzhe and, with a piercing scream, dashed towards him. Without a hint of restraint, the two engaged in fervent kisses right at the entrance of the military camp, leaving the 4 soldiers on guard momentarily stunned. On either side of the defensive walls, the sound of whistling echoed as numerous soldiers peered over, giggling at the sight of the couple embracing amidst the falling snow. The laughter introduced a flicker of levity into the otherwise austere military environment. Suddenly breathless, Chun Yun reluctantly released Jiangzhe, linking her arm with his and pulling him aside. Her delicate eyes fixated on him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fool! Why did you come back? You promised to be my boyfriend for just 1 day. And it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Plus, I need to find Sun Changfu. Jiangzhe replied with a foolish grin. I could see that moment. Chun Yun was clad in outdoor combat gear, the thick bulletproof vest making her appear somewhat cumbersome. Reminiscent of Pikachu, yet the grenades hanging at her waist tempered the whimsy. Humph, you heartless person! I thought you came to find me. Sun Changfu is at the artillery position on the western hillside. Chun Yun playfully chided, gesturing in the indicated direction. Jiangzhe's suspicions were confirmed, and shortly after, she handed him a letter. Give this to Sun Changfu, and don't say anything else. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the letter, tears cascading down her face once more. You shouldn't have come back. Hurry and leave. Deliver the letter to him. If I'm still alive, I will definitely come to Base 12 at Longdan Bay to find you. Jiangzhe tapped the snowboard strapped to his back. This thing is fast. Don't worry. I can catch up with the evacuation team in half a day's time. Chun Yun removed her gloves, cradled Jiangzhe's face in her hands, and stood on her tiptoes. In that instant, the two resembled statues, allowing the snow to accumulate upon their heads. Jiangzhe, hurry, leave now. They released each other, and Chun Yun forcefully pushed him away. Jiangzhe gazed silently at her for a long time. Sis, if you wish, I can take you away right now. No one would be able to find us. He knew that such words were futile, yet they escaped his lips nonetheless. Chun Yun inhaled deeply, brushing the snow off his shoulders, then turned to walk towards the military camp. I won't go to AS, she continued. Her pace quickened, eventually breaking into a run until she vanished into the camp. Chapter 30. Life's dark light at the artillery brigade's position. Within a makeshift tent, dozens of soldiers huddled together for warmth and conversation. Sun Changfu, marked by a face full of acne, remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he listened to his comrades chat. I heard that the monster from yesterday was transported away overnight. Hardly anyone saw it. That I really want to know what it looked like. In no way. It's best if we never see it again. Also, I heard that many perished at the outpost base. Was that creature truly that formidable? At that moment, Sun Chongfu, who had been quiet, pointed to a soldier. Liuji, take a few men to clear the snow off the artillery. We wouldn't want it to misfire and send ourselves to the heavens. Yes, sir. Just as the order was given, a soldier rushed in, delivering a letter. Company commander, this is for you. It was sent by a female soldier. The tent erupted with lewd chuckles, but Sun Chongfu shot them a glare before tearing open the letter. Chongfu, if you can't hold out, run to the distillery in the small town east of the position. That's where your escape lies. This is no joke. Remember, don't stray. Otherwise, I will marry Chui Chui, the one you secretly admire. Signed, a friend you have yet to meet. Damn it. Sun Chongfu grabbed his binoculars and dashed out of the tent. Through the lenses, he spotted a small town, barely visible in the snow at the foot of the eastern hillside. At the center of the town stood a 3-story building, crowned with an enormous red flag that stood out vividly, making it impossible to miss. Sun Chongfu lowered the binoculars, frowning as he reread the letter. What the hell? The fact that I secretly admire Chui Chui is something only I know. Not even she is aware. On Highway G58, a long line of people trudged through the snow. Be careful. As the group headed towards the evacuation point, Xiaoyu helped an elderly woman who had slipped. Gazing back at the seemingly endless line behind her, Xiaoyu's brow had been furrowed for days. For some reason, even though they were close to the evacuation point, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within her. Xiaoyu, have some water, tea that moment. Another female officer of similar age offered her a bottle of purified water. Isn't the daily ration only half a bottle? Xiaoyu inquired, licking her parched lips. I've already had snow water. I'm not thirsty, the officer replied with a smile. Xiaoyu's frown deepened. Then aren't we told not to drink snow water? That's a violation of protocol. For her good friend, Xiaoyu could only issue a quiet warning, her inner turmoil growing stronger. Relax, it's been over 10 days that I've seen people who drank snow water and nothing happened to them. Also, many who caught colds from the cold have recovered after drinking snow water. Everyone says their health is much better now. Listening to her friend's reassurances, Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted back to that post. Could it be that the post was a lie? Or perhaps the virus required a longer incubation period? Thoughts swirled in her mind when suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted her contemplation. An armored vehicle sped by, its tracks crunching through the snow. All soldiers and police assemble at the service area 1 kilometer ahead. The order rang out, prompting Xiaoyu and her officer friend to hasten forward. What are they up to? Her friend asked, bewildered. As they approached, Xiaoyu noticed hundreds of all-terrain trucks parked in the service area, with fully armed soldiers stationed at the entrances. Gather! The sharp whistle pierced the air as formations quickly assembled. 3,000 soldiers and 1,000 police officers stood in the service area square. Amidst the confusion, a colonel climbed atop an armored vehicle, holding a megaphone. Those who have consumed snow water, please raise your hands for a blood test. At that instant, Xiaoyu's heart sank. Among the crowd, an estimated 200 people raised their hands, including her friend. Those who raised their hands stepped forward and boarded the vehicle. Under military orders, the group swiftly boarded the waiting trucks, which rumbled away. Everyone advanced to collect ammunition. Another command echoed, and Xiaoyu realized that something was amiss. Xiaoyu, the director is calling for you, that a colleague approached, signaling her to follow. Nodding, she accompanied him to a secluded corner behind the service area. The director, her superior and a comrade of her father, spoke gravely. Xiaoyu, remember, if anything unexpected happens, you must protect yourself. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Those words should not have come from the director. What is happening? She pressed, gripping the director's arm. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to her. Remember, you cannot disclose the contents to anyone. Receiving the top-secret document, Xiaoyu quickly scanned its contents. Her complexion draining of color. Director, do we really have to do this? Yes, it's a genetic virus that disrupts human DNA. Experts from the Academy of Sciences say it can turn people into a different kind of being. We currently have no treatment, so we must first control the armed personnel. The next step is to monitor these evacuees. There are orders from above. If an attack occurs, eliminate them immediately. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the document, her gaze fixating on the virus's name, Life's Dark Light. The director patted her shoulder. Xiaoyu, no one is completely safe from this disaster. That you've seen that apocalyptic post, and no matter what, protect yourself. Surviving is the only hope. Faced with the director's unprecedented seriousness, Xiaoyu nodded absently. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the highway. Xiaoyu turned in alarm as soldiers and police rushed towards the source of the commotion. Grab your weapons. The director drew his sidearm without hesitation and dashed out. "Dada, a monster! It's killing people! Clear the way!" The crowd on the highway erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions like a disturbed hive of bees. Many were trampled in the panic, cries for help mingling with the cacophony of footsteps. If not for the gun in Xiaoyu's hand, she too would have been swept underfoot. "Halt! Raise your hands!" A commanding voice rang out. Finally, Xiaoyu reached the inner circle, where hundreds of soldiers and police officers surrounded a dozen crouched figures in the middle of the road. Xiaoyu raised her weapon as well. The sound of crunching echoed ominously as the figures writhed, their distinct chewing noises echoing eerily. "Halt! This is your final warning." Bang! 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 A company commander fired into the sky, and suddenly, a figure slowly turned around. With prominent cheekbones and skin as pale as death, dark veins resembling creeping vines sprawled across its body. Its pupils shrank to pinprick size, and its gaping maw, filled with triangular teeth, closed down on a piece of raw flesh, shredding it apart as blood trickled from the corners of its mouth. Through the gap, Xiaoyu beheld a blood-soaked woman lying on the ground, her body revealing stark white bones. A wave of nausea surged within her. She realized the source of the chewing sounds. The creature was devouring humans. Chapter 31. Xiaoyu's despair eat. After a low, hoarse growl, the creature lunged forward, arms outstretched towards the surrounding soldiers. "Fire!" The company commander's sharp command rang out. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hundreds of tongues of flame erupted from the gun barrels, bullets instantly perforating its body with countless wounds, viscous black blood oozing forth. After a staggering moment from the impact of the bullets, the mutant astonishingly resumed its frenzied sprint. Boom! The mutant's speed far exceeded human expectations, covering a distance of 20 meters in just a few strides. A soldier pressed his gun against the mutant's chest, the bullets having completely shredded its skin, yet the mutant remained sprightly. It opened its gaping maw and bit down on the soldier's face, a scream piercing the air. The bullets were ineffective against them. The company commander's anguished cry echoed. "Ah!" At that moment, several mutants roared, charging towards the surrounding military personnel and police. Xiaoyu's face paled as she steadied her gun, aiming at a mutant leaping over a meter high. Bang! 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 A bullet struck its head, leaving a gaping hole, yet it did not fall. "Watch out!" a nearby police officer shouted, knocking Xiaoyu aside. "Run! The bullets do not affect these creatures." The officer dragged Xiaoyu as they fled for their lives. "Help! Run!" A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd in the distance. Thousands of mutants surged from the throng, pouncing upon the surrounding masses. One man was knocked to the ground by a mutant, blood spraying as a chunk of flesh was torn from his back. The mutant swallowed it whole, then bit down on the man's face, the screams diminishing to a whisper. The fleeing crowd vaulted over highway barriers, escaping in all directions. The dense throng of people blanketed the fields. Along the entire highway, only countless flesh-eating mutants remained. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Xiaoyu observed soldiers and police being overwhelmed by the mutants, their screams echoing as she emptied her last bullet. In the snow, a pregnant woman reached out to Xiaoyu for help, her husband struggling to pull her, only to collapse into the snow. Just as Xiaoyu was about to approach, she halted abruptly. The man rose from the snow, dark veins writhing up his neck like worms, spreading across his cheeks in an instant, with a series of cracking sounds. The formerly emaciated man grew taller once more, his black pupils fading until nearly completely vanishing. "We'll eat." The man seized his dazed wife. "Honey, it's me." She cried out in horror. The man bit off half of her cheek. Xiaoyu watched in tears as her gaze swept across the panicking crowd. Discarding her firearm, she turned and fled towards the vast, desolate snowfield on the east side of the G58 highway in an unknown small town. Jiangja stood atop a three-story building, peering through military-grade binoculars. From this vantage point, he could see the hexagonal defensive positions stretching along both sides of the military camp. Armed helicopters and transport helicopters flitted back and forth. Checking the time, it was 1 p.m. on August 10th. In no more than 3 hours, the White Skin would launch a surprise attack from Nanjiang along the G58 highway in his past life. Jiangja had evacuated with the second batch of refugees from Nanjiang. Along the way, mutants among the refugees who had consumed snow water began to appear, leading to the collapse of the entire evacuation effort. After more than half a month of fleeing, he finally reached the official refuge. According to the timeline, the evacuation team on the G58 highway should be in chaos by now. 10 days marked a critical point. The earliest humans who had ingested snow water would mutate collectively at this time. This was merely the first wave of disasters. Subsequently, the White Skin would breach the military's defenses and slaughter the fleeing populace indiscriminately. The 3rd Military District station in Nanjiang, with 50,000 troops spread across dozens of kilometers, was too dispersed. In his previous life, it took less than 2 hours for the White Skin to decimate the forces. Yet this was another insurmountable predicament. Without deploying troops, the White Skin would bypass the defenses and directly pursue the evacuees. Alas, what a pity for these soldiers. Jiangja could not help but sigh. The bravest and most elite veterans of the Great Xia were essentially exhausted in this counteroffensive. In Nanjiang, a blanket of white desolation enveloped the landscape, occasionally revealing the silhouettes of animals darting through. Underneath an overpass for wild dogs with bloodshot eyes dug through the snow, growling softly as they dragged out a frozen corpse. In a flurry, the 4 wild dogs pounced, shredding the corpse's clothing within seconds before beginning their feast. The temperature, plummeting below 30 degrees, rendered the corpse harder than stone, yet it did not deter them from gradually devouring the remains. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing through the city's buildings. Amidst the cacophony, a massive yellow figure leaped from the snowdrift point. One of the wild dogs, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched as the creature's jaws snapped shut around its waist. Silencing its struggles, the tawny lion, after letting out a fearsome roar, turned to the 3 retreating wild dogs, which scurried away with their tails between their legs, but the broken chain still clung to the lion's neck. Its thick fur stained with blood, the lion, alert and wary, devoured half of the wild dog, suddenly rising on its hind legs, its forepaws lowered, intently fixated on a truck not far away. Rustling sounds accompanied the emergence of a nearly 3-meter-tall White Skin. Slender and menacing, as it crept from behind the vehicle, the lion emitted a low growl, slowly retreating, its instincts sensing the grave danger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The White Skin emitted a low, grinding sound, prompting the lion to turn and flee. Just as the lion leaped onto the roof of a car, a white figure darted out from the left, colliding with the lion and sending it tumbling. Before it could recover, 2 tendrils lunged forward, piercing its heart. Roar! The lion's agonizing cry echoed just as a more terrifying maw opened, crunching down on its skull, silencing its roar. The horrific sound of chewing ensued, and moments later, the massive lion was reduced to a mangled pile of flesh. Subsequently, the White Skin emitted a series of crisp sounds, echoed by another in the distance, as if they were communicating. Rat-a-tat-tat. The second echoed, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the entire street. A cacophony of terrifying sounds from the White Skin reverberated. Amidst the tumult, snow flew as countless white beasts surged like tanks towards a common direction, shaking off the snow from the branches on either side. Chapter 32. The Nanjiang Blockade in Nanjiang. A tracked armored vehicle sped through the open snowfield. Inside, the company commander queried, "Why aren't we using drones?" The soldier driving the vehicle grumbled, "In this blasted weather, they drain too much power. They won't last long in the air." The commander tightened his collar, his gaze fixed intently outside. "What about military satellites?" The soldier pressed, unwilling to let it go. "Are you out of your mind? With such thick clouds, do you think satellites can see through them like their son Wukong?" The commander tapped the soldier's helmet, signaling him to be quiet. "Are the landmines all set?" "Yes, The commander leaned back against the vehicle, a sense of unease creeping in. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance caught his attention. Bang! The commander abruptly stood up, forgetting he was inside the vehicle, his helmet colliding forcefully with the roof. Ignoring the dizziness, he grabbed binoculars and peered through the window towards the far-off sound. Boom! 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 The relentless explosions of landmines resounded from afar. Move! Moments later, the commander's face turned pale as he let out a chilling scream. The armored vehicle veered sharply, charging towards the defensive line. Commander, what did you see? The driver was taken aback by the reaction of the squad leader. Stammering a question, the squad leader pressed his lips tightly together, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his hands gripping the binoculars turning pale. He beheld the monstrosities, countless creatures, their white forms overwhelming, stirring the snow with serpentine trails and the more than a meter-deep drifts. Moving with a speed that filled him with despair, in mere breaths, they had closed to within 500 meters. Sea Eagle, this is Recon Vehicle 15, I am Sea Eagle, please respond. Monsters, at least 5,000 creatures have surged from the patrol area of Vehicle 15 towards the defense line. Their speed is astonishing. We cannot retreat. Take care. The squad leader set down the radio, adjusted his helmet, and cast a slow glance over the 5 soldiers inside the vehicle, their faces equally pale. Prepare for battle. With a clatter, the shooting ports on either side of the armored vehicle opened, revealing the gun barrels. The squad leader took control of the 12.7mm machine gun mounted atop the vehicle. The armored vehicle sped forth at 60 kilometers per hour, the fastest it could muster, in less than 15 seconds. The white beast approached within 100 meters. Click! The squad leader pulled the bolt, aiming at the foremost of the white creatures. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. At last, the squad leader discerned the features of the creature. Dashing forward like a bolt of lightning, its gaping maw still stained with fresh blood, eyes radiating a savage light. To hell with you, the squad leader bellowed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared to life. Boom! The rapidly charging creature stumbled under the immense force of the bullets. The squad leader's brief flicker of hope was dashed as the creature rolled and continued its relentless pursuit of the armored vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun unleashed another barrage of fire. Crash! A white beast collided violently with the side of the armored vehicle, causing the squad leader to sway perilously, nearly being thrown off balance. Simultaneously, a piercing alarm blared from the distant army encampment. Accompanied by the rapid gunfire of assault rifles, the squad leader glanced back towards the encampment, exhaled deeply, and turned to resume firing. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through his chest. Cough! He looked down to see a tentacle piercing through his torso. Squad leader, came the startled cries as his body was flung into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The G-58 Nanjiang defense line erupted with a cacophony of artillery fire. Downstairs, Jiangzhe dashed up to the rooftop, where the air was thick with the sound of alarm bells ringing out from the Nanjiang encampment. Upon reaching the rooftop, he saw plumes of smoke rising from the artillery position, accompanied by the shrieking cries of projectiles hurtling towards the Nanjiang Expressway. Raising his binoculars, he observed the distant white fields erupting into massive clouds of black smoke and earth, as at least 155mm howitzers fired in unison. The thunderous roars echoed across the open fields like the arrival of a thunder god. "They're here," Jiangzhe murmured, glancing at his watch. T3:20 in the afternoon. The Nanjiang sniping battle had officially commenced. The previously tranquil heavens erupted into chaos. Jiangzhe's gaze was fixed upon the G-58 Expressway towards Nanjiang, where the artillery brigade unleashed their shells, raising earthen walls 2 kilometers from the defense line. Faintly, a white silhouette appeared in his sights. The second, the third, the fourth, watching the countless white figures swiftly charging and stirring up swathes of snow. Jiangzhe couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In his past life, he had only heard tales from surviving veterans about the massive white beast assaults in this region. Now, witnessing the scene of white creatures surging like a tide sent shivers down his spine. The number of beasts he saw at present was easily over 5,000, and this was merely the Nanjiang front. Combined with the other coastal cities of Daxia, the total number of invading white beasts was likely over 100,000. The speeding creatures created a wall of snow, akin to a sandstorm sweeping across flat terrain. Whoosh! The piercing cries of 155mm howitzer shells filled the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The once compact formation of white beasts suddenly scattered. Boom, boom, boom! The heavy artillery bombardment failed to achieve the desired effect. One creature was flung into the air by the shockwave of an explosion, only to shake its head and dash forward once more. Unless the artillery could detonate directly beside them, the shockwave from human artillery was merely a stumble for the robust white beasts. Yet another beast, riddled with shrapnel, pressed on relentlessly. After sprinting 100 meters, it finally collapsed, twitching before succumbing. As long as the injuries were not fatal, the white beasts would only become more frenzied in their assault. In mere seconds, over 5,000 white beasts had breached the artillery brigade's designated blocking line, with the casualties among them being few. Their speed was simply too formidable. The artillery had but one opportunity to fire against such rapid adversaries. Indeed, after a single volley, silence fell upon the artillery brigade's position. Before long, the white creatures had surged within 2 kilometers of the defensive line. That moment, over 100 olive-green armed helicopters formed a line above the front lines, their bellies unleashing hundreds of ground attack rockets that soared through the air, leaving trails of white smoke. Jiangzhe shook his head in disbelief. The white beasts were not foolish. On the contrary, they demonstrated a remarkable intelligence, easily evading the incoming fire. Once again, the ranks of white beasts split, charging forward with an imposing momentum. Jiangzhe could not envision what it must have been like when thousands of cavalry charged in ancient times, but the sight of the white beasts raising 3 to 4 meter high snow walls as they advanced was surely not far from it. On the rooftop, Jiangzhe could distinctly feel the tremors beneath his feet. Boom, boom, boom! Rockets exploded amidst the scattered formation of white beasts, sending vast clouds of earth and debris into the air. Occasionally, unfortunate creatures were flung into the sky by the force of the explosions. Next came the 30mm autocannons from the armed helicopters, over 100 thick red belts of ammunition forming a wall of fire in the air. On the ground, over 200 of Dacia's latest 99B tanks formed a wedge formation, initiating a countercharge against the white beasts. The sheer power of the 30mm autocannon sent the white creatures flying, leaving gaping wounds the size of fists upon their massive bodies. Even those not immediately killed saw their speed significantly diminished. This wave of assault claimed at least 20 of the white beasts. However, that was the extent of its effectiveness. The speed of the white beasts surged, rendering the armed helicopters incapable of effectively targeting them. Ground attacks yielded minimal results. The white beasts exceeded a movement speed of 30 meters per second, causing the advanced targeting systems of the tanks to malfunction, forcing reliance on manual aiming. Amidst the thick smoke and the swirling snow, the charge of the white beasts showed no signs of abating. In the span of mere seconds, the 2-kilometer distance between them closed rapidly. The armed helicopters had lost their formation, each fixated on a single white beast, continuously unleashing their ammunition to rat-a-tat-tat. The 200 heavy machine guns atop the tanks fired in unison, their concentrated fire forcing the foremost white beast to stumble and roll in the snow. The following creatures leapt in the air. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Boom! The 2 waves of white and green collided violently, momentarily halting both sides. The heavy tanks, weighing 50 to 60 tons, swayed left and right as they were rammed by several charging white beasts. In an instant, over 100 machine guns fell silent. Once the white beasts closed in, the 200 tanks were essentially rendered useless. At the moment of contact, Jiangzhe witnessed the heavy machine guns atop the tanks being smashed into a heap of scrap metal by the claws of the white creatures. Amidst the flying debris, dozens of gunners unable to take cover inside the tanks met their fate, while a few soldiers were yanked into the air by the white beasts, only to be torn asunder mid-fall. The battle between tanks and white creatures erupted with ferocity. The white beasts did not linger to grapple with the tanks. Instead, they kicked up a storm of snow as they charged towards the rear lines. Jiangzhe, binoculars in hand, stood like a statue, bracing for the impending bloodiest clash. Along the sides of the G58 expressway lay countless makeshift hexagonal defensive bases. At this moment, within the defensive bases, various calibers of weaponry, Countless dark gun muzzles were aimed towards the direction of Nanjiao. Numerous soldiers prayed fervently for the forthcoming battle to deliver a crippling blow to the white beasts. Attention, everyone! The enemy is upon us. Within the defensive bases, the commanding officers' voices echoed as they rallied their troops. Boom! 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 In the blinding white snow, the monsters ahead remained obscured, but the thunderous sounds of the white beasts charging resounded unmistakably. Squad leader, where should I shoot? On the defensive position, a soldier operated a heavy sniper grenade launcher, aiming ahead. After moistening his parched lips, he inquired of his squad leader beside him, "If you smash a monster's head, can it still survive?" The squad leader brushed away the frost clinging to his eyelashes. The thunderous sounds grew louder, and the snow accumulated on the sandbags began to tremble slightly. Prepare, aim, and fire again. A white wave of snow appeared several hundred meters ahead, accompanied by low growls. The figures of the white-skinned creatures emerged. 1, 2, 3. The squad leader's eyes widened in shock. Damn, how can there be so many? Open fire! With the squad leader's piercing shout, the light and heavy weapons on the position fired almost simultaneously, unleashing torrents of flames. The foremost white-skinned creature was struck in the head by a grenade, its massive body rolling on the ground. Squad leader, I took one down. The excited soldier shouted, "Be careful." Before the soldier could retarget the white-skinned creature, the squad leader yanked him away from their position. Suddenly, a thick claw pierced through the squad leader's chest. A 3-meter-tall white-skinned creature, snarling with its jaws clicking menacingly. In a swift motion, the creature lunged forward, obliterating the squad leader's upper body. Squad leader, the soldier reacted, shouting in horror, just as a shadow fell upon him. The soldier and his weapon were cleaved in two by the claw. That moment, countless white-skinned creatures surged forward like phantoms in the snow, leaping into the defensive position, unleashing a bloody storm. The Third Army's constructed defenses would soon be breached by the white-skinned horde. Jiang set aside his binoculars, even though he was accustomed to life and death. A heaviness weighed upon his chest. This was practically a massacre. Countless despairing soldiers pulled the pins from grenades strapped to their chests, ready to perish alongside the white-skinned creatures, only to realize they could not match their speed. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against such monsters, devoid of even the slightest opportunity for resistance. Explosions and roars echoed across the position as soldiers were slaughtered. There was no need for binoculars now. From the rooftops of a small town, one could see the white-skinned creatures darting like specters, amidst plumes of smoke and explosions. Many soldiers retreated from the defensive position, but regrettably, most were caught and killed by the white-skinned creatures. After a moment of silence, Jiang turned, gathering the tent and other belongings, and descended the stairs. Chapter 33. I miss you so much at the artillery brigade's position. Sun Changfu gripped his binoculars tightly. Teeth clenched. Surrounding the base camp at the foot of the mountain, countless white-skinned creatures rushed from all directions. The 6-meter-high defensive wall appeared insignificant before the terrifying beasts with a swipe of their claws. They could scale it in mere moments. In the air, armed helicopters unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the white-skinned creatures atop the wall. At this point, the military could no longer afford to concern themselves with friendly fire. But the prowess of the white-skinned creatures once again exceeded Sun Changfu's expectations, and he witnessed one creature use its tentacles to hurl a steel plate with such force that the nearest helicopter, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in two and spiraled to the ground. Hundreds of surviving tanks on the perimeter continued to bombard the enemy. A brutal battle raged at the base camp. Countless shells shooting into the sky, mingling with the severed limbs of both humans and white-skinned creatures. "Look out! A monster is charging!" shouted a sharp-eyed soldier. Sun Changfu quickly glanced in the direction the soldier pointed, spotting hundreds of massive white figures racing towards the artillery position, trailing a flurry of snow. "Prepare for battle!" With the commander's bellow, the monsters surpassed the effective range of the 155mm artillery, rendering it useless. Over 2,000 artillerymen took aim with light and heavy weapons at the approaching beasts. Many soldiers turned pale, knowing that such a hastily constructed defense could not hold against the onslaught. Fire! From over 100 meters away, Thousands of machine guns erupted in a blaze of fire, but the speed of the white-skinned creatures instilled despair in everyone. Even climbing the slope was merely a matter of seconds. In the blink of an eye, the white-skinned creatures were upon them. Suddenly, a spray of blood drenched Sun Chongfu, and when he opened his eyes, he beheld the headless corpse of a comrade. The entire position descended into chaos as soldiers surrounded the white-skinned creatures, firing bullets that left trails of white smoke. In a daze, Sun Chongfu watched as a soldier was bitten in half. Damn it! A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Sun Chongfu pulled 2 grenades from his belt and charged forward. The grenades exploded above the white-skinned creatures, barely causing them to sway. Just as Sun Chongfu gritted his teeth and prepared to advance, a soldier's lifeless body crashed into him, sending him flying. He rolled down the slope for over 20 meters. The white-skinned creature that intended to pounce on him was struck back by a rocket fired from the side. Cough, cough, squad leader. We need to retreat. Staying here is futile and will only lead to our deaths. One of his subordinates, Liu Zi, exclaimed with a quavering voice as he dug Sun Chongfu out from the snow. Watching the white-skinned creatures slaughtering soldiers with ease, Sun Chongfu felt blood trickling from his mouth. With a resolute salute towards the distant camp, he shouted, "Let's go, brothers who are still alive, follow me." His 6 subordinates scrambled down the slope in a frantic rush. After running over 1,000 meters, Sun Chongfu panted heavily. Gesturing for the others to stop, in the waist-deep snow, they pushed onward, lungs ablaze. Boom! Boom! The distant sounds of explosions continued to echo. The military camp still held its ground, with a helicopter out of ammunition launching a suicide attack against the white-skinned creatures below. Soldiers on the defensive wall clung to grenades, ready to pull the pins. Watching the scene unfold, Sun Chongfu's eyes turned red. "Run! Monsters are coming!" Liu Zi shouted in terror. The group turned to see white-skinned creatures pursuing fleeing soldiers in the camp. 3 soldiers stumbled towards them, pursued by a white-skinned creature. "Run!" Sun Chongfu could no longer hesitate. He led his comrades towards the small town, clutching the memory of that letter. There was no time for doubt. He could only trust the one who knew his secret. Gunfire and screams echoed behind them as the 6 men raced toward the town. Sun Chongfu's eyes caught sight of the flag atop a rooftop, and his pace quickened. "Chongfu, come here!" Suddenly, Liu Zi shouted beside him, "I'm not dead yet. You won't deny your commander, will you?" Sun Chongfu shot him a fierce glare at "No, squad leader. Look at the wall." Following Liu Zi's indication, Sun Chongfu saw 4 bright red characters written on a wall outside the town. "Chongfu, come here," followed by a thick arrow pointing in a direction. The characters were crooked and ugly, a sight to behold. "Damn it!" Sun Chongfu cursed. "Can't you even write your surname properly on the wall?" It felt as though these people were led into a den of vice. "I can't go on, squad leader." "You all run ahead," the last soldier gasped. Raising his weapon, in the distance, a white-skinned creature kicked up a cloud of snow as it charged towards them. "Don't stop. There's help inside." Sun Chongfu grasped the soldier's arm, pulling him forward. "Is that true?" Liu Zi exclaimed in excitement. "I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. Worst case, we die together." In the small town streets, the walls were plastered with the bright red words Chongfu. "Come here," leaving no room for escape. Following the arrow's guidance, the 6 men finally arrived outside the distillery to the corner. The white-skinned creature skidded, crashing through a wall as it continued its pursuit. The 6 men swiftly dashed into the fermentation workshop, where an iron door had been left ajar. Sun Chongfu paid no mind to anything else, hearing the rustling of the white-skinned creature drawing near. "Get inside." "Damn." The 6 of them cursed in unison, momentarily frozen at the door. Inside the workshop, under a steel framework several meters away, stood a figure clad in a white cold-weather suit, a cold-weather cap, and a quick-drying mask that revealed only a pair of eyes. This figure wielded a crude siege crossbow, aiming 3 stout bolts at them, each tipped with a grenade. Beside him crouched a large dog. "Chongfu, get down," Jiangzhi shouted. Sun Chongfu snapped back to reality, and the 6 of them pressed tightly against the wall. In the next moment, the iron door of the workshop was smashed open, and the white-skinned creature burst in like a bolt of lightning at the same time. The The workshop echoed with the dull roar and the sharp sound of steel plates being fired. The three bolts shot forth with incredible speed, piercing the white-skinned creature with tremendous force. Boom! With a sharp cry, the pale-skinned creature was propelled backward by the force of the crossbow bolt, while a fiery explosion erupted in the air. Sun Changfu and his companions were left dumbfounded. Who is this brave soul? The pale figure lingered for less than 2 seconds before charging once more towards the entrance. However, the recent explosion had left it injured, with large charred patches and gaping wounds oozing dark purple blood on its ash-gray skin. This time, Jiangzhu approached the crossbow, drawing forth a dog-leg knife. Be careful. Sun Changfu couldn't help but shout. The pale creature needed only to leap again to reach Jiangzhu's head, yet Jiangzhu remained calm and watchful. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, dragging the pale figure down into a 10-meter-deep pit. Without hesitation, Jiangzhu followed suit. In the depths of the pit, the anguished scream of the pale creature echoed, followed by a series of dull thuds. In a fleeting moment, Jiangzhu hurled a 30-ton steel ingot through the air. Shattering its spine, he swiftly conjured a spatial blade, severing the creature's appendages and extracting its crystal core. By the time Sun Changfu and his companions cautiously approached the edge of the pit, they beheld Jiangzhu delivering blow after blow to the pale creature. Damn it, I lost my girlfriend because of this. Damn it, making me run around like this, after delivering a relentless barrage of punches. Jiangzhu finally paused, raising his gaze to Sun Changfu, who stood agape at the edge. Remove your mask, Jiangzhu demanded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I've missed you. Canon Lord. Chapter 34. The battlefield as Jiangzhu climbed out of the 10-meter-deep pit wielding 2 knives. Sun Changfu's curiosity about this young man intensified. Jiangzhu dusted off the dirt from his clothes, surveying the other man from head to toe. Well, the pimples on your face are still there. Who are you? How do you know Cui Cui? Sun Canon Lord's brows twitched, unable to suppress his urge to pull Jiangzhu's arm and whisper the question, why name is Jiangzhu? From Nanjiang, that you've seen the letter, right? Jiangzhu recalled as he made his way to the fermentation tank. This moment, he was no longer in a hurry. The reason for the trouble in delivering that letter was his concern that Sun Canon Lord's fate might change upon rebirth. He had few friends and did not wish to endure solitude while hoarding food in the apocalypse. Sun Canon Lord hurriedly followed. Thank you for saving these brothers. Why do you call me Canon Lord? I don't remember you. Are you an artilleryman? Yes. Are you accurate with your shots? Then it must be correct. I'll call you Canon Lord. Canon Lord. He tugged at Jiangzhu's arm. How do you know me? In my previous life, I was the elder brother, and you're my younger brother. You were so ugly that our parents wanted to abandon you, but I saved you. Including today, I've saved you twice. Let go. Canon Lord was about to curse, but suddenly recalled Jiangzhu's fearless conquest of the pale creature, halting his words. Brother? Nonsense. If I were as handsome as you, would I have unrequited love? I would have been in bed long ago. As they conversed, Jiangzhu opened the lid of the fermentation tank. What the hell? He exclaimed and jumped down. Shortly after, Duke and Xiaomi were lifted out by the others. Xiaomi's cheeks were flushed, her eyes closed, while Duke hung his tongue out, snoring loudly. They had been intoxicated by the fumes emanating from the fermentation tank for nearly a day. Canon Lord and his companions exchanged wide-eyed glances. A girl and a dog? What a combination! Countless thoughts swirled in their minds. Lend a hand. Jiangzhu lifted Xiaomi, while Canon Lord and the others carried Duke. The group swiftly exited the winery and ascended into the highest 3-story building in the town, placing Xiaomi and Duke by the bonfire. The 7 then made their way to the rooftop. In the distance, the rumbling of explosions continued to echo. Jiangzhu and his companions remained silent, observing. Suddenly, a 4-wheeled all-terrain vehicle sped through the snow toward the town, with 4 soldiers wildly firing their weapons atop. In the rear, 5 pale creatures swiftly pursued. Point 2 of the creatures charged from his side, colliding fiercely with the vehicle, which toppled into a pit. Canon Lord, Jiangzhu exclaimed, gripping his arm. Save them. Jiangzhu shook his head. Canon Lord, think about it. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have written you a letter. I could eliminate all those pale creatures by myself. becoming a hero of the Great Xia, gaining fame and fortune, perhaps even becoming a general oh, you think I want to stand here and watch? Cannon Lord lowered his gaze, releasing Jiang's arm, silently watching as the pale creatures slaughtered the soldiers in the vehicle. Squad leader, this young brother speaks the truth. You are asking too much of us. Those monsters are incredibly swift. If it weren't for that pit, who could withstand them? Taking down one is already impressive, Sixie interjected. Indeed, the other soldiers murmured in agreement. Jiang patted Cannon Lord on the shoulder. Get used to it. Cannon Lord nodded. I end this apocalypse. Everyone needed time to adapt. Gradually, the sounds of gunfire diminished until they completely vanished, leaving only the soft rustling of falling snow. Boom! The few individuals atop the roof hurriedly turned their gaze to the distance as thousands of pale creatures congregated, charging along the G58 highway, rumbling into the unknown. Where are they going? Someone asked. Jiangja slowly rose, surveying the surroundings. I'm not sure. The group followed Jiangja down to the first floor, just as they settled. Xiaomi awoke, gazing bewilderedly at the 6 soldiers who had suddenly appeared. Duke and Xiaomi had missed the most brutal battle in Nanjiang after taking a nap. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xiaomi and Duke. Jiangja facilitated the introductions between the two groups. Please sit. I will go check the battlefield. After a brief conversation, Jiangja shouldered his backpack. I'll go with you. Sun Cannon Lord quickly stood up. No. What if there are any remaining monsters outside? His single remark extinguished their eagerness. Jiangja was headed to gather weapons and equipment, as well as the more crucial crystal cores. He could not take them along. After settling a few matters, he plunged into the heavy snow with Duke by his side. Boom! A spray of snow erupted as Jiangja parked the snowmobile in front of the military defense line. Thick smoke billowed into the distance. The entire defense line was eerily quiet, surrounded by countless fallen soldiers' remains, slowly being buried by the wind and snow. That'd be why this time tomorrow, this gruesome battlefield would vanish. Jiangja observed the corpses beneath him, saluting before commencing his mission. Heavy machine guns, infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, and munitions were swiftly scavenged until darkness fell, leading him to the military headquarters. This was the most brutal location along the entire defense line, where countless dismembered soldier corpses piled up from the entrance of the barracks inward. Helicopter and tank wreckage littered the area. With a swift motion, a military knife sliced through the head of a pale creature. Extracting a crystal core, Jiangja flipped his hand, stowing the core in his spatial pocket. This marked the 15th one he had collected. He estimated that at least 200 of the pale creatures had perished here. Navigating over countless corpses, Jiangja ventured deeper into the barracks. Thankfully, having grown accustomed to life and death in his previous life, he knew that an ordinary person would likely go mad upon being thrown into such a scene. Suddenly, several medical vehicles emblazoned with a red cross caught his attention in the vast military square. Kata! Opening the door, Jiangja began to search quickly. After a moment of disappointment, he entered a nearby tent. Countless bloodstains marred the white sheets, and he discovered the bodies of hundreds of female soldiers one by one. He examined them. Suddenly, in a corner of the tent, Jiangja halted, slowly reaching out to turn over a corpse. Chun Yun lay there, her eyes wide with terror and helplessness, a fist-sized hole puncturing her chest. Jiangja crouched down, gazing quietly at her. After a long moment, he retrieved half a piece of unfinished chocolate from her shirt pocket. Breaking it into two, he placed one piece in his mouth and the other into Chun Yun's slightly parted lips. Taking a deep breath, he closed her eyes. Sister, this time, I will take you with me. With that, the corpse vanished. Whoosh! Jiangja panted softly, unable to recall how many pieces of equipment he had already stowed away. Whenever he encountered something intact and usable, it found its way into his spatial storage. Even if he had no immediate need for these items, they could later be exchanged for supplies or personnel at other refuge points. In the early days of the apocalypse, the worth of a single firearm or a bowl of noodles was immeasurable. Throughout the night, Jiangja roamed the battlefield like a specter of the dark, even retrieving the artillery from the position once held by the artillery brigade known as POW. With a swift motion, Jiangja dispatched a wild dog attempting a sneak attack, flicking the blood and fur from his blade before kicking the carcass aside. After more than half a day, The surrounding animals had caught the scent of food. Soon this place would transform into a paradise for them. That moment, the dawn light began to pierce the horizon. The resources he could gather were nearly exhausted, particularly the white core crystals, an astounding total of 211. Such a quantity would incite frenzy among all factions in this apocalyptic world, representing the potential to create 210 first-tier extraordinary beings. With a stroke of luck, it might even yield third-tier or fourth-tier extraordinary beings. Surveying his surroundings, Jiangzhe mounted his snowmobile and, amidst the roar of the engine, sped towards the town. Chapter 35. The road Deer Mountain on August 30th, the 10th day of the apocalypse. Over 200,000 white-skinned creatures launched an assault on the coastal defenses of the Great Xia. The main lines of defense in Nanjiang, Jinshan, Qingdong, Modu, Fuzhou, Hangjing, and Xiangao were breached, resulting in catastrophic losses for the main forces of the Great Xia. The white-skinned creatures surged inland, ravaging the entirety of Great Xia's territory. Nanyu, Miantian, and Taigua. Many coastal nations faced near annihilation. Across the Blue Planet, only the Great Xia, the Lighthouse, and the Bear Nation, among a handful of the most powerful countries, continued to struggle against the tide. Outside the town, 8 figures stood atop the highest point. Salute! With a curt command from Sun Pao Yi, 6 soldiers extended their right hands towards the distant military camp, after a night of heavy snowfall. The smoke of battle had dwindled. Only the outlines of the camp still stood against the wind and snow, along with the towering artillery barrels that reached for the sky. Let us go. There's a long road ahead. Jiangzhe descended the stairs first, followed closely by the others, burdened with heavy backpacks. Soon, the entire town faded from sight, with the addition of Pao Yi and his 6 men. Jiangzhe found himself with fewer distractions, as he only needed to lead the way. The tasks of vigilance and cooking could be entrusted to Pao Yi and his comrades. The sound of crunching snow filled the air along the highway. Jiangzhe, take a rest. Everyone is exhausted. After more than 2 hours, Pao Yi, bent over and gasping for breath, called out to Jiangzhe. Initially, Jiangzhe had planned to commandeer an infantry fighting vehicle, yet he feared the noise would attract the white-skinned creatures. Although the possibility was minimal, he was unwilling to take that risk. Pao Yi and his men were equally out of breath. Even Duke, panting heavily, exhaled clouds of white vapor, his canine head resembling a large ice ball. In contrast, Xiaomi appeared to be in good spirits. Let us rest for an hour. Jiangzhe led the group into a culvert beneath the highway. Pao Yi and his men returned from a nearby thicket. Carrying branches, a bonfire was ignited, and the 8 humans and 1 dog gathered around its warmth. Brother, where are we going? After a brief pause, Xiaomi clung to Jiangzhe's arm and inquired. To Road Deer Mountain. Where is that? Sun Pao Yi and the others gazed at him intently. It's about 200 kilometers from here. There's a refuge point. Jiangzhe ladled some syrupy water from the pot over the fire and drank. The sweet liquid rolling down his throat, warming him from within, he exhaled contentedly and, under the curious gazes of the group, began sketching a rough outline of the Great Siam map in the snow with a stick. Nanjiang, Jinshan. Yesterday there were at least 100,000 white-skinned creatures that breached the Great Xia. Observing the situation in Nanjiang, one could only imagine the devastation elsewhere. The main forces of the Great Xia had essentially been wiped out. Ah! Pao Yi's men widened their eyes in shock. That's so? You mean to say, other places are also unsafe? Pao Yi asked urgently. Yes, the white-skinned creatures have breached the inland. There is no safe place left in the Great Xia. Don T asked. I will finish speaking. Jiangzhe continued drawing arrows in the snow. Now, it's not just the Great Xia. The entire Blue Planet is besieged by the white-skinned creatures. I'll put it bluntly. The whole Blue Planet has become a hunting ground for these creatures. Not assume that being deep within the continent guarantees safety. Consider the speed of those white-skinned creatures yesterday, and you will realize that it won't be long before those countries fall. How many armies stronger than the Great Xia exist in this world? Then, does that mean humanity is doomed? What is the point of living? Pao Yi muttered soft. Jiangzhe gazed calmly at the 6 individuals before him. Excluding Duke Xiaomi, they were destined to follow him throughout their lives. The character of Canon Grandpa was beyond reproach. He had fought alongside them in the previous life. risking his life in service. Jiang's words were directed specifically at these 5 people. Rest assured, Jiangzhe, you have saved us. Here, your abilities are unparalleled. If we do not heed your counsel, to whom else can we turn? Canon Grandpa, their commanding officer, staunchly supported Jiang's. In truth, there was no need for Jiangzhe to utter these words. The 6 had witnessed him single-handedly slay a white-skinned creature, even if he remained silent. The team instinctively regarded him as their leader. They were not fools. Having such a formidable man among them greatly increased their chances of survival. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe severed the head of a mutated wild dog. Ah! Came the shriek of Xiao Mi from the side, as her dog-leg knife flew from her hand, pinning another black wild dog against the wall. The room fell silent, surrounded by the corpses of a dozen wild dogs. Large and small, all marred with wounds. Duke, go stand guard at the door, Jiangzhe instructed, sending the Duke to keep watchpoint 2 hours after emerging from the culvert. The 8 reached a highway service area. Just as they were about to rest, they found themselves surrounded by a pack of predatory wild dogs. Fortunately, the Duke's keen hearing had spared them from injury. These dogs mutated from drinking melted snow. Didn't they? Canon Grandpa asked, his expression grim as he approached. Currently, Canon Grandpa and the others were armed with a QLU-11 ultra-lightweight individual grenade launcher issued by the Siam military. They had discarded their original assault rifles, which were now ineffective against any mutated creatures, merely capable of killing ordinary humans. The explosive power of the 35mm grenades was immense. In a moment of desperation, Canon Grandpa had fired 2 shots, obliterating the wild dogs. However, his mood remained somber. According to past experience, a single 35mm round would have turned a wild dog into mincemeat, yet now the defensive strength of these creatures was astounding. Be cautious, Canon Grandpa. I would prefer not to rescue you, only to end up burying you afterward. Moreover, you must learn to wield cold weapons. Gunfire tends to attract the white-skinned creatures. We need to quickly train Canon Grandpa and the others in the use of melee weapons. If we can avoid firearms, we should. As he spoke, Jiangzhe drew the dog-leg knife from the wall. A black dog, larger than the Duke, fell to the ground, its body covered in patches of alopecia. Bulging muscles resembling swollen fists, looking exceptionally fierce. One could have imagined this was once a Labrador before the apocalypse. Don't throw it away. Jiangzhe suddenly called out, stopping the stout man, Debing, who was about to discard the dead dog. Debing, whose real name was Li Chunfei, hailed from Nanha and was known for his large head. He claimed it was due to eating oversized steamed buns in his youth, earning him the nickname Debing. What are you doing? Debing asked, bewildered. Jiangzhe approached and swiftly sliced open the dog's abdomen with the dog-leg knife. He tightened his grip and instructed Debing and Canon Grandpa to hold the dog's legs. With a swift motion, the dead dog was transformed into a vibrant chunk of meat, its skin peeled away entirely. You can't be serious about eating this, can you? Debing exclaimed, realizing what was happening. Jiangzhe tossed the skinned dog into Debing's arms, exclaiming, What? Do you think there's a farm around here where people raise crops and livestock? From now on, as long as we're alive, we can eat anything, except for feces. Canon Grandpa and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Ha ha ha. Xiaomi chuckled at the bewildered expressions of the group. That MY brother says there are people who eat cockroaches too. I would rather starve, Debing swore from the side. All right, it's all sorted. Tonight we feast on dog meat hot pot. Jiangzhe clapped his hands, assigning tasks. The Duke at the door suddenly shivered, standing upright and scanning the distance. Now the most loyal sentinel. Woof! Woof! Just as they finished processing 20 or so wild dogs. The Duke barked excitedly. With swift precision, everyone sprang to their feet, aiming at the doors and windows. Duke? Jiangzhe called softly, and the Duke, wagging his tail, entered, gripping Jiangzhe's pant leg with his mouth. Jiangzhe gestured for the others to remain calm. It couldn't be the white-skinned creatures. Otherwise, the Duke would have fled back to them. Upon reaching the door, Jiangzhe spotted a plume of smoke rising from a village about 500 meters down the highway. Through the binoculars, he could see someone frantically waving a red bedsheet in their direction. It seemed that survivors had heard the recent gunfire. Should we go? Canon Grandpa, standing beside him, also noticed the signal. Jiangzhe pondered for a moment, then replied, Let's go check it out. Perhaps there is something we need. He intended to feign a search for supplies. Otherwise, a single backpack wouldn't suffice to explain their need for food and drink. The Duke led the way as the 8 cautiously approached a courtyard in the west of the village. The settlement was small, consisting of about 100 households, with a country road running alongside it. "Stop!" Jiangzhe commanded sharply, and the others halted before a typical rural courtyard. On the wall in front of the courtyard, a Taishan stone was smeared with dark red blood. Jiangzhe stepped closer to examine it, his brow furrowing. This was the unique blood of the altered beings. He rubbed his foot in the accumulated snow at the gate and uncovered a severed arm, adorned with black veins. This was the arm of a subhuman, or mutated human. As soon as he spoke, the gate opened a crack, and a woman's head peered out. A strikingly beautiful woman, the kind sculpted from cold steel in a distant land. "Ah, I just heard gunfire. You are truly soldiers. How wonderful." Upon seeing the military uniforms of Canon Grandpa and the others, the woman exclaimed with joy. "Where did you come from?" Jiangzhe inquired, turning to her. The woman stepped outside, glancing around before hastily opening the iron gate. "Come in quickly. It's terrifying out here." Jiangzhe exchanged wary glances with Canon Grandpa and the others as they entered the courtyard. It was immaculately clean, with the surrounding houses adorned in white tiles. In the center stood an apple tree, its verdant leaves long gone, leaving behind bare branches, while the remaining green fruit had frozen into icy lumps. "Rest assured, we are from military," the woman called out to those around her. From the houses emerged a dozen men and women wielding rakes, shovels, and kitchen knives, 8 women and 5 men, a lineup of handsome and beautiful individuals. As the main door curtain was lifted, a middle-aged man stepped out, flanked by 2 burly men holding standard military assault rifles. Upon seeing Canon Grandpa and the others, the man's face lit up with delight. I never expected to encounter brothers from the military. Come in quickly. It's warm inside." The man warmly ushered Jiangzhe and the others into the room, where a cast-iron coal stove stood in the spacious living room, dispelling the cold and indeed creating a cozy atmosphere. Several blankets lay rolled up on the floor, and a large pot of boiling water bubbled atop the stove, surrounded by small stools. The living room was sufficiently large to accommodate over 20 people, with sofas and other furnishings pushed aside. "Brother, could you tell me what the situation is like in the military right now?" the man inquired, attempting to pull Canon Grandpa to sit on a stool. "You've got it wrong. This is our leader," Canon Grandpa replied, stepping back to let Jiangzhe take the spotlight. "Who is this young brother?" the man asked curiously, observing Jiangzhe, the others in the room. A dozen people also turned their surprised gazes toward him. It was primarily due to his youthful appearance. He was strikingly handsome, lacking the stern demeanor typically associated with military personnel, making it hard to believe he could command 6 soldiers. "Jiangzhe, I came from Nanjiang. And you?" Jiangzhe replied calmly, nodding at the man. Dressed in a thick down jacket, the man wore oversized diamond rings on 2 of his fingers. His countenance was friendly, and his skin well-maintained, indicating that he had likely held a managerial position in a company before the apocalypse. From the moment they met, he wore a formulaic smile. The room's occupants, men and women alike, appeared in poor condition but possessed strikingly refined features, suggesting they were not laborers. Jiangzhe even noticed 2 young men leaning against the wall, unconsciously holding their fingers in a delicate manner. "Young brother, I misjudged you. I am Du Tao from the Dingxing Cultural Communication Company in Nanjiang, and these are the people who followed me in my escape." The man continued, "We fled from G58 just yesterday. It was a disaster, truly horrific. Du Tao sighed, gesturing for Jiangzhe to take a seat. And no wonder this group looked somewhat different from ordinary people. They were involved in live streaming, and the lineup consisted of minor internet celebrities. Without hesitation, Jiangzhe settled onto a stool. The dozen or so people in the room either sat on cushions or squatted on the floor. "Handsome, this is our boss," the woman who had opened the door introduced. "Hey, Alan, what boss are you talking about? In times like this, who still has a boss?" Du Tao shook his head with a bitter smile, while Jiangzhe discreetly surveyed the 2 bodyguards behind him. Noticing that they had concealed their firearms, he exchanged subtle glances with Pao Yi and Lu Zi, who promptly disengaged the safety on their weapons. Yet, Jiangzhe's right hand remained lightly resting on the handle of his dogleg knife. "Have you managed to escape from G58? What is the situation ahead?" Jiangzhe inquired. Beside him, Xiaomi leaned against him, having grown attached to him ever since that day when she had washed his feet. Oh, it is truly terrifying. Many of those fleeing have transformed into monstrous beings that prey on others. Thankfully, we were at the rear of the group and could not run any further, so we had to turn back and see if we could find the army. Du Tao lamented, his fingers tracing the ring on his hand. Indeed, handsome, you cannot fathom how horrifying those people have become. They bite anyone they encounter. Woo, my two sisters. Oh, if it weren't for Mr. Du guiding us. We would all be dead, a girl named Alan sobbed. Those mutated beings move so swiftly, able to lift a person with one hand. It's terrifying, a young man exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. As they spoke of the mutants, a palpable dread washed over everyone present. Alas, when we left the company, there were over 50 of us, and now, as you can see, only this handful remains. Du Tao surveyed the group, the atmosphere turning somber. Uncle, the army behind us is also gone. It was my brother who saved a few of them, and we're ready to leave this place, Xiaomi suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards Pao Yi and the others. Du Tao's expression changed abruptly as he nearly knelt beside Xiaomi. Little girl, what did you say? His voice trembled that moment. The room erupted in commotion as everyone stood up in unison. Xiaomi, frightened, hid behind Jiangzhe. Du Tao, there's no need to return. The army is no longer there. You should find another place to settle, Jiangzhe advised as he prepared to depart. Bang! Du Tao seized Jiangzhe's arm. It's gone, isn't it? His eyes widened in disbelief, clinging to a sliver of hope that his assumption was incorrect. Almost all of them are dead, Jiangzhe replied, his impression of Du Tao notably favorable. Leading his employees in a flight for survival. The fact that these young women appeared unharmed suggested he was a compassionate employer. Jiangzhe felt inclined to offer him a free piece of advice. At that moment, Pao Yi spoke up. I am Sun Chongfu, the artillery battalion commander of the 2nd Group Army in the Daxia Military District. Everyone be cautious. A group army from the 3rd Military District was annihilated yesterday. Take care. The dozen or so individuals in the room were left in stunned silence, initially seeking refuge with the military, only to discover that even the army had vanished. Jiangzhe couldn't help but reflect on their fortune in avoiding the white-skinned beings on their return journey. It was no wonder Du Tao had managed to become a boss. Fortune favored him indeed. Woo, I don't want to die. I'm still so young, Alan sobbed quietly. This prompted all the girls in the room to despairingly huddle together. Jiangzhe exchanged a glance with Chongfu, and they prepared to leave. Suddenly, the Duke burst out of the room with a bark. Alert! Jiangzhe swiftly unsheathed his dog-leg knife and stepped outside, quickly to the basement. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed in the room. The Duke dashed to the entrance, barking at something outside. Duke, come back! Jiangzhe called as he cautiously exited the main room, Chongfu and the others kneeling behind him. Aiming at the door, creak! Jiangzhe heard hurried footsteps approaching. Bang! 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 Du Tao, open the door! Open up! A man's urgent voice called from outside. Jiangzhe rushed forward, yanking the man inside, with his knife pressed against the man's throat. He observed a scruffy, bearded man in his 30s, panic-stricken, with frost clinging to his beard and eyelashes, trembling uncontrollably. What do you want? Jiangzhe coldly demanded. I saw those mutated beings, the man finally managed to stammer. At that moment, Du Tao rushed out of the main room. Little brother, you're mistaken. He is Chao Wang, and this courtyard belongs to him. Jiangzhe relaxed his grip on the knife. How many did you see? At least 10, maybe 15. I was digging in the field when I saw them charge over from that direction. Chao Wang pointed towards the highway service area. Realizing that he was holding a bag of urea, Jiangzhe's expression shifted as he understood. It's the carcasses of wild dogs that have attracted the mutants. The scent of blood. Thankfully, when they arrived, we hid the skinned dog meat in a tree hollow at the village entrance. As long as we remain silent, those dozens of mutants won't find us that don't speak. Jiangzhe signaled to Pao Yi and the others. Rest assured, I have sent the others to the basement. Du Tao's forehead was slick with cold sweat, which quickly turned icy. Jiangzhe gestured for everyone to retreat slowly to the eaves as the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed outside. The sounds of heavy breathing and the presence of several entities loomed outside like a herd of bulls. Roar! A monstrous growl resonated at the entrance. With a deafening crash, the iron door shook violently. Damn it, who bled? Jiangzhe roared. Chapter 38. Fierce combat with a thunderous bang. The heavy iron door quivered, and the stout expansion bolts at its corners flew off like bullets. The door clattered heavily to the ground at the entrance. A dozen mutated beings, their faces marred by dark veins, sporting sharp, triangular teeth and ashen skin, surged forward with wild eyes. Many of the mutants had their arms and thighs exposed, their sinewy muscles coiling like roots as they brandished various weapons, charging forward with a primal roar. My goodness! Du Tao and Chao Wang wailed, scrambling back into the living room. Little brother, flee quickly. You can't hold them off. There's a cellar inside, Du Tao added, offering a final piece of advice. Pao Yi, don't fire your weapons. Guard the entrance. Duke, retreat. Jiangzhe kicked the Duke back, who seemed eager to charge forward, with a straight-edged military knife in his left hand and a dogleg knife in his right. Jiangzhe positioned himself at the forefront, his gaze unwavering as he faced the oncoming mutants. Pao Yi and the others hesitated for a moment before retreating into the room, barricading the door with furniture. Through the stainless steel security bars of the window, they watched Jiangzhe. You brothers, Du Tao stammered, pointing at Jiangzhe. He's quite formidable. We should be fine, Lu Zi remarked, drawing his military knife, though his confidence was evidently lacking. Jiangzhe stood steadfastly at the eaves, wielding his knives with precision. The mutants, while strong and swift, were still inferior when compared to the white-skinned beings. Even in a state of undress, these creatures could survive in the frigid wilderness. Some exhibited diminished traits of the whiteskins. During the apocalypse, Jiangzhe had heard that the number of humans transformed into mutants on the entire blue planet exceeded 100 billion in the future. Humanity would vie for survival alongside mutants, whiteskins, and wild animals on the surface of the earth. Eat! A mutant growled, raising a hand with a protruding knuckle, swinging a car axle down upon Jiangzhe's head. The hefty axle, weighing 30 or 40 pounds, whistled through the air. Jiangzhe deftly kicked the oncoming mutant in the chest, sending it flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a fruit tree in the center of the yard. With a swift movement, Jiangzhe deflected a wooden stick entwined with barbed wire with his left-hand military knife, while his right-hand dogleg knife gleamed with lethal intent, slicing through the air. Two heads flew off, splattering dark red blood across the glass behind him. Is he that incredible? Du Tao gasped, his voice breaking. Of course, if his head wasn't skilled, it wouldn't be called a head. Pao Yi and the others' tension began to ease. Jiangzhe stood as a god of war from an ancient battlefield, wielding dual blades at the entrance. Each strike found its mark upon the mutants' necks. And with every swift slash, black-red blood erupted forth. Finally, the last female mutant, with a guttural roar and eyes nearly devoid of color, charged at him. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe severed her head, spinning around. He delivered a kick that sent her head flying, covering a distance of 5 meters before crashing into the first mutant he had previously sent sprawling. As the mutant toppled, Jiangzhe, undeterred, thrust the dog-leg knife through its neck, sending it crashing backward into the snow. The courtyard fell silent. What seemed to take long was, in reality, less than 30 seconds, as the lifeless bodies of 15 headless mutants lay scattered across the yard. Creak! Jiangzhe stepped forward and severed the leg knife that was plunged into the opponent's neck, causing the head to tumble down. Frowning, he glanced at his down jacket, realizing he would need to replace it. As Jiangzhe turned around, a retching sound erupted from beneath the eaves where a row of people doubled over in dry heaves. The girls huddled together, trembling with fear, covering their faces, too frightened to look or utter a sound. Pao Yi, you lot come over here, Jiangzhe called, disregarding the others, gesturing for Lu Zi and the others to approach as the group gathered around. The leg knife sliced through the clothing of the corpse on the ground, exposing a flat chest. With a swift motion, the skin of the chest was cut open, revealing a stark, white skeleton beneath. Did you see that? The subhumans fear small-caliber firearms not at all. After mutation, their entire skeletal structure rapidly proliferates. The original ribs have transformed into the current plate-like form. With a thud, Jiangzhe tapped the bone with the knife handle, producing a dull sound that its as if they have a layer of skeletal armor beneath their skin. Their weakness lies in the neck. Jiangzhe pointed to the neck of the subhuman corpse, indicating that if they encountered such a creature in the future, they should strike at the neck, as other areas may not guarantee a fatal blow. Pao Yi crouched down to observe closely and nodded in agreement. Du Zong, please assist in dealing with these corpses. We must take our leave now. It has been a pleasure to meet you all. Jiangzhe wiped the blood from the knife onto the snow and, after instructing the pale-faced Du Zong, turned to leave. Little brother, wait. Du Zong suddenly regained his composure and hurried over. Not considering that the blood beneath his feet had frozen into ice, that he fell to the ground with a thud and then slid forward. Ignoring the foul smell clinging to him, Du Zong grabbed Jiangzhe's pant leg and scrambled to his feet, saying, Little brother, I have a way to leave Nanjiang, but we need to cooperate. Jiangzhe turned back, intrigued. What method? A helicopter. Their S.A. General Airport 30 kilometers away. A month ago, the company purchased a helicopter. It has been sitting there because we haven't applied for a flight route yet. I saw it just a few days before the snow fell. It's still in a hangar. If we go to the airport and get the helicopter out, we can surely escape. Du Zong spoke rapidly, his words spilling out in excitement. The terrifying prowess Jiangzhe displayed had given him hope of survival. Jiangzhe raised an eyebrow, then frowned. And the pilot? Pao Yi, can you all fly it? Who knows how to fly that thing? I've only touched the armed helicopters of the Army Aviation Brigade before. Pao Yi and the others shook their heads. Well, my sister has learned, though she hasn't obtained her pilot's license yet. She can manage. Du Zong's words brightened Jiangzhe's eyes. With a helicopter, countless troubles could be avoided on the road. Covering a distance of 200 kilometers would be far easier without relying solely on their legs. Such a stroke of good fortune is rare. Back at the Nanjiang defense line, Jiangzhe had planned to acquire an armed helicopter, but unfortunately, all the 100-plus helicopters had been destroyed, leaving not a single one intact. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged when he encountered Du Zong here. All right, let us discuss this inside. No, absolutely not. Just as Jiangzhe turned to head back, a woman's voice rang out from within the house. Imbued with an air of authority that brooked no dissent, a voluptuous woman pushed her way through the crowd, strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her 40s, her sharp phoenix eyes glaring fiercely at Du Zong. Radiating an undeniable threat, she stepped out. The sight of the corpses and severed heads scattered across the yard made her double over and retch. After a moment, she forced herself to straighten up. Du Tao, I do not consent. The helicopter is our last means of escape. Who knows who these people are? Besides, that helicopter can only hold about 20 people. What will happen to our people if we take them along? Jiangzhe remained silent, calmly observing Du Tao, who was presumably her husband. Du Tao furrowed his brow. You, without this little brother, do you think we could reach that place with just us? Brother, sister-in-law has a point. At worst, I'll go get the helicopter, and you all can wait here to that moment. Another woman's voice chimed in as a younger woman emerged from behind you. She was not conventionally beautiful, but possessed a fair complexion and long legs, her appearance quite pleasing in a unique way. The thick down jacket she wore did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. Jiangzhe found amusement in the situation, observing how both the sister and wife had come out to confront Du Tao. What a predicament he was in the courtyard. A group of people quietly watched the exchange, none daring to interject. Sister-in-law, Du Zong's words also hold merit. What if we encounter those monsters again on the way? Alan, standing beneath the eaves, saw Du Tao's discomfort and chimed in softly. Be quiet. Who do you think you are? You have no say here. A slap landed squarely on Alan's face, causing her to burst into tears, covering her face, too afraid to speak further. This sudden altercation left those around them stunned. Lu Zi, Jiangzhe called out sternly. Lu Zi, brimming with youthful energy, was about to step in to defend the beautiful girl being bullied when Jiangzhe's glare halted him. After all, this was a matter concerning Du Tao's family. It was unnecessary to get involved. Arguing with women could lead to complications. How could one possibly win in such a verbal duel? Alan, sister-in-law, is right. What do you know? Indeed, Alan, hurry and apologize to sister-in-law. The people from the company quickly chimed in, surrounding Alan and isolating her. Jiangzhe glanced at Du Tao, noting the man's visibly distressed expression, yet he remained silent, suggesting he was likely accustomed to his wife wielding authority over him. That sister of Du Zong's. I've heard you can fly a plane? Jiangzhe called out. I'm Du Shui. Without me, you won't be able to leave. The girl raised her chin defiantly, showcasing a fiery temperament. The airport is easy to find. I will wait for you there. Jiangja gave her a cold smile, and, with a wave to Pao Yi, prepared to leave. Hey Tommy, stop them. You little pretty boy. What exactly do you mean? Ayu shouted sharply from beneath the eaves. The two bodyguards behind her immediately raised their assault rifles. With a clatter, Pao Yi and his group reacted swiftly, raising their weapons in response, creating a tense standoff in the courtyard. Don't. Everyone, stay calm. We can negotiate this, Du Tao said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tommy, lower your weapon. The bodyguards ignored Du Tao, instead turning to Yudap, ma'am. Don't lower it. You've been in the army. What's there to fear? Ayu shot back with a fierce glare. Jiangju observed the robust bodyguards behind the woman, narrowing his eyes. It seemed Du Tao had kept his wife and sister a secret from him. As he slowly drew the leg knife, he advanced toward Yuda. No, little brother, don't act rashly. Du Tao's face paled, and he hurriedly stepped in front of Jiangja, desperately trying to placate him. With a swift motion, Jiangja placed the leg knife against Du Tao's neck, silencing him instantly. The plea in Du Tao's eyes was unmistakable as he subtly shook his head. Get out of my way. I no longer wish to cooperate. This is now a robbery. Jiangja's expression grew cold as he fixed his gaze on Du Tao, who trembled slightly, retreating a step under the weight of Jiangja's murderous intent. Useless, Du Tao, you truly are a waste, Ayu screeched from the steps. Ignoring the bodyguard's rifles, Jiangja continued his steady approach. What do you want? Ayu's bravado faltered as she stepped back, her bodyguard standing protectively in front of her. What are you doing? Let me remind you, I'm a black belt in karate. Du Shui interjected, spreading her legs in a fighting stance. Karate? Jiangja cast her a sidelong glance. Of course. With a swift motion, Du Shui was sent flying by a powerful blow, crashing into the 5 girls behind her. She tumbled into the dark red snow, landing right in front of a subhuman's severed head, nearly colliding with its nose. Ah! She screamed, scrambling away in fright and huddling against the wall. Simultaneously, the 2 bodyguards found themselves disoriented as an overwhelming force surged through them. When they looked down, their rifles had vanished from their hands. With a firm grip around their necks, Jiangja rendered the bodyguards powerless. I do not appreciate being threatened with a gun. Why do you assume I am easy to negotiate with? With 2 sharp cracks, their limbs fell limply to their sides. The onlookers screamed and retreated a couple of steps, the corpse tumbling down the steps. Isn't this a bit excessive? Pao Yi frowned from a distance. Squad leader, I believe you are correct. If you possess such skills, would anyone dare to threaten you with a gun? I find no fault in this. Rather, that woman is exceedingly repugnant, even at such a critical moment. She still puts on airs. After Liuzi finished speaking, he approached and pulled Alan up from the ground. Jiangja, having overheard the conversation between Pao Yi and the others, chose to ignore it. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he was willing to grant Pao Yi some patience to adapt to this new world. Little brother, I beg you, spare my wife. Du Zong rushed over, nearly kneeling as he embraced Jiang. Jiangja pressed the knife against his shoulder and commanded, Get away! Did you not desire a helicopter? If you harm my sister-in-law, I will never assist you, and you cannot abandon those left behind here. Du lunged forward again, blood at the corners of her mouth, glaring at Jiangja as she shouted. The dogleg knife was placed against Du Shui's fair neck. Jiangja coldly regarded the defiant Du Shui, and, after a moment, warned, Remember your words. If you dare deceive me, your entire family shall meet their end. Little brother, rest assured, we shall heed your words. Du Zong quickly wrapped his arms around Du Shui, forcing a smile. Jiangja slowly withdrew the dogleg knife, allowing those around him to breathe a sigh of relief. The young woman opposite him and others gazed at Jiangja with fear. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate young man could kill without a flicker of his eyelid. How brutal indeed. Tommy, wake up. Tommy, to Jiangja's surprise, after a moment of daze, Ayu suddenly collapsed onto the bodyguard, weeping inconsolably. Jiangja grimaced and cast a glance at the head-down Du Tao. The world of the wealthy is truly chaotic. Bodyguards, mistresses, masters, all woven into a melodramatic tale. It seemed this woman had not spared any effort in planting seeds of desire in Du Tao's mind, that a fleeting thought crossed his mind. You, take the corpses from the yard and throw them outside. Toss them far away, hurry. Jiangzhe pointed the dog-leg knife directly at the crowd. Several handsome young men turned pale and hastily nodded in agreement, while they struggled to deal with the corpses of the abominations. Heaving and retching, Bing. You take 2 brothers to keep watch, and afterwards fix the front gate. After giving his orders, Jiangzhe nodded at Du Tao. Du Zong, let us head inside. Half an hour later, a group of people sat quietly on the periphery. Du Shui clutched to you, leaning against the wall, silently weeping. Jiangzhe sat by the stove, tossing a few cigarettes to Pao Yi. Care for one? Du Tao quickly accepted. Thank you. It's been many days since I had this. Big brother, could you spare me one? Suddenly, Chao Wang timidly asked from the crowd. Beside him stood a woman wrapped in a thick headscarf, cradling a 2-year-old infant. Chao Wang's wife, who had been staying in the bedroom with Du Shui and the others. Jiangzhe nodded, tossing her a cigarette. What's the matter? Why didn't you go with those seeking refuge? Chao Wang hurriedly lit it, shoving his wife and child into another room before taking a deep breath to introduce himself. Chao Wang is the owner of this yard that I originally worked in Nanjing City, specializing in repairing heavy trucks and construction machinery. Later, during the heavy snow, I heard the military was hiring excavator drivers with a daily wage of 4,000, which tempted me greatly. Furthermore, I was uneasy leaving my wife alone with our 2-year-old son at the refuge. So I allowed them to stay at home while I went to the military camp to help build the defense line. I only managed to escape with the last group of refugees. After the group was attacked by the abominations, they fled back home with Du Zong and the others. It was only because Du Tao had agreed to let Chao Wang take his wife and child to the airport that he went through such trouble to provide for everyone. Jiangzhe glanced out the window. Night had fallen. The helicopter could only take off the next morning, and he would need to keep a close watch on Du Xu for whether the helicopter could accommodate all these people. Jiangzhe was untroubled. Outside was perilous, and the death of 2 individuals was hardly surprising. Chapter 40. Good and evil mealtime arrived, the clang of pots and pans ringing out. 2 girls struggled to cut the frozen cabbage and potatoes, as hard as stones, tossing them into the pot. They carelessly added a handful of salt and soy sauce, simmering it into a pot of vegetable soup. Little brother, there's only this much food. We have no choice but to make do. Chao Wang served a bowl of thick soup to Jiangzhe, while Du Tao and the others eagerly dug into their watery fare. Jiangzhe looked at the pale cabbage in his bowl and smacked his lips. In his previous life, this would have been a meal worth a life. However, at present, he had no appetite, and even if it were to his liking, he would not indulge. He set the bowl aside and pulled out a can of beef from his backpack. With a loud pop, the aroma of beef filled the room. Du Tao and the others stared, realizing that even the Duke was feasting on beef. Suddenly, their meal seemed unappetizing. Jiangzhe picked up an empty can and aimed it at Liu Zi's head. This fellow actually gave his canned food to Alan without even touching it. How absurd! Liu Zi, do you know where this can came from? Yes, you brought it back from the battlefield last night. Liu Zi dared not meet Jiangzhe's unfriendly gaze. Jiangzhe stood and slowly approached Alan, squatting down to meet her gaze. The girl's face was somewhat swollen, her large eyes wide with fear. Swiping the can from her hand, he asked, "Do you know this could save a life?" Why, yes. The girl was on the verge of tears. Every day outside, people are starving, and some have even starved to death. We brought this can back at the cost of our lives from dozens of kilometers away. What do you think we can trade for it? Jiangzhe asked calmly. The girl stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Liu Zi has taken a liking to you. How about a night together? Don't worry. You can refuse. He wouldn't dare force you. After a long pause, Alan finally nodded. With a clap, Jiangzhe slammed the can into Liu Zi's arms. Liu Zi, remember, we are in an apocalyptic world now. Do not be so quick to show kindness. You are but a firefly that could be crushed at any moment. Do you expect to pretend to be the sun and warm others? Noble, perhaps, once you possess the ability to annihilate all the white-skinned ones. You may play the role of a savior. Otherwise, you will perish swiftly. And who is bleeding in this house? Upon hearing Jiangzhe's shout, the girls turned to the unconscious Du Shui. The situation became clear. A pack of blood packets had been thrown into the toilet by Du Shui, which had led the abominations to track them down. After the group finished eating, they sat around the stove in silence. Next door was a bedroom that Du Zong had prepared specifically for his wife, Au, and sister. However, at present, Liuzi had exchanged a military can for Alan's friendship, and they occupied that room. Engaging in deep discussions about the apocalypse. Du Zong, the abominations were attracted by your sister. In truth, I saved you. We will set off for the airport tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable? Jiangzhe softly stated. Absolutely, no problem. Du Zong nodded eagerly, not daring to ask further or attempt to place himself on equal footing with Jiangzhe as he had during the day. At this moment, Du Tao finally understood why this seemingly delicate Jiangzhe could command obedience from 6 soldiers. Make sure to rest well. We depart tomorrow morning. Jiangzhe left those words and stepped outside. A puff of white mist escaped as he exhaled. Jiangzhe took a deep breath of the cold, fresh air. A gentle call from Alan came from the window next door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiangzhe rapped on the window. Liuzi, take it easy. If you can't get up tomorrow, no one will carry you. Instantly, the room fell silent. At that moment, Xiaomi and Pao Yi emerged. The group gazed into the vast sky. De Bing and the others were beginning to have their own thoughts. I understand them. In this life, living today without a tomorrow. They do not wish to leave this world with regrets. Pao Yi remarked gently. With Xiaomi present, Pao Yi did not dare to speak too bluntly. If it exists, it exists. There is no need for alarm over mutual consent. If you're interested, I'll sponsor you a can. Jiangzhe looked at Pao Yi with a teasing glint in his eyes. Are we still considered good people? Chang Fu shook his head with a sigh. Of course, brother is a good person. He saved you. Xiaomi, the clever one, had learned to flatter. Jiangzhe chuckled, tossing a Snickers bar to Xiaomi a good person. Pao Yi, once you see more of the world, you will understand what defines a good person. Currently, Pao Yi, under Jiangzhe's protection, had not experienced the arduous journey of survival. Observing Jiangzhe's actions, he felt some resistance. However, time would change Pao Yi. In his past life with the hunting team, he had favored those petite, slender women with curvaceous forms, much like his initial crush, Cui Cui. Seeing Pao Yi in turmoil, Jiangzhe threw an arm around his shoulder. When I was in Nanjing, I encountered a group of people who corralled women and turned them into sex slaves. One girl attempted to escape, running barefoot in the snow for hundreds of meters, while they stood by, laughing as they watched her freeze to death. Compared to those individuals, trading one's body for food is already quite fair. Pao Yi, in this world, as long as it doesn't harm others. Everyone is a good person. In truth, the final statement was once uttered by the esteemed Pao Yi in a past life, and now it has been brought forth by Jiangzhe, who speaks of Pao Yi. Xiaomi, it's time to return and rest. Only with adequate slumber can one keep pace with the group. Jiangzhe remarked to Xiaomi. The latter obediently nodded and, cradling Peiqi, retreated to her chamber. Why save me among tens of thousands? Spare me the fraternal sentiments, for I do not believe in such notions. Once Xiaomi departed, Pao Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. This question had lingered in his mind for 2 days, and today he finally seized the opportunity to voice it. Pao Yi genuinely could not comprehend why Jiangzhe would choose to rescue him. He was neither a beauty nor possessed any remarkable talents. Given Jiangzhe's extraordinary skills, he could thrive in the apocalypse without any difficulty. There seemed to be no rationale for it. Jiangzhe placed a reassuring hand upon Pao Yi's shoulder and reiterated, whether you refer to it as brotherhood or fraternity, such labels are inconsequential. My sole desire is to ensure your survival. Remember this. We are brothers, true brothers, from our past life. Gazing into Jiangzhe's earnest eyes, Pao Yi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding slightly, conceding, very well, I shall consider it to my advantage. After all, you saved my life. Your word shall suffice. Good. Remember to keep watch tonight, Jiangzhe instructed. After settling several individuals, tranquility enveloped the small courtyard. Jiangzhe glanced around, then effortlessly leaped, placing his hand on the courtyard wall as he vaulted into the neighboring yard. It was shrouded in darkness. The accumulated snow nearly obscured the doors and windows, indicating a long abandonment. With a creaking sound, Jiangzhe broke the lock and entered a main room, bathed in the pale light of the snow outside. 5 crystal nuclei appeared in his hand. In the battlefield of Nanjing, Jiangzhe had acquired a total of 212 nuclei, swallowing 5 that very night. a sensation akin to unboxing a mystery box. 2 were related to physical enhancement, while 3 pertained to spiritual energy. At present, Jiangzhe was at the first tier of physical enhancement. B. Why consuming 2 of the nuclei, he ascended directly to the second tier. His spiritual energy now encompassed fire at the first tier, plants at the first tier, and water at the first tier. It was not that he wished to consume all the nuclei at once. Each one required time to process, and the excruciating pain felt as if he were being torn apart, leaving him in a state of agony. 5 was the maximum he could consume in a single night. Any more would render him lethargic due to the overwhelming pain and mental exhaustion. With everything prepared, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertip, illuminating the massive candle on the coffee table. In an instant, the flame transformed into a 10-centimeter wide water sphere. His first-tier abilities in fire and water only permitted such modest feats. Chapter 41. A blade that ends. A disciple. Jiangzhe gripped a solid steel rod, as thick as a wrist, and cold sweat streamed down his body. The rod emitted a low hum. Now at the second tier of physical enhancement, Jiangzhe possessed 6 times the physical capabilities of an ordinary person, which allowed him to effortlessly dispatch several subhumans during the day. Eventually, the tearing pain ebbed away like a receding tide. Jiangzhe flipped onto the cold floor, staring at the ceiling as he caught his breath. After a considerable time, he rose and slowly extended his right hand, but a surge of searing flames enveloped his hands. His spiritual energy, now in fire, had become sufficiently advanced for combat. Today's consumption of 5 nuclei had yielded 2 fire attribute nuclei, elevating him to the second tier of fire spiritual energy. Moreover, he acquired a relatively rare metal attribute nucleus. As the flames extinguished, his right hand transformed into a dark silver hue. Jiangzhe lightly tapped the coffee table with his palm, producing a clear metallic sound. The metal attribute allowed him to manipulate metals, and at higher tiers, he could form a protective metallic layer around his body. However, at the first tier, the metal spiritual energy could only cover the surface area of one hand. Currently, Jiangzhe stood at the second tier of physical enhancement, the second tier of fire spiritual energy, the second tier of spatial manipulation, the first tier of plant manipulation, the first tier of metal, and the first tier of water. Ascending through the ranks of extraordinary beings was relatively easy from the first to the second tier, requiring only a modest amount of gene evolution fluid extracted from nuclei. However, starting from the third tier, the required number of nuclei for advancement grew exponentially, a first-tier extraordinary being needed only 1 nucleus to awaken, while a second tier required 2, a third tier needed 8, a fourth tier demanded 48, and a fifth tier required a staggering 380. To achieve such a feat, one would need to eliminate a corresponding number of white-skinned beings. As for the sixth tier, the requirement escalated to thousands. In the apocalypse, unless one belonged to a superpower, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary extraordinary beings to surpass the fifth tier. A single nucleus capable of advancing a fifth-tier extraordinary being could awaken at least 7 fourth-tier extraordinary beings, over 30 third-tier extraordinary beings, and more than 180 second-tier extraordinary beings. Thus, at many refuge points during the apocalypse, numerous factions would allocate their precious nuclei to create more extraordinary beings below the fourth tier. As this proved to be the most effective distribution method, Jiangzhe's plan was to swiftly elevate his physical enhancement and 2 other spiritual energies to the third tier. The military refuge point would take at least a month to produce its first extraordinary being. Utilizing this time gap, he aimed to ensure that the Duke, Changfu, and others quickly became at least third-tier extraordinary beings, transforming the refuge point at Rousey Mountain into the most fortified sanctuary on Blue Star. Moreover, undertaking such burdens alone was excessively taxing. Caring for a multitude of people while navigating the apocalypse felt utterly unfulfilling. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. With a wave of his right hand, a portable gas stove materialized in the room. Within 10 minutes, the thick frost on the walls began to melt into droplets. A 2-meter-long bathtub appeared in the room, and a stainless steel hot water container on the gas stove began to fill the bathtub with warm water. Jiangzhe, stripped bare, eagerly sank into the bathtub. He sighed in contentment. After more than 10 days, he finally enjoyed a hot shower. Having journeyed from Nanjing with Zhou Qi, Xiaomi, and then Chongfu. He had not found an opportunity to cleanse himself. He felt utterly filthy in this apocalyptic world. A hot bath was a monumental luxury. Jiangzhe lamented only the absence of someone to scrub his back. He thought of Xiaomi, but she was too small and lacked the strength. Only when she grew into a larger version of herself would she suffice. Once he finished soaking, it was already 4 in the morning. With a gulp, he downed a cup of Maotai liquor. Rising from the bathtub, he dried himself off and donned a new set of extreme cold-weather gear. Before the apocalypse, he had completely cleared out 5 warehouses filled with cold-weather apparel. Even he was unsure of the exact quantity he possessed. After washing away the grime, he felt considerably lighter, collecting his belongings. Jiangzhe stepped outside and caught a snowflake upon his hand. It was already the 12th day of the apocalypse. In 3 days, the relentless snowfall that had persisted for half a month would cease, and the long-awaited sun would return. A soft thud resonated. "It's me." Jiangzhe swiftly restrained Chunzi, who was on guard with a long gun. Chunzi, whose real name was Wang Lichuan, had a somewhat shy disposition and bore resemblance to the singer Chun Ge. Hence the nickname bestowed upon him by the military camp. "Boss, where have you been?" Chunzi inquired excitedly in a hushed tone. "I went out to take a look, rouse everyone, and have them prepare breakfast before we depart." Jiangzhe instructed before heading to the entrance. Observing the bloodstains on the wall, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The severed arm that had just arrived belonged to a subhuman, and the torn wound bore a striking resemblance to the handiwork of a white-skinned being. If that were the case, he must tread carefully on the way to the airport. Given Jiangzhe's current strength, confronting a white-skinned being would not pose much of a challenge for him. However, Chongfu, Zhou Qi, and the others could easily be killed in an instant. Jiangzhe had no intention of returning alone to the Rousey mountain base. Before long, a soft light emanated from the main room of the courtyard. When Jiangzhe returned to his quarters, everyone had prepared their belongings. Each person had a backpack by their side. 2 girls assigned to cooking had already set breakfast simmering in a pot. Alan sat shyly behind Lu Zi, occasionally glancing at Jiangzhe. Du Tao's sister and wife leaned against him, their heads bowed in silence. Jiangzhe approached. "Du, is your sister ready to pilot the aircraft?" All right, Du Tao nudged Du Shue's arm. The girl lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. "Humph, you despicable one. If given the right circumstances, you would not stand a chance against me." Chuckling, Jiangzhe found her naive bravado amusing. "Du Shue, do you possess great confidence in your abilities? Of course, I know you are formidable, but I will not be outdone, especially as I am a novice disciple of the North Star One-Blade Flow from Sakura Country." Du Shue stood up abruptly, glaring at him indignantly. "That sounds quite impressive," Jiangzhe mused, stroking his chin. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity to prove whether your karate and One-Blade Flow are genuine. But first, you must pilot the helicopter. One-Blade Flow? Quite right. The essence of this technique is a single strike that guarantees death. One strike, and you die." Du Shue clenched her fists, ready to fight, but was firmly restrained by Du Tao beside her. "Remember, first get the plane in the air. I will give you a chance." Jiangzhe, unwilling to linger in the confrontation, turned and sat beside the stove that a group of people awaited the completion of their breakfast before heading straight to the airport. Chapter 42. Do you want me to cover for you? At the Yinshan No. 1 refuge in Beijing, within a vast underground conference room, over 100 leaders of the Daxia military and political factions wore grave expressions as they gazed at the projection on the wall. The sound of gunfire echoed, tap, 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 followed by a rumbling. The footage, captured from a helicopter's perspective, trembled slightly. In a city blanketed by snow, thousands of pale-skinned figures surged into the streets, darting and climbing between buildings. Occasionally, a pale figure would abruptly dash into a nearby room, only for a moment later to emerge, accompanied by the screams of the crowd as they scattered in terror, pursued by the ghostly figures. Devoured in the blink of an eye, from a 5-story residential building, a rocket propelled out, sending 2 pale figures flying. The next moment, dozens of pale figures charged towards the building, followed by a series of violent explosions that plunged the entire structure into silence. The projection shifted to a road leading to the mountainous refuge, congested with countless military vehicles and pedestrians beside him. Chongfu widened his eyes and inquired, having also spotted Jiangzhe adjusting the telescope. It was a snow hare, a relatively docile mutant creature. As long as it did not feel threatened, it typically posed no danger to humans. Let us proceed in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Any flora or fauna that had not succumbed to frostbite within a short time frame would inevitably undergo mutation. "Brother, may I take a look?" Young Me, upon hearing it was a rabbit, expressed her desire to see. "Wow, what an adorable large rabbit!" she exclaimed, astonished by the half-meter-tall creature, which was certainly not a mere rabbit. "Let us not dawdle," Jiangzhi commanded, and the others resumed their journey. "Brother, will these rabbits perish once the corn in the fields is consumed?" Young Me asked, her voice tinged with worry. "No, many plants will endure, such as spruces, oil pines, agaves, and long-stemmed grasses. The rabbits will not starve. On the contrary, they will thrive more than humans." Jiangzhi led the way, forging a path through the snow, while the group closely followed. After more than an hour, the sky began to brighten, and the team found themselves at a fork in the road. In the distance, on a low hill, the resilient oil pines stood steadfast like sturdy spires, offering the only splashes of green in the vast expanse of white. Not far from the hill lay a cluster of steel-frame factories, with two towering cranes still visible from their vantage point. At this moment, Chao Wang approached, gesturing toward a nearby hillock. "Little brother, if we traverse the development zone and scale this hill, we shall behold the airport." "Wonderful!" the women behind him murmured in delight. "The mountain is not far," Jiangzhi remarked as he continued onward. Creak! Just as he took a step forward, he halted, kicking aside the snow to reveal a layer of ice beneath. "Is this a river?" "Indeed, it used to be a nameless stream. About waist-deep," Chao Wang explained. Jiangzhi waved his hand, signaling the others to proceed. The nameless river was flanked by sparse woodlands, with a faint mist wafting through the trees. Traversing the icy expanse felt like stepping into a wintry fairy tale. Had it not been for the apocalypse, this place would undoubtedly be a sought-after tourist destination. Suddenly, Duke halted and began barking toward a small grove ahead. "Stop," Jiangzhi commanded, and the group froze in place. Almost immediately, a low, resonant moo echoed from the woods across the riverbank. "Moo, moo, moo. Bark, bark, bark." A cacophony of cow moos and dog barks ensued, prompting the group to crouch down instinctively, with a thunderous crash and the sound of splintering wood. Two cows, one large and one small, adorned with black fur, burst from the trees, closely followed by a pack of wild dogs. In the blink of an eye, the dogs had closed in beside the cows. Four golden retriever-sized dogs lunged at the smaller calf, which let out a pained cry as it fell. The larger bull, startled, nearly flipped over as it skidded to a halt, then turned frantically, its curved horns goring a wild dog that failed to evade its charge. The massive black bull opened its jaws wide, snapping the unfortunate dog in half. This formidable black bull had also mutated, now indiscriminate in its diet. Over 20 wild dogs, under the command of a robust border collie, encircled the two cows. Those cows belonged to the cattle ranch in the development zone ahead. Chao Wang's voice resonated through the group. Jiangzhi scrutinized the scene and confirmed that the cows still bore light yellow plastic tags on their ears. The wild dogs, having mutated from drinking melted snow, were now significantly larger and bore fierce expressions, no longer resembling the docile pets they once were. Among them was a brown-furred poodle, now as large as a golden retriever. Its mouth agape in a menacing snarl, transformed into a fearsome creature. The women behind him covered their mouths in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they watched the unfolding chaos. Jiangzhi slowly drew his knife, fully aware that the wild dogs had spotted their group, yet were momentarily distracted by the presence of the cows. Duke and a dozen others huddled together, armed with guns, while a few held grenade launchers aimed at the pack. "Hey, pass me a knife!" Suddenly, Jiangzhi felt a tug on his arm and heard Du Shui's voice. Recognizing her determined gaze, he feigned rummaging through his backpack and handed her a straight knife. "If it becomes too overwhelming, call for help." The situation had turned dire. In this open expanse, even with Jiangzhi's formidable abilities, it would be impossible to shield everyone from the pack of wild dogs. Though Du Shui's combat skills were lacking, her bravery shone through, as she was willing to confront the beast directly. Unlike the trembling women who huddled together, Jiangzhi had no expectations of her slaying any beasts. Merely defending herself would suffice. Du Shui accepted the knife, flicking the blade with a confident smirk. Don't worry, I might just save you. This knife is quite decent. She twirled the knife, her eyes darting ahead in vigilance. While Jiang's blade was far superior, custom-made before the apocalypse, crafted from high-speed steel with a hardness rating of HRC 60, ensuring it would not dull with use. Slowly retreat and maneuver around. Jiang instructed as the cows and wild dogs squared off. The group began to back away cautiously, preparing to find a different route. Suddenly, the pack of wild dogs erupted into a furious frenzy, charging toward the two cows in a cacophony of barks. A loud thud resonated as the large bull kicked one of the dogs away, but it was soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of its assailants. The bull bucked and roared, desperately trying to fend off the relentless dogs. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed from the forest behind them, shaking the very ground and sending tremors through the snow. With a shout of alarm, Jiang's eyes widened as he grabbed Yang Mi and dashed to the right. A massive herd of cows, like a tank brigade, burst forth from the woods, snorting clouds of vapor into the frigid air. The sheer force of over 300 charging bulls was terrifying as they barreled through anything in their path. Heading straight for the wild dog pack, Jiang Zhu and his companions found themselves trapped between the cows and the dogs, the group scattering in panic. Quickly, run to the sides, Jiang Zhu shouted. Amidst the chaos, Pao Yi slipped and fell beside him. Damn it, Jiang Zhu gritted his teeth, hoisting Yang Mi onto his shoulder and pulling Pao Yi along as they sprinted across the ice. Help! Save me! Echoed cries of desperation from behind. But Jiang Zhu had no time to spare for anyone else. The herd raced forward, reaching the river's center in mere moments. As Jiang Zhu skidded across the ice, he narrowly escaped the chaos, only to witness a beautiful young man, one of Du Zong's subordinates, being tossed high into the air by a bull, screaming as he vanished into the writhing mass. With a resounding crack, the ice beneath the stampede shattered, sending a multitude of cows tumbling into the river. The water was shallow, and dozens of black bulls continued their charge toward the wild dogs, while hundreds more followed suit, plunging into the icy depths. The wild dogs, thoroughly terrified, fled the scene. The remaining cows gathered by the edge of the ice hole, bellowing in distress. Help! Someone save me! Echoed their cries. Jiang Zhu could hear Du Shui's voice amidst the turmoil. Pao Yi, take off your red underwear and save them. Pao Yi, bewildered, exclaimed, How do you know about that? But Jiang Zhu had already reached for Pao Yi's trousers, urging him, Hurry! I'll do it! The military knife probed in the crotch, severing the cloth strip, and then a vibrant crimson pair of undergarments was deftly skewered on Jiang Zhu's dogleg knife that I diverted the herd of cattle while you rushed into the water to rescue the victims. Words lingered as people had already sprinted several meters away. Hey, look here! Jiang Zhu dashed in front of the cattle herd, flinging a military knife that struck the rear of a black cow. He then vigorously shook the knife, the red undergarment flapping at the blade's tip. Moo! The previously calmed herd erupted into chaos, charging towards Jiang Zhu. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Zhu turned and fled, the crimson cloth soaring high above his head. Pao Yi, how long has it been since you washed? Amidst the curses, the frenzied cattle and Jiang Zhu vanished into the thicket. Chapter 44. Cold shock with a whoosh, Jiang Zhu kicked up a flurry of snow as he returned. A group of people had gathered by the stream, sobbing softly, Oh. A few young women cried quietly. Head. Pao Yi, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head as Jiang Zhu approached. Jiang Zhu's gaze swept over the crowd. Jiang Zi, Chun Zi, and Bao Pai were missing. Alan held Lu Zi, softly weeping. Du Shui lay in the snow with her eyes shut, her clothes soaked, tightly clutching a straight knife. Du Zong and Yu knelt silently beside her. Originally a team of over 20, only a scant few remained. Jiang Zhu furrowed his brow as he crouched down. Du Shui's lips were turning blue, her eyes firmly shut. Icicles clung to her lashes, while her hair had formed into rigid strands. Her clothes were nearly frozen solid. Checking the time, it had been nearly 10 minutes since she fell into the icy water. Step aside, Jiang Zhu barked. Pushing Du Zong aside, he bent down and lifted Du Shui, racing forward. The heart rate of a person submerged in icy water can accelerate to over 200 beats per minute. Du Shui must have succumbed to cold shock. If she could be brought to a warm place for resuscitation, there might still be hope for survival. The grove was not large. Upon emerging, Jiang just spotted a row of makeshift cabins. Bang! He kicked open the door, and with a sweep of his hand, a pile of firewood appeared inside. Fueled by gasoline, the wood ignited into a roaring blaze. He laid a thick blanket beside the bonfire, swiftly undressing Du Shui, who was now frozen solid, and tossed her icy clothes aside, dried her body with a towel. Tea that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside. "Little brother, how is my sister?" Just as he stepped outside, Du Zong rushed up, grasping Jiang Zhe's arm anxiously. "I don't know yet. Let us take a moment. There might still be a chance. Pao Yi, you all should wait in the next room." All right. Hearing that his sister still had a chance for survival, Du Zong let out a sigh of relief. The others flooded into the adjacent room. As the flames crackled, a faint vapor rose from Du Shui's head, and her purplish lips began to regain color. Jiang just sat beside her, his gaze sweeping over her lithe form. Not bad, quite fit. This girl must work out regularly, as there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on her. Her skin resembled that of a peeled egg, fair, smooth, and taut. Her long legs were captivating. Beyond this, it was best not to gaze further, lest one be blinded. Moments later, Jiangji used a branch to toast Du Shui's black silk underwear and bra, primarily concerned she might catch a cold. After all, if she were to zone out while flying, it would lead to dire consequences. Ugh, disgusting. Jiangji couldn't help but scoff at in a short span. He had to awkwardly roast two people's undergarments. What a stroke of bad luck. Though her clothes dried, Du Shui showed no signs of awakening. Jiangji frowned. "Hey, don't you dare die. Otherwise, who will fly the plane?" He slapped her face lightly, but there was no response. Whoosh! The next moment, Jiangji began administering artificial respiration. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Perhaps sensing Jiangji's fervent warmth, Du Shui finally stirred on the 35th attempt, instinctively wrapping her arms around Jiang Zhe with a loud gasp. And Du Shui jolted upright, immediately covering her vital areas, blushing furiously as she glared at him. "Shameless, despicable, scoundrel, filthy pervert. You." Jiang Zhe licked his lips, sitting down and tossing the dried black silk outfit to her. "If you weren't dazed, you'd know what just transpired." After a brief moment, Du Shui noticed the damp clothes scattered around the room, finally realizing the situation. "Get out, I need to change." Moments later, she bit her lip and shouted. Jiang Zhe glanced at her. "If you don't get dressed, I'll call everyone from the next room over." "You." Du Shui clenched her fists, attempting to rise, but quickly curling into a ball again. Seeing Jiang Zhe looking elsewhere, she hesitated briefly, then hastily donned the black silk outfit. Jiang Zhe stole a glance, unable to suppress a grin. Indeed, wearing it was even more enticing than being completely bare. "Hurry up and dry your clothes. We don't have time to wait for you." Du Shui dared not delay, hurriedly lifting her wet clothes to dry them. Jiang Zhe, meanwhile, removed his shoes to warm them, also retrieving a pack of sanitary napkins from his backpack and tossing them at her. "Thank you," Du Shui murmured, her head bowed in gratitude. "If you die, no one will fly the plane," Jiang Zhe replied coolly. "You." Du Shui was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe reached out to touch her forehead. With a start, Du Shui jumped back, assuming a defensive stance, glaring at him. "What are you doing?" Though she appeared angry, her black silk attire softened the seriousness of the moment. Resembling a playful banter between lovers, "Don't you feel anything unusual? It's best not to catch a cold." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Du Shui understood her misunderstanding and settled back down. "It's fine. Even though I'm a woman, I'm not as fragile as you think." Half an hour later, Du Shui finally dried her clothes, while a group of people from next door squeezed into the cabin. Jiang Zhe counted. Only 14 people and 1 dog were left. Jiang Zhe, Xiaomi, and Pao Ye's remaining companions were Lu Zi and Bing Du Tao, Du Shui, along with the Chao Wang couple. Alan and 2 other young women were present. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat somber. How did Jiang Zi and the others die? Jiang Zhe initiated the conversation. Bao Pai, Jiang Zi, Chun Zi, and the others couldn't escape. They were crushed when the cattle charged. A few were bitten to death by the cows. Pao Yi replied, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the wall, his voice tinged with dread. The others remained silent. The cruelty of the apocalypse beginning to unveil its harsh reality. Who would have thought that living people could be gored to death by cattle? Jiang Zhe said nothing, snapping a piece of firewood and tossing it into the flames. There was no choice. This was the end of the world. Let us go. We'll get used to it. The group gathered their gear and stepped out of the cabin, continuing on their journey. This time, they were more cautious, and every few steps, Jiangzhou would use binoculars to scout the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no incidents. The herd of black cattle remained in the distance, occasionally mooing, while the pack of wild dogs had vanished. Creek, to traverse the hill, cutting through the development zone was the quickest route. The group carefully advanced along the wall of the development zone. The wide street was littered with abandoned vehicles in disarray. In the entire development zone, only the sound of snowflakes falling was audible. Roar! Just as the group was about to exit the development zone, a monstrous roar echoed, distinctly inhuman. Whoosh! Jiangzhou and his companions immediately crouched down. Roar! This time, everyone clearly heard it emanating from deep within the development zone. Everyone, stay silent. Jiangzhou instructed in a hushed tone. He noticed a tower crane not far off, under the watchful eyes of the others. Jiangzhou deftly climbed over the wall and swiftly approached the crane. With a few agile movements, he scaled it to a height of several meters. Damn. Jiangzhou couldn't help but frown as he peered through the binoculars. Spotting a gathering of over 200 subhuman creatures in a clearing near a two-story work shed a kilometer away. Many of the subhumans wore safety helmets, likely construction workers from a site. Two towering subhumans in the center were locked in combat, emitting low, guttural growls. Chapter 45. The airport. Jiangzhou appeared over the wall. What is going on? Pao Yi inquired as he approached. There's a group of subhumans inside. Don't worry, they haven't noticed us. Let us move. Jiangzhou's urging. The group quietly sprinted out of the development zone. Puffing and panting, they stood 2 kilometers away from the development zone. Exhaling misty breaths, Jiangzhou scanned the area beneath the mountain, ensuring there were no anomalies. Just then, Pao Yi stealthily approached. Did you peek in my underwear? How else would you know it's red? Damn. Jiangzhou found himself in a predicament, torn between laughter and tears. Isn't this your zodiac year? He ventured, prompting him to hastily depart. Lousy, feeling disgruntled, patted his groin, grumbling, in this icy wasteland, where am I supposed to find something red? Who knows if it will even be brought back? Oh, are you done? Came the voice of General Du from a distance. Moments later, Au emerged from a grove of pine trees, cast a fleeting glance at Jiangzhou, then quickly lowered her head and joined General Du beneath the trees. Jiangzhou chose to ignore her, instead lamenting the loss of his fallen comrades, Gongzi, Baopi, and the women. The damned remain unscathed, while the innocent perish. After a 30-minute respite, the group resumed their journey. Look, there lies the airport, Chao Wang exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a clearing at the foot of the hill. It was a small, versatile airport catering to rescue operations, medical needs, cargo transport, and private aircraft. The airport sprawled over a vast area, yet boasted few buildings. Only a 2-story row on the eastern side, alongside a line of enormous aircraft hangars, with a dozen vehicles of unknown purpose parked in front. Adjacent to the runway stood a solitary control tower, yet no aircraft was visible. Peering through binoculars, Jiangzhou remarked, General Du, could the planes have been requisitioned? It would be a wasted trip. Rest assured the keys are still in my possession. Luckily, I took them with me when I left. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss, General Du replied, pulling out a key resembling that of a car from his down jacket pocket. Is there fuel? Indeed, when the plane was purchased, I had it filled to the brim. It was only tested once, so there should be no issues, General Du assured, patting his chest. Upon hearing their conversation, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of joy. As long as they could board the aircraft, they would escape the horrors of the abominable beings and the pale-skinned adversaries. The prospect of flight reinvigorated their weary bodies, and after a brief rest and a meager meal, they set forth towards the airport. Darkness enveloped the sky. They finally arrived. With a swift motion, Jiangzhou wielded his knife to sever the airport's perimeter wire fence, and the group advanced towards the hangar. Hangar number 2. That's right. I remember the plane is housed here, he declared as they approached the warehouse. With the faint light of the snow, General Du pointed towards one of the hangars. Fortunately, the sliding iron doors were unlocked, sparing Jiangzhou the hassle of breaking a lock. Inside the expansive hangar which measured nearly 40 meters in length and over 20 meters in width. Darkness reigned. Laozi, Liuzi, secure the door while I ignite the fire. Jiang Zhou instructed. Under his direction, the hangar door was firmly closed once more, and Laozi procured a large wrench to reinforce it from the inside. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the torch, illuminating the front half of the hangar. In the forefront sat two single-seat trainer aircraft, their wings removed for maintenance. The group followed Jiang Zhou deeper into the hangar. "There, over there!" General Du exclaimed excitedly, racing towards the back of the warehouse. Beside a fuel tank, a helicopter draped in a silver-gray cover revealed its silhouette. With a swift motion, General Du yanked away the cover, unveiling a brand-new helicopter adorned with white stripes, standing over 3 meters tall. Jiang Zhou exhaled deeply, relieved to have located this metal contraption after such arduous efforts. This is the A312B, the latest turbine helicopter from Dacia, capable of accommodating over a dozen passengers. The company acquired it for rental services. Never anticipating it would save my life today, General Du reflected, patting the helicopter with gratitude. "General Du, you are indeed blessed," Chao Wang chimed in, eager to curry favor. Jiang Zhou merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Dismissing the insipid flattery, Chao Wang's wife subtly tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling that he had misdirected his praise. "General Du, hand the keys to Du Shui and let her see if the helicopter can start," Jiang Zhou suggested. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, General Du quickly passed the keys to Du Shui. The group retreated 10 meters, all except Jiang Zhou, their eyes glued to Du Shui as she climbed into the cockpit. The women clasped their hands together, silently praying. No one wished to meet their demise at the finish line. With a hum, the cockpit illuminated abruptly. "Okay, the circuits are fine," Du Shui signaled, giving Jiang Zhou a thumbs up after a series of operations. The engine roared to life, and the blades above began to spin slowly. A gust of wind stirred up dust, causing the group to cough, yet their faces radiated uncontainable joy. The helicopter was operational. Shortly after, the blades came to a gentle halt, and Du Shui jumped down from the cockpit, exclaiming, "The helicopter is in perfect condition, and there's enough fuel. We should be able to fly 500 to 600 kilometers without issue." This was the best news they had heard in days, prompting Jiang Zhou to smile in relief. "That's splendid. Let's rest early tonight. At dawn, we shall depart." "Yay!" cheered the nearby women, Laozi and Xiaomi, their spirits lifted. In a corner of the hangar lay a pile of dismantled wooden crates. Before long, a roaring bonfire blazed alive. Several women pitched in, chopping vegetables and boiling water, while even General Du's wife, Ayu, rarely took on such tasks, joined in as a cook. In high spirits, Jiang Zhou tossed 10 cans of beef into the pot, filling the air with a rich aroma that tantalized everyone's senses. With a hearty bowl of meat soup and a soft, steaming bun, the group feasted as if it were their last meal. Gathered around the bonfire, they spread out blankets and reclined, utterly exhausted from a day of survival and nearly 30 kilometers of trekking through the wilderness. A few girls lay together, whispering secrets, while Chao Wang's wife fed their child soup nearby. The men sat together in silence, smoking quietly, while Xiaomi played with Duke, curiously fiddling with a trainer aircraft. A serene tranquility enveloped the scene, and as Jiang Zhou surveyed the surroundings, he felt an uncanny resemblance to a camping trip from a bygone era. Suddenly, Laozi leaned in close and whispered, "Boss, why not share a meal with them?" "Do you not trust them?" "I do not trust them, but you will understand in due time," Jiang Zhou replied softly. Laozi nodded, seemingly understanding, and closed his eyes to rest. "I need to step out for a moment." "Du Tao, please keep an eye on the entrance," who suddenly announced, I need to relieve myself. "Let Du Tao accompany me." "You can handle it inside the warehouse," Jiang Zhou retorted, concerned she might attract wild beasts. "Yes, it's just a bowel movement," Ayu replied, lowering her head. "Go ahead." After just having eaten, the mere thought of the smell was enough to turn Jiang Zhou's stomach. He waved his hand dismissively. "Laozi, you keep watch at the entrance." In less than 5 minutes, Ayu and Du Tao returned, shivering. "It's so cold. I just want to pee, and I nearly froze my future generations," Du Tao complained as he sat down. "Then you must have weak kidneys." Jiang Zhou teased, his tone light, dash-hearted. As he spoke, Duke approached Ayu, sniffing her right hand intently. Jiangja picked up a stick and swung it at Duke, exclaiming, "Duke, get away! I feed you meat every day, and now you can't resist the smell of waste. Do you want a cup of it along with some peanuts?" The reprimand sent Duke scurrying back to Jiangja, rubbing against his pant leg. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, yet suddenly Jiangja drew his knife with a swift motion and stood up, his gaze icy and filled with menace as he directed it at Au. "Extend your hand." Chapter 46. Plans and changes. All eyes turned towards Au, standing beside General Du, some scrambling to retreat to the back. Laozi, Liuzi, and Dabing simultaneously rose, hands poised over their firearms, and one doubted Jiangja. His youth did not undermine the immense trust they had placed in him due to his demonstrated strength and extensive survival experience. "Au, quickly, remove your gloves so the young brother can see," General Du urged, reaching out to tug at Au's gloves. Gazing at Jiangja, Au's once pale face transformed from fear to an expression of relief. "Ah, very well," she replied, pushing General Du aside. Smiling as she slowly peeled off her gloves under everyone's watchful gaze, the gasp escaped several women as they beheld a massive gash on her fair wrist, still oozing blood. Jiangja's expression hardened. "Are you seeking death?" General Du and his sister, Du Shui, grasped Au's wrist, bewildered. "Sister-in-law, how did this happen? When were you injured?" Du Shui inquired, her concerned eye immediately assumed a defensive posture. "The rest of you, gather your belongings swiftly if you wish to avoid death." Jiangja barked an order, and in that moment, the people around him snapped into action, hurriedly packing their things. Au pointed at the flurry of activity, bursting into laughter, her amusement laced with satisfaction and mockery. Boom! Au was sent flying 3 meters away like a rag doll, a gruesome spray of blood erupting from her chest. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed with shock. "Au!" Du Tao rushed forward, pressing his hands against what had become a mangled mess of flesh. Au. Yet, within Au's eyes, there was no trace of fear in the face of death. Instead, a sinister smile curled upon her lips as she ensnared Du Tao's neck, blood pouring from her mouth as she struggled with her last vestiges of strength. "That Du Tao, you all must accompany me." Her voice faltered, and she exhaled her final breath. Jiangja furrowed his brows, gazing at the lifeless Au. Something felt amiss. A moment later, realization struck him like lightning. He approached the campfire, picking up the pot they had just used for cooking. At that moment, Pao Yi sauntered over, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Jiangja's eyes darted around before he gestured toward Alan, who added water while we were cooking. Alan, puzzled and hesitant, thought for a moment before pointing at Au. It was her. She fetched the bottled water from her backpack. Suddenly, Du Shui snatched the backpack away, retrieving a large container of mineral water. She froze, a ghastly smile creeping across her face as she turned to the others. "It's over." The bottle was raised, revealing a murky, half-empty liquid. I could see that moment. Even the dullest among them grasped the grim reality. Du Tao, Du Shui, and the Chao Wang couple turned ashen. "Snow water?" Pao Ye's eyes widened in horror as he glanced at the pot in Jiangja's hands. Fortunately, Jiangja had quietly instructed them to consume only their own provisions, or else they would have fallen victim to this woman's treachery. Du Zong stared blankly at what was once his intimate companion, struggling to accept the reality. "Au, why did you do this? Was a Tommy worth this?" He knelt beside her body, murmuring that Du Shui, pale as a ghost, lamented, "Sister-in-law, I've always regarded you as my own sister. Even if you had conflicts with my brother, I would have stood by your side. Why did you do this?" "Why?" Their voices trailed off into despair. Among the crowd, the most innocent were undoubtedly Chao Wang and a few others from the company. Victims of this unforeseen calamity. I saved a treacherous wolf. Du Tao, you've damned us all." Chao Wang's fury and despair found no outlet, and he lunged at Du Tao, seizing his collar, spitting in rage. Covering Du Tao's face with saliva. In the face of life and death, Du Tao was no longer seen as the esteemed Du Zong. Jiangja frowned at Du Shui, who sat dazed by the fire. Lost in thought, this woman had consumed the snow water. Death no longer posed a threat to her. Clop, clop, clop. Jiangja approached Du Shui, speaking softly. "Help me pilot the helicopter back. I promise you will be safe." Will you take this deal? In an instant, Du Shui's previously vacant eyes sparked with life as she grasped Jiang's arm. Are you serious? Aside from trusting me, do you have any other options? Jiang locked his gaze onto hers, speaking slowly. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Fine, I trust you. Pao Yiluzi, Debing, open the doors. Push the helicopter out. We leave now, Jiang shouted, rousing the dazed crowd into action. 1, 2, 1, 2. The helicopter was uncovered, and with the collective effort of 4, it began to inch toward the hangar door. Little brother, can you save us? The Chao Wang couple and a few others clustered around Jiang. He surveyed the crowd. First, let us get out of the airport. Those words undoubtedly carved a path of hope through their despair. With a glimmer of optimism, the Chao Wang couple hurriedly packed their belongings and assisted Pao Yi in pushing the helicopter. Jiang observed the bustling crowd, his gaze shifting between hope and uncertainty, myriad thoughts racing through his mind as he pondered the road ahead, that a Yu's betrayal had thrown his plans into disarray. Jiang himself was not afraid of the life-threatening black light gene virus in the snow water. For once one became an extraordinary being, their body would naturally develop immunity to such viruses. He intended to keep Du Shui alive, and he also needed that helicopter that in a world turned upside down. Possessing a helicopter provided the fastest and most convenient means of escape or transporting supplies. The crucial issue was finding a pilot, for otherwise, the 10-day virus transition period would pass, and once mutated into subhumans, it would be too late. They would only succeed in creating even stronger and more terrifying subhumans. Now, the singular challenge was locating someone capable of purifying crystal core energy. If an ordinary person were to ingest a crystal core directly, their organs would mutate, becoming chaotic, extraordinary beings. These chaotic beings bore no distinction from other extraordinary beings, save for their grotesque, mutated organs, tentacles sprouting from their abdomens, eyes morphing into compound eyes, and limbs becoming grotesquely oversized, and one wished to transform into such a monster unless they were in dire straits. While Jiang pondered, a loud crash echoed from the top of the warehouse. Chapter 47. The Subhuman Leader Boom. A subhuman shattered the skylight of the warehouse, soaring through the air before Jiang delivered a powerful kick that sent it crashing against the wall. The force of the kick, nearly 1,000 kilograms, caused the subhuman to spew forth black-red blood. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the entrance as countless subhumans relentlessly battered the warehouse door. Pao Yi, push the airplane aside, Jiang barked, fearing that the door might collapse and damage the helicopter. Glass rained down from overhead, and amidst the screams, a group of people hastily sought refuge, slicing through the air. Jiang wielded his dog-leg knife, severing subhumans with precision. Many wore yellow hard hats, evidently the same subhumans drawn in by the blood Yu had stealthily shed. Thud, thud, thud. More and more subhumans descended from the roof of the warehouse. Though Jiang struck them down one by one, their sheer numbers remained overwhelming. Beside the helicopter, Alan and 2 other women nearly succumbed to a subhuman's assault, shrieking in terror. Du Shui, having jumped down from the helicopter, brandished her straight blade, lips pressed together as she assumed a stance reminiscent of the North Star one-blade flow. A shriek erupted from a female subhuman, her face lined with dark veins. As she lunged at Du Shui, wielding a steel pipe, in that instant, Du Shui's blade moved swiftly, her actions fluid as water. The moment they collided, she pivoted and swung, her sharp blade slicing through the subhuman's neck. Blood sprayed forth as the subhuman howled in rage and lunged again. Get back, Pao Yi shouted, delivering a kick to the subhuman's shoulder, sending it staggering. Du Shui stared at her blade, bewildered. She could not comprehend why Jiang appeared to slice through his foes effortlessly, while her lethal strike merely grazed the surface. I have to shoot, Chong Fu shouted. Damn it! Jiang realized that the situation was becoming untenable. Everyone, come together. Let us fight back. We have no other choice. He crossed his 2 dog-leg knives, striking down a subhuman that rushed toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Pao Yi and the others could no longer withstand the onslaught and finally opened fire. The 35mm grenades detonated upon contact with the subhumans, sending them flying. However, the rate of fire was too slow against the ever-multiplying horde. As the subhumans pressed in, Pao Yi and his companions found themselves nearing their breaking point. Roar! With a resounding crash, the warehouse door finally succumbed to the momentum of over 200 subhumans. Crashing inward. Run. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangzhe brandished his knives, cleaving through the oncoming subhumans as he led the group deeper into the warehouse. Clang! He flung open the lid of a fuel tanker. Quick! Hide inside! The women, along with the Chao Wang couple, Xiaomi and Duke, scrambled into the tanker. Jiangzhe stood guard at the front, while Pao Yi and the others took position at the rear. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed like popping beans throughout the warehouse. Beneath the tanker, the ground was teeming with subhumans, their faces grotesquely adorned with dark veins, brandishing weapons as they charged toward the tanker. The dogleg knives and rifles continuously dispatched those attempting to leap onto the tanker. Unfortunately, the tanker's roof proved difficult to breach, allowing the four to hold off the subhuman assault. "What are you doing standing there?" Jiangzhe exclaimed, slicing down a subhuman that had leapt onto the tanker, only to discover Du Shui behind him, brandishing her knife. I want to help you at this moment. Du Shui's pride had been shattered into pieces by the recent blow, observing the man before her, who effortlessly dispatched the A-race like slicing fruit. She felt that their previous arguments had been utterly childish. The Beichen's sword technique truly lived up to its reputation. One strike was indeed enough to end a life. Had it not been for Pao Ye's timely intervention, she would have already met her demise. "Get inside and don't cause any more trouble." With a swift motion, Jiangzhe hurled his military knife, embedding it in the forehead of an A-race member attempting to ambush Pao. He then casually pushed Du Shui aside, only to find his hand sinking into something soft and pliable. Du Shui took a couple of steps back, shot him a glare, her face slightly flushed, and then shouted, "I refuse to be a woman who relies on a man for survival like Alan. My Alan earns her keep with her own skills. Why should she be looked down upon?" On the roof of the fuel truck, Lu Zi was displeased and spoke up defiantly. "I won't trade my body for survival." Du Shui spat bitterly. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiangzhe's large hand gripped the back of her neck and lifted her, shoving her into the fuel tank. "Your battlefield should be in the bedroom." "Jiangzhe, you bastard!" Du Shui cursed as the tank lid slammed shut with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed throughout the warehouse, where the ground around the fuel truck was littered with the bodies of hundreds of A-race members. Yet nearly 200 more continued their relentless charge towards the top of the truck. Jiangzhe felt fortunate that they had this fuel truck, providing them with a tactical advantage. Otherwise, they would have had to rely solely on his sword for survival. "I'm out of bullets," De Bing shouted. Jiangzhe reached into his backpack, retrieving a cylindrical magazine and tossing it to him, then distributing more to Chong Fu and Lu Zi. "I must say, how does your backpack contain everything? If you pulled out a woman tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised." Pao Yi replaced the magazine, and with a precise shot, sent an A-race body flying, muttering, "That's it, I'm down to my last few magazines." Jiangzhe replied calmly. Roar, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the entrance, illuminated by the flickering campfire. A towering A-race member, nearly 2 meters tall and exceptionally robust, slowly made his entrance. The surrounding A-race members halted their attacks upon hearing the roar. Thud! Thud! The imposing A-race leader approached the fuel truck, holding his right hand a solid steel beam over a meter long and as thick as an arm, and in his left, a triangular shield cut from a steel plate. The panicking A-race members parted to create a path for him. Observing this commanding figure, Jiangzhe wiped the blood from his knife. It was evident that the A-race had established their own leader. A-race members were not devoid of intelligence. On the contrary, their intellect was not insignificant, as they could articulate simple words and utilize basic tools, displaying a penchant for communal living. Each A-race group would gradually develop a leader. In his past life, Jiangzhe had heard of a leader capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of A-race members, renowned for his formidable strength. The structure of the A-race community bore a resemblance to the early tribal societies of humanity. Roar die. The A-race leader paused, gazing up at Jiangzhe atop the fuel truck, and suddenly opened his mouth wide, straining to utter the word die. Between his jagged, triangular teeth, strands of red flesh were visible, accompanied by a continuous spray of saliva. This was a display of intimidation, which Jiangzhe found intolerable. "Ha! Get lost!" Jiangzhe bellowed back at the A-race leader. The sheer volume of his voice startled the A-race leader, who hesitated for a moment before swinging his iron rod down. Roar! The surrounding A-race members leaped onto the truck, displaying reckless abandon. Pao Yi took aim at the A-race leader's head and fired. However, the leader had already raised his thick, rough shield in defense, and a flash of fire erupted as the steel bent under the impact, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Watch out! A steel beam, nearly a meter long, shot towards Pao Yi's chest. Clang! In the dimly lit warehouse, a fireball the size of a basketball erupted. Fortunately, Jiangzhe reacted quickly, slicing the steel beam away with his knife. Pao Yi, take Lu Zi and Bing to the fuel tank. Hurry! Jiangzhe shouted angrily. Be careful. The three of them expended an entire magazine and quickly dove into the tank. With a clang, Jiangzhe kicked the iron lid shut. The A-race leader swung his thigh and charged forward, raising his shield to smash down on Jiangzhe's head. Do you even know what a cheat is? Jiangzhe retorted, extending his palm as if to block the impending blow from the shield. 2 meters, 1 meter, 1 foot. His hand and the shield drew closer. Suddenly, the entire space before Jiangzhe darkened as a steel ingot over 4 meters in diameter appeared above, plummeting rapidly and engulfing the A-race leader's body. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing the fuel truck to shake violently. Chapter 48. The perilous battle at the airport. The warehouse fell silent in the wake of the colossal noise, the surrounding A-race members equally startled. The massive steel ingot vanished, leaving a nearly 1 meter deep crater in the hardened concrete floor. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe leaped down from the truck and retrieved the ingot into his dimensional space. At the bottom of the crater, the A-race leader and over 20 other A-race members were reduced to an indistinguishable mass of blood and flesh. The several tons of steel, falling from nearly 4 meters high, possessed immense kinetic energy that even the A-race could hardly withstand. The remaining hundreds of A-race members, armed and bewildered, stared at Jiangzhe until he brandished his knife. Roar! The A-race members erupted in fury, charging toward Jiangzhe. Under the influence of the genetic virus, the physical prowess of the A-race made each of them a template for superhumans, with data indicating that their strength and speed were 3 to 4 times that of ordinary humans, comparable to first-tier physical extraordinary beings. Moreover, they were impervious to the cold. Bang! After kicking an A-race member aside, Jiangzhe twirled his knife, fueled by the pent-up frustration from being outsmarted by that you earlier. This was the perfect opportunity to vent his anger on these A-race members. Come on, today I'll send you to the afterlife, Jiangzhe shouted as he charged into the fray. With a swift motion, he severed the iron wire-wrapped wooden club from an A-race member, sending an arm flying into the air. Just as he was about to decapitate his opponent, a series of low, rapid thuds echoed behind him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Jiangzhe's expression shifted urgently. The sound was not from the A-race. Realizing too late, he attempted to turn around, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of white streaking toward him. A dozen A-race members soared through the air. Their speed was overwhelming, leaving no time to evade. Damn it! Jiangzhe cursed, swinging his knife backward. Swish! Bang! An unstoppable force collided with him, and Jiangzhe felt as if he had been struck by a truck traveling at high speed. With a series of thuds, his body was propelled forward, toppling the 10 or so A-race members in front of him. What a terrible day! Jiangzhe grunted, suppressing the pain in his chest as he dodged a steel pipe swung by an A-race member, severing the opponent's lower leg with his knife. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Jiangzhe finally discerned that 2 powerful white-skinned figures were wreaking havoc among the remaining A-race members in the warehouse. Though the A-race members were fierce and fearless, they stood no chance against the overwhelming weight and speed of the white-skinned adversaries. Just as humans would have no opportunity to resist point one by one, the A-race members were taken down by the white-skinned beings, as steel pipes and iron rods struck the white-skinned figures with no discernible effect. The remaining A-race members, disregarding Jiangzhe, charged recklessly at the white-skinned attackers. An A-race member clad in an electric grid uniform leaped high, axe in hand, and struck the white-skinned figure on the head. Screech! The white-skinned creature roared in anger, the axe having inflicted pain upon it. With a powerful leap, it pounced on the A-race member, its jaws crushing down and obliterating the A-race skull. Each strike from the white-skinned beings, whether from their steel teeth, sharp claws, or tentacles, was lethal, effortlessly dispatching the A-race members. Cough, cough, cough. Jiangja struggled to rise, slowly retreating while taking advantage of the chaos between the hybrid beings and the white-skinned creatures. In the vast, unobstructed warehouse, he lacked confidence in delivering a fatal blow to either of the two white-skinned beings. Ultimately, after losing dozens of their kind, the hybrids recognized their inability to contend with the white-skinned creatures, and the remaining 30 or so fled in a cacophony of cries from the entrance, one of the white-skinned beings pursuing them. Outside, the snow-laden night echoed with their distant roars. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining white-skinned creature opened its jaws wide. Gnawing on the corpses of the hybrids scattered across the ground, it consumed them with a few bites, while dark red blood sprayed from its maw, creating an almost tangible stench of carnage. The sounds of chewing reverberated in the dim warehouse. This moment, Jiangja had retreated to a shadowy corner, his breathing slowing as he squinted at the white-skinned creature feasting some 20 meters away. Having witnessed such gruesome scenes countless times before his rebirth, he stood there like a statue, unmoving. His plan was simple. Wait until the white-skinned creature had its fill before making his escape. Rustle, rustle. Another white-skinned creature darted back through the doorway. The two white-skinned beings emitted high-pitched, grinding sounds, akin to teeth being ground, as they communicated. Subsequently, they resumed devouring the hybrid corpses. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the two white-skinned beings appeared to be satiated and turned to leave the warehouse. As Jiangja observed their massive forms nearing the exit, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a faint metallic clink resonated from the oil tank. What had initially been a minor noise echoed alarmingly in the enclosed space. Oh no! Jiangja's expression changed. It seemed that a bullet embedded in the wall of the tank had just fallen, despite the sound being barely audible. To the acute hearing of the white-skinned creatures, it was akin to a shout right beside them. Boom! In just a second, the white-skinned creatures lunged forward, their massive bodies colliding violently with the tank. The impact was tremendous, lifting one side of the tank's tires off the ground. A woman's scream erupted from within. This was even worse. One white-skinned creature leapt onto the top of the oil tank, its razor-sharp claws piercing through the metallic casing, emitting a screeching sound. Bang, bang, bang. Two tendrils from the white-skinned creature surged through the gash made by its claws, and gunfire erupted inside the tank. In this dire moment, Jiangja's companions had no choice but to disregard the ricochets and noise that firing inside the tank would cause. Jiangja had to act. Bang! The sound of steel being propelled echoed as 3 hefty crossbow bolts shot forth from the shadows, striking like lightning at the white-skinned creature atop the tank. Squeak! The white-skinned creature reacted with astonishing speed, leaping just in time, and only one bolt struck its hind leg, with a powerful push against the wall. Jiangja propelled himself sideways. He had only one chance to fire. The other white-skinned creature was already charging towards him. Thud! The colossal crossbow was effortlessly swatted aside, leaving Jiangja heartbroken at the sight of its destruction. As Jiangja landed, both white-skinned beings lunged at him from opposite sides. With a swift motion of his right hand, a 2.5-meter-tall steel plate, adorned with countless metallic spikes, sprang up before him. In combat against the white-skinned creatures, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to death. Crash! A sound resounded from above Jiangja, and without a moment's thought, he dispelled the steel plate from his front and leaped forward. Debris rained down from above as the two white-skinned creatures scaled the wall, resembling gigantic geckos, their limbs clinging tightly to the surface. As Jiangja sprang upright, another crossbow appeared before him. The two white-skinned creatures began to slowly maneuver their bodies on the wall, incessantly growling at him. With both hands gripping the crossbow and legs slightly apart, he aimed at one of them. Clang! A sharp sound emanated from within the oil tank. Damn! The two white-skinned creatures lunged towards Jiangja and the oil tank. Chapter 49. A hard fight. That sharp sound compelled Jiangja to release the crossbow. With a heavy whoosh, the bolt shot towards one of the white-skinned creatures. Boom! Large chunks of concrete and stone shattered. The 3 bolts penetrated the wall by a third, their tips vibrating violently. Unsurprisingly, once the white-skinned creatures had sufficient room to maneuver, hitting them with a crossbow bolt became exceedingly difficult, unless in a vacuum, where the bolt could travel silently or if it could reach speeds akin to a bullet, allowing no time for the white-skinned creatures to react, neither of which was feasible at present. Clang! A half-man-high steel shield appeared in Jiang's right hand. The claws of the white-skinned creature collided with the shield, creating a thunderous sound as Jiang was pushed back over 2 meters by the immense force transmitted through the shield. The other white-skinned creature had once again leaped onto the oil tank, its tendrils thrusting downwards with ferocious intent. Hey! The knife strapped to Jiang's leg transformed into a crescent moon, flying towards the white-skinned creature. The soles of his shoes screeched against the ground as he charged towards it, the sound of another white-skinned creature pursuing him from behind. Boom! The spiked steel plate materialized abruptly, and the chasing white-skinned creature showed no hesitation. Leaping over the 2-meter-high barrier, suddenly, a moonlit spatial blade shot up from behind the steel plate like a flash. It was a trap. Thud! The spatial blade sliced open the white-skinned creature's abdomen, a half-meter-long gash spraying forth dark purple blood. Squeak! The white-skinned creature staggered as it hit the ground, letting out a pained roar. Its tendrils wrapped around its abdomen, pulling out a mass of exposed entrails, which it devoured in 2 bites. Jiang couldn't help but flinch. Even though it wasn't his first encounter with such a scene, he was still struck by the creature's formidable vitality. The 2 white-skinned creatures flanked Jiang, aware that this man was no easy foe, and refrained from attacking immediately. Their alien-like heads gaped wide, emitting continuous grinding sounds. Jiang's spatial blade swayed gently in his right hand. The injured white-skinned creature appeared fierce, but its wound had begun to hinder its movements. He needed to change the battleground. Otherwise, if the 2 white-skinned creatures turned their attention to the oil tank, no one inside would survive. With this thought racing through his mind, Jiang began to move, gradually retreating towards the hangar door. The 2 white-skinned creatures, sensing his intention, growled and followed closely behind. Whoosh! Jiang spun around and charged into the vast snowy night like a cheetah. The 2 white-skinned creatures roared in pursuit. 250 meters away stood a tall, slender airport control tower, over 20 meters high. Jiang sprinted toward the tower, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed since his rebirth. The deep snow could not impede his progress. In the blink of an eye, he had covered nearly half the distance. Behind him, the low growls of the white-skinned creatures echoed as their massive forms kicked up a swirling snowstorm, intent on engulfing the figure ahead. If he continued running like this, he would inevitably be caught. In a flash of inspiration, a grenade launcher materialized in Jiang's hand. Unlike a lightweight grenade launcher, this one was heavy-duty, boasting more ammunition and a longer barrel. He turned, dropping to one knee, aiming the 35mm muzzle at the rapidly approaching white-skinned creature. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds of gunfire reverberated through the night sky, accompanied by the flickering flames at the muzzle. Jiang fired the grenade launcher at a rate akin to that of an assault rifle. His body remained steady as a rock, seemingly unaffected by the powerful recoil of the weapon. It was known that ordinary soldiers could not achieve such a high rate of fire. The recoil alone would dislocate their shoulders. In the air, an explosion erupted. The massive form of the white-skinned creature was sent flying by the explosive round. Without a backward glance, Jiang turned and sprinted towards the control tower, while the injured white-skinned creature lagged behind, moving considerably slower than normal. Crash! Jiang ducked into the first floor of the control tower. Arriving at the elevator, with a creak he pried open the stalled elevator door, peering inside. The shaft led directly to the top floor. However, due to a power outage, the elevator had descended to the basement. With a swift motion, Jiang severed the steel cable as thick as his thumb with his spatial blade. This moment, he took a deep breath, glancing at the 2 approaching white-skinned creatures. The one blasted by the grenade launcher was now charred black, with large patches of skin hanging loose, oozing nearly black blood. Come here. Jiang extended a middle finger towards the towering white beast at the front, then swiftly turned and darted into the elevator shaft. The spatial blade effortlessly embedded itself into the walls of the shaft as Jiang ascended with the agility of a gecko. With a thunderous crash, the massive white beast barreled into the elevator shaft, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Zhe without a moment's pause. Observing the creature shrink into a ball below him, climbing upward, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Extending his right hand, a solid steel rod, 2 meters thick and 3 meters long, nearly filling the entire elevator shaft, materialized from thin air. With a whoosh, it plunged downward towards the white beast. The creature sensed imminent danger and let out a frantic roar. The solid alloy rod, weighing over 10 tons and descending from a height of more than 20 meters, struck down upon the white beast with immense force, causing the entire tower to tremble slightly. The beast vanished in an instant. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Jiang Zhe found himself left with only one injured white beast, which no longer posed a threat. With a creak, he pried open the elevator doors on the top floor and slipped inside. The scene before him was one of utter chaos. Papers, wallets, and laptops were strewn across the floor, through the circular floor-to-ceiling windows. He could survey the entire airport. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhe lightly tapped a metal shield against a nearby metal cabinet with his left hand. Moments later, a cacophony of grinding teeth erupted. The last remaining injured white beast appeared outside the tower's glass window. Jiang Zhe continued his rhythmic tapping on the metal cabinet, and with a resounding crash, the enormous creature shattered the glass and lunged inside. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Jiang Zhe flicked his spatial blade, calmly fixing his gaze on the white beast just 5 meters away. "Come at me. I am eager for a true showdown." Jiang Zhe's expression turned exhilarated. In his previous life, he had played a supporting role within the ranks of the extraordinary, merely a bystander. Each time he witnessed high-ranking extraordinary beings confronting white beasts head-on. He fantasized about the day he could single-handedly slay one, that he never expected that day would arrive so swiftly. The white beast, seemingly understanding his provocation, let out a low growl and charged at Jiang Zhe. In response, Jiang Zhe let out a similar growl and surged forward. Before they could collide, the white beast's long tentacles struck out like venomous snakes from either side. Having battled these creatures for years, Jiang Zhe was all too familiar with their attack patterns. With a resounding clang, Jiang Zhe, enduring a numbing sensation in his left hand, accelerated his movements. His right hand swung the spatial blade with ferocity. Slicing through one of the tentacles, the white beast emitted a piercing shriek as Jiang Zhe aimed for its hind leg. The beast attempted to leap, crashing into the ceiling, momentarily halting its advance. Blood, dark and purplish, gushed from its rear, in agony. The white beast flailed its remaining tentacles. Suddenly, a brilliant flare erupted from Jiang Zhe's shield, causing the creature to instinctively tilt its head away. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe dashed up the wall in a blur, leaping atop the white beast. "Die," he shouted, plunging the spatial blade downward. Chapter 50. Apprenticeship, huh? Jiang Zhe erupted into laughter, reveling in the sight of the defeated white beast sprawled on the ground. His laughter was unrestrained and filled with joy. During his 5 years in the refuge, his diligent work had earned him a place in the hunting team, becoming a logistician for the extraordinary. He had performed guard duties, washed clothes, and cooked meals at long last. For years of toil culminated in a coveted opportunity to become an extraordinary being, yet he was assigned an undesirable spatial crystal core potion. As a first-tier spatial extraordinary, he could create a 5-square-meter dimensional space, making him an ideal support on the battlefield. Thus, Jiang Zhe became a logistics provider, beloved by all, yet he never experienced a second awakening. Before he could, his hunting team was obliterated by the white beasts. Reborn, he now faced the white beast directly, relishing the thrill of battle. What could be more gratifying? He carried with him a lifetime's worth of supplies and possessed a rapid upgrade ability. In this life, he would never again need to rely on others or live in fear. 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhe trudged back to the hangar through the swirling snow. "Is that you?" A voice called from beside a fuel tanker. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe return, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they emerged from the tanker. The ground was littered with the corpses of subhumans and deep craters. Many looked on in horror, having heard the ferocious sounds of battle from within the tanker, yet the intensity of the fight exceeded their expectations. "Darling," Chao Wang's whispered lament caught Jiang Zhe's attention. It was then he noticed Chao Wang kneeling beside the fuel tanker. cradling his wife in shock at a gaping hole, the size of a fist, marred her chest, blood staining Chao Wang's entire being. Just now, inside the tanker, my wife shielded our child, but the monster's tentacle. Chao Wang's voice trailed off in despair. Beside him, the voice of the old soldier, Pao Yi, emerged softly, explaining she sacrificed herself for the child. Jiangzhe shook his head, patting the head of Xiaomi beside him, remaining silent. The surrounding women merely stood in silence, no longer in a state of panic, as they had been the first time they encountered such carnage. And tears fell. They had grown accustomed to it, numbed by the reality of their existence. The glass roof of the helicopter hangar was shattered, snowflakes cascading inside. It was no longer safe to stay. Under Jiangzhe's direction, the group relocated to another hangar. A campfire was rekindled. Jiangzhe refrained from consuming the crystal core, recognizing the airport's perilous situation with subhumans and white beasts. If another creature appeared at a critical moment, it could spell disaster for Pao, Xiaomi, and Du Shui. Amidst the bustle, Alan and a few girls prepared a pot of sweet soup. The group gathered around the fire, some lost in thought, others engaged in quiet conversation. Chao Wang laid his wife and child in the crater, sparing the need to dig a grave. Jiangzhe, what exactly was that monster tonight? Du Shui finally broke the silence. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Jiangzhe replied, the white beast, a creature that surged from the sea, kills as easily as one would slay a chicken. Simultaneously, Pao Yi and Lu Zi began recounting the events of the battle in Nanjiang to Du Shui and the others. As they learned of the white beast's rampage, shock painted their faces. Subhumans were already terrifying enough. To think there existed an even more formidable white beast was overwhelming. Are we doomed? Is there any escape for us? A girl sighed in despair. As one of the foremost military powers on Blue Star, the Xia had been unable to withstand the onslaught of the white beasts. The terror of their might was palpable. Eventually, Du Shui could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to Jiangzhe, who was resting with his eyes closed. How did you manage to kill those white beasts? From the descriptions provided by Chong Fu and the others, she was not only terrified of the white beasts, but also astonished by Jiangzhe's strength. Jiangzhe gestured with his knife that it can be done with a blade. Those white beasts are formidable. Yet they are not invincible. But how can one kill them with a knife? Du Shui pressed, eager for answers. There's a weak point beneath their necks, a place where a blade can penetrate. But he must first make the white beast stop. Listening to Jiangzhe's words, Du Shui straightened her back, her face displaying dissatisfaction. That's useless. Will the white beast just stop on its own? It won't. Unless it's about to eat you, Jiangzhe replied nonchalantly. Xiaomi stifled a laugh, glancing at Du Shui's frustration. Suddenly, Du Shui stood up and bowed deeply to Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe, I wish to become your apprentice and learn how to kill those monsters. Very well, but what will you offer in exchange? Jiangzhe flicked away the ash from his cigarette. I can pilot an airplane for free, Du Shui suggested after some thought. Not enough, Jiangzhe shook his head. I saved your life. That doesn't count. I can do your laundry, wash your socks, anything, Du Shui insisted. That won't do. Xiaomi suddenly interjected. Sister, you can't take my job. The group exchanged puzzled glances at Jiangzhe. In their silent communication, an evil halo seemed to have been subtly placed above his head. Training? Du Shui glanced at Xiaomi, recalling the word that flashed through her mind. Then her gaze shifted to Alan, who was leaning against Lu Zi, her face flushing red. What else did she have to offer? It was evident that apart from her body, she had nothing else to give. Selfish and heartless, she muttered the 4 words vehemently as she took a seat. My brother is not like that. He even saved the Duke. Xiaomi seemed to be at odds with Du Shui, her small mouth refusing to relent. Du Shui glared at Xiaomi, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Do you know how to speak? Are you implying I'm less than a dog? Jiangzhe disregarded the others, extracting a map of the Great Xia and studying it intently. Du Shui approached, inquiring, Where exactly are we headed? Here, Jiangzhe indicated a location on the map, encircled but devoid of a name. The place was so insignificant that it bore no designation. What is this place? It seems rather close to Shenyang City. Du Shui remarked, gesturing at the map. Indeed. Jiangzhe folded the map and turned to the nearby Chao Wang and others. Now that we have survived, I present you with 2 choices. First, we part ways and seek our own paths to safety. Second, you may follow me, but let me make one thing clear. From now on, your fates are in my hands. A.S.'s words settled. The expressions of Chao Wang and his companions shifted dramatically, their gazes dropping in contemplation. Moments later, Chao Wang gritted his teeth. Little brother, not following you is also a dead end. I will accompany you. The girls behind him exchanged glances and nodded. We wish to follow you as well. Very well. Remember my words today. Your lives now belong to me. Jiang just said no more, allowing their minds to wander. Were it not for Du Shui and the helicopter, he would never have considered bringing this group along. Moreover, the population of the Paisi Mountain was alarmingly sparse. Even if all these individuals joined, there would only be around 20 of them at a base. A refuge, without people, was merely a heap of steel, concrete, and stone. At this moment, the white skin was likely already wreaking havoc across the lands of Blue Star. Some smaller nations would vanish entirely, and humanity's living space would continue to be constricted until they were all forced to hide in shelters. Chapter 51. Hell rode in the early morning. The sky began to brighten slightly. It's smaller. It has shrunk. Suddenly, a cry of joy erupted from Lu Zi outside the warehouse. The surrounding people turned to look at the entrance. And after a moment's pause, they rushed towards the doorway. It really has shrunk. The snow is almost over. The girls leapt with joy. The once massive snowflakes in the sky had indeed become sparser, and the atmosphere was significantly brighter than before. Jiangja glanced at his watch. It was the 14th day of heavy snowfall. Tomorrow, the snow would cease entirely, and the situation would worsen. 1-2-1-2. The excited shouts of Pao Yi and the others echoed as they pushed the helicopter out of the hangar. Jiangja had initially planned to set off earlier, but had reservations about Du Shui's proficiency. He patiently waited for dawn before directing everyone to act. A clearing had been made in front of the hangar, and everything was prepared. Jiangja nodded to Du Shui in the cockpit. Virum. As the engine roared, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin faster and faster. Snow flew wildly in the powerful gusts. Everyone squeezed into the helicopter, but Jiangja remained on the ground, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with binoculars. He did not wish to take off with a white skin on board. Once he confirmed there were no anomalies, Jiangja swiftly opened the co-pilot's door and hopped inside. Let's take off. At that moment, Du Shui wore a solemn expression, nodding before slowly pulling the helicopter's control stick. The aircraft swayed from side to side. Bang! The landing gear slammed hard against the ground. Cries of alarm erupted from the cabin. Can you even handle this? Jiangja scolded Du Shui fiercely. In this cold weather, takeoff is already challenging. Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Is this all the courage you have? Operating the helicopter, Du Shui couldn't resist a retort. Does having courage guarantee survival? Jiangja lowered his voice, knowing it was not the time to disrupt her concentration. Heartless man, she muttered under her breath. Finally, the helicopter lifted off the ground, ascending slowly. Outside, the buildings below became progressively smaller as the aircraft gained speed. Jiangja exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the expanse of white earth and the airport that was now out of sight. Gently patting the helicopter, this contraption was indeed far swifter than two legs that Du Shui, overhearing Jiangja's sentiments, shook her head. Useless. Once the fuel runs out, it will quickly become a pile of scrap. Ugh! A voice came from the cabin's rear. The Duke is feeling a bit airsick, Xiaomi chimed in. Endure it, Jiangja snapped. The Paisi Mountain lay to the northwest of Jiangnan, over 200 kilometers in a straight line, regrettably due to the inability to utilize satellite navigation. Du Shui had to rely on Jiangja, the co-pilot, and a pair of binoculars to guide their direction using landmarks. The G58 highway is to the west. We can fly along that route, and then turn at the S213 intersection. Jiangja indicated that Du Shui nodded, and the helicopter veered westward. At its speed, they would arrive in less than an hour. From above, the land appeared to be an endless white expanse, with only a few towering trees and buildings standing resiliently. A group of people pressed their faces against the windows, gazing at the ground. Look, there it is, the G58. Jiangja pointed and exclaimed that in the open fields below, a highway stretched into the distance. From the air, they could see hundreds of abandoned military trucks and armored vehicles scattered along the road. This was the last convoy to escape from Jiangnan. Through the binoculars, they could spot packs of wild dogs huddled together, gnawing on something. "This is where we fled from," Du Schwem murmured. The helicopter descended once more. Surprisingly, the hundreds of wild dogs did not flee upon seeing the helicopter. Instead, they opened their mouths and barked ferociously at the aircraft. "How you gun?" Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Zhe opened the co-pilot's window and took the lightweight grenade launcher handed to him by Pao Yi, immediately firing 5 rounds into the air. Explosions erupted below, and the pack of wild dogs howled as they scattered. The helicopter circled the highway, the fierce winds blowing away the snow. Xiaomi, Alan, and several girls covered their eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Beneath the snow lay countless corpses, frozen and ashen. Men, women, the elderly, children, civilians, soldiers. Limbs and severed body parts littered the sides of the road. Woo-woo! Alan and the other girls could no longer hold back and began to sob softly while the 2-story building embodies the architectural style of the last century, its exterior walls and windows long shattered and dilapidated. While withered grass has taken root in the crevices of its roof and walls, a testament to its prolonged neglect. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Zhe signaled for the group to proceed along the concrete path. Suddenly, the Duke beside him halted and let out a couple of barks towards the 2-story edifice. With a clatter, Pao Yi and Lu Zi raised their lightweight grenade launchers at the same moment. Over 20 individuals, clad in an array of cotton garments, warm hats, and masks that concealed their features, emerged from the windows of both floors, armed with standard military weapons from various eras of the Great Xia, including 2 semi-automatic rifles from 60 years prior, their blades gleaming menacingly. "Stay put." "Who are you?" A commanding voice boomed from the entrance of the first floor. Following this authoritative call, a man with his face masked stood behind the window. Brandishing an AK-47, Jiang Zhe scanned the crowd of over 20 individuals upstairs and downstairs. "Do not act rashly. We are refugees from Nanjing and are in search of a friend," he urged, gesturing for Pao Yi and the others to lower their weapons. "Oh, you escaped from Nanjing? Kid, you are quite fortunate. I've heard many have perished there," a burly man remarked, astonished. "Indeed, many have died, as you will see for yourself. The military has also suffered heavy casualties, losing around 40 to 50,000 men. One entire army group wiped out." Jiang Zhe replied, his tone graved. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd above and below. "And no wonder the military has been distributing weapons. I thought those subhumans were formidable enough, but it seems there are even more fearsome threats," the man remarked, pulling down his mask to reveal a rugged, unkempt face. "Well then, who is your friend?" he inquired, stepping out of the small second floor and waving for 10 men below to follow him. "Luo Shan." "Luo Shan? Ha! So you are a friend of Luo Shan. How intriguing. Come, I am Wang Chun. I will now escort you to the refuge." After giving instructions to his subordinates, Wang Chun led a dozen men along the path in the mountains, leaving the remaining 10 at the second floor at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Zhe subtly shook his head at Pao Yi and the others, signaling them to remain calm. The group had discreetly enveloped them, clearly on high alert, a reaction Jiang Zhe could comprehend. Caution towards outsiders was a natural instinct. Yet, the emergence of these survivors had surpassed Jiang Zhe's expectations. Luo Shan had been Jiang Zhe's closest friend before the apocalypse, the only true companion. Together, they had relied on one another during the end times, fleeing from Nanjing and enduring numerous life-or-death trials until they reached a refuge. Tragically, at that refuge, Luo Shan had fallen victim to a transcendent being who severed his limbs, turning him into bait for the white-skinned monsters, leading to his gruesome demise. Regrettably, Jiang Zhe had yet to exact revenge before his rebirth. 2 months prior, Jiang Zhe had amassed over 3 million through various loans and had entrusted the majority of those funds to Luo Shan to stockpile supplies and establish a refuge at the Xiaozishan. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed the situation at the refuge had taken an unexpected turn. As he pondered this, Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes, surveying the individuals around the refuge. If Luo Shan had indeed encountered misfortune, he would show no mercy to these people. The path up the mountain was not as lengthy as anticipated. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a wide, 5-meter-high, arched mine entrance. Above the entrance, amidst a tangle of withered vines, were several carved characters. Zazashin, number 5, the red paint on the 6 large characters was faded and chipped. "Brother, is this the refuge?" the young girl Xiaomi inquired, her head tilted upward in curiosity. It was no surprise that Xiaomi was intrigued. The place appeared rather shabby, hardly resembling a refuge. The others regarded the cave entrance with skepticism. Can this truly serve as a refuge? Pao Yi echoed. Stepping closer. There's no better place than this, Jiangzhe replied, observing the inscription above the mine. Wang Chun chuckled. It seems Luoshan has informed you of the situation here, otherwise how would you have found it? As he spoke, he led the way into the cave. In the post-apocalyptic world, the best refuges were located near volcanic craters, geothermal areas, or hot springs. The heat emanating from the earth provided those in the refuge with superior living conditions. Zazashin number 5 was originally an iron ore mine abandoned decades ago due to groundwater flooding. None of this was particularly significant. After the apocalypse, a hunting team had sought refuge here after being attacked by white-skinned monsters and discovered the mine's remarkable qualities. Within the cave, they found not only hot spring water, but also an abundance of iron ore. Following the discovery of Zazashin number 5, countless refugees flocked to it, and after 3 years of development, it evolved into the largest refuge in the area, boasting ample water supply and seclusion. An ideal sanctuary. As dozens of individuals entered the cavernous depths, the sound of their footsteps echoed into the distance. The stone walls on either side of the mine were completely overrun with frozen vines, and yellowed leaves blanketed the ground. With a whoosh, the refugees ignited a torch, illuminating the passageway for several meters ahead. After advancing another 10 meters, a steel door, as thick as a finger, obstructed the passage entirely, its surface featuring a small door just high enough for a person to pass through, firmly shut. Jiangzhe glanced back. The cave entrance was not far behind, merely 30 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chun rapped on the door with force. Coming, a small observation hatch on the door opened, revealing Wang Chun, who was then greeted by the creaking sound of the small door opening. Wang, it's not time for the shift yet. A man bundled in a down jacket and wrapped in a blanket stomped his feet in the cold. We have newcomers, refugees from Nanjing, claiming to be looking for Luoshan. I will take them to find Changgu, Wang Chun explained. The man behind the door peered curiously at Jiangzhe and his companions, lingering momentarily on the several young women before slamming the door shut. Behind the door, 2 semicircular sandbag fortifications housed 2 antiquated Type 56 light machine guns, while 4 men huddled around a campfire for warmth. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chun signaled the surrounding refugees to aim their weapons at Jiangzhe's group. My apologies, but those entering must first disarm before meeting Changgu, Wang Chun stated, directing the muzzle of his gun towards Jiangzhe. He had noticed Jiangzhe appeared to be the leader among them. Where is Luoshan? Jiangzhe inquired, his brow furrowing. Luoshan is nothing but a fool. Without him, the brothers would not have discovered this excellent location. One of the refugees derisively shouted. Enough, show some decency with your words. Wang Chun admonished sharply, silencing the laughter from his subordinates. Jiangzhe remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. That you're right. He is indeed a fool, and I must have a serious chat with him about it. With that, Jiangzhe produced a dogleg knife and handed it to Wang Chun. Chapter 53. This debt must be settled reluctantly. Pao Yi and the others surrendered their grenade launchers as they proceeded forward. In less than 20 meters, they encountered a barrier constructed from steel rebar as thick as a rolling pin, with heavy cotton curtains sealing off the passageway completely. Within, a murmur of conversation could be faintly heard, seemingly from a considerable number of people. Wang Chun tugged on a rope affixed to the wall, producing a clear, melodic ring. With a whoosh, the heavy curtains parted, and a man clad in a cotton hat peered out. Oh, new arrivals! And look, there are women! Excellent, excellent! Upon seeing Du Xuan Allen, the man's eyes lit up with delight as he hurriedly opened the small door in the barrier. Jiangzhe followed Wang Chun inside, where the space suddenly expanded before him. The temperature rose sharply as they entered a rectangular area measuring 10 meters high, 20 meters long, and 10 meters wide, essentially a small plaza. Across from the plaza lay a darkened passageway. Along the sides of the small square were several compartments carved into the stone walls. The The walls bore faded slogans, painted white many years ago. Safety first, strive for progress. This place had originally served as a maintenance area for the mining team and a resting spot for personnel. The compartments were draped with thick cotton curtains. In the center of the small plaza stood a towering bonfire, around which a dozen young men and women sat at 3 wooden tables. Engaged in a game of mahjong, the ground surrounding the tables was strewn with beer, liquor, soda bottles, and various debris. Damn it, my luck is terrible today. I'll take a break, a boisterous voice rang out from the crowd. Wang Chun led Jiangzhe and his group forward, causing the players to pause and rise to their feet, glancing over. With a clatter, several men and women grabbed their Type 81 rifles. They could see that moment. Only one man remained seated at the table, one foot propped on the chair, lighting a cigarette as he tilted his chin upward. Wang Chun, what are they here for? The man, in his 30s, sported a buzz cut, thin eyes, and a ruddy complexion that seemed out of place in the apocalypse. Strong Gu, they're here looking for Luo Shan. They've escaped from Nanjing, Wang Chun replied, lowering his hands. Changgu appeared to have taken an interest and rose to approach. Upon noticing Du Shui behind Jiangzhe, a smile danced upon his brows. Nanjing, quite a distance that I've heard many have perished on the journey. It seems no one knew of your arrival here. Well then, you might as well stay. And Luo Shun? Jiangzhe took a calm step forward, meeting Changji's gaze directly. Luo Shun? Changge hesitated, taken aback by Jiangzhe's audacity. That I don't keep idle people here. We're mining. With a swift motion, Changge drew a handgun from behind his waist, coldly brandishing the 92-style pistol. Wang Chun, lock them up in a mine that if they haven't mutated in 10 days, the men will mine iron. While the women cook and do laundry. In a way. I want to mine too. Du Shui interjected, sensing the unmistakable desire gleaming in Changji's eyes. Raw and unmasked. Changge let out a derisive chuckle. But brother would be heartbroken. How about we watch a romantic film from Sakura Country together and discuss life instead? Let the others handle the heavy lifting. Amidst their conversation, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the alleyway opposite the small square. Over 20 individuals, clad in tattered garments and bearing faces so grimy they were nearly unrecognizable, emerged slowly. Jiangzhe's gaze sharpened, fixating on one figure among them. Luo shunned at a line of people formed at the mouth of a pit. Time for food. Inside a nearby building, 2 middle-aged men carried a pot of viscous food and a basket of flatbreads, distributing rations to the gathering crowd. Luz. Jiangzhe called out sharply that a man from the crowd froze momentarily, slowly raising his head. Then he unwound a filthy scar from his face. Jiang Pian? Lu Zi's lips trembled as he hoarsely exclaimed, then staggered over, grasping Jiangzhe's arm, his eyes brimming with joy, guilt, and tears. Jiang Pian. I thought you. This is wonderful. Luz. What happened? I gave you millions. How did you end up in this dire situation? Jiangzhe brushed off the dust from Lu Zi, nicknamed Lu Zi, and questioned him with some dissatisfaction. Lu Zi furtively glanced at Changge. I'll explain later. I was wondering who had the foresight to hoard supplies in this godforsaken place. Turns out it's you, my friend. For that I owe you my gratitude. At that moment, Changge swaggered over, casting a triumphant glance at Jiangzhe. Ignoring Changge, Jiangzhe focused on Lu Zi, placing his right hand on the latter's shoulder. So, you're saying that all the supplies they consumed were mine? He gestured towards the bottles and trash strewn on the ground. Yes, Jiang Pian, I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way, Luz admitted, guilt-ridden. All those supplies were purchased with Jiangzhe's money, yet they had benefited others. Even Lu Zi himself was treated like a dog, driven to mine iron or daily well, as long as we're alive. Thankfully, I arrived in time, otherwise I would have had to hang you on the wall. Jiangzhe remarked, contemplating the darkness of Lu Zi's face. Listen, don't be angry. Chang Chang, I'm a man of conscience and won't let you starve. From now on, pair up with Luo Shun to mine iron. If you do well, I might reward you with a piece of meat you can buy for yourself. That would be quite delightful. Changge laughed heartily, raising his gun, eliciting a wave of laughter from those around. Jiangzhe patted Lu Zi's shoulder. Lu Zi, I'll make sure to feed you later. You look like you're wasting away. Take a moment to rest. Luz was momentarily startled, but soon found himself pressed to the ground by Jiangzhe's forceful hand. Then Jiangzhe turned, calling out, Xiao Mi, Pao Yi, Lu Zi, Debing, everyone. After pausing to call each name, he instructed, crouch down, close your eyes. That a sharp command rang out suddenly in the small square. Chang Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing the tension in the air, while those seeking refuge prepared to raise their weapons, with a swift motion, a large hand clamped down on Chang Ji's raised yuan. In his astonishment, Jiangzhe delivered a knee strike, shattering Chang Ji's ribcage. A .50 caliber heavy machine gun appeared in Jiangzhe's hands, and with a rapid succession of shots, a crimson chain of bullets swept through the nearby men who had only just reacted. Blood and dismembered limbs flew through the air, their cries for mercy stifled before they even had a chance to scream, as the sight of standing figures vanished from view. The thunderous roar of the machine gun ceased, a faint smoke wafting from its muzzle, leaving the mine engulfed in silence. Jiangzhe's hands returned to their empty state. Ugh! Lu Zi retched at the sight of the scattered remains. Alung, go prepare a meal for my friend. Pao Yi, keep an eye on the remaining individuals. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the alley leading outside. The guards at the machine gun, alerted by the gunfire, rushed back. With a swift draw of his knife, Jiangzhe lunged forward. Lifting the door curtain, as four armed men revealed themselves, a flash of cold steel gleamed. Thud, 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 for heads rolled to the ground. Jiangzhe slowly wiped the blade on the door curtain and turned to reveal a grin, his teeth gleaming white. Changgu, you've consumed so much of my provisions. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 54, Protecting Cultural Heritage with a Whoosh and a Sizzle. Half an hour passed. In a circle of individuals gathered around the bonfire, Luz struggled to gnaw on a piece of meat the size of a human head. The chain of .50 caliber rounds had been expended, and aside from Changgu and Wang Chun, all armed men within the pit had been reduced to a heap of shredded flesh. The air remained thick with the scent of blood. The 20 or so miners were herded into a corner by Lu Zi. The stewed meat, now a mushy mass, quickly diminished as Lu Zi devoured it. Jiangzhe opened a can of cola and handed it over. Lu Zi gulped greedily, causing bubbles to spew from his nose, drenching Duke, who was staring at him, in foam. Giggling erupted from Xiaomi, who couldn't contain her amusement. Luz rolled his eyes, but finally managed to swallow the morsel that had nearly choked him. Lu Zi, what's the deal with these guys? Jiangzhe inquired, pointing at Changgu and Wang Chun, who were kneeling nearby. Jiang Pian, wait, Lu Zi stood, brandishing the gnawed bone before Changgu. Luo Shun, don't forget. My brother isn't too far from here. Chang Ji's face turned pale as he backed away repeatedly. Bah! Lu Zi spat at him, then struck Changgu across the shoulder with the bone, eliciting a scream of pain. Jiang Pian, I'm sorry. I was careless due to drinking. These things were all purchased with your money. That if you seek retribution, feel free to thrash me like this. I won't hold it against you. Lu Zi vented his frustrations, continually striking Changgu with the bone. Thud, thud, thud. Chang Ji's head was battered, blood flowing freely until Lu Zi finally ceased his assault, having released the pent-up anger within. Only then did Lu Zi return to his seat. Beginning to recount his tale, Chang Ji's real name was Cheng Chong, the manager of the engineering department at a nearby iron mine. His brother, Cheng Gang, was a contractor in the area, and together they were local tyrants, commanding several work teams and numerous henchmen. During the apocalypse, the high-ranking officials of Daxing Mining fled, and the brothers seized the company's supplies. Over a month ago, at Jiangzhe's behest, Luo Shun secretly hoarded millions of supplies at the Paozi Mountain. However, after a drunken night, he carelessly revealed their plans to a distant relative employed at Daxing Mining. Eager to curry favor with Cheng Chong, this relative disclosed Lu Zi's hoarding, leading Cheng Chong to claim the territory. Meanwhile, Cheng Gang, 10 kilometers away at Daxing Mining, had established himself as a local tyrant. Jiang Pian, let us leave now. The nearest military refuge is just over 50 kilometers away. If we reach there, Cheng Gang won't be able to do anything. Lu Zi expressed concern over Cheng Chong's brother, who commanded 100 men, all armed to the teeth. Don't worry, Luo Shun. With a head in place, even 200 more would be useless. Lu Zi scoffed. Indeed, Brother Luo Shun, Jianggu, is formidable. He can single-handedly slay dozens of adversaries. Xiaomi nodded earnestly. Just now, You killed 4 with a single strike. When did you hone such skills? Lu Zi finally began to process the calm demeanor of those around him, starting to believe their words. Yet, he remained puzzled as to how Jiang Zhe had become so powerful so suddenly. Cough, cough. I generally enjoy fitness and studying various combat techniques, Jiang Zhe replied, clearing his throat. Jiang Pian, that's odd. Didn't you always prefer watching adult films? When did you start practicing with a knife? As Lu Zi's words hung in the air, Du Shui and Alan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of shock and amusement. His persona was on the verge of unraveling. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. The matters concerning Chang Gu and Wang Chun have been resolved. Jiang Zhe initially intended to eliminate Wang Chun and the others, but upon considering the need for manpower for the upcoming expansion of the Paozi Mountain, he decided to hold off for the time being. In the distance, the mule waved at him, and the two approached a room. Pulling aside the fabric curtain, they were greeted by a warehouse filled with provisions. This was the largest storeroom within the entire cavern. All the food items were meticulously categorized and arranged on wooden shelves, allowing only a single person to pass sideways. The warehouse measured 6 meters in width, 4 meters in height, and over 30 meters in depth. Brimming with water, instant noodles, flour, toilet paper, rice, salt, soy sauce, noodles, canned meat, and canned fruit, each with a long shelf life that you've compiled an overly extensive list. These are all personally procured by me at factory prices from Shenyang. Many factories have yet to settle their final payments that, if the apocalypse doesn't arrive, we might spend a lifetime delivering takeout to pay it off. The mule exclaimed excitedly as he gestured toward the abundance of food. Such a storeroom existed in 2 other locations throughout the base. With these supplies, we have enough to sustain ourselves for some time. That you've done well, Jiang Zhe replied with a smile, that I, in truth, compared to the resources in Jiang Zhe's dimensional space. This haul was negligible. The mule's purchases were merely a smokescreen for Jiang Zhe. What hardship? It's merely a matter of daily shopping. You truly have some audacity. There are posts online warning of the impending apocalypse. Yet you dare to buy so much. Now, it's truly a delight. The mule continued, pressing his face against a bag of flour, as if caressing a beloved partner. All right, from now on, you're in charge of safeguarding these provisions, Jiang Zhe said with a smile as he and the mule exited. Hey, have you noticed? At that moment, Chao Wang approached, pointing at their surroundings. What? The temperature here seems abnormally high. Chapter 56, Planning the Base. Jiang Zhe, Chao Wang, and the mule stood before the tunnel leading deeper into the mountain. Standing at the entrance, they could distinctly feel that the temperature inside the cave was slightly elevated. Extending his hand, a warm current was palpable. Hiss! Chao Wang crouched down to touch the rough, stony ground. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be a volcanic vent down there? Jiang Zhe ventured deeper into the cave. Don't worry. It's not a volcanic vent. We'll discover the truth soon enough. With the flashlight illuminating their path, the trio advanced further into the tunnel. From this point onward, the tunnel began to slope downwards, though not steeply. It was discernibly inclined toward the base of the mountain. After traversing over 40 meters, a chaotic pile of rubble completely obstructed the passage, with sorted blocks of crimson iron were stacked nearby. The light cast upon the tunnel revealed an even higher temperature. Curiously, Chao Wang reached out to touch the wall, while Jiang Zhe's gaze fell upon the cave walls, where a thin layer of dark green moss shimmered with a faint blue glow under the light. Are there actually plants here? Chao Wang marveled again. Beside him, the mule, somewhat oblivious, remarked, I senti it normal for moss to grow. We often relieve ourselves in corners, and those spots tend to flourish even more. Jiang Zhe shot a helpless glance at the mule that will need to set up a restroom soon. Otherwise, this place will be uninhabitable. The mule chuckled foolishly. But there is still time. Chung Chong, that blockhead. Hasn't he even managed to clean things up properly? Jiang Zhe plucked a piece of moss, chewing it thoughtfully. The familiar taste returned to him. In his previous life, this type of dark green moss was a crucial source of vitamins for many refugees at survival points. Beneath this collapsed mine, there must be a hot spring water vein. Once excavated, it could provide a continuous supply of water and heat. Let us head back. Chao Wang, notify everyone for a meeting. Upon returning to the small square in the cave, the previous litter had been tidied up by Du Shui and a group of others. That a circle of people gathered around the bonfire. while Jiangzhe took a pen and paper to sketch. Wang Chun, along with about 30 miners, had been sent by Pao Yi to stay in a communal room. After a solid half-hour, Jiangzhe finally set down his pen. "Come over and take a look." A group of individuals gathered curiously around to observe the simple sketches on the paper. This was Jiangzhe's blueprint for the survival point, which had long been formulated in his mind after he had modeled it on an effective design he had seen in his previous life. "First, we need to expand this small square by digging into the mountain. Additionally, from the tunnel entrance to this square, we need to carve out a 15-meter-wide pit. For now, this pit should be excavated to a depth of 10 to 20 meters, with 3-meter-high iron spikes erected at the bottom." "Hiss," the mule gasped. "Jiangzhe, do we really need a 20-meter pit to deal with those subhumans?" Pao Yi and a few others understood that this was not simply a strategy against the subhumans. "Mule, you haven't seen the white-skinned ones. Even this might not suffice." Jiangzhe then turned his attention to Chao Wang. "Chao Wang, the next phase is up to you. You'll oversee Wang Chun and his group to clear out the collapsed section of the cave and continue digging downward. Stop once you hit water." He circled an area with his pencil. Chao Wang appeared somewhat bewildered. "How do you know there's water there? The water in the iron mine is undrinkable. It's lethal." "Just dig. Once the water appears, you'll understand," Jiangzhe replied, setting down his pen. His gaze shifted to Du Shui. "You, along with Alan and the others, will be responsible for meals at the base for the time being. If you need anything, consult the mule. He will oversee the warehouse. Pao Yi, Lu Zi, and De Bing, you are in charge of the base's security." With that, Jiangzhe stamped his foot on the ground. "From now on, this will be our sanctuary in the apocalypse, so let us expedite our efforts. The better we do, the greater our chances of survival." Everyone nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of their circumstances. "But I've worked in construction. Without machinery, a project of this scale could take years to finish." Chao Wang interjected, visibly conflicted. "We'll get started. When I return, I'll arrange for a batch of shovels and mining trucks for you." Upon hearing Jiangzhe's words, the mule rushed over, asking, "Jiangzhe, are you leaving?" "Yes," Jiangzhe nodded. "There is something more pressing. They've all consumed snowmelt. I need to find someone." "Can I come along?" the mule inquired. "To deliver supplies to the subhumans?" Jiangzhe replied, somewhat displeased. The mule glanced around at the others, managing a sheepish smile. "Jiangzhe, those subhumans are terrifying. I saw them in town once. They're even more formidable than the zombies in films." "Wait, how do you have a plan?" "Isn't the military at a loss against the subhumans?" The mule finally grasped the crux of the issue that ITS mentioned in the apocalypse posts, but need to find someone. "Where to?" "Not far," Jiangzhe responded calmly. Du Shui approached awkwardly. "What is it? Can you let my brother handle other tasks? Has he done any heavy labor? Could he help me with cooking?" Perhaps realizing her request was excessive, Du Shui lowered her head. "You're daydreaming. Not sending you to mine is already lenient," Jiangzhe coldly replied. "Sister, even I have to wash socks," Xiaomi muttered before quickly running off. For reasons unknown, Xiaomi felt a sense of joy witnessing Du Shui's embarrassment, hiding in the distance with a grin. Jiangzhe surveyed the makeshift square, shaking his head in exasperation. Every beginning is difficult. His dimensional space was filled with equipment, yet there were too few people capable of using it. Additionally, numerous installations were needed within the base. His thoughts drifted to Nanjing's Zhou Qi. He wondered if that fellow was still alive. It was unfortunate they had met too early. Chapter 57. Cooking for the feast. Chao Wang was a jack of all trades. Under his guidance, a pig was swiftly skinned and cleaned. Soon, the square was filled with the pungent aroma of singed pig hair. Following Pao Yi's suggestion, they deemed it a fitting occasion to celebrate their new home with a hearty meal. Jiangzhe appreciated this festive sentiment and, without hesitation, ventured outside the base to procure a pig, making the evening's meal a delightful feast amidst the apocalypse. Observing the bustling crowd, Jiangzhe quietly slipped out of the Posey Mountain tunnel. Unbeknownst to him, after a day of labor, night had fully descended. The snowfall outside had lessened significantly. Tomorrow, the survivors would behold the long-awaited sunlight. Creak. Amidst the rustling of snow, Jiangzhe ascended the stones above the cavern's entrance, winding his way until he reached the summit. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a serene expanse of undulating snow-capped peaks, standing solemnly in their wintry solitude. The world felt eerily silent and cold, as if it had succumbed to death itself. Fortunately, after enduring the most arduous months, humanity would gradually learn to survive in this icy apocalypse. Jiang had often contemplated that, should humanity vanish from the earth, he would unhesitatingly choose to end his own life. For what purpose would he persist, even with boundless abilities and resources, if there were no people left? Life would be devoid of interest and joy. With a sigh, Jiang waved his hand, and a pile of firewood accumulated at his feet. With Chen Yun's lifeless body resting atop it, her face had returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer bearing the ghastly pallor of death. She appeared as though she were merely in a deep slumber. Gently caressing her cheek, he placed a piece of chocolate upon her chest, then slowly rested his right hand on the woodpile. With a surge, flames erupted from his palm, igniting the wood. The blaze soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and consuming Chen Yun's remains. In a moment of melancholy, Jiang took a swig of white liquor, pouring some onto the snow before him. "Sister, I had intended to bury you in Nanjiang, but I couldn't bear to leave you alone in that desolate place. Did you not say you would seek me out? Henceforth, let this be your resting place, sparing you the long journey. You have your own choices. All I can do is kindle a fire for you. Once you descend there, it shall not be cold. As for the others, I cannot concern myself with them. Do not blame me, for in truth, we were never meant to walk the same path. Out of respect for you, I shall show a modicum of restraint towards those soldiers. Otherwise, should we encounter each other again, it would be difficult to explain." With that, he fell silent, pouring his thoughts into the liquor. The flames danced upon Jiang's face as he took another sip, accompanied by a cigarette. Half an hour later, the liquor was nearly finished, and the fire began to dwindle. An aluminum box appeared in Jiang's hands as he meticulously retrieved the bones from the fire and placed them within the container, burying them atop the mountain. In no time, a delicate layer of snow blanketed the ground. With a sudden thud, Jiang dropped the hook he had been holding. Behind him stood a mobile diesel generator, painted in a sandy hue, measuring over 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, with a power output of 500 kW, sufficient for the base's electrical needs. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Liuzi, placing his beer down as he hurried over to inspect the generator. "Jiang, where on earth did you procure this? Do not tell me it was scavenged like that pig." Jiang brushed the dust from his hands. That it was hidden at the foot of the mountain before the apocalypse. "I simply did not have the chance to inform you. The pig slaughter soup has just finished cooking. Perfect timing. Come, let us eat first, and afterward, let Chao Wang handle the rest. From now on, this base shall no longer require candles." Jiang's voice drew the curious crowd back to the table. The spread included drunken peanuts, chicken feet, salted duck eggs, red sausage, pickled cucumbers, and a sizable bowl of pig slaughter soup. A simple yet hearty meal. The enticing aroma dispelled the chill of the snowy night. Jiang lifted a beer bottle, declaring, "From this moment forth, we shall make this place our home. As it thrives, so shall we. When it is secure, we shall be secure. That I say cheers." "Cheers!" the crowd echoed enthusiastically. With a clatter, the group dove into the meal, unreservedly enjoying the feast. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were only stout men, not the overweight, before the collapse. Individuals like Alan and Du Shui would have scarcely glanced at such humble fare. Yet now, they devoured it with unabashed delight. "Brother, eat more," urged Liuzi, as a tall young woman, Shan, kindly served him more food. Laughter rippled through the group, a shared understanding uniting them. "Thank you, beautiful. Here, have a pig kidney. It's quite nourishing," Liuzi stammered, slightly bashful. "Liuzi, her name is Shan," someone chimed in as Shan playfully nudged Liuzi's arm. Since their arrival at the base, it became evident that Jiang and Liuzi shared a close bond. The girls hesitated to flirt with Jiang, aware of his formidable presence, and instead focused their attention on Luzi in the pre-apocalyptic world. A girl like Shan, with her modest beauty, might not have even drawn Liuzi's gaze. Now, however, a mere glance could spark a connection. "Brother, you've worked the hardest. Make sure you eat well," Xiaomi urged, leaning halfway across the table to serve Jiang a piece of rib. Her movements both natural and practiced. Liuzi's eyes widened as he observed Xiao Mi's actions. Oh, Jiangzhe, so you prefer the nurturing type. No wonder. Spare me your nonsense, Jiangzhe retorted, tossing a bone at Liuzi's head. Laughter erupted from the table, everyone relishing the rare atmosphere of camaraderie, food, and laughter. In this bleak world, was there a better place than here? Once everyone had their fill, they began to clear the table. Chao Wang had already begun examining the mobile generator, with Liuzi and Pao Yi assisting. Soon, the men's voices rang out in unison as they raised a wooden pole in the center of the small square, affixing an LED outdoor light at its pinnacle. With excitement, Chao Wang pressed the ignition button. The generator rumbled to life, shaking with a low growl that a brilliant light radiated from the top of the pole, eliciting gasps of awe from the women. This humble light seemed to transport them back to a time of civilization. Wang Chun and over 30 members of the mining team were feasting on the remnants of Jiangzhe's pig slaughter soup, supplemented with 3 cornmeal pancakes. Despite their meager rations, they expressed endless gratitude. The earlier 20-odd individuals had been fed mere gruel with a pinch of salt, while Wang Chun's 10 had worried whether Jiangzhe would mistreat them. The sight of food reassured them that he bore no ill will. Chao Wang and his companions busily prepared to illuminate the entire base. That it was not until after midnight that the corridors, warehouses, and bedrooms were finally wired for electricity. However, the mobile generator was soon switched off. Using it for lighting was a significant waste, as its true purpose was to power the base's water supply system. Unsurprisingly, Jiangzhe's bedroom was once Strong Brothers' quarters, featuring a spacious double bed, a desktop computer without internet access, and a sofa that, in the corner, bottled water, instant noodles, and various canned snacks were neatly arranged. The room, once a storage area for mining equipment, had been tidied, with Jiangzhe having replaced the linens. Liuzi staggered in, visibly exhausted. Not sleeping? Jiangzhe offered him a cigarette. Not tonight, Liuzi replied, shaking his head. Jiangzhe chuckled as he lit it for him. What's troubling you? If you're feeling restless, why not seek out Shanshan? There's no shame in mutual affection. Come on, I'm not foolish. If it weren't for this base and the food, would Shanshan even glance my way? I desire a genuine relationship, not something so direct. Liuzi expressed his dilemma, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Don't kid yourself. Before the apocalypse, you had plenty of opportunities when delivering takeout. Did any of those girls ever want a serious relationship? Jiangzhe teased, oh, you look down on me. You forget that girl from last year who was willing to marry me. Liuzi retorted, growing defensive. Please, that was because she was already pregnant and wanted 30,000 in dowry. If I hadn't scolded you, you would have been a father at this point. Jiangzhe chuckled. Bragging, are we? Just as their banter continued, a sudden cry pierced the air. Xiaomi, what's wrong? Du Shui's terrified voice echoed from the square. Chapter 58. The transformation of Xiaomi, a chorus of alarmed gasps followed from Alan and others in the square. By the time Liuzi rose, Jiangzhe had already vanished from the room. Outside a house, a crowd had gathered, with Du Shui gazing in horror at the scene within. Several women stood nearby, mouths covered in shock. Liuzi and a Bing aimed their guns at the door, while even the Duke shouted anxiously outside. As Jiangzhe pushed his way through the throng, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight inside. Xiaomi, once radiant, was now marred by writhing, worm-like black veins that snaked across her face. Her eyes reduced to pinpricks, and her mouth grotesquely enlarged, roaring at the onlookers. Her hands were bound, tethered to a rusted truck wheel beneath the bed, the ropes taut and vibrating ominously. It was evident that the transformed Xiaomi possessed strength surpassing that of many adults. Jiangzhe couldn't help but strike the doorframe with a heavy fist before slowly approaching Xiaomi's side. He crouched down, and as he faced her, Xiaomi opened her mouth wide, revealing a row of jagged teeth, continuously attempting to pounce. Suddenly, he noticed a crumpled piece of paper clutched in her hand. Pressing down on her body, Jiangzhe pried open her fingers and retrieved the paper, unfolding it. Brother, I like it here. I enjoy being with you all, so I confine myself to ensure no one gets hurt. Before meeting you, I drank snow water but didn't dare to tell you, fearing you would abandon me. I want to stay with you forever, please. The handwriting was crooked, accompanied by pinyin. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe crumpled the paper tightly, pressing his lips together as he lowered his head. A profound silence enveloped everyone present. Throughout the ordeal, he had failed to notice the little girl beside him. Had he been informed an hour earlier, perhaps he could have saved her with a crystal core, but now it was too late. With a sudden movement, Jiangzhe drew a machete. No. Du Shui's alarmed voice rang out. Xiaomi stumbled towards the crowd, who had all grown fond of the clever little girl. Expressions of sorrow and regret surfaced on every face. Jiangzhe, don't you have a way to save us? What about Xiaomi? Why can't she be saved? Du Shui asked softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiangzhe shook his head. It's different. Once she becomes a subhuman, there's no way to help. He added, perhaps we should confine her. Du Shui continued to plead. Are you suggesting we treat her like a dog, watched over every day? As he spoke, Jiangzhe stepped forward and severed the ropes binding Xiaomi, then hoisted her up, striding towards the exit of the base. When Du Shui attempted to follow, Chong Fu restrained her. Jiangzhe has his reasons. Don't complicate matters. Don't you understand? Sometimes death is better than living, he said, turning to Lu Zi. If one day I become a subhuman, use a gun on me. Your knife skills are excellent, but I fear pain. Everyone watched as Jiangzhe vanished into the alleyway. Outside the base, the snowfall had become sparse. Xiaomi struggled against a firm grip, yet Jiangzhe calmly held her in place, raising the machete. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, not a minute passed, but the blade remained suspended in the air. Suddenly, the ropes binding Xiaomi snapped. Jiangzhe shouted, launching Xiaomi several meters away. Get as far away as you can. Do not let me see you again, otherwise I will surely kill you. With a soft sound, Xiaomi's body left a trail in the snow, performing a nimble roll to a stop as she attempted to charge towards him. She caught sight of Jiangzhe brandishing the machete. Their eyes locked for a moment, and after several seconds of silence, Xiaomi let out a low growl and swiftly turned to run down the mountainside, disappearing into the vast expanse of snow. Jiangzhe watched her vanish, exhaling deeply, and turned his wrist to swallow the crystal core with liquor, but a low growl echoed in the stillness of the mountainside. The snow has stopped. The snow has stopped. Ding, ding, ding. The bell at the entrance chimed, and simultaneously, the small square of the Posey Mountain base erupted with Lu Zi's excited shouts. Is it true? Is it true? Chong Fu and Bing, hatless, dashed into the alley, followed by everyone in the base. As Jiangzhe emerged from the Posey Mountain base, over 30 individuals breathed out puffs of white vapor, all basking in the newly risen sunlight. Jiangzhe inhaled deeply, the cold air filling his lungs. The sunlight warmed his face, and he felt a touch of comfort. Once again, he breathed in such pristine air. After half a month, the sky had transformed into a brilliant blue, and this heavy snowfall had purified the entire world. We can't survive. Someone in the crowd laughed joyfully. The sunlight dispelled the darkness, bringing hope to the people. Lu Zi excitedly wiggled his rear in the snow. Noticing Jiangzhe's calm demeanor, he questioned, Jiangzhe, why aren't you happy? With the sun, we have to struggle so much. Good fortune can also bring misfortune, Jiangzhe replied, shielding his eyes and gazing into the distance at the endless expanse of snow-capped mountains. The surrounding people turned to him, intrigued by his words. No one relished the heavy snow, but it concealed humanity's tracks. Once the snow ceased, unless one remained in the shelter for life, those subhumans, pale-skinned and mutated beasts, were not fools. Get back to work. Stop lamenting here. If subhumans come, it won't matter where you're buried, Jiangzhe concluded. After everyone greedily savored the sunlight, they hurried back to the base. Du Shui, prepare supplies and equipment for 5 days. We depart immediately. He instructed Du Shui, who nodded, understanding Jiangzhe's intent to seek the antidote for the genetic virus. Time was of the essence. They had only 8 days left. 20 minutes later, Jiangzhe, Du Shui, Pao Yi, Lu Zi, Bing, and Lu Zi stood by the cave entrance. Pao Yi, if someone approaches, do not open the door for anyone. Wait for my return. If someone forces their way in, eliminate them immediately. Luz. Keep an eye on the base. If anything happens, bring Lu Zi and the others along. Be wary of Wang Chun and his group. After issuing instructions to everyone, Jiangzhe led Du Shui down the mountainside. Whoosh, whoosh, Jiangzhe forged ahead, clearing the path, while Du Shui, breathless, followed closely behind. Hey, Jiangzhe, does it feel like the temperature is rising? Of course. Right now, the entire blue star is an ice cap. This snow won't melt for another 5 years. He replied as they conversed back and forth. Finally, they reached the parked helicopter. Upon seeing the intact aircraft, Jiangzhe let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this place was relatively remote, with no animal tracks or signs of other shelters nearby. If the helicopter had been damaged, he would have had to journey alone for over 100 kilometers to find help. With a rustle, Du Shui removed the helicopter's cover and climbed into the cockpit. The low temperature caused Du Shui to toil for half an hour before the engine finally roared to life. Amidst the swirling snow, the helicopter swiftly ascended into the sky. Where to? Du Shui asked as she followed Jiang's direction. Shenyang City. Chapter 59. Snow Heron with a thunderous roar, the helicopter sped northwest beneath the azure sky, shattering the tranquility below. In the cockpit, Jiangzhe exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, retracting his binoculars to survey the undulating, wave-like white mountains below. Paozi Mountain was over 100 kilometers from Shenyang City. In just a few minutes, they would fly out of the mountain range and into the city limits. Jiangzhe's mission was to find someone in his previous life. At the Longtan shelter, he had encountered a female lecturer who had escaped from Shenyang City University, in exchange for 2 bags of instant noodles. They had shared a deep conversation throughout the night. The lecturer had mentioned a bomb shelter at Shenyang City University where hundreds of professors, lecturers, and students had been trapped at the onset of the apocalypse. Later, with military organization, those people had been evacuated to military shelters. Calculating the time, those individuals should still be hiding there. Jiangzhe aimed to find a professor specializing in biology or genetics to extract the gene enhancement potion from the crystal core. While others drank snow water, he could not bear to watch Pao Yi transform into a subhuman. Watch out! A shadow streaked past in his peripheral vision. Boom! Du Shui instinctively maneuvered the helicopter as it veered to the side. Crack! Jiangzhe raised his grenade launcher. Look! What is that? Du Shui exclaimed. A large bird, entirely covered in white feathers with black spots, spread its wings, nearly 6 meters wide, appeared. The majestic creature glided around the helicopter before soaring alongside it. Its large blue eyes curiously observing the aircraft, a wild dog, about the size of a duke, clutched in its sharp talons. Calm down. That's a snow heron. The snow heron is a branch of the owl family, typically residing in the extreme cold of northeastern Dacia. With the apocalypse, the entire blue star had become a hunting ground for animals that once thrived in frigid environments. Perhaps it was already full. The mutated snow heron flew alongside for a while before flapping its massive wings and descending towards a distant mountain peak. Du Shui sighed in relief as she watched the snow heron disappear. That bird looked enormous. The visual impact was striking. Is it dangerous? You too have witnessed it. Eliminating you would merely take a moment. Jiangzhe smirked slightly in response. Suddenly, he straightened his posture, signaling Du Shui to lower the helicopter. The aircraft was nearing the edge of the mountainous region, and the skyline of towering buildings began to emerge below. Through the telescope, countless subhumans could be seen rushing out from various dilapidated structures. It would be unwise to enter the urban area with this contraption. We must find a suitable place to land nearby. The permanent population of Shenyang City exceeds 15 million. Previously, the cover of snowfall allowed the helicopter to fly at a higher altitude without being detected by the subhumans. But now, under the cerulean sky, the helicopter's presence was far too conspicuous. If we were to fly boldly into the city, it is likely the aircraft would be surrounded by subhumans before it even touched down. Not to mention the elusive white-skinned ones. Upon hearing Jiangzhe's words, Du Shui piloted the helicopter, deliberately navigating through the secluded mountain areas. Finally, after a few minutes, they spotted a towering structure in a small square amidst the snow-covered landscape. Hold on! With Du Shui's low command, the helicopter descended rapidly toward a small square atop the mountain. The thundering sound of the rotor blades stirred up vast amounts of snow as they landed. And Jiangzhe realized they had arrived at a ski resort. The towering building he had seen from the air was a cable car tower. Fortunately, there were no visible villages in sight. Quickly, after shutting off the engine, Jiangzhe led Du Shui towards the highest tower of the ski resort. As they approached the main entrance of the tower, the floor-to-ceiling glass was covered with a layer of frost an inch thick. Pushing the door open revealed a chaotic scene inside. Tables, buckets, and documents were scattered all around. The two ascended the stairs slowly to the top of the tower. In the center stood a massive winch. With a steel walkway extending 5 meters out from the tower, 2 thick steel cables leading down to the mountain's base, seemingly endless. Jiang Zhe sheathed his knife. This was not the season for skiing. Yet the snow was abundant, albeit devoid of people. I need to relieve myself. Du Shui turned awkwardly and headed downstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe retrieved his phone from his dimensional space, from the navigation. He confirmed that this location was less than 40 kilometers in a straight line from Shenyang City. Jiang Zhe's speed. He estimated he could arrive by evening. A pained groan suddenly emanated from downstairs. Jiang Zhe drew his knife and bounded down the stairs like a cheetah to the restroom door. Du Shui was bent over in agony, gripping a metal doorknob with her right hand. What happened? Jiang Zhe approached and stifled a laugh upon seeing her predicament. This fool had removed her gloves to grasp the metal handle, and now, in temperatures exceeding -40 degrees, the metal would instantaneously adhere to her skin. With a bit more force, she could risk tearing the skin from her palm. The restroom, with its window ajar, was already blanketed in snow, and a puddle of yellow urine sat in the corner. Quite unsightly. What are you staring at? Never seen it before. Du Shui shot him a fierce glare upon noticing Jiang Zhe's lack of assistance. Fixated on the puddle, I've seen it. Just not yours, Jiang Zhe replied candidly. In a surge of emotion, Du Shui tugged at her hand, causing a jolt of pain. Help me, do you really want my help? Jiang Zhe's lips curled into a smirk. Yes, hurry up, stop dawdling. All right. With that, Jiang Zhe began to remove his pants. What are you doing? Du Shui screamed, spinning around. Didn't you ask for my help? In the wild, the quickest solution in such a situation is to relieve oneself right here. Just enjoy the show. If we run into someone with a weak constitution, they might not be able to hold it. No. Du Shui exclaimed in terror, turning away with a shriek. Jiang Zhe, being a man of action, had already taken out his member and proceeded to urinate. Du Shui just turned her head and caught sight of everything. Whoosh! A plume of steam rose. Startled, Du Shui darted away, seeking refuge inside a room. Ugh! Jiang Zhe shivered, hastily putting his pants back on. Fortunately, he had saved a bit of warmth. Otherwise, he would have had to use a lighter, which would have been wasteful. Hurry up, stop lingering. Jiang Zhe knocked on the door. Du Shui emerged, her eyes a mixture of shyness and anger. After I leave, you must stay here and ensure the windows are sealed. If anything happens, take refuge under that winch upstairs. After saying this, Jiang Zhe adjusted the straps of his backpack, preparing to depart. Take me with you. Du Shui blocked his path. Jiang Zhe turned slowly, gazing at her calmly. Are you commanding me or pleading with me? I don't know. I don't want to be alone here. Du Shui's voice faltered as she sensed Jiang Zhe's expression. Your role is to pilot the aircraft. With a swift motion, Du Shui once again obstructed Jiang Zhe. Before he could respond, Jiang Zhe's hand gripped her neck, pressing her against the wall. You think without you. I'm utterly helpless? Jiang Zhe's knife pressed against her throat. Yet in that moment, Du Shui's gaze became resolute. Jiang Zhe, I do not wish to barter my body for protection, like Alan or Shanshan, if I D2 young beings. Approximately 12 or 13 years of age, stood at the entrance wielding blood-stained wooden clubs, growling at Jiang Zhe and the rising Du Shui. Dark veins crawled across their cheeks, and strands of flesh could be seen between their teeth. With a swift motion, Jiang Zhe drew his dog-leg knife. One of the young beings crouched slightly and swung the heavy, wrist-thick log down towards Jiang Zhe's head, producing a low whistle as it sliced through the air. In an instant, the blade flashed, and a head soared into the air. Du Shui, deal with this one. If you can't kill it, then return to the ski resort, Jiang Zhe declared, kicking the other approaching young being into the corner before turning to exit the room. Du Shui's hoarse scream echoed in the room, followed by the incessant sounds would colliding with steel and the knife piercing flesh. After a full 5 minutes, silence enveloped the room, covered in blood. Du Shui slowly emerged, gazing at Jiang Zhe, who was smoking, and wiped her face with her hand. Can I leave with you now? Jiang Zhe met her tearful yet defiant gaze, finished his cigarette, and said, Let's go. A roar from the eastern part of the town erupted, causing Jiangzhou to navigate along the wall as they crossed the town. Before them lay a flat provincial road, littered with abandoned cars. And the streets of the entire town lay in eerie silence. The two hopped on their skateboards and sped down the provincial road. They're only going to save those people. Du Shui's voice trailed behind them. No time, but if you're interested, you can go try, Jiangzhou replied, gradually increasing his speed as Du Shui gritted her teeth to keep up, but a rumble from behind prompted Jiangzhou to halt. Du Shui fell heavily into the snow, struggling to rise, only to be pinned down by her heavy backpack. Jiangzhou lifted his ski goggles to check his watch. They had been gliding along the provincial road for 2 hours. And Du Shui was exhausted. She glanced around, noticing villages dotting the road's periphery, and ahead, several steel frame factories could be seen along the road stretching for over 1,000 meters. Get up, let us rest ahead, Jiangzhou urged, sliding forward. Du Shui retaliated by throwing a handful of snow at Jiangzhou, muttering, "You straight man, may you remain a single dog for life." In less than 10 minutes, Jiangzhou descended from the road into a large courtyard. To the west stood a 3-story office building, its windows thickly coated with snow, obscuring the interior. Upon seeing the sign reading Shun City Ding Shang Paint Company beside the entrance, Jiangzhou abandoned the idea of rummaging for supplies at the back of the office building. He lazily chose an office and stepped inside. With a series of sharp movements, the dog-leg knife transformed the room's furniture into a pile of firewood, and a flame erupted in the blink of an eye. A military pot was set atop the campfire. Just as Jiangzhou combined beef and sauerkraut in the pot, Du Shui staggered in, plopping down next to the fire with a thud. "Do you not possess any sense of cherishing beauty?" she remarked, watching Jiangzhou stir the broth without sparing her a glance, her irritation evident. Before the apocalypse, she had been a fair-skinned, beautiful heiress with long legs, pursued by countless admirers, yet Jiangzhou seemed entirely indifferent to her. Jiangzhou glanced at her. "Cherishing beauty? Oh, I do. I am quite gentle in bed." Chapter 61. Good is good, but spoiled crackling sounds filled the room as the campfires would popped and crackled. Jiangzhou puffed on a cigarette, occasionally sipping from his coffee cup. "Have you had enough?" Du Shui asked, glancing over. Dressed in black lace-trimmed undergarments, she held up her thermal wear to dry. Earlier, she had exerted herself to keep pace. Her insulated clothing was soaked through from the downpour. Having experienced the last plunge into the water, Du Shui sat boldly in her undergarments without any modesty. Jiangzhou squinted at her, assessing the effort she was making to remain calm. "Well, it seems I've seen enough. Though it is a bit spoiled," he remarked, inhaling sharply. "So less." Du Shui bit her lip and muttered, "When one can barely protect their own life, who has the heart to take a bath?" 2 hours later. With a swift motion, Jiangzhou's dog-leg knife gleamed coldly as he cleaved a wild dog in two. He kicked the corpse aside and lifted binoculars to survey the distant high-rise buildings wrapped in snow. At that moment, they stood atop an outer ring overpass, facing a small city, a crucial passage leading to Shun City. After traversing this route, they would only need to cover 20 more kilometers to reach Shenyang. "Let us go," Jiangzhou whispered, and Du Shui nodded, following closely. Suddenly, Jiangzhou halted, extending his hand to stop her. With a swift motion, he brandished a sniper grenade launcher, aiming it at a small truck on the overpass. "Is it a young being?" Du Shui whispered, holding her breath as she slowly drew her knife. Jiangzhou shook his head. No, he had just heard the sound of something heavy crunching through the snow. If it were a young being or a white-skinned person, they would have already charged out. As Jiangzhou approached the small truck, 3 figures emerged from behind it. "We are human, not monsters," a somewhat childish voice declared. 3 youths, resembling wildlings with frost clinging to their brows, appeared, wielding kitchen knives and crude spears, their bodies wrapped in white sheets tightly bound by ropes. Their eyes nervously fixed on Jiangzhou. "What brings you here?" Jiangzhou inquired, lifting his ski goggles to address the trio. The foremost youth raised his kitchen knife, signaling that he posed no threat, before pointing to the corpses of a dozen wild dogs on the ground. "Big brother, do you want these wild dogs?" Jiangzhou surveyed the 3 young boys, placing his grenade launcher on his back. "Not needed." "Oh," the trio cheered, pulling out a large plastic basin from behind the truck. They began to smear the wounds of the wild dogs with snow before tossing them into the basin. 2 boys carried the basin, while one followed behind Jiangzhou. "Big brother, are you also fleeing?" If you have nowhere to go, you can join us at our base. I just saw you, big brother. You're truly impressive, killing 10 wild dogs all on your own, one boy exclaimed excitedly. Are you not afraid of those wild dogs? Du Shui asked with a hint of sympathy, observing the three youths in a world unravaged by disaster. These boys should have been in school, enjoying a peaceful life. Not afraid, we have this. The last boy proudly displayed 2 grenades from his pocket. Where is your base? Jiangja interjected. Just ahead, at that place with the flag on the roof, the boy pointed toward a distant industrial complex. Jiangja spotted the flag. After a few simple questions, he understood that the 3 youths were from a nearby refuge, located less than 3 miles along the route to Shenyang. Du Shui neared the brink of exhaustion. Jiangja agreed to accompany the boys to their refuge. Soon after, the boys led Jiangja down the road toward the nearby factory. Surrounded by 3-meter-high walls, they arrived at a heavy iron gate, where the boy tugged on a rope attached to the wall. Moments later, a lookout hatch opened on the iron gate. You're back? Who are they? A man at the lookout inquired, surprised to see Jiangja and Du Shui. This big brother we met on the road killed all these wild dogs. The boy proudly pointed to the basin filled with wild dog corpses. Wow, so many. We can have a good meal today. The man, upon seeing the wild dogs, joyfully opened the heavy iron gate. That moment. Jiangja noticed the man was armed with a Type 81 rifle, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Following the 3 boys through the iron gate, it closed behind them, sealing off the outside world. The man, wrapped tightly in his gear, led the group toward a massive steel-framed factory at the back. The windows surrounding the factory were barricaded with sandbags, leaving only a heavy, sliding iron door. Open the door. The leading man stood before the iron gate, gently rapping upon it. Creak, the gate opened a crack, revealing a defensive wall constructed of sandbags some distance behind, adorned with numerous long spears pointed menacingly at the entrance. There was no one behind the iron gate. It was operated by a special mechanical device from afar. Observing the defensive measures in place, Jiangja silently praised the leader of this refuge. Achieving such a level of fortification in such a short time indicated considerable talent. Passing through the wall of sandbags, he came upon another iron door behind a warehouse. Beyond this door lay a sloped passage descending into the depths. Jiangja estimated that this passage extended several meters underground. He pushed aside a heavy curtain. A cacophony of sounds surged forth, enveloping his ears. This was an expansive underground storage facility, nearly 200 meters in length and over 50 meters wide, filled with towering barrels that emitted a potent aroma of pickled vegetables mingled with an indiscernible stench. More than 100 individuals congregated in the center of the warehouse, engaged in lively conversation. Behind them were 2 rows of bunk beds, each adorned with a layer of foam padding. In the center stood a massive stove, radiating heat that rendered the warehouse bearable, though not warm enough to be comfortable. It was sufficient for survival that a group of people had spotted Jiangja and Du Shui, their expressions alight with curiosity. Encountering outsiders in such an environment was indeed a rarity. By the stove, a tall, gaunt man rose, his eyebrows as thick as if drawn with charcoal. The man leading Jiangja leaned in to whisper something in his ear. The man raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile as he extended his hand. Young man, quite impressive. You 2 dare to traverse such a distance. I am Duanzhang. The head here, a flicker of recognition crossed Jiangja's eyes, and he discreetly took the man's hand. I am Jiangja, having come from the vicinity of the Paozi Mountain, looking to find someone in Shenyang. Duanzhang, a notable figure from the past, who, after awakening as an extraordinary being, became a leader of a refuge, not primarily for his strength, but for his penchant for consuming humanoid creatures. Chapter 62. The rarity of veterans. Duanzhang was originally the workshop manager of this pickling factory. The 100 or so individuals in the cellar were mostly employees of the factory. Duanzhang efficiently organized a group of women and elderly men to handle the carcasses of several wild dogs. Jiangja, it appears the people here are quite willing to heed his commands. Beside them, Du Shui murmured to Jiangja, Not bad. Jiangja nodded in agreement. Anyone capable of becoming a leader of a refuge must possess considerable merit. He did not harbor any ill thoughts regarding Duanzhang's taste for humanoids. In the apocalypse, most individuals resided in cramped underground spaces, each carrying psychological burdens. The fact that they had not succumbed to madness was testament to their resilience. "Come, young brother, have some warm water." A woman in her 30s handed cups of hot water to Jiangzhe and Du Shui. "Thank you." Jiangzhe accepted the cup, but discreetly signaled to Du Shui, pressing the cup into his hand without drinking, that Du Shui understood his implication. Having experienced the events with you, she had grown wary. Unless absolutely necessary, she would avoid consuming the food of strangers. Behind the woman, a clean little boy peeked out, his wide eyes curiously scrutinizing Jiangzhe and Du Shui, holding a porcelain bowl filled with dark pickled vegetable leaves and cooked corn. "Here, take it." Du Shui, captivated by the boy's innocent face, was tempted to retrieve a candy bar from her pocket. Smack. Jiangzhe's large hand pressed down, restraining her. "Your life, along with all your belongings, belongs to me. Do not give anything away carelessly. Return to your place." "That you're selfish," Du Shui retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Duanzhang glanced at Jiangzhe, ruffling the boy's hair, unfazed by Jiangzhe's cold demeanor. Moments later, both parties engaged in conversation. "Young brother, thank you for the dog meat. I won't keep you any longer. I wish you a safe journey." Duanzhang courteously addressed Jiangzhe. Earlier, he had intended to invite Jiangzhe and Du Shui to stay, but was deftly rebuffed by Jiangzhe's excuse as Duanzhang gazed upon the relentless demise of the guards. His eyes reddened with fury as he shouted. Jiangzhe unsheathed his dog-leg knife. Time had already been squandered, and retreating to the cellar was no longer an option as for Duanzhang. He was a man of fate, highly unlikely to perish in this locale. Booming thunderously. At that moment, the roar of helicopters echoed outside the warehouse. The whir of dense 12.7mm bullets sliced through the air, and over 100 subhumans outside the warehouse fell like wheat cut by a scythe, with more than 20 collapsing in an instant. Despite their formidable defenses, the subhumans were still vulnerable to the might of light assault rifles. The 12.7mm rounds tore through them, creating gaping wounds. The remaining subhumans let out a collective roar and scattered like frightened rabbits, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "The military is here to rescue us," Duanzhang, having narrowly escaped death, exclaimed joyously. As the people in the warehouse erupted in cheers, a fully armed contingent of over 20 soldiers from the Great Xia entered. Guns at the ready, the commanding officer barked, "Stop your howling. Those still breathing, hurry up and follow us." Chapter 63. An encounter with the military. With a thunderous roar, 2 armed helicopters circled in the air just 100 meters away. Maintaining vigilance. Alongside the road outside the warehouse, a line of 10 peculiar green armored vehicles was parked, flanked by 2 tanks. Each vehicle boasted 4 heavy machine guns, either 12.7 or 14.5mm in caliber. What a splendid sight! Jiangzhe's eyes sparkled at the sight of the armored vehicles. These were the military's python-shaped, articulated track transporters, resembling 2 train cars joined together, boasting remarkable off-road capabilities. Capable of traversing mountains and rivers with ease. With a total of 12 pairs of load-bearing wheels across the 2 sections, they could haul up to 40 tons of cargo at speeds of at least 30 kilometers per hour. Jiangzhe had long desired such a transport vehicle before the apocalypse, but alas, they were exclusive to the military and fire departments. There was no place to seize one. Get on the vehicle. Under the urging of over 100 fully armed soldiers, the more than 100 individuals at the refuge were ushered onto the armored transport. As the vehicle swayed, Jiangzhe cast his gaze over the crowded interior, finally resting on a row of 10 or so Great Xia soldiers opposite him, clad in snow camouflage and wielding suppressed assault rifles, each carrying a hefty mountain knife on their backs. "Hey kid, where did you get that sniper grenade?" a company commander inquired, lifting his snow goggles to reveal a pair of curious eyes. "Picked it up at the South River battlefield," Jiangzhe replied, also lifting his goggles. "South River?" The soldiers surrounding the commander looked over with interest. "Did you witness the battles between the 3rd Military District Group Army and the pale-skinned ones?" "I did. I was in a small town not far from the artillery brigade's position." Jiangzhe responded, "It must have been a brutal scene." The commander asked solemnly after a moment of silence. "Indeed, I have been to the battlefield. It was horrific." Jiangzhe nodded. "Kid, you're quite bold to venture to the front lines." The commander scrutinized Jiangzhe, a hint of skepticism in his voice that a little courage can lead to swift demise. "True enough," the commander said, giving Jiang a thumbs up. What's your name? Once we reach the refuge, I'll transfer you to my unit. The commander seemed intrigued by Jiang, but Jiang shook his head. I apologize, but I won't be going to the military refuge. I intend to find someone in Shenyang City. The commander squinted. Aren't you with that group from earlier? Not at all, Jiang clarified, realizing the commander had mistakenly thought he was affiliated with Duanzhong. Kid, I advise you to stick with the convoy to the military refuge. The entirety of Shenyang has turned into a battlefield. It's not merely bravery that ensures survival there, one of the soldiers interjected. Jiang remained stubborn, shaking his head. Thank you, but are you here solely for rescue? Seeing Jiang's unwavering determination, the commander sighed, leaning against the vehicle wall, that we have many tasks. One is to transport steel ingots from the steel mill to the refuge, while also rescuing stranded individuals along the way. Our team is headed to Shenyang to pick up a group of people from there. If you truly wish to go to Shenyang, you can accompany us. Very well, Jiang nodded. Why do they say Shenyang is now a battlefield? Du Shui couldn't help but ask the soldiers nearby. There are still hundreds of thousands of people in the thousands of air raid shelters in Shenyang City. The army is evacuating them in batches, subhumans. Pale-skinned ones. None are easy to deal with, the commander replied lazily, pulling out a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket. Jiang, noticing the crumpled cigarette, offered him a pack of high-quality cigarettes. Here, try this. Wow, this is a fine brand. The commander's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. The surrounding soldiers, not wanting to be left out, gathered around for a share, each taking a stick. Hey, you're in luck. The commander is our brigade's champion in combat marksmanship. Stick with him, and you're guaranteed safe passage, one soldier said with a grin that a simple pack of cigarettes swiftly bridged the gap between them. The python-shaped all-terrain transport vehicle proved formidable, plowing through waist-deep snow at a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, with tanks clearing the way and armed helicopters scouting above. Before long, the convoy was less than 15 kilometers from the city center of Shenyang, just as Jiang and the commander were engaged in conversation. The commander suddenly raised his hand, pressing down on his earpiece. Moments later, he barked, "Everyone be on alert." Jiang turned his head, peering through the narrow window of the vehicle. He saw the convoy passing through a densely built town, with 3 to 5-story buildings lining both sides. Before Jiang could retract his gaze, the heavy machine gun atop the leading tank let out a thunderous roar, that a cacophony of angry screams erupted from both sides of the street as countless subhumans charged toward the convoy. Without hesitation, the convoy's heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, while the helicopters above circled but refrained from firing, fearful of hitting their own. With a crisp sound, several soldiers loaded their weapons, urging the occupants of the vehicle to move to the back, preparing to spring into action at any moment. The convoy continued to advance rapidly. If they fell into encirclement, facing such a multitude of subhumans would mean certain death. The pale-faced refugees huddled together, heads bowed, and many women began to weep softly. Outside the vehicle, the deafening sounds of gunfire, tank shells, and the roars of subhumans mingled, sending tremors through the nerves of the people. If I had known, I should have stayed at the refuge. It's all your fault for dragging us here to die. I should have stayed at the refuge, a woman in her 40s screamed, shaking her head. The commander's eyes flashed with anger. Before he could speak, Jiang seized the woman by the hair and delivered 6 resounding slaps across her face. The screaming ceased abruptly. Utter another word, and I'll toss you out, Jiang threatened, his gaze cold as steel. The woman, clutching her swollen cheek, trembled and lowered her head, retreating into the crowd, too frightened to speak further. The commander gave Jiang a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. The convoy pressed on, as loud thuds echoed from the vehicle. Fortunately, the 10 or so Python transport vehicles were armored with thick steel plates, rendering the subhuman attacks temporarily ineffective. The vehicle swayed violently from side to side, causing the passengers to cling tightly to one another. Subhumans that charged forward were swept beneath the vehicle. Half a minute later, the convoy continued its rapid advance. It seemed this time the subhuman ambush would yield no results. Boom! A deep rumble erupted from the rear of the convoy. Not good. 015 is stuck, the commander shouted, shattering the silence within the vehicle. Through the observation port at the back door, Jiang saw the last Python transport vehicle leaning precariously on the road. its engine billowing thick black smoke, yet the vehicle remained immobile. Loaded with nearly 40 tons, the transport vehicle was simply too heavy for the city's drainage system to bear. The road collapsed under its weight, creating a gaping chasm. In the blink of an eye, from behind a 015 vehicle, a tide of over 1,000 subhuman heads surged forth like an overwhelming wave. Chapter 64. The fifth-generation successor of Yi when the last tank came to a halt. Its 12.7mm heavy machine gun spewing flames as the subhumans in the forefront fell, howling in agony. The two armed helicopters hovered low, their cabin machine guns unleashing a barrage of ammunition, striving to prevent the encirclement of the transport vehicles. "Stop!" As the company commander's commanding voice resonated, Jiang's transport vehicle came to an abrupt halt with a clatter. The rear door swung open, and the commander, accompanied by 10 soldiers, rushed towards the stranded transport vehicle 015, which had fallen into a deep pit that moment. The doors of vehicle 015 also flung open, and a dozen soldiers, along with over 50 survivors, emerged from the cargo hold, sprinting towards Jiang's vehicle. Meanwhile, the commander and his men raised their rifles, firing incessantly at the approaching abominations surrounding them. The helicopter and the machine gun mounted on the vehicle ceased their relentless fire. The abominations were now too close, and further gunfire would risk hitting their own comrades. Cries of despair echoed through the crowd as several stragglers fell victim to the onslaught of the abominations. "Run! Hurry!" the commander shouted, his voice booming over the chaos. He fired precise shots at the encroaching abominations, his soldiers demonstrating commendable marksmanship, consistently hitting their targets in the neck. However, the throng of abominations continued to swell, and the commander dared not linger. He signaled for everyone to retreat towards the transport vehicle. "Help! Please help me!" The frantic screams from the crowd intensified, but the commander was powerless to assist. Turning back would only cost more lives. My son! A mournful cry pierced through the commotion, revealing the anguish of a father for his lost child and wife. Inside the vehicle, Du Shui clutched Jiang's arm tightly. Among the fleeing crowd, a woman and her child were brought down by 2 abominations, their cries abruptly silenced in the span of 100 meters. More and more individuals succumbed to the relentless pursuit of the abominations. The commander and his men had expended their ammunition and drew their machetes. "Run," the commander urged as he helped a fallen comrade to his feet and swiftly executed a downward slash. The metallic clash rang out as the abomination's steel pipe met the blade, sparks flying. The commander ducked swiftly, maneuvering to the side of the abomination, and delivered a decisive blow to its neck. Blood gushed forth as the abomination let out a horrific wail. Despite suffering a mortal wound, it continued to thrash violently, brandishing its steel pipe. The commander nimbly stepped back to evade the attack, and struck again. His machete, slicing swiftly through the air, severing the abomination's head from its body. The heavy machine gun atop the transport vehicle roared to life once more, providing cover for the commander's retreat. "Get inside," he shouted as the first survivors clambered aboard. "Hurry, Commander!" 2 soldiers shouted from the side of the vehicle, firing their weapons while urging the commander, who was now left with only himself and 2 subordinates. A sudden calamitous mishap occurred. One soldier stumbled, caught by some unseen force, and fell to the ground. The commander swiftly pulled him up, but that brief delay allowed the abominations to close in with a steely resolve. The commander pushed his 2 subordinates forward, urging them to escape, but he then turned back, wielding his machete with fierce determination. "Commander!" The 2 soldiers attempted to reach out to him. "Get back!" he bellowed, parrying the steel pipes swung by 2 abominations. He staggered slightly, nearly losing his grip on the weapon due to the overwhelming force. Escape was no longer an option. "Go. Don't worry about me," he shouted at the transport vehicle. A brutal club swung down towards the commander's head. Just as he raised his trembling arm to block the blow with his machete, a sharp whistle sliced through the air that a combat knife flew past him, striking an abomination in the throat. Its head lolling grotesquely before plummeting to the ground. Before the commander could comprehend the turn of events, a powerful hand seized him from behind, and he was thrust into the arms of 2 soldiers. "Commander, remember, you owe me a life," Jiang's voice echoed in his ears. With a swift kick, The foremost abomination was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a dozen others. Jiangzhe, armed with a combat knife in his left hand and a dogleg knife in his right, resembled a harbinger of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the encroaching abominations. With each strike, an abomination fell in less than 10 seconds. Jiangzhe had dispatched the 10 or so abominations that had been pursuing them. With a sudden surge of energy, he dashed forward like a cheetah, leaping into the transport vehicle just as the doors closed behind him. The commander stared blankly at Jiangzhe, finally breaking the silence with, "How on earth are you so formidable? What do you do?" "I was a delivery man before the apocalypse," Jiangzhe replied with a shrug, wiping the blood from his knife. The commander glanced at his equally bewildered comrades and retorted, "If all delivery men were like you, what use would there be for us survivors?" The commander shot a disgruntled look at Jiangzhe, who simply quipped, "If you don't believe me, how about this? I'm the 5th-generation disciple of Yip Man. Surely that will convince you." Jiangzhe winked at the commander, who smirked but chose not to engage further, realizing Jiangzhe was reluctant to reveal his true identity. Moments later, he leaned in excitedly. "Little brother, your skills are incredible. Join my squad. I'll gladly hand over the reins of leadership to you." Suddenly, the transport vehicle's engine roared to life, accelerating forward, while the last tank belched black smoke, crushing the abominations beneath its wheels as they sped towards the outskirts of the town. The commander had developed a genuine admiration for Jiangzhe. Slaying abominations seemed as effortless as slicing through vegetables, a level of prowess he had never witnessed before. No interest. Jiangzhe shook his head. "That if you have any requests, feel free to ask. That I'll help as long as I can, whether it's food, supplies, or if you're single, I could introduce you to a couple of celebrities. The refuge is not lacking in beautiful women." Upon hearing Jiangzhe's refusal, the commander unleashed his trump card. "My only request is that you shut up. That if you keep stalling, I'll throw you off the vehicle." Jiangzhe could no longer tolerate the commander's incessant chatter and threatened, "Unless you plan to avoid the official refuge for life, you will inevitably have to join the military." The commander shook his head in disappointment, perceiving Jiangzhe's defiance as youthful stubbornness. "We'll deal with the future when it comes." Jiangzhe slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder as several soldiers cast envious glances at the formidable weapon. Knowing full well that such a heavy piece, nearly 30 kilograms, was beyond their capability to wield, in one corner of the vehicle, Duanzhang gripped his hair tightly, his head bowed in contemplation. The death of his wife and child weighed heavily on him. Jiangzhe realized then why Duanzhang had developed a taste for the flesh of abominations. Perhaps for him, consuming their flesh was the only way to quell the burning desire for vengeance within. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. "Get out, kid. Are you really going to accompany me to Shenyang?" The commander watched as Jiangzhe and Du Shui disembarked from the transport vehicle. "From here on, the convoy will split. Part of us will take the survivors and supplies to the official refuge, while the remaining 3 vehicles will stay behind to wait for us to rescue more survivors from Shenyang. Of course, this is a life-or-death mission. There's no turning back." Jiangzhe nodded in agreement. The commander shook his head without further persuasion and gestured for the team to move swiftly along the road towards Shenyang. Chapter 65. You can't judge by appearances. Only the ladies will do Shenyang. On the rooftop of a 2-story building at the city's edge, a group of individuals clad in white snow gear observed the city below. Jiangzhe surveyed the distance through binoculars. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a reddish hue upon the snow-covered landscape. The entire city lay shrouded in a blanket of white, seemingly asleep, devoid of any signs of life. Occasionally, the sound of explosions reverberated from various points within the city. A map of the underground pipeline system was spread out before them. "From here, we will navigate through the underground pipes to reach the air raid shelter at People's Park. We must maintain absolute silence along the way. Remember, our mission is to rescue people, not to hunt abominations or whites. Now, let us check our gear. We depart in 15 minutes. After assigning the task, the commander approached Jiangzhe. "Were there many left behind at People's Park?" "Approximately 40 to 50,000, the commander replied. Jiangzhe lowered the binoculars, inquiring, "Why not use a helicopter?" The commander scooped up a handful of snow and let it fall. "There aren't many helicopters left at each refuge, and fuel and parts are in short supply." Helicopters are reserved for more critical missions that a resonant rumbling echoed as 5 or 6 transport helicopters soared from a distance. Through the lens of his binoculars, Jiangzhe discerned the supplies suspended beneath the aircraft, food and weapons. At this moment, it was imperative to devise a strategy to uncover a safe passage to the outside world. Within this city, millions of subhumans and thousands of white-skinned creatures were trapped that we lacked the strength to initiate a large-scale battle and could only rely on a method akin to ants moving their nest. Gradually evacuating the hundreds of thousands of stranded individuals, lest they all perish. The company commander pointed towards the distant Shenyang city and spoke solemnly. Very well. I wish you a safe journey. Jiangzhe tightened his backpack, preparing to bid farewell to the commander, as his destination was Shenyang University of Technology, a different path altogether. Be careful. I have never encountered anyone as audacious as you that I hope to reunite at the refuge. The commander patted Jiangzhe's shoulder with a sense of resignation. Take care, and I shall treat you to drinks upon our next meeting. Jiangzhe smiled, returning the gesture. The two exchanged farewells, and Jiangzhe, accompanied by Du Shui, proceeded toward the staircase. Hey, I still don't know your name. I can't recognize your face unless I see it. The commander's voice echoed from behind. Jiangzhe waved his hand. Jiangzhe. As for my face, only a girl can see it in full. You don't qualify. With that, the two vanished at the staircase's entrance. The commander chuckled. Damn it. This kid's audacity knows no bounds. He's like a fool. Why don't you let the commander see your appearance? You're rather handsome. It's not like he can't handle it. Du Shui inquired as they stood at the corner of a building in Shenyang, peering at the desolate street. Troublesome, Jiangzhe replied curtly, gesturing for them to move quickly across the intersection towards the opposite road. Just as Jiangzhe darted to a corner, the distinctive roar of subhumans echoed from the nearby intersection. Peeking out, he spotted a throng of subhumans charging forth. In. Without hesitation, Jiangzhe and Du Shui slipped into a nearby industrial and commercial bank. Damn! Upon turning, Jiangzhe discovered a dozen subhumans behind the counter, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at him. With no time for words or unnecessary movements, Jiangzhe unsheathed his dog-leg knife and charged forward. The first subhuman hadn't even touched the ground before its head was severed. With a powerful kick, he sent another subhuman crashing back. Du Shui gasped in astonishment. You're fierce. Jiangzhe became intensely serious, directly overwhelming his opponents while Du Shui remained transfixed by his actions. Let us go. After confirming the absence of any other subhumans in the bank, they slipped out through the back door. With a swift motion, Jiangzhe beheaded a subhuman that was about to roar, its head rolling to the ground. There are quite a few, he muttered, wiping the blood from his knife. The subhumans here were numerous beyond comprehension, with almost every building harboring them. In the short span of 1,000 meters. Over 100 subhumans had fallen to Jiangzhe's blade. Meanwhile, Du Shui was also cleaning her knife. Under Jiangzhe's careful guidance, she faced one subhuman at a time, having slain 5 or 6 subhumans. Her blade grew increasingly sharp. Although she couldn't yet match Jiangzhe's lethal precision, she fought with a prowess comparable to that of the company commander. Indeed, only through combat could one grow rapidly. The most evident sign was that she no longer struck those absurd poses before engaging in battle. Jiangzhe pulled out a map, glancing at the street signs outside. They were still 10 kilometers away from Shenyang University of Technology. With a resigned shake of his head, he folded the map and continued onward. Night had fully descended, and the cold moonlight bathed the city. The occasional roar of subhumans echoed from the corners of the surrounding buildings. Jiangzhe and Du Shui became 2 fleeting shadows, moving stealthily towards the northern part of the city. Just after turning a corner, Jiangzhe suddenly halted, placing a hand firmly on Du Shui. Du Shui glared at the large hand on her chest, ready to protest, but upon noticing the grave expression in Jiangzhe's eyes, she slowly moved his hand away. Hide. Jiangzhe swiftly turned and pulled Du Shui into a nearby abandoned SUV. As they closed the door, a thunderous roar erupted from around the corner, accompanied by the growl of an engine. A tank drifted into view, pursued closely by 3 white-skinned creatures 50 meters away. The 3 white-skinned beasts leaped onto the tank's roof, their claws scraping against the heavy steel exterior, sending sparks flying on the street. Subhumans that had rushed out at the sound now retreated in fear upon seeing the white-skinned creatures at the intersection. The tank, carrying the three white-skinned creatures, screeched to a halt. The three beasts were flung off violently, just as one of the white-skinned creatures attempted to regain its footing and charge at the tank again. Flames erupted from the surrounding buildings. Three individual rocket projectiles soared towards the white-skinned creatures from three different angles. In a thunderous explosion, one of the creatures was caught unawares, blasted into the air. Chapter 66. The hunt squad at the intersection. The remaining two white-skinned beasts shrieked and darted towards the adjacent buildings. With a deafening explosion, countless fragments, along with the forms of the white-skinned creatures, were propelled into the air. Even the vehicle where Jiangzhe and Du Shui were hiding shook under the force of the blast. The might of the explosion suggested either an aerial heavy bomb or an anti-tank mine. Jiangzhe's eyes widened. The military was hunting the white-skinned creatures. Within a mere 5 seconds, the three creatures had been dispatched. Clank! The sound of metal clashing resonated as 6 soldiers clad in cold-weather gear emerged from a nearby sewer. Armed with lightweight grenade launchers, they surrounded the injured white-skinned creature. "These individuals are impressive," Du Shui remarked quietly, observing the soldiers from within the vehicle. Indeed, they at least understand how to utilize traps, having suffered a brutal defeat. The military had learned that only in complex terrain could they effectively eliminate the white-skinned creatures. The results of urban warfare were evidently promising. Boom! Several grenades struck the heads of the white-skinned creatures. In close proximity, 2 grenades tore apart the skull of one creature. Confirming the deaths of the 3 white-skinned beings, the soldiers swiftly extracted the crystal cores from their heads, executing the task with precision and speed. Clearly accustomed to the procedure, clank! Just as Jiangzhe was observing, a frying pan fell from the roof above. Jiangzhe pried open the sunroof, and a head poked out from a second-floor window, beckoning him. "Come, let us take a look. They've already spotted us." Jiangzhe signaled to Du Shui cautiously before following the 3 soldiers into the building. After retrieving the crystal cores, the soldiers disappeared back into the sewer, while the tank rumbled into a nearby structure. The street fell silent, save for the still forms of the 3 white-skinned creatures lying on the pavement. Jiangzhe stepped into the adjacent building. 2 assault rifles pointed at them from around the corner. "Who are you two?" A burly man emerged from the corner on the first floor, his keen eyes scrutinizing Jiangzhe and Du Shui like a razor. "This is my friend," Jiangzhe thought. "We're heading to Xinyang University of Technology to find someone," Jiangzhe replied calmly. "Where did you come from? Why aren't you at the refuge?" the muscular man questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze. Just then, a cacophony of subhuman roars resonated from the street. Countless subhumans surged forward, drawn by the scent of blood from the white-skinned creatures. The leading subhumans pounced upon the carcasses, ravenously devouring the flesh. "Follow me. We'll discuss matters in a safer location." The burly man gestured, and after exchanging a cautious glance with Du Shui, Jiangzhe followed the 3 soldiers into the building's underground passage. Upon reaching the second basement level, they lifted a metal panel and leaped into a sewer that was a meter deep. The sludge underfoot was frozen solid, harder than the cement floor. 3 soldiers switched on their tactical flashlights. Illuminating the underground space after turning a corner, a bonfire flickered beside a maintenance table, where 8 similarly attired soldiers were gathered, warming themselves. Upon seeing the burly man, they stood up in unison. "Captain, are there any injuries?" The burly man approached and spoke in a low voice. "No, Captain, today has been quite fruitful. We have already slain 8 white-skinned beasts, exceeding our mission's requirements." One of the team members chuckled. Jiangzhe's gaze swept over the group of soldiers. A total of 11, flanked by an array of heavy weaponry, rocket launchers, heavy sniper grenades, and anti-tank mines that do not be careless. When battling the white-skinned beasts, negligence equates to death. The burly man squeezed forward, pulling down his cold-weather mask to reveal a rugged face adorned with stubble. "Young man, we're the 18th Hunting Squad of the Xinyang Military District. I am Captain Zhao Cheng. Where did you acquire that sniper grenade behind you?" Captain Zhao Cheng did not invite Jiangzhe to sit. Instead, he turned and quietly inquired. "Zhao Cheng?" Jiangzhe's eyes narrowed. This individual was a renowned extraordinary being in his past life, a level 4 physique type extraordinary with formidable combat prowess. In his previous life, he had heard of and envied him. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, he encountered this celebrity in the sewers of Shenyang. "I found the gun on the battlefield of Nanjing," Jiang Zhe replied. Removing the sniper grenade from his back and handing it over, a teammate beside Zhao Cheng took it, inspected it briefly, and returned it. "From Nanjing." "Huh, quite lucky. What you find belongs to you," Zhao Cheng said indifferently. "All right, if Captain Zhao has no further inquiries, I shall take my leave." Jiang Zhe prepared to depart, securing the sniper grenade on his back. "Wait." Zhao Cheng spoke up. "Who are you looking for at the Polytechnic University?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe felt a jolt in his heart. How could he know whom to seek? I don't know." Jiang Zhe could only helplessly shrug. "Cuff him." With a cold grunt, two soldiers beside Jiang Zhe reached out to grab his arms. Bang! Jiang Zhe extended his arms, directly pushing the two soldiers back unsteadily. Whoosh! The seated soldiers suddenly stood, casting a deathly glare at Jiang Zhe. Zhao Cheng placed his hand on the holster of his pistol. "Captain Zhao, it was you who brought me here. Isn't it somewhat unreasonable to act this way?" Jiang Zhe calmly looked at Zhao Cheng and said, "The Polytechnic University is currently the most crucial temporary refuge in all of Shenyang. If you do not state whom you seek, I will have no choice but to take action." Zhao Cheng's thick eyebrows twitched, his tone growing cold that a sense of helplessness flickered in Jiang Zhe's eyes. In his past life, he had only played poker with a female lecturer from the Polytechnic University, never inquiring about her name. What a significant oversight indeed. "Captain Zhao, I am a genuine Nanjing native. I've come here to find someone. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." Jiang Zhe spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Zhao Cheng stepped forward. Name, identification number, home address, and whoosh. As he spoke, a large hand shot towards Jiang Zhe's neck with lightning speed. Zhao Cheng actually attempted to launch a sneak attack. Clap. Jiang Zhe's fist struck the palm of Zhao Cheng's hand, and with a swift shoulder bump, Zhao Cheng was sent flying 3 steps back. Had Jiang Zhe not held back, that blow could have shattered Zhao Cheng's ribs. Clang! Several soldiers around drew their military knives, encircling Jiang Zhe and Du Shui, all regarding him with grave expressions. Zhao Cheng was indeed a master of combat within the squad. Yet unexpectedly, he had been bested by this young man in one move. "Young man, impressive skills. No wonder you managed to escape from Nanjing to here." Zhao Cheng straightened his back, rubbing his chest as he spoke solemnly. Jiang Zhe began to slowly retreat. "Captain Zhao, I will not interfere with you, and I hope you will not interfere with me. We shall each follow our own path. Humph, contact the Polytechnic University base for me." A rustling sound came from behind. A soldier produced a military radio. Jiang Zhe halted, turning to calmly regard Zhao Cheng. "Captain Zhao, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner, in the dimly lit sewer?" Jiang Zhe stood tall before the 11 members of the hunting squad, while Du Shui placed her hand on the hilt of her knife. "I could see this moment. Everyone in Shenyang longs to escape this place. Yet you choose to venture in. I must ascertain that you have not consumed any snow water. Regardless of either point, I need to clarify your intentions." Zhao Cheng drew his military knife. Upon seeing this, the 10 comrades around him shifted aside, encircling Jiang Zhe in the center. Jiang Zhe shook his head. "You are a competent soldier, yet I detest your coercive attitude." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhe glided towards one of the soldiers. "Watch out!" The military knife lunged towards Jiang Zhe's shoulder blade. The harsh, grating sound of metal scraping echoed. The soldier's expression changed dramatically as Jiang Zhe's large hand surprisingly seized the knife directly through the glove. As if an iron clamp had gripped the blade. With a press and a twist, the soldier's knife flew from his hand, embedding itself in the bricks of the sewer wall. That moment. Others reacted. Jiang Zhe's hands darted out like venomous serpents, seizing the wrists of 2 soldiers and forcefully flipping them. They could not withstand the strain as Jiang Zhe's right foot swiftly kicked out, sending both soldiers crashing against the sewer wall. Zhao Cheng's expression of shock had yet to fade when Jiang Zhe had already lunged toward him. Bang! An unstoppable force smashed through his blocking arm. Bang! An uppercut struck Zhao Cheng's chin, leaving him feeling as if he had been struck by an 800-pound iron fist. His entire body launched into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 When Zhao Qing finally regained his senses from the daze, he found a dogleg knife tightly pressed against his face. Embedded in the wall, the icy blade sending chills down his spine and a bead of cold sweat mixed with the blood trickling down his face. Falling alongside the knife, all the other squad members were sprawled in the sewer. Jiang kindly collected all the radios, placing them into his bag, then picked up Zhao Qing's military knife and slowly returned it to its sheath. Captain Zhao, had it not been for this damned apocalypse, we would never have crossed paths, let alone spoken. Do not press me. Too many soldiers have already perished. You should die on the battlefield, not by my hand. With that, Jiang patted his shoulder and stood up. Who exactly are you? Zhao Qing roared in frustration from behind. Just a delivery guy, Jiang replied, his and Du Shui's figures swiftly disappearing into the dimly lit sewer. Damn it! Zhao Qing slammed his fist against the ground. Cough, Captain, this guy is too formidable. Should we call the brothers to block him at the Polytechnic University? One soldier, clutching his chest and grimacing, suggested. No need. I will reclaim this honor myself. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qing fixed his gaze on the direction Jiang had vanished and uttered a single sentence. I in the darkened sewer. Jiang's dog-leg knife gleamed coldly as he cleaved two approaching saw-toothed rats in half. How did you manage that? Du Shui, standing behind, asked after kicking away the corpse of a saw-toothed rat. What? Jiang continued forward. I mean, how could you grasp a military knife with your bare hands? I saw it quite clearly. Your gloves are merely ordinary cold-weather gloves, incapable of withstanding a knife. Jiang walked on nonchalantly. That was due to my psychic ability, Metal Phase Second Tier, which allows me to transform parts of my body surface into metal at will, significantly enhancing my defensive capabilities. Have you heard of the Golden Bell Shield? I've heard of it. It's from martial arts novels, Du Shui exclaimed. What I just did, empty-handed catching a knife, is akin to the Golden Bell Shield. When I was young, an old man suddenly handed me a book, claiming my bones were extraordinary and suited for martial arts. After practicing, I became skilled. Du Shui was momentarily stunned, then firmly stated, Stop with the nonsense. Do you think I haven't seen Stephen Chow's movies? Is it necessary to fabricate such a tale? Jiang nodded. Exactly. You know full well I won't say anything, yet you still ask. Isn't that foolish? You. The two continued their banter while advancing forward. Although the sewer was pungent, it was sufficiently safe. Aside from the occasional encounter with saw-toothed rats and the indistinguishable paths, they managed to reach the Polytechnic University without significant peril. It was already midnight. The cold moonlight bathed the snow in a silvery, shadowy glow. The entire Polytechnic University lay in silence, with darkened buildings revealing hollow windows, resembling monstrous entities lurking in the night. Do you know where the air raid shelter is? Du Shui asked, standing guard at the corner of a dormitory building. I don't know. Jiang honestly shook his head. He only knew the shelter was on campus. But its exact location eluded him. How do we find it? Du Shui leaned against the wall, whispering. The woman was clearly fatigued, yet Jiang refrained from suggesting a break, and she did not voice a request for one. Continuing to persevere through gritted teeth, Jiang pointed to the ground. Look for traces. People entering and exiting the air raid shelter will surely leave some signs. After saying this, he began to wander the desolate campus with Du Shui. Half an hour later, he exclaimed, There! Jiang pointed to a football field in the southeast corner of the campus and remarked, The spacious pitch is littered with the densely packed corpses of the Yaren. Alongside numerous craters of varying sizes, in the southernmost corner of the field stands a rectangular structure, entirely forged from reinforced concrete, silently looming. Creak! Jiang slowly traversed the playground, confidently striding towards the building. He was certain that it was the entrance to the air raid shelter, and undoubtedly, someone was keeping watch. Rather than sneaking around, it was better to enter openly. 2 minutes later, Jiang and Du Shui found themselves standing before an entrance 3 meters high and 6 meters wide. Reminiscent of a warehouse, the steel door's thickness was indeterminate, and in the upper right corner of the entrance, a surveillance camera blinked with a faint red light. Jiang waved at the camera, then wrote the word survivor in large letters on the back of Du Shui's down jacket. Indeed, 1 minute later, with a low hum, the heavy iron door slid open, leaving only a narrow gap for one person to pass through. As Jiang stepped into the base, A multitude of blinding lights illuminated from across the way that a dozen fully armed soldiers brandished various assault rifles, surrounding them behind bulletproof shields. Jiangzhe slightly tilted his head to evade the glaring lights. "Where did you come from?" A soldier's deep voice echoed from behind a shield, reverberating through the vast air raid shelter corridor. "That I fled from Nanjing and encountered a troop hauling steel ingots. I came here to find my brother." "Who is your brother?" "Luo Shun, a junior in the bioinformatics program at Xinyang University of Technology. I'm here to find him." At his side, Du Shui was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing her head and gripping his arm tightly. "What is your name?" "Who is she?" "My name is Jiangzhe, and she is my girlfriend, Du Shui." Upon hearing Jiangzhe's response, Du Shui's hand trembled violently. "What nonsense is this? Your surname is Jiang, yet your brother's surname is Luo." The voice from behind the shield inquired, somewhat displeased. Jiangzhe fixed his gaze ahead. "My mother remarried. We each have our own surnames." After a brief moment, the lights dimmed. "Follow us," the voice commanded, revealing a downward-sloping corridor before Jiangzhe. Chapter 68. The air raid shelter refuge clatter, clatter. Dense footsteps echoed in the 6-meter-wide corridor that a group of soldiers encircled Jiangzhe and Du Shui. Leading them down the sloping path, dim emergency lights flickered on the walls at intervals of several meters. After a solid 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached the end of the corridor. A 3-meter-high, 3-meter-wide iron door stood before them, with shooting holes resembling those of a machine gun bunker positioned at eye level on the surrounding walls. Dozens of heavy machine guns were aimed at the path they had come from. Ding, ding, ding. One of the soldiers pressed a button on the wall, and the iron door creaked open. "Enter," with the command given, Jiangzhe and Du Shui stepped through the iron door. Beyond it lay another corridor leading underground. Although much narrower, only 2 meters wide, two middle-aged women in white coats yawned, casting a discontented glance at Jiangzhe as they extended their arms. "What is this about?" Du Shui asked, bewildered out of course. "It's for a blood test." "What if you two have already ingested contaminated snow water?" One of them replied, somewhat impatiently. Panic surged through Jiangzhe. He had not anticipated that the military would have developed a genetic virus testing agent so swiftly. In his previous life, it had taken at least half a month. Events along this timeline had altered due to his presence, and most critically, Du Shui had been infected. Sure enough, 1 minute later, a woman in a white coat suddenly leaped up, darting like a rabbit to stand behind a soldier, pointing at Du Shui and exclaiming, She is infected with the life blacklight." With that, a dozen soldiers raised their assault rifles. Jiangzhe had already stepped forward to shield Du Shui. Hey, everyone, let's not act impulsively." Jiangzhe raised his hands to indicate he posed no threat. The lead soldier glared at him. "Step aside, kid. Are you trying to impede us? Brothers, don't be rash." While speaking, Jiangzhe pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the soldier. In the apocalypse, if there was anything that could swiftly bridge a connection between two individuals, it was undoubtedly cigarettes or alcohol. "This won't suffice, if you don't want her to be locked away. Move aside now." The lead soldier accepted the cigarettes. His tone considerably softened. Jiangzhe lit one for himself. "Buddy, how do you usually handle such situations?" The soldier lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then spoke quietly. "Either we lock them up for the researchers to experiment on, or we shoot them dead and toss them out." "All right, let me have a word in private." Jiangzhe nodded, turning to envelop the pale Du Shui in a warm embrace. Whispering in her ear, saying nothing, "At most within a day, I will get you out, that I promise." Slowly, Du Shui wrapped her arms around Jiang. A moment later, she said, "I believe you, if you don't come to save me. I will haunt you as a ghost." Jiangzhe gently patted her back. "Rest assured, the last thing I'm afraid of is ghosts." The pleasant atmosphere shattered with his words, and Du Shui shot him a fierce glare as they separated. "Buddy, do me a favor. Just lock her up. I can't let her become a lost soul," Jiangzhe concluded, pulling a bottle of liquor from his backpack and passing it over. Du Shui lightly pinched Jiangzhe's arm from behind. With both cigarettes and liquor in hand, the lead soldier shrugged. "Fine, considering this, I will arrange a more comfortable cell for her." "Sorry, buddy, but it's unavoidable," he added, offering Jiangzhe a comforting word. Du Shui was shackled with iron cuffs, and the group continued deeper underground. Jiangzhe estimated they had descended over 50 meters when they finally reached the end of the corridor, pulling aside the thick curtain at the corridor's entrance. A low hum of chatter greeted their ears, mingled with a foul odor that invaded their nostrils. Before them lay an endless arched tunnel, over 5 meters wide, flanked by neatly the coarse wooden fence separated Jiangzhe from Du Shui. The room was devoid of a bed, desolate and bare, save for a leather bucket for waste, a pungent odor of excrement and urine assaulting the senses. Besides Du Shui, there were 2 bespectacled individuals, a man and a woman, huddled together on a tattered blanket on the floor to keep warm. When they caught sight of Jiangzhe beyond the fence, they merely lifted their heads slightly before lying back down, their eyes devoid of vitality, hollow and filled with despair. Jiangzhe could not see their faces, but he imagined they were as ashen as dead ashes. "Trust me," Jiangzhe conveyed a reassuring glance to Du Shui through the bars. Du Shui responded quietly, turning to pull her clothes tighter around her as she sat against the wall. Soon after, Jiangzhe was taken to an immense underground space, measuring hundreds of meters in length and width, where crates of ammunition and various military supplies were stacked in the center. Yazi, they have arrived." A thin man in his 30s, slightly balding, approached with a grin head. He called out to the lead soldier. "This is the new arrival. He will assist you in handling supplies." The lead soldier issued a brief command, patting Jiangzhe on the shoulder before turning to leave. The smile on the man's face vanished as he scrutinized Jiang, asking, "What's your relationship with the head?" Jiangzhe blinked. "I am his brother-in-law." "Oh." The man nodded and waved. "Come with me. What's your name?" "Jiangzhe." Before long, the man led Jiangzhe to a corner of the underground space, where a row of rooms resembling cave dwellings awaited. "Here, there are empty beds in our line of work. There is no concept of rest. We are on standby 24 hours. You will do whatever I ask you to." To be honest, most people can't handle this job, but the benefit is that you will eat better than those outside. As for the rest, ask less and do more. The man pointed to one of the rooms. "All right," Jiangzhe nodded, lifting the curtain to enter. Chapter 69. The professor, I confess, I promised to add another chapter yesterday, but I didn't return home until 3 in the morning. I acknowledge my fault and have let everyone down. Today I shall make it up. In the cramped workers' dormitory, a foul odor of sweat permeated from behind the curtain. Gray machine. Explode. Damn. 4 individuals were already seated in the room, playing a game of poker at a small table, with stacks of instant noodles beside each of them. The room was simply furnished, nearly filled with 3 sets of bunk beds. Upon seeing Jiangzhe enter, they had just finished a round and all looked up. "Newcomer, how come we've never seen you before?" asked a burly man wearing a floppy cotton hat, eyeing Jiangzhe up and down. "I just came in from outside," Jiangzhe replied, tossing his backpack and Du Shui's bag onto an empty bed. The burly man approached slowly. "Have you undergone the Life Blacklight virus test?" As he spoke, his large hand reached toward Jiangzhe's backpack on the bed. Jiangzhe narrowed his eyes, swiftly extending his right hand to seize the man's wrist like a vice. The man looked at Jiangzhe's hand and chuckled coldly. "I'm a captain here, kid. The rule is newcomers must pay their respects to the mountain head." Jiangzhe smirked in return. "I have my own rule, which is to not concern myself with your petty rules in any environment. It is all too common for those with a touch of power to consider themselves superior. Such garbage is in abundance." "Fine, kid. I'll give you credit for your spirit." The man laughed. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of work. The man tipped his hat, shot Jiangzhe a mocking grin, and waved to the other 3 as they exited. Group 1, 20 rockets. Group 2, 30 heavy anti-tank mines. Group 3, 2 crates of canned food. Group 4. In the square, the man known as Yazi shouted loudly, and the 40 or so individuals surrounding the area began rummaging through the stacked supplies, placing items onto a flatbed cart. Jiangzhe followed the burly man as they loaded 8 20-kilogram heavy anti-tank mines onto the cart before trailing behind the group into a tunnel. At the tunnel's end was a small room reminiscent of a conference room, where over 50 fully armed soldiers were dining. Jiangzhe's gaze sharpened as he noticed 2 soldiers placing 12 white crystal cores into a box on the table, then being escorted away by 2 researchers clad in white lab coats. Dismissing the urge to snatch the crystal cores, Jiangzhe turned his attention to the soldiers. Humanity had begun to mount an effective counterattack. It was likely that the military had a substantial number of crystal cores in their possession. Finish up, pack your gear, and prepare to depart. One soldier wiped his mouth, discarded his lunchbox, and stuffed a heavy anti-tank mine into his backpack. A dozen soldiers hastily finished their meals, gathering canned food, rockets, bullets, and various supplies, checking everything before exchanging farewells with others, and exiting through an iron door on the opposite side. The air defense shelter at Shenyang University of Technology remained a resting point for these white-skinned hunting teams. As Jiangzhe returned to the dormitory with the transport team, Yazzie stood in the small square, calling out loudly that on a cart lay 3 stainless steel barrels, each as tall as a person. A throng of researchers in white coats emerged from a side tunnel, forming a line of over 100 individuals to collect food. Jiangzhe was given a bowl of pickled vegetable instant noodles along with a piece of flatbread sprinkled with salt, while the researchers received an additional can of pork. More than 100 people squatted in the square, chatting in small groups while hastily consuming their meals. The late-night snack consisted of 2 packets of instant noodles and a cornmeal flatbread. Jiangzhe squatted in a corner, his gaze continuously surveying the supply storage warehouse. Suddenly, a group of more than 10 individuals emerged from deep within the air defense shelter, led by a young officer with the rank of captain, accompanied by a slightly balding, portly middle-aged man. The two whispered to each other as they approached a pile of supplies. The pressure on the base's food supply is immense. If we increase the provisions, there won't be enough food for those researchers. The middle-aged man stood directly in front of Jiangzhe, his words clear. The young officer paused momentarily before responding solemnly. Then we'll reduce the rations for the base management. And whatever the survivors outside eat, we will eat as well. The middle-aged man gasped in surprise. The others will be dissatisfied. Everyone is struggling to eat tea this moment. The captain turned, and Jiangzhe caught a glimpse of his profile. Sharp and soldierly to A.T. this time. Who isn't struggling? We all share the burdens together. We do not seek special treatment. After the captain finished speaking, he turned to leave, while the middle-aged man, somewhat disgruntled, followed suit. Jiangzhe seized the opportunity to approach a certain direction. Sisters, who are those two? He asked, addressing 2 bespectacled women who were munching on flatbreads. They looked up, their faces flushing as they met Jiangzhe's deep gaze. Ah, you mean Captain Qin and Principal Li? One is Captain Qin Shi, responsible for the base's military forces, and the other is Principal Li Gang, in charge of logistics, one of the women explained rapidly. Feeling at ease, Jiangzhe squatted between them and inquired, I have a younger brother named Luo Shun, a student majoring in biology. Have you heard of him? No. The 2 women shook their heads. He may have already been relocated to a military refuge. Oh, Jiangzhe blinked. What do you mean? Has the biology department been evacuated? One of the women leaned closer to Jiangzhe. All students and teachers related to biological research have been requisitioned by the military. We are the last group remaining here. Jiangzhe furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Could it be that the female lecturer he once played poker with had lied? Wasn't it said that everyone here had been abandoned? Damn, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Jiangzhe squeezed the flatbread in his hand, resolute in his decision. He would, at all costs, abduct 2 researchers back to the mountain. The gene-drug purification of the crystal cores was not particularly difficult. Any student familiar with the process could accomplish it. The military's delay in producing extraordinary individuals stemmed from the time wasted on human experimentation. Nonetheless, it is a pity that teacher Li was such a good person. One of the women suddenly choked on her words as she ate. Jiangzhe kindly offered her a tissue. What's wrong? Who is Teacher Li? The woman wiped her tears, raising her freckled face. Teacher Li Qiong is our professor in the biology department. She participated in developing the Life Blacklight detection agent. Unexpectedly, she and her husband both contracted the virus. Life is so unfair. Have they turned into subhumans? Jiangzhe expressed deep regret and sympathy. It was undoubtedly one of the most lamentable situations. The woman shook her head, glancing towards the nearby tunnel. Teacher Li and her husband have been confined, and it is likely they will soon become those terrifying subhumans. Upon hearing the words of the young women, Jiangzhe turned to look. That tunnel was the very place where Du Shui was detained. His gaze gradually brightened, and soon an almost imperceptible smile crept onto his lips. Professor, is there anyone more suitable for this role? There is no need for lengthy explanations. Simply informing them that survival is possible would suffice. Jiangzhe did not believe that Professor Li would refuse to accompany him to Posey Mountain. Rest assured, perhaps good deeds will be rewarded. He offered a comforting word to the two young women. At this moment, most of the people had finished their meals, and the two women reluctantly stood up. "What's your name? Can we chat with you when we have some free time?" Jiangzhe feigned contemplation for a moment. My name is Jiangzhe. You're always welcome to chat with me. I'm quite charming." The two young women happily gave him an okay sign before departing. What a sin it is. They aren't even afraid of having sons without an anus. Alas, in this day and age, who dares to have children? One can only live for a while. It's all just aimless existence. Just as Jiangzhe prepared to turn and leave, a middle-aged man beside him glanced into the distance, shaking his head as he exchanged sarcastic remarks with a friend. Jiangzhe followed his gaze and saw the man named Y and the one who had attempted to snatch a bag in the dormitory, now shoulder to shoulder, heading toward the tunnel where Du Shui was confined. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangzhe followed suit. Chapter 70. The unbearable pain at 1 o'clock in the morning. The tunnel that housed the survivors infected with the genetic virus was eerily quiet. In the individual cells on either side, the survivors sat in a daze, curled up in corners, awaiting their fate to transform into subhumans, to be taken away for dissection and experimentation. The tunnel was not a straight line, but rather an L shape. Just as Jiangzhe turned the corner, he spotted two burly men, each bearing a Type 81 rifle, stationed at the entrance of the cell. They were smoking and chuckling softly, occasionally glancing back at the cell. "Kid, hurry up and scram. This isn't a place for you." The two men frowned as they saw Jiangzhe approach and warned him, simultaneously lowering their rifles from their shoulders. "Isn't also inside?" Jiangzhe ignored them and strode forward. The sound of playing cards echoed from within the cell. Through the bars, amidst the unintelligible low growls, a long-haired woman was shackled by iron chains to the wall. Unable to move, behind her, the man who had attempted to snatch the bag pressed against her back, wriggling like a maggot. The long-haired woman gazed greedily at a can of pork on the floor, completely oblivious to the presence behind her. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The two armed men, seeing that Jiangzhe disregarded them, felt their anger flare. With a snap, the bayonet at the front of one rifle jutted out suddenly. As one of them prepared to thrust it forward, intending to drive Jiangzhe back, Jiangzhe sidestepped and swiftly slapped the long gun aside. "Hey kid, are you seeking death?" The armed man shouted "Farah" at that moment. The sound of the motor in the room abruptly ceased. The man who had attempted to snatch the bag unlocked the woman's shackles, turned around, and smirked at Jiangzhe, lifting the can of meat as he walked out. After slamming the cell door shut, he tossed the can inside. "Eat up. Next time, you'll only get half a can. I'm tired of this." The woman rushed forward, snatching the can. With a pop, she pulled the tab and began to wolf it down. At that moment, Jiangzhe finally caught a glimpse of her face. She was very young, likely just a student. In her haste to eat, the sharp edge of the can cut her lip, causing blood to flow. Yet she remained completely unaware. "Kid, these women are all destined to become subhumans. I'm showing a bit of mercy, giving them a couple of good meals before they die, so they won't end up as starving ghosts. Unfortunately, I find you displeasing, so even if I play, you're not invited." The man who had attempted to snatch the bag lit a cigarette and smugly remarked to Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe paid him no mind, but instead focused on the woman in the room. After she finished eating, she quietly curled up in the corner, casting a glance at Jiangzhe. A fleeting glimmer of shame crossed her eyes before quickly being replaced by despondent numbness as she lowered her gaze. "Where's why?" Jiangzhe's expression remained calm. The three men opposite him sneered, about to speak when suddenly a pained howl echoed from deep within the tunnel. "Deservedly so. People like you shouldn't live. Truly, heaven is blind." Alongside it, Du Shui's furious voice rang out. Jiangzhe's expression changed, and the four of them no longer bothered with banter, hastily rushing forward. Inside the room where Du Shui was confined, Y was crouched against the wall, his hands covering his groin, his face pale, lips trembling, glaring viciously at Du Shui. Meanwhile, the couple sharing the cell huddled in a corner to Huz. "Quickly, take care of this woman." "Just don't kill her," Y shouted, pointing at Du Shui as his three accomplices arrived. The man who had attempted to snatch the bag was about to charge in when Jiangzhe seized him by the hair. slamming him violently against the opposite bars, the impact knocking him unconscious. This guy is disgusting, thinking he can use a can to sleep with her. I'll put out his eyes. Du Shui, upon seeing Jiangzhe, kicked the can on the ground away, but it was swiftly picked up by the couple in the corner. With a crack, they pulled the tab and began devouring it ravenously. Suddenly, the two men at the door removed their rifles and aimed them at Jiangzhe. Unfortunately, Jiangzhe was faster. Before they could steady their aim, a military knife appeared in his hand. With a thud, their bodies froze in place, and with a swift motion, a red line appeared on their necks, followed by a spurt of blood. Then, as several pairs of eyes watched, their heads fell to the ground. Y stared blankly, just managing to utter half a word when Du Shui kicked him between the legs. Ugh! Y's eyes rolled back. The remaining couple in the room huddled together in the corner, and upon meeting Jiangzhe's gaze, the woman hesitated for a moment before quickly grabbing the remaining meat from a can and stuffing it into her mouth. Excuse me, may I ask you something? Do you know where Professor Li Qiong from the University of Technology is being kept? As he spoke, Jiangzhe offered 2 packets of instant noodles. I am Li Qiong. This is my husband. The short woman, wearing glasses, stopped chewing in surprise and said in disbelief. Jiangzhe chuckled and shook his head. Well, that's quite a coincidence. The couple looked disheveled, much like other survivors. But they bore a resemblance to Zhou Qi, exuding the aura of pure researchers and academics. Her husband, somewhat wary, moved to shield Li Qiong behind him. What do you want? We have already contracted the genetic virus. Whatever demands you have, I'm afraid we cannot fulfill. How many days have you been infected with the genetic virus? 7 days. In the face of their astonished expressions, Jiangzhe leaned closer, whispering a few words in their ears. Ah, are you serious? The man grasped Jiangzhe's arm tightly, his previously dull eyes now sparkling with hope. Follow me. You two still have a glimmer of hope. Besides, what else do you have to lose now? Jiangzhe said earnestly, waving his hand. After a brief pause, the couple exchanged glances and nodded firmly. We'll go with you. If it doesn't work out, you can kill us, Jiangzhe smiled. Rest assured. This miracle will be born in your hands. He then yanked Y up, saying, Let us go, Y. Lead us out. You can't get out. Many people know Professor Li Qiong. Really, trust me, Y continued to protest.